few times, the bottom of the house may be defeated. This thing is a typical example of being small but expensive. After hearing the explanation from others, everyone understands the old lady's pains. If you lose 1.2 million yuan yourself, it is estimated that you are more anxious than the old lady. Now that you know it, everyone will help ask where the old lady lost it, and everyone will help to find it. The old lady was a little unclear, so she said that she took her granddaughter upstairs and took some snacks, then went to the second floor to play the inflatable castle, and waited for the old lady to call her granddaughter and found that she could not hear it. The cochlear implant was lost. If you are enthusiastic, help contact the building management staff and let them find it through monitoring. In addition, the broadcast also starts to broadcast. Let the guests who have picked up the cochlears be sent back as soon as possible. Cochlear implants are generally unavailable, so there is no possibility of deliberate stealing. Basically, as long as someone finds out, it should still be sent back. After Zhou Yang and Lu Xiao saw it, they also enthusiastically helped to look around. They also turned over the trash can, but found nothing. In such a large mall, it is too difficult to find a pair of cochlears. No way, now I can only trust someone to find it back. The two could not help, so they went upstairs and went around again. I saw the doll machine during this period, so I changed the coin and came to catch the doll. Neither of them has any skills. They spent dozens of dollars and finally caught a little doll, which is considered a loss. But Ruth Yao didn't care. All she needed was happiness and companionship. With this little doll, she made her very happy. Next, the two of them played at almost 10 o'clock, and the mall was closed soon, so the two began to go out. When I came downstairs, I found that the old lady was still wiping tears at the door, and there were a few people around, some comforted and some worried. Probably all of them were relatives of the old lady. The two passed, and then I heard that the cochlear implant was not found, and now the old lady said she didn't want to live. No, auntie, you can rest assured that there will be good results. Zhou Yang stepped forward to persuade, but the old lady and her family had no mood to respond. The cochlea in their family cost 190,000 to find it, and the savings have been floating for many years. The key children have not been able to go to kindergarten. How can parents not worry? Alas! The old lady's son looks like a middle-aged elder brother with few hairs on his head. Looking at his aging face, it is estimated that he has not suffered from the vicissitudes of life, and sighed. Ding! At this time the system suddenly sent a hint. Help the crisis and help the destitute, help the deaf children in the world, and let them no longer be melancholy by the high cost of cochlears. Zhou Yang understood that the system asked him to make cochlears, and as long as the price was knocked down, this would not happen today. Throwing 100,000 to collapse, but if you lose a few thousand or hundreds of dollars, it won't be too sad. Zhou Yang did it when he thought about it. He took out his business card and gave it to the old man's son. Hello, this is my business card. Bai Di is about to make a cochlear implant. Please pay attention to the follow-up. If you don't find a cochlear implant in the end, you will give it to you after the product is produced. Send us? Hearing Zhou Yang say this middle-aged man was stunned. He has never seen such a good person. Zhou Yang nodded and then asked Ruth Yao to leave the scene. On the way to the parking lot, Ruth Yao asked, "Are you going to be a cochlear implant, right?" Zhou Yang nodded, "Yes. This belongs to medical supplies, and it must be done in Jiankang Pharmaceuticals." "Okay, I support you. What kind of cooperation is needed? You just say." Lu Xiao waved her vivid little fist to express her heart. Zhou Yang is so caring and wants to help all the deaf people in the world. She admires it. For a time, she felt that Zhou Yang's image grew up infinitely in her mind. Zhou Yang immediately said, "Thank you. At that time, you may be asked to help me promote it together and then sell it together. Let's share the achievement line." "No problem. The two are considered a deal." Ruth Yao reached out, "This is to high five." Zhou Yang slapped her with a slap, even if the content of the agreement was determined. When Ruth Yao returned to his car, he looked at his palm and was happy. I don't know if it's a hand in disguise. It seems that this is a major improvement in her relationship with Zhou Yang, and she can finally clap her hands. But when Ruth Yao calmed down, he felt a fever on his face, making himself like a nympho, and actually still having fun. She never felt that she had this kind of nympho property. Shame, she opened the throttle and accelerated towards her home. Besides, Zhou Yang, when he returned home, he opened the system's drawing supermarket to see if there is a suitable cochlear drawing. Cochlear implants belong to medical devices, and Zhou Yang checked the medical area. I don't know if I saw it. When I was shocked, Zhou Yang didn't look here for a while, and actually found that his love value had reached 21 o'clock. Thanks to the hemodialysis machine he made before, it is still hot selling. Although it is not necessary to snap up, its excellent performance has already been purchased by many overseas users. And I heard that some hospitals also purchase dialysis machines for use. In terms of market share, Jiankong dialysis machines have been regarded as emerging overlords in the industry. It will take less than a few years to estimate that the domestic market can occupy half of the world. With so many loving values, Zhou Yang can choose the drawings with confidence. In the search column, enter cochlear implant, and then a lot of cochlear implants pop up in front of Zhou Yang. At first glance, it is very rudimentary, as long as a few loving values, but Zhou Yang does not want to consider it. He looked at a relatively good drawing, whose performance is stable and cheap to use. After repeated arguments, this cochlear implant met Su Yang's requirements, so he paid 8 love values and owned this cochlear drawing. I got the drawings, and the first step is to edit. After Zhou Yang opened the editing interface and saw it clearly, he was surprised and couldn't help but call it out with surprises. I'm going, just such a small thing worth more than 100,000? Zhou Yang looked at the internal composition. In fact, it is very simple to look at the circuit, that is, some small circuits. This kind of thing is not so precise, even Beatty can produce it. And the cost of this thing is basically not much, so why is it so expensive to install a cochlear implant? Zhou Yang called the director of canding at the pharmaceutical factory and asked her about the cochlear implant. Kong Ding said, the installation cost is very expensive. As for how cochlears are made, I am not very clear. I have only heard from my colleagues that it is necessary to buy foreign patents. The patent authorization fee is very expensive, so domestic products. Cochlear implants are also very expensive, and most of the profits are made by foreign companies. It turned out that Zhou Yang understood, so wouldn't the cost of the cochlear with independent intellectual property rights he bought be negligible? After all, cochlear implants are to convert sound into a telecommunications number to improve hearing. The cost of materials is an element that can be bought or customized. A large amount of factory assembly can smooth out costs, plus no research and development and patent costs. This is a money-picking job. Perhaps it is not much difficult to make Bluetooth headphones. After Zhou Yang understood it, the heart was very happy. Blessed were the patients with ear diseases. The internal electronic part, Beatty was fully able to process it, and then let Jiankong Pharmaceuticals perform the final assembly out of the factory. In this way, the production speed can reach the fastest. The automated production line on such a small thing should be very fast. Basically, it is possible to meet market needs without finding a substitute. Because the electronic components of this cochlea device are very dense and lead to the whole body, Zhou Yang has not modified it, and most of the accessories here are domestically produced, and the drawings are also in Chinese, which means that an artificial cochlear implant with independent intellectual property rights should be developed by the Chinese. It's just that such an important invention is not available in the world. This gives Zhou Yang a guess about the system's drawings, and it may be a parallel world. Just like him, from the earth of the sky, to this world that is plausible. However, since it is a drawing sold by the system, it can be used with confidence, and no one will sue him for infringement. Next, it is to execute the optimization order. With such a small thing, Zhou Yang optimized its conductivity, so that the user can hear the sound more clearly. System optimization success, sound conductivity improvement, and adaptability improvement for all deaf patients 20. Can all deafness fit? So amazing. Zhou Yang lamented that he always thought he was deaf and didn't save it. It was a birth defect. I didn't expect modern medicine to be so powerful that deaf people can hear the sound. Of course, this is not for all deaf patients of 100. For example, some trauma caused damage to the brain's hearing nerve, and the cochlear implant was invalid. However, this is already very good, and now the cochlea is also there. Zhou Yang even hopes that one day a medical tool will be developed to allow the blind to see the light, which will save a large number of blind people, which is of extraordinary significance. Treating blind people is just a dream. Now Zhou Yang wants to be down to earth. First make the cochlear implant. It's time to name this cochlear implant. Call it Jiankong cochlear implant. Zhou Yang named the cochlear implant according to the convention. After the naming, Zhou Yang got the drawings. He put away the drawings and went to bed with peace of mind. Tomorrow he can study the production arrangements. This time the speed should be very fast. When Zhou Yang got up early in the morning, he quickly dressed and washed. He bought some buns of soy milk at the breakfast stand downstairs and ate it on the way. This saves time just to arrive at the factory early. When he arrived at the company, he called Director Kanding and asked her to come to Beatty for a meeting. At the same time, he also scheduled a meeting with Beatty management at 9:30. Beatty's senior executives all arrived in the conference room. They are still talking in private. What is the reason for today's boss's rush notice meeting? It must be a good thing, I think. Uncle Song admired Zhou Yang the most. This young man, who runs a company 100 times better than his father, sees the development of Baidi getting better and better. Soon, Kang Ding walked in with Zhou Yang to see how the two walked and talked. Everyone seemed to understand that this new product should be a medical device, just like the last dialysis machine. Zhou Yang let Kang Ding sit next to him, and then began a meeting. Everyone present was his own. Zhou Yang didn't grind, so he came out of the purpose of the meeting, that is, there are new products. This time our new product is cochlear implant. When Zhou Yang said it, everyone was just a little stunned, and it was all right. Because everyone is used to it, the boss's new product has always been haunted, and their production and scientific research departments are completely unclear. R&D 95 or more depends on out-of-factory audience. This time, the cochlear implants, everyone heard a little bit, and it was very expensive to hear. But this history is about to end, and they enter their Baidi's door. Don't want to sell all appliances at a high price. They must be affordable and affordable. Next week, the son came up with drawings and said his arrangement. The main component of the cochlear implant is the electronic device, made by our Baidi, and the director of Kanding arranged for the workers to complete the assembly and commissioning in the Jiankang pharmaceutical industry. This task requires completion as soon as possible. Let's take a look at the drawings. Then the people of production and technology came around to watch, and seeing such a small thing, there was no high-end thing. It should be simple to do this. Songde immediately promised that their production department would complete the task. Kang Ding also said that there was no problem. She immediately recruited another group of employees to produce cochlears. The rest of the bits and pieces will be handed over to Tang Lan. After the meeting, Zhou Yang found Tang Lan, which is the part about pricing. He has probably estimated the cost of this cochlear implant, which is somewhat incredible, but things are true. Guess, what is the cost of our cochlear implant? Zhou Yang asked Tang Lan. Like a dialysis machine, within 3,000. Tang Lan thought about it and said, in her daughter's class, a little boy wore a cochlear implant and spent more than 100,000. She already said it low. A dozen or 10,000 things, selling 3,000 yuan, is already a fantasy in other places, but in Baidi, the price is not enough for the people. No, you said more zero and also turned. Zhou Yang laughed. 2 or 300? Why is it so low? Tang Lan was surprised. In the past, dialysis machines also sold hundreds of thousands of dollars outside. They have achieved a price of thousands of dollars, which has shaken the industry and even the entire medical community. Even the construction of Kang Pharmaceutical Industry, a newly established pharmaceutical company, has suddenly become a well-known national enterprise. However, the meaning of Zhou Yang, this artificial cochlear implant with a price of more than 100,000, actually cost only 100 yuan price, which surprised Tang Lan. Zhou Yang immediately reported the real cost price he accounted for, which surprised Tang Lan. About 260 pieces. Zhou Yang reported the cost price of new cochlears. God, is this so profitable? How much do those companies have to make? Tang Lan is also lamentable. No wonder everyone says that medicine is a profiteering industry. Sure enough, it costs more than 200 yuan and the market starts from 100,000, then these profits are all earned by them. In fact, this statement is not correct. Most of the profits of cochlear implants are made by patented companies. The reason why Jiankang cochlear implants cost so low is because there is no marketing fee without paying the patent fee. If Baidi also wants to use the patents of other foreign companies, then this cochlea is estimated to cost tens of thousands. But this history is over. As long as the White Emperor marches into this field, the price will be completely knocked down. Cochlear implants will usher in a new chapter. Then it is pricing. Zhou Yang is only a verbally estimated cost. Probably the cost must be calculated accurately, but the error does not exceed 300 yuan. Then this cochlea, Zhou Yang felt that it would make 100 yuan, and the price would be 399 yuan. This price can basically be afforded. When the time comes, go to the hospital and do an installation operation. In this way, the cost of inpatient surgery is 12,000 to 15,000. The cost of the entire cochlear implant can be reduced to 20,000 yuan. Within, it is quite cheap. This time Zhou Yang just knocked down the cochlear costs, and he had no choice but to pay for the hospital. But in this case, even if the cochlear implant is lost, it is enough to be equipped with a pair of foreign machines, only a few hundred pieces. In that case, the family encountered in the previous mall will not have to collapse. Now that the price is temporarily set, the trial production can be arranged. The trial production is successful. It is estimated that within 10 days, the formal mass production will be carried out. This small electronic component is also not complicated. Employees do not need to train alone, just adjust the parameters of the automated production line. For Baidi, it is a very simple electrical appliance. Cochlear implants will be released soon, and preparations here will also take time. Packaging materials and electronic raw materials are all responsible for urging Tanglan, and Zhou Yang is responsible for promoting this. Because of the low profit of the product, this cochlear is not suitable for large-scale marketing propaganda, so it can only be promoted by the fame of Zhou Yang and Baidi. He also published a new product, cochlear implant, recently built up pharmaceuticals on his personal account and the White Emperor's website. Many people don't understand this publication. Some people are teasing Zhou Yang. This is a stick in the East. Why are you still working on a plane in front of you, and now you get a cochlear? The speed of change in this product line made them unexpected. Although this is useless for most people, the people who can use it will come up with joy. They themselves, or family members, have cochlears. These 100,000 costs are simply sky-high prices. Many people cannot afford cochlears because of family conditions, so they can only choose to be deaf and dumb and learn to use sign language. Fortunately, the White Emperor cochlear implants, so the price naturally fell. I'm looking forward to it. My mother was seriously deaf. She didn't understand it when she was a child. She delayed treatment. In recent years, she knew that there was a cochlear implant. When I checked, my mother could install a cochlear implant, but she heard that it would be 10,000 years. She refused. She said that the money would be left to me to marry my wife. She was deaf all her life and used to get used to it. But I really want my mother to hear the sound too. Baidi, please, this cochlear implant should not be too expensive, otherwise my mother will definitely not install it. Then there was a netizen named The Cloud who left a message under Zhou Yang's account. Zhou Yang saw it, and it was also a sigh, so he replied, rest assured, the price is absolutely beautiful. Your mother will soon hear the most beautiful voice in the world, that is, you call her mother in person. This lingering cloud, even speaking thanks, thank you so much. If it's really cheap, I will be a hardcore fan of Baidi in the future. What do you buy for you? Zhou Yang replied to a smiley expression package, no, you can buy things by means, but don't put ashes after buying for other reasons. If you feel too sorry, please help me promote this. A cochlear implant is enough to let more deaf people know it and own it. Okay, I'll go to the forum and advertise with friends. The lingering cloud then went spontaneously propagating, and other netizens were waiting to see how cheap this cochlear implant was. Could it really knock down the price? I estimate that it is similar to a dialysis machine for 5,000 yuan, so that you can buy a tooth bite and a month's salary. Hope, I know a neighbor who can't hear it, but the family is poor and can't use cochlears, so I've always been deaf, hoping that Baidi can change the lives of these people. The netizens are looking forward to it, and on the side of Baidi, Zhou Yangjin is supervising the trial production of cochlears, demanding excellence. In the end, 5 days later, they finally debugged the parameters, mastered the skills, and produced the first plant prototype for cochlears. Because the shell is still in production, this engineering machine has only the core inside, but it can also be detected. He asked the technician to test, and he also took one and gave it to the system for evaluation. Super Factory System passed the test. The construction of artificial cochlears was successfully developed, and the shelf life was more than 30 years. Zhou Yangtan was very happy, and was surprised by the life of this cochlear implant, which was actually 30 years. This is a full longevity in electronic products. There are indeed electrical appliances that can be used for decades, but the general shelf life is only a few years. However, Zhou Yang thought about it. This cochlear implant is a medical device, not a simple electronic product, so it is relieved. Then this point can also be applied to publicity. Simply, he will write a 30-year quality guarantee, which is also one of the gimmicks. By then, if the media is interested, he will be able to promote his cochlears for free. That's it. After the workshop was also tested, the production workers were all happy, and they made a new device. Then at night, the cochlear implant is scheduled to start, and it must be produced as soon as possible. Because those deaf patients have been waiting too long. The bitter cochlears in the world are expensive for a long time, and now there is finally a chance to use cheap ears snailed. In anticipation, time has come to June. After June 1st Children's Day, Zhou Yang also had the time for the cochlear implant conference. This press conference was held in Jiankang Pharmaceuticals. Zhou Yang and director Kang Ding, together, also invited some media reporters, and Jiang Shuqi, who is closely connected with Baidi, is also among them. Lu Xiao also came to the press conference because she was also an experienced person in the mall, and she once again witnessed White Emperor speed, because from Zhou Yang wanted to develop artificial cochlears, it was only 10 days now. Only, this production speed is unprecedented. She also had to take it easy. This time because of the epidemic prevention, the audience was not invited, or it was presented in the form of a live broadcast. Everyone has been waiting for a long time. Today we are going to release this heavyweight product that can be said to subvert the entire cochlear industry and build a cochlear implant. Zhou Yang made the opening remarks, and then invited director Kan Ding to introduce the performance of the cochlea. Kan Ding, the director of Jiankang Pharmaceuticals, in her 40s, she was wearing a solemn black suit and looked as dignified as the middle-aged model in the net shop. She began to introduce the function of building artificial cochlears. Dear friends, our cochlear implants not only have auxiliary treatment for hearing-impaired patients with ordinary products, but also have a certain therapeutic effect for all deaf patients. After this introduction, netizens were surprised. How can all deaf people be used? Is it really someone who can't hear it in the future? The efficacy is certainly not so exaggerated, so that every deaf patient can restore hearing, but the probability is not low. This is definitely a good thing. They also believe that Zhou Yang's companies will not falsely propagate, playing 666 for a while, and are also happy for hearing-impaired patients. Kan Ding continued to introduce, we use zinc-empty batteries to power like other products for unification, but we have brand new patented cochlears that save power by about 30 than other similar products. This is also an advantage, and batteries are also cost, which is to save money for users. Next is the third feature. The built-in cochlear implant comes with a positioning search device. As long as the mobile phone is connected after purchase, the location can be found by turning on the anti-loss mode. This function is good. There are some people who are using cochlears, and this feels really good. They are used all year round, and it is impossible to lose a few cochlear machines. Every time I lose it, I have to redistribute the outer machine. Although I don't have to do the implant surgery again, it is also a large cost. Now that there is an anti-loss function, it is greatly convenient for patients. In the future, there is no need to try to be afraid of throwing away, but when you go out, you always pay attention to the trouble of cochlears. And each of our equipment has a code. As long as the customer purchases it for the first time, the scan code logs into personal information, and after someone picks it up, it can be returned based on the reserved information. Kan Ding showed it to everyone at this time. There is a small two-dimensional label on the cochlea. Of course, you can choose not to label it for beauty. These functions are very practical, and there are more useful places than normal products. But some users who want to buy the price are most concerned about the price. If this cochlear implant is cheap, it is too good for the user. If it is still expensive, then it is of little significance. Some people in the projectile expressed concern about this, worrying that the price was too expensive. At that time, there was a laughter expression package in the projectile. Brothers and sisters, what are we looking at Zhou Yang's product conference? Isn't it just cheap to him? If it is expensive, Zhou Yang is probably too lazy to do it. Look at their products, which one is expensive? It's 5 or 6 times cheaper, and some are dozens of times cheaper, directly giving precious appliances the price of white vegetables. You can buy it with confidence. It's absolutely expensive. If it exceeds 2,000, I will unscrew my head to kick you. Other netizens laughed as soon as they heard it, and said, brother, you play so big. But the netizen was full of confidence. He was regarded as the iron powder of Baidi, and he knew everything about Baidi's products. The pricing of Zhou Yang's products generally depends on the cost of materials. For example, large women tractors, harvesters, masks, etc. are all tens of thousands, because steel and other metals are priced so much. Even if they are purchased at scrap iron prices, it will not be much cheaper than pricing. The smaller the items, the cheaper they are, especially household appliances. Because of its small size, it uses less materials and costs less. So this cochlear implant, the cost does not exceed 2,000 yuan. That is, he didn't understand this medical product to be conservative, otherwise he must guess 500 pieces each. The equivalence performance is basically finished, it must be better than the current similar products, and now it is the price link. I know you all care about the price of cochlear implants, so please ask our President Zhou to come and announce it in person. Kan Ding stepped back and gave up his position, so Zhou Yang came up to announce. This is also an old tradition. He took the cochlea and glanced down the stage. Ruth Yao was thumbs up to cheer him. Zhou Yang laughed and said, I don't sell it anymore, our Jiankang cochlears are priced at 399 yuan. This announced price was 666 in the projectile for an instant. Many of them just learned it. Now the average price of cochlears on the market costs more than 100,000. As a result, Zhou Yang fell well and directly paid 399 yuan. As always, netizens like it. There is only one cochlear implant left on the market, and that is to build a sound card. How did you do it? Am I wrong, it is 39,900? There are also incredible netizens in the projectile, at a loss. You heard it right, it's 399. I think it's expensive. After all, it's just a little bit. People are 149 yuan on a TV. How big is that? This netizen is a volume party and believes that the volume of appliances is the key to the price. However, this product for Baidu is valid, and those products that have been monopolizing the leak are not included. Zhou Yang announced the price here, and some people were surprised as if they won the lottery. Is it so cheap? My cochlea just expired and I have been reluctant to replace it. This time with the Baidu Cochleate, I saved money. This time I saved a lot of money. Awesome, the deaf child of my rural relative's family was saved, and I bought him a pair directly. Many people don't buy cochlears, but after hearing more than 1.2 million things, Zhou Yang made the price to 399, they were very happy. Anyway, the patient benefited and no longer needs to be harvested. Think about so many deaf and dumb children in welfare institutions. When they were young, they all spoke sign language. Whoever has the opportunity to install cochlears? Now that there is a well-built cochlears, such a cheap price will definitely bring gospel to many hearing-impaired patients. The press conference entered the media question and answer session, and many media reporters wanted to ask questions. Zhou Yang asked Zhang Shuqi, the best relationship, to ask questions first. Mr. Zhou Yang, why are you deciding to make this cochlear implant? Zhou Yang said, this is a long story. One day I was in the mall and I saw an old man with granddaughter and a granddaughter's cochlear implant lost. Zhou Yang told the passing by again. Everyone feels curious. Actually, because of one thing in life, they decided to make a product. Perhaps only Zhou Yang has such a mentality. Generally, other companies or companies decide what to do in what industry to make money. This kind of person who simply considers certain users and does not care about profitability is really unique in the world. Zhou Yang also said that he was going to give the little girl a cochlear implant. After all, she promoted the birth of a cochlear implant. Many people in the curtain area play call for Zhou Yang. If other entrepreneurs say that the product is for a customer, they will never believe it, but Zhou Yang said they will believe it because the facts have been verified countless times. Zhou Yang thought so. Next, change another male reporter to ask questions. Hello Zhou Yang, may I ask, now the cochlear implants on the market are very expensive, and you will start with more than 100,000 yuan, so why can you make such expensive things so cheap? The problem with this male reporter is also what most netizens want to know. Selling goods at low prices is simple, and it is enough to lose money, but every product under Zhou Yang is very cheap, but his business is getting bigger and bigger, indicating that he still makes money. Netizens and their counterparts in Baidu are very concerned about this issue, and they also imagine Zhou Yang, which is to make money and make mouthpieces. Zhou Yang laughed and said, because R&D costs are relatively saved, it is provided by a cooperative agency. That is one of my iron buddies. Many of them are patents shared to me. I don't need to advertise, so the cost is left. Some electronic components and plastic shells are naturally cheap. Cattle. Is this friend you said yourself? Please God also give me such a friend. I would like to sacrifice the life of my ally for 60 years. Netizens worshipped, and it seems that Zhou Yang, a cooperative organization, is engaged in charity, and always provides Zhou Yang with cheap drawings. The peers in the live room at this moment, the envy in their hearts, they also want to have such a cooperative organization, just like Doraemon, they provide whatever technology they want. However, at present, only Baidu has such a mysterious unit of cooperation. Next, change to the next reporter. He is asking, is this cochlear implant ready? How long is it expected to occupy the global cochlear market? These are actually two questions, and Zhou Yang answered them. The first is the first question. Zhou Yang has some backstock. Considering that there is no publicity and the market is relatively small, there should not be too many supply problems. The second question, Zhou Yang cannot estimate that his product, which can be said to help hearing-impaired patients, did not consider occupying a market position. According to last year's statistics, the global cochlear implant market is 9.3 billion yuan. It is enough for Baidu to meet domestic users. After all, the reason why the market is so small is that a large part is the selling price. Many people with hearing impairments do not want to use it, but can't afford it. Now Baidu has knocked down the price so that more people can afford it. Estimating the market value of cochlears will shrink. That's right, this is the result of statistics given by the actuary under Zhou Yang. The market of 9.3 billion renminbi in the previous year was calculated at a price of more than 100,000. Now with Jiankong cochlears, this market will definitely decline because the product price avalanche, as long as it knows that there are Jiankong cochlears, people will definitely not spend more than 100,000 to buy something worth 399 yuan. However, because the selling price is cheap, the number of buyers will increase significantly, and it is estimated that at least a few times more people need cochlears. So Zhou Yang told reporters that in the future, this market may be maintained at a scale of about 34 billion to build the production capacity of Kong Pharmaceutical, which should be able to cope with this market. Although this statement is calm, the content is very domineering. Zhou Yang wants to use his power to supply the world. In fact, it is also due to the small crowd of cochlears and the easy production. Zhou Yang can shout such a slogan. If, like a mobile phone, the demand is large, the manufacturing is not easy, and there are many competitors, then even Apple is not qualified to say that a factory supplies the world. After the interview, the reporter changed to the next reporter. He was also familiar with Zhou Yang and asked questions about the overseas market. May I ask Zhou Yang, is there an overseas version of the cochlear implant this time? If it is sold overseas, will the pricing increase? The overseas version of Beatty products has always been much more expensive than the domestic version. Zhou Yang nodded on this. There will definitely be an international version, and the domestic version is so low, because the country is his compatriots, and of course it is embarrassing to make money for the compatriots. However, for foreign versions, prices will also be raised appropriately, but they will not be mentioned as much as household appliances, and overseas versions will not be listed for the time being. They will not consider overseas markets until the supply of domestic users is completed and the supply is no longer tight. This reporter asked and answered many questions. Then Zhou Yang answered a few more questions and ended the question and answer process. Then there was a simple media thank you meeting, which was given to reporters with some small gifts, and then the press conference was over. After the end, Ruth Yao came to power and said to Zhou Yang, "When will you send the cochlear implant to the little girl? I also want to go together." At that time, the two saw it. Zhou Yang nodded. He had already contacted in advance. By the afternoon, the children's parents would come home, and they would pass by then. At noon, Jiankong Cochlear Implants took the channels of Beatty and Jiankong Pharmaceuticals. In addition, there are also Rothaio's macro-electronic sales channels, which are simultaneously online and available in stock. And Ruth Yao also helped Zhou Yang to advertise for free, with some billboards and leaflets, all of which have publicity, which can be described as top-level support. This kind of product, Lu Xiao feels as meaningful as doing public welfare, and it is unconditionally supported. However, this time the amount of cochlear sales was not the same as other Beatty products, and it was sold out. The main reason is that the demand is relatively small, and those who pay attention to the Beatty rarely have people who need cochlears, so although many people watch the live broadcast, they really know that there are not many people who want to buy it. After 3 hours of sales, more than 8,000 were sold. Zhou Yang said it was acceptable because there were no advertisements and there were not many people who really needed cochlears. However, sales will definitely increase with the promotion, and there will be an increase in the follow. So Zhou Yang told the workshop to overstock in the near future in response to the next wave of shopping boom. In the afternoon, Zhou Yang and Lu Xiao came to the house of the little girl they had seen in the mall. They also brought some gifts, followed by a professional journalist to record the process. Zhou Yang also asked the little girl's family in advance, and they began to disagree with shooting, afraid of having a bad impact on their children. Zhou Yang told them things. He did not shoot this to add gimmicks to the product, but to let the media report it, so that more hearing-impaired people can know their cochlears, so as to say goodbye to hearing impairment. Listening to Zhou Yang saying this, the child's parents were also touched. Yeah, they don't want their children to hear it, save their frugality and tighten their belts before they buy expensive cochlears for their daughters. Unfortunately, it was lost in the mall and has not been found so far. They are unable to buy another one, so recently the child is always unhappy because he can't hear the people around him, as if isolated from the world. It's different now. With Jiankong cochlear implants, only 399 yuan. They can buy them at will, or even 7 different colors. In a week, they can change one color every day. Thinking of Zhou Yang and their non-relatives, they remembered the children in their family, produced cochlears, and sent them specially. Eventually, Su Yang's behavior moved the children's parents and agreed to them to interview. Zhou Yang is also empathetic, and will code the child at that time, without hindering her normal life. So Zhou Yang and Lu Xiao came to this family. As soon as they came, they received warm hospitality. Boss Zhou, hello. Road owner, hello. The little girl Wenwen's family is downstairs in the community, waiting to meet Zhou Yang and Lu Xiao. This family is the one Zhou Yang met in the mall. When they were in the mall, they were frowning and washing their faces with tears, and now, they are radiant. It is mainly the expensive cochlears that they cannot afford. Zhou Yang sent them directly, saving them a lot of money. Thank you so much. The old lady who once cried in the mall, gratefully holding Zhou Yang's hand, seemed to cry again. These days, she hated the cochlears that she accidentally did not like her granddaughter, and lived in self-blame every day. Now the elderly don't need to be sad anymore, because there are cheap cochlears that can be used. It's okay, Aunt, we should do it. Zhou Yang responded politely. And reporter Jiang Shuqi, right behind him, recorded this paragraph faithfully. This is all arranged without scripts, indicating that Zhou Yang was really welcomed by the people. Then their group was invited to the house. Brother, sister, drink water. At this time, the little girl Wenwen came out with a glass, and Zhou Yang and Lu Xiao quickly took over. He was so good at Kui Wen. Also, children who are sick generally feel that life is not easy, so they are relatively obedient and sensible. Zhou Yang gave Wenwen a cochlear implant in a gift box, and Wenwen was very happy. Encouraged by everyone, she took it apart on the spot, especially like it. Because there are several pairs of headphones here, and there are many colors, much prettier than the black cochlear implant she used before. Thank you, brother and sister, Wenwen said sweetly. Wenwen is so good. Ruth Yao was very emotional. She suddenly thought that when she was a child, such a family was sitting together, and it was very smoky. However, the bigger her father's business, the worse their family relationship is. The parents are divorced. Lu Xiao followed his father, but it is also difficult to see his father because his father prefers to be with his stepmother. Lu Xiao was a little stunned, and she woke her up when everyone laughed. She realized that she should not think about those unhappy things. Next, she called Wenwen around and asked her for advice. Sign language. In fact, Wenwen's sign language is just average. She can talk, and look at the mouth shape. She can probably guess what others are talking about. It is really a smart little girl. Lu Xiao likes her very much. At this time, Wenwen's father asked, Boss Zhou, you cochlea, can you directly match the original interior without having to perform implant surgery again? Zhou Yang nodded and said, is generally possible. We specially set up compatible with other types of signals, but we only have a connection method and need you to try to connect yourself. The official of Jiankang Pharmaceutical Factory cannot be responsible for helping you connect. Why is this? Wenwen's mother asked. Ruth Yao explained, because the original cochlear implant has patented technology, we directly connect in this way, and there will be a legal risk of infringement, so the cochlears made by Zhou Yang only retains function, but they will not take the initiative to help users go to company. It turns out that there is so much attention before I know. Wenwen's mother laughed. In this way, for Wenwen, users who have undergone implantation surgery are much more convenient, and no longer have to go to the hospital for surgery. Can save another. Next, Jiang Shuqi interviewed Wenwen's family. Their family is not easy, they are all outsiders. They have been working here for many years, but they cannot afford a house. The family rents here and only the couple goes to work, but under the pressure of high consumption in the deep town, life is a bit tight. The cochlear implant installed for Wenwen cost more than 180,000, which is also the cheaper one. It is also the money they save for frugality, plus the cochlears that relatives and friends have collected money to install for their daughters. Grandma Wenwen regretted that, I knew I would wait another 2 years. How cheap the cochlea made this little week, we can save the 180,000. Her son corrected, Mom, you want to call someone Boss Zhou. Then he persuaded, no one has in front and rear eyes. Besides, the original cochlear Wenwen has been used for more than a year to allow her to communicate normally in school. Even if she bought her a good experience for a year, don't think about it. Zhou Yang also persuaded, yeah, life should be content with Chang'e, and pay more attention to Beatty and Jiankang in the future, and there will be more discounted products. Certainly, the Wenwen family talked in a hurry. Zhou Yang suddenly realized that Lu Xiao was still sitting around, so she quickly added, of course, she also needs to pay attention to the grand map electronics of the road, and she does very well. Next, the family came to thank Lu Xiao. Grandma Wenwen is even more obsessed with Lu Xiao. Oops, the boss of Lu is really beautiful, just like the stars on TV, you are so good with Boss Zhou. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere at home was messed up. Wenwen's dad quickly stopped his mom from talking nonsense. They didn't know if the two were a couple relationship, but don't mess with the Mandarin duck spectrum. Lu Xiao was a little shy, but he did not refute the old man's words. Zhou Yang was a little embarrassed, and quickly changed the subject. Next, when Jiang Shuqi interviewed, Zhou Yang planned to leave, and Grandma Wenwen tried to keep, what to go, stay for dinner, I will give you something to eat. Thank you, Aunt, we will not bother, and we will have the opportunity to visit Wenwen next time. Zhou Yang and Lu Xiao quit, and the old lady was very eager to stay, but Father Wenwen knew that these two are big bosses, and everyone is very busy. It's already very interesting, so you can't delay it anymore. What's more, it's not appropriate to entertain a big boss at home. At least a high-end hotel is required, but they can't afford too expensive meals, so they can only do it. When Zhou Yang came downstairs, Jiang Shuqi said, I will sort it out and send it out. Boss Zhou, do you need to check it? No need, trust your ability," Zhou Yang said with a smile. So Zhu Yang's driver sent Jiang Shuqi back, and Zhou Yang returned to Beatty to check the production of cochlears in the workshop. Ruth Yao followed him to Baidi, followed by a tour in the workshop, and then ran to the office to chat with Sister Ma, because it made Ruth Yao feel the fun he had never been in before. Before her, others regarded her as a rich family for thousands of dollars, either in pursuit or not, and the people around her basically had a certain purpose. And she was here in Baidi, and others treated her as a friend, making her feel that she is very fresh as an ordinary person, and coming here can also have gossip that is not normally heard. For example, Zhou Yan once received an anonymous love letter, and did not know which little girl in the company wrote it. Sister Ma had been tracing it for a long time, and there was no following. Baidi has fewer young girls, and even suspects that it was written by a divorced middle-aged woman, which is even more gossip. After Ruth Yao heard it, he was very disdainful. How would a man he admired look at the vulgar powder? She next knocked on the side and inquired, "What hobbies does Zhou Yan usually have? Is there anything good?" When Sister Ma smiled, she said, "Zhou, a straight-hearted guy who hasn't even talked about the object, so pure." "Really?" After Lu Xiao heard it, he felt a bit of eavesdropping inside. Sister Ma said, "Really, we always don't like those yin. He is obsessed with management and research products. Others say that women don't love red dress and armed, and we always don't talk about love only. Research." Lu Xiao listened to his heart and thought about it. To attract Zhou Yang's attention, it was necessary to use some high-tech electronic products. Ruth Yao immediately said goodbye to her eldest sister and hurried away. She had to go back to her company for a meeting to see if there was anything good to study. She could not always accept Zhou Yang's help. Her macroelectronics also had to produce the product that made Zhou Yang shine in front of her eyes. When Zhou Yang returned to the office in the afternoon, he found that Lu Xiao had left, and he didn't care. When he was working, he opened his own social software and suddenly found that there were many netizens in it. Zhou Yang took a look and was actually an old opponent clamoring again. This old opponent is Samsung's 5-continent Electron. Last time they wanted to use a router to make fame and destroy the prestige of the Beatty. As a result, the provocation failed and was hit by the Baidi's backhand. The Baidi's router is still the first in domestic router sales, which makes Wazhu Electronics and the stars behind it very faceless. At intervals of 5 continents, they came out to be demon again, saying that they had prepared a new product of heavy pounds. This transformation will become a war of the industry, and the new product will be announced in a week. This time, the bosses of the 5-continent electronics are superfluous, so the skills are being reapplied, and things are being done to announce new products. However, he remembered this time, and did not say Baidi, who was named by the name, but in the lines, he also said that it was an area never covered by a domestic factory, as if no one could surpass them this time. Although he didn't name it, netizens knew that he was talking about Baidi, or he was frying here under the name of Baidi, which was disgusting. Zhou Yan was too lazy to take care of it. If it weren't for the last time, Zhou Yan wouldn't deal with this unrated opponent. The manufacturing industry depends on the product, and a new factory thinks that it can jump into the ranks of large factories by leaning against an international group. This is unlikely. The 5-continent electrons are a bit too aggressive. Zhou Yan does not think that he is a magnitude opponent, so he automatically neglected to concentrate on promoting cochlears. In the past few days, the media that participated in the press conference sent out the manuscript one after another. Such a cochlear implant with independent intellectual property rights of Chinese people has epoch-making significance, and its extraordinary low price is enough to make anyone in need excited. Now everyone is waiting for a real user's evaluation of use. If it is really useful, then this cochlear implant will leave the history as a name, benefiting thousands of hearing-impaired people. Soon, Jiang Shuqi's report was released. She wrote out the process of Zhou Yang meeting the Wenwen family. From the occasion of the mall, Zhou Yang was inspired by Wenwen, so that the cochlear implant was developed, and then the cochlear implant was sent to Wenwen in person. She also followed the interview and waited for Wenwen to find a technician to match the Baidi and the cochlear outer machine with the inner machine previously implanted by Wenwen, and finally saved Wenwen tens of thousands of dollars to match the cost of the original outer machine. It's easy to use, thank you brother Zhou Yang, and sister Lu. After Wenwen was installed, she felt that Jinkong cochlear implant was very easy to use, even better than before. She could hear it, especially thanks to the two kind brothers and sisters. Wenwen also asked her to appear in the mirror, so Jiang Shuqi took a picture of her happiness for her, attached to the report, and made the cover. Wenwen on the photo wore a cochlear implant and was happy like a little angel. From her feedback, it is proved that the construction of artificial cochlears is indeed reliable, and can be compatible with other old cochlears, which is absolutely advanced enough, so many people who have used cochlears can also replace new cochlea with anti-loss functions. There will not be too much pressure on the economic side. After Jiang Shuqi's report was sent, it triggered a reputation. Unexpectedly, a cheap and easy-to-use commodity can change the life of a little girl. Even people who do not use cochlears take this as social news and praise this new cochlears. Although the spread of this time is limited, because cochlears are too expensive, ordinary users have a group to share with each other where there are cheap cochlea, and people who intend to fill cochlea will also ask questions here. But this day, a piece of news in the group directly detonated the atmosphere within the group. 399 yuan cochlear implant appeared in China. Hurry up and buy it. For 2 consecutive news, the group of friends was shocked and thought it was a joke on April Fool's Day. Deceptive, 390,000 is almost the same, how can 399? Really, don't believe you see it yourself. Build a Kong brand cochlear implant, 399 renminbi, everyone has bought tens of thousands of dollars, I want to buy a spare anyway, this price is too cheap, and the function is better than those, the average cochlea is much better, there is no reason not to choose. Hearing this person so confident, they also held the idea of trying it out and took a look online, and found that there was really. But everyone is afraid of the low-cost cottage product pits of Jiao Duo. What Libby, Kong Xiaofu, and coffee drinks are all about. It is also a fraudulent product to come here. But then because of the big data recommendation, there are all kinds of news and videos that report Kong cochlears, which makes these people start to wonder, is this cochlear implant true? Then, Wenwen's interview came out, looking at her happy look, and others were attracted by her optimistic and lively state. They don't feel like it's made up. The most important thing is that the big boss of the cochlear implant is Zhou Yang. No one knows about Jiankong Pharmaceuticals, but if you talk about Baidi, there are basically no people. No, Baidi is now a domestic manufacturing plant. Many low-cost and easy-to-use things are produced. Many people have Baidi equipment. Especially in summer, the Baidi refrigerator, air conditioner, and leafless fan they bought could be done with hundreds of pieces, saving too much money for everyone. Since it was Zhou Yang's product, these people finally dispelled their doubts and started buying it. This makes the sales volume of cochlear implants rising, and the sales curve, as expected by Zhou Yang, is in upward state. Because the demand for cochlears is small and convenient to manufacture, it is available in stock and available on demand. Soon, the first batch of users got it. Some of these people, like Wenwen, lost the cochlear extrain before, or because it was too cheap to try the function of the new cochleat, so they didn't have to go to the hospital to find the gods online to check the matching process. After some effort, it really matched the cochlears used before. Sure enough, this time is much more useful. Zhou Yang's product is cattle. With this first batch of experimental users, those who are ready to start cochlears are also tempted, so they bought it back. But these people who had never installed a cochlear implant were in trouble. They went to the hospital with a built-up cochlear implant to request installation, but were refused. The reason is that they have not certified this product and cannot guarantee the effect. Only the cochlears in their hospital can be installed. The cochlears in the hospital are all the original price. After all, the hospital and some manufacturers have an agreement to use those precious cochlears before they are formulated. This cheap cochlear implant is afraid of cottage counterfeit products. The second is that they did not commission, so they did not agree to the user's own cochlear implant for surgery. Of the rejected people, 90 out of 100, and even if the hospital is installed, it will cost more than 10,000 surgery and hospitalization costs, which is also a burden. Soon, these users sent the problems they encountered online and asked everyone to comment. Why is there a cheap 399 cochlear implant that is not allowed to be used, and it has to cost hundreds of times the amount to buy the original price? Is this to kill them? Netizens expressed their dissatisfaction. It was easy to expect a cheap cochlear implant that ordinary people can afford. Why not install surgery? In addition, those lucky people who can install Jiankong cochlears are also in the trough. Cochlears are 399 yuan, and the surgery will cost more than 20,000. Because the big hospital does not do it, they go to the private hospital, but they cannot be reimbursed, and the price is also more than regular big hospitals. Much more expensive. This is getting worse and worse. It seems that the hospital is deliberately resisting the construction of artificial cochlears, and even some people are exposed anonymously online. Some hospitals have issued internal notices that prohibit otolaryngology from accepting non-channel purchases of cochlears. This is why the surname said that Jiankong cochlears, and the people are now holding cheap cochlea, but they cannot be installed. This matter quickly reached Zhou Yang's ears. Does this really make sense? After Zhou Yang heard it, he immediately stood up angrily. The excellent cochlear implant that I made with my own hard work actually encountered a collective boycott from the hospital, which is a retrogression of medical ethics. When Zhou calmed down, he was thinking that he had to do something for these hearing-impaired people so that they could use his cochlear implants cheaply. Then, Zhou started calling to see if he could ask someone to find a relationship. Zhou first call was given to Lu Xiao. "Do you know anyone in the health department?" Zhou asked. "Is it for cochlears?" Ruth Yao already knew that after all, in the short video, many people are sending similar content, and she also saw it. "Yes, I want to find a person in charge and find a channel to reflect it upwards. This is too annoying. It is completely artificially restricted. What is the difference between not using our products and local protectionism?" Hearing Zhou so angry, Lu Xiao advised him to calm down. There is always nothing perfect in society, and this matter can still be solved. "Wait a minute, let me ask." Ruth Yao went to Trust Relationships to find someone. After inquiring for a lap, she really found a reliable person. His name is Luo Yuban, a health department cadre in Guang province. His most famous thing is to go to the pharmaceutical factory last year to talk about procurement matters. The medicine for $10 was cut to a few dollars and returned to the news. "This is a good official for the sake of the people, you can go to him to help." "Okay, just find him." Zhou decided to be him, and then went to Guanyuan City to meet this person through Ruth Yao's relationship. This time Ruth Yao belonged to the middle referrer, so he went to Luo Yanbin's office with Zhou. "Leader Luo, hello." After Zhou met, he took the initiative to say hello. "Your name is Zhou. You are Lu Xiao and you are all celebrities. I have heard of you. Now our printer here is made of Beatty." This Luo Yanbin was quite easygoing, letting the two get seated and pouring a glass of water for the two. "You're welcome, Leader Luo, we're here to ask you something." Speaking, Zhou took out his cochlear implant and put it on the table. "Oh, this is a cochlear implant." Luo Yanbin picked it up and looked at the Jiankong pharmaceutical industry, and suddenly said with surprise, "Isn't this the pharmaceutical factory that produces hemodialysis machines?" "Yes." Zhou said that this is his industry, and the previous dialysis machine was also produced by the pharmaceutical factory, and now the latest product of the pharmaceutical factory is this cochlear implant. "How much is this?" Luo Yanbin has been busy working, and built Kong brand cochlears, because the audience is relatively small, so it is only popular in the small circle of hearing impaired people, so he does not yet know that there is such a cheap product. 399 yuan. Zhou replied. "How much?" Luo Yanbin thought he heard it wrong. At this time, Ruth Yao took out his mobile phone and opened the online shopping page to show the other party. "Yes, it is 399 yuan. Jiankong Pharmaceuticals has achieved extreme cost performance. The functions are described above. Zhou and I can pack tickets. This is currently one of the most advanced cochlears on the market. Such a low price? I still need to verify the effect, but how did you do it?" Luo Yanbin is skeptical, because this price is basically the cost of materials, which is a bit contrary to his worldview. How can more than 399 yuan be sold? If you follow a general business, you must join your peers, at most a slight price reduction, and then you can harvest the dividend. However, Jiankong Pharmaceuticals, as always, has achieved such a low price for cochlears, which is unimaginable. Zhou explained, "I am not using foreign technology, but self-researching, without paying patent fees, and only the cost of materials and labor, the price is very cheap. If this has the same function as other cochlears, then you are too powerful." Luo Yanbin looked up and down, and he liked it very much. Because of Zhou fame, he already thought it was true in his heart. Because he is a person engaged in the health industry, like this cochlear implant, he must go to find someone to identify, but he can't be fooled. However, he reacted after playing for a while. Zhou came to him to do things. He put down the cochlea and asked Zhou what happened. "This is the case. At present, the promotion of cochlear implants has encountered difficulties." Zhou then said things again. "Oh, is there such a thing?" As a person who has been working in the health department for many years, Luo Yanbin certainly knows that there are many potential rules in the pharmaceutical industry, and this is likely to be true. Luo Yanbin said, "I know, I left this cochlear implant and took it for testing. If the test passes, I will help report it to it." "Okay, thank you Luo for your leadership." When Zhou got up and shook hands with him, he was ready to say goodbye. Ruth Yao talked about the name of an elder. In fact, this is the climbing relationship. There are acquaintances to do things well. "Oh, I know," he told me. Luo Yanbin then laughed. "You can rest assured that as long as your things are good, I am duty-bound." "Thank you so much." Zhou thanked again before leaving Lu Xiao. When I got outside, Zhou thanked Lu Xiao. "Thank you for the leader Luo, who introduced me, and I feel that he is a person who does practical things. Ruth Yao said, yes, otherwise I can't come to him, we just wait for his feedback. They are now in the provincial capital of Guangguan City, and they just take a look at the new car. Nowadays, new cars are still producing Huifun tractors. Although the number of orders has dropped from the beginning, there are also stable sales. The agricultural machinery experts in the factory have also made some supporting small agricultural tools, which are sold together. At present, not only farmers have better feedback, but tractors have also been applied to other fields for a wide range of purposes. Although the company currently relies on the production of tractors to make a lot of money, after all, they are a car factory, and everyone still wants to build a car. When I came this time, the general manager who had taken office was talking about it with the two bosses. Car construction. Ask Zhou Yang's opinion. Lu Xiao said to him. The general manager is moving in his heart. No wonder he listens to others saying that the relationship between the two bosses is not simple, and they both live in the next room. Now there is a bit of a couple's taste. Ruth Yao actually has to ask for advice. In fact, the ideal is always poor. This is not a request, but respect. Zhou Yang asked the general manager, do they now have the strength to build a car? It is not enough now, there are too many things missing. The general manager shook his head and said, nowadays, new cars are more business-oriented in agricultural machinery and equipment, but in the automobile field, they have no reputation and no technical reserves, or they can only start with the agents and cooperation. However, they are now producing agricultural machinery and tools, and they have become the country's famous agricultural machinery production enterprises. They are very famous and always come to visit delegations. However, once they entered the old industry to build a car, they suddenly became younger brothers. After all, their predecessor grandma cars could not play. Their budding new car company would be even worse. After the introduction of the general manager, it is a bit of a sunset industry to make fuel trucks, and the patents are basically in the hands of foreign companies. They can only cooperate with other companies to do it. After all, it is too difficult to develop themselves. Is the patent problem? Zhou Yang has tasted sweetness from the system, and he has patented drawings, which are very good. But if it's just imitation, then you can't get out of your own characteristics. And the price is not to be the lowest. I checked it before Zhou Yang. The fuel trucks in the system are also non-patented. That is to say, if many technologies want to be used, they can only cooperate with foreign companies. Just like many jointly produced car companies, it's just a good name, but it's nothing to leave the support of foreign car companies. Then create new energy, which is the future direction of development. Lu Xiao said. This is true. Most of the new energy drawings in the system have their own patented technology, which can be expected in the future. But the only thing is that the current new energy sources and batteries are bottlenecks, with low life expectancy, high cost, poor stability, and severe impacts that are prone to fire and other shortcomings, which have become the bottleneck of new energy vehicles. To make new energy, you must first make a battery. Zhou Yang has high-end battery drawings on his hands, but the plant in the high-tech park is still under construction. It is estimated that it will not be built until the second half of the year. Zhou Yang thought about it and said, can build a car, but after the second half of the year, after the research stereotypes, the publicity will be released, at least until the end of the year or the beginning of the year. Really? Ruth Yao is happy. Her dream is to be able to give Hongta cars to Manhwa. Although the agricultural machinery is good, it is not as good as domestic cars. Is true. Zhou Yang smiled and nodded. It turned out that he also believed that it would take a year or two to build a car, but recently the heat sale of the tractor, the car company has financial support. As long as the supporting power supply is well established, then the electrical production of BYD is a strong point, so that there is a technical reserve. It is still relatively easy to build a car. Great, can I release some wind in advance and say that we are in the new energy source? The general manager asked. Zhou Yang nodded and said, anyway, the companies that are now in the game are all new energy sources, and there is nothing to say, and advance publicity is fine. What do you think? Zhou Yang asked Ruth Yao next to him. Very good, just listen to you. Ruth Yao nodded. That's how it was decided. They are about to build a new energy car, and everyone is looking forward to it. That night, the two returned to the house next door bought by Lu Xiao. Of course, the two of them personally cooked for a family feast. This is the warm feeling Lu Xiao likes. She especially likes to be in the new car with Zhou Yang, because there is always a chance to be together. Next, Zhou Yang was working in a new car while still following the development of the cochlear implant incident. Now someone has petitioned the health department to request a smooth implant operation. You can't search the real estate and scrape the people's hard-earned money, and you need to take root in medical treatment. Let's buy 120,000 cochlears for the people. The health department has replied that the matter is under investigation and only responded when there is news. Then the headquarters sent a letter to the Guangzhou Department of Health to let them investigate the recent 399 yuan cochlear implant incident. Luo Yanbin has completed a preliminary investigation. He has written a report overnight, and with a health brand cochlea, he rushed to the capital and reported to the ministry in person. Because for many years, I finally saw a product that could break the technological monopoly abroad and achieve a cliff-style price drop. Such a good product must be promoted. So Luo Yanbin decided to succeed this time to help build artificial cochlears and promote them to the whole country. When Luo Yanbin came to the health headquarters, he handed over a carefully prepared report together with Jiankong cochlears. This is his investigation report on Jiankong cochlears. In his report, he detailed the various advantages of this cochlear implant, which is not only better than the cochlear implant function on the market, but also the price is more unreasonable, reaching 399 yuan for those who have no one before and no one. This compares to other cochlear implants of the same kind. It cannot be said that it is a price advantage, but a price butcher. The peers are not left with pieces of armor, and the underwear is all worn out. In the report, Luo Yanbin also compared the cochlear implant that Zhou Yang gave him, and the cochlear implant that he had repeatedly ordered through the official network channel, with the same performance and material, and the price never changed. This shows that the cochlear implant under Zhou Yang is a real low-cost high-quality. Moreover, there are many people who have feedback and petitions, hoping that domestic hospitals will allow them to perform implantation surgery for Kong brand cochlear implants. Luo Yanbin not only reported the wishes of the people, but also went further, suggesting that the cost of implantation surgery be included in the medical insurance, so as to further solve the burden of people using health brand cochlears, which is really for the sake of the people. The leader of the ministry got the report that day, and he attached great importance after reading it. At first, the leaders did not believe that the 6-digit cochlear implants have always been turned into 3-digit, which is an exponential price reduction. For rigorous reasons, the department's leaders asked people to buy other cochlears and used user experiences to confirm whether the cochlears were really as good as the report stated. After 2 days, the results of the investigation came out, and the results were consistent with the feedback from Luo Yanbin. The report stated that the incident of resisting the construction of artificial cochlears in hospitals around the world was also true. The leaders of the ministry counted this time, and a department meeting was held immediately, and many celebrities in the ministry attended. At the meeting, the leader took this report of Luo Yanbin as the entry point and introduced the beginning and end of the incident. Comrades, our people used to complain that they looked down on the disease, and the difficulty of seeing the doctor was also an old problem. Cochlear implants, as a high-priced device to assist in the treatment of hearing-impaired diseases, because the price is too high to be included in medical insurance. Now there is a domestic company that has achieved a cochlear implant of 399 yuan. What an incredible thing. Then some of our hospitals, for the 3 guinea pigs and 2 dates, will never perform implantation surgery for the construction of cochlear implants. What behavior! This is a bad conscience, no medical ethics. The big leaders were very angry. Some of the responsible leaders in the hospital expressed serious expressions. This really shouldn't be the case. After a while, the big leader asked Luo Yanbin, the submitter of this report, to speak at the meeting. Most of the people now are leaders with much higher positions than him, but Luo Yanbin is not humble and not hyperactive. He first said hello to the leaders of all walks of life and then said, "I believe all the leaders here have seen the movie I Am Not a Pharmacist." After the movie was released, it had a profound impact on our medical system. I think that in today's situation, I can shoot a I Am Not a Cochlear implant. There are obviously low-cost and easy-to-use cochlear implants, but artificially restrict the use of patients, as long as I don't buy high-priced cochlear implants. The hospital will not perform surgery, which is too much. I think all leaders should have a solution. I hope this matter can be resolved. Luo Yanbin speaks very well here, without expressing too much opinions, to direct the leader what to do. Those who can lead, how to not understand what to do, just need to overcome some losses of vested interests. Because the hospital originally sold a cochlear implant, because of its high selling price, it also received a high commission, and this part was included in the hospital's income. If the construction of artificial cochlear implants is vigorously promoted, the income of the hospital will be reduced, which is the real difficulty of promotion. Whether or not this part of profit can be discarded is what leaders have to consider. The big leader then said, "My opinion is to promote it all over the country. Not only should the hospital refuse to perform surgery on this cochlear implant, but also the cost of the operation, but also include it in the medical insurance." What is your opinion? Let's talk about it. The head of the Medical Services Supervision Department: "First of all, I agree that the hospital cannot refuse to perform implantation surgery on qualified cochlears." Other leaders also agreed to these two contents. Next, the Department of Policy and Regulations is responsible for formulating this content and issuing red-headed documents. This unexpectedly smooth time, even a meeting unified understanding, and even Luo Yanbin was surprised, which is a record-breaking record. In the past, a policy had to be discussed for a long time before a stable rule was made. This time it is estimated that the price of this cochlear implant is too outrageous, which directly penetrates everyone's cognition of cochlear implants. Anyway, if it is forced to promote the construction of artificial cochlears, in the end the people may take cheap cochlears to find some small clinics or private hospitals to perform surgery. Instead, the big hospital can't receive a penny, which also violates the hospital guidelines for saving lives. Therefore, instead of sticking to Chingue and being spurned by the people, it is better to be high profile and adapt to public opinion. So far, the new policy began to be drafted that day, and it should be implemented within a week. The big leader in the ministry found the person in charge of the Department of Science and Technology Education, and asked him to build a Kong pharmaceutical industry to investigate. If the pharmaceutical factory does have the ability, it will definitely carry out various cooperations in the future to encourage this ethnic conscience company to develop more medical tools. The price of those expensive medical devices is beaten down, and the problem of difficulty and cost of seeing a doctor is really solved for the people. Okay. The person in charge of the company took the order and prepared to send an inspection team to build the Kong pharmaceutical industry for inspection. The inspection team set off first and went to Jiankong Pharmaceuticals for inspection. When Zhou Yang knew it, he came back from Guangyuan City and personally accompanied the investigation team sent by the health department to receive them. He knew that this must have been reported by the leader of Luo. This time, he must perform better in order to have the opportunity to obtain the policy support above. The personnel of these investigation teams were very polite to Zhou Yang. After coming to Jiankong Pharmaceuticals, they expressed their appreciation for the standardized production workshop here. In addition to the production of cochlears, they also saw the production and ex-factory process of blood dialysis machines that had previously spread throughout the country. These three people have heard of the name of this ultra-cheap hemodialysis machine before, and I did not expect to be a manufacturer. It seems that this Jiankong Pharmacy is a breakthrough enterprises with ultra-lowest prices for therapeutic equipment. It can be said that all the enterprises under Zhou Yang are in a niche style, which makes the people in the investigation team admire. They inspected the company for a day, and basically counted the Jiankong Pharmaceuticals. This is a unique good company that must be supported. Then domestic patients can use various cheap and easy-to-use devices in the future. In the evening, Zhou Yang will entertain the investigation team. However, the investigation team has rules and cannot accept the banquet, which is to be punished, so Zhou Yang's kindness was declined, and they set foot on the plane to go back. However, before leaving, the team leader also revealed good news to Zhou Yang, that is, the ministry has paid attention to Jiankong cochlear implants, and it is estimated that relevant policies will be introduced in a few days. Zhou Yang was very happy, then he waited patiently. Another week later, it was a Monday to start construction. On this day, Zhou Yang held an early meeting in Beatty Company, and then he received a call from Luo Yubin. Luo Yanbin called Zhou Yang and told him the good news: the department has officially issued a document today. Now hospitals across the country cannot refuse patients to apply for implantation with qualified artificial cochlears, and, next year from January 1st, future implantation surgery can also be included in medical insurance. In this way, patients can perform implant surgery with little money. I estimate that if you buy Kong cochlead on your own, then after reimbursement, you only need to spend less than 3,000 yuan to complete it. So good, Zhou Yang said happily. This is what he wanted, and he thanked leader Luo. No need to thank me, I just did my duty, but I want to thank you. After all, not every entrepreneur can give up the profits at your fingertips and consider serving the people. Luo Yanbin applauded Zhou Yang and then hung up. Zhou Yang notified the good news as soon as possible. After Ruth Yao learned, he was also very happy. Now the patients can pay a small price and install cochlears. Then Zhou Yang announced this good news through his official website account, and said that after you can buy cochlears, you can find any local Sanjia hospital nearby and apply for implantation surgery. If you want to save money, you can wait until January 1st next year, so that the medical insurance can be reimbursed. In this way, cheering netizens are everywhere in the Dunhuyang video comment area. Although most people do not have cochlears, they are also happy about this policy of the people. The country is thinking about the people at the bottom, not like those who hate the National Party. All day long, stereotyped question, annoying one. Next, netizens published videos online, indicating that they had undergone implantation surgery, and the hospital was no longer blocked. However, they will check whether the cochlea meets the requirements before performing surgery, and they need to wait a few days. After all, the hospital should also ensure that the cochlears they install are genuine. In case the customer is deceived to buy fake goods and the installation is found to be useless, then the matter is serious. In this way, everyone is very happy, and the people have received the benefits and can enjoy the benefits brought to them by Joe Yang. Many people just bought cochlears, but did not install it, but waited until next year to reimburse. After all, the cost of more than 10,000 operations is still very expensive. You can take medical insurance, save some money, and use the money on the blade. Next, more and more people have installed cochlears, which is no longer limited to young people, and there are many middle-aged and elderly people. Because of the high price of cochlears, family members generally only use children. After all, most domestic households are working class and have limited financial resources. The family has relatives of middle-aged and elderly people. They are generally limited to such expensive prices. Choose to continue to be hearing impaired. After all, when they were young, they had no cochlears. It was no big deal to be deaf for so many years. However, it is different now. Children are basically brainless, and middle-aged and elderly people, as long as they are not too old to operate, children and spouses also support them to press cochlears, so that they can be renewed. For hearing, this is from a similar disabled person to an ordinary person at once. It is possible to talk and communicate like ordinary people, which is a huge and qualitative leap for the change of life. Among them, in the Beatty and Jiankang Pharmaceuticals merchandise buyer shows, some people have published their sincere comments. A video presentation by a Wolf netizen from the north of, "Thank you Joe Yang, thank you Jiankang Pharmaceuticals, thank you for cochlears, let my child pass for so many years, and finally heard to call him son." When shooting this video, the Wolf netizen in the north said that his eyes were in tears and choked several times. He later talked about some of his experiences, which made everyone sigh. When the wolf in the north was born, his mother was killed in a traffic accident, and he became a child without a mother. His dad pulled him alone, a low-paying family, too much bitterness, and the wolf in the north has not wanted to remember so far. He only remembered that he hadn't bought new clothes when he was a kid. He picked up old clothes from relatives or children in neighbors' homes and waited until he was small, and he was not willing to throw them. When the wolf in the north grows up, he can help his father to carry stone to make money, and finally make up for the family. But when he was 16 years old, there was an accident in the quarry, and boulders rolled down on the mountain and hit his father, so he became an orphan. The owner of the quarry that illegally collected stones ran away, and the wolf in the north did not receive a penny of compensation. Since he lost his mother at an early age and lost his father, he had already become self-reliant when others were still in middle school and was forced to enter the society to work. Because he has no education, he can only do dirty work and work hard, until he is almost 30 years old, and he still lives in an old house with dilapidated and has not much savings. In this case, no girl is willing to marry him, so he has been single until 34 years old. This year, he met a divorced woman with a deaf male doll. Both were in poor condition, and no one disregarded anyone, and later got married. The wedding is very rudimentary, there is no gift, no dowry, but a happy word is posted on the window. Later, they heard that cochlears can give men stepson hearing, women's hearts are moving, and wolves in the north also support it, but for more than 100,000 expenses, they can't get it out at all. They can only work hard to save a month, hundreds and thousands, and strive to get together 160,000 at an early date. It's just that the rate of saving money is too slow. It may be enough, and the child is too big, and then he will lose the opportunity to enter the regular school. His wife was introduced by people and said that he went abroad to work in Europe and made a lot of money. More than 100,000 is not a problem. The woman's heart moved. For her son, she wanted to work hard for a year and let her son use cochlears. The man did not agree, but could not help his wife's soft grinding bubbles, and finally had to send his wife to the car. And he stayed at home with his stepson. However, after his wife went abroad, she had no news. The person who introduced her to work before could not be reached. Realizing that his wife had an accident, he went to the police, but most of the year passed, and there was no news, only to introduce his wife to work. The man is a liar. The man lived a single life again, but there were many stepchildren without blood. A year later, the wolf in the north knew that his wife might not come back in his life, and he would never find his wife again in this condition, so he adopted his stepson as his biological son. He dreamed of putting a cochlear implant on his stepson, but for him with a monthly income of only 2,800, this is an impossible task. Finally, it was the emergence of Jiankang cochlear implants, which made him see hope. He bought it for the first time, but took out his years of savings and had implantation surgery for his stepson. At the end of the video, the wolf in the north and his stepson, who had recovered hearing and wore a cochlear implant, said hello to everyone in front of the camera. The smiles of their father and son are full of attachment and unyielding to life, and those who see this buyer's show are also sore. This is comparable to the story of the tragic novel, which made countless people burst into tears, and even this is reminiscent of Yelwa's classic novel Alive. The wolf in the north is as rich as the novel protagonist, but at the same time he is also lucky. In this difficult life, more sons can live together. The netizens who have seen the Buyer show have silently applauded their father and son, and wished them a better life. The second Buyer show in the number of points is from a young man who has just entered society. Compared to the bitter life of the wolf north of, a young male buyer named Don't Grab My Octagonistic Mirror is much warmer. The Buyer show applauds the second place. The user's nickname is Don't Grab My Octagon. At first glance it is a game lover. He is not a user of cochlear implants, he bought it for his mother. His mother is a hearing-impaired patient caused by medicinal deafness. For many years, Don't Grab My Eightfold Mirror. I usually use sign language and WeChat messages to type and communicate with my mother. Don't grab my eightfold mirror. Just 2 years of work. There is not much savings, but after asking the doctor suggested to install a cochlear implant. The mother can restore hearing, and he was heartbroken and kept saving money. However, the cost of approaching 200,000 yuan is too hard at his annual salary of 50,000 yuan, and even if he saves 30,000 a year, it will take 7 years to save enough. However, at that time the mother was old. Maybe the body does not support implantation surgery. This distressed him. However, at this time, Jiankang cochlear implants were born out of the sky, making him overjoyed. He bought it immediately, but refused to install it in the hospital, which distressed him. Fortunately, with the new policy recently, he took his mother to the hospital, used his few savings, and paid for the operation, which eventually allowed the mother to use cochlears. Now their mother and son can speak normally. At the end of the article, there was a normal conversation between their mother and son. Don't grab my octagonal look and call my mother, his mother answered happily. This is a very naive behavior in the eyes of elementary school students, but it is just right for mass netizens. Everyone felt very warm after watching, so he gave a compliment to this filial piety who didn't grab my octagon, and pushed him to the hot second. Other high-profile Buyer shows are basically users who appear in the mirror, or thumbs up in videos or photos to praise the construction of artificial cochlears and let them use cheap and easy-to-use cochlears. There is no good comment on the uniformity of the comments here, and there is no poor comment, which is enough to illustrate the excellence of cochlears. This is another medical device for the people. However, the user's praise for this cochlear implant is not over. The most famous family of 4 took a train of more than a dozen hours together and came to the Jiankang pharmaceutical industry and sent a pennant. The family of 4 is all hearing impaired, and couples in their 30s are hearing impaired. They are connected to each other and soon become a couple. A year later, they gave birth to a pair of dragon and phoenix tires, which should have been a celebration. However, this pair of dragon and phoenix tires, like their parents, has hearing problems and the family lives in a silent world. They took the children to check and were told that their family could regain their hearing by cochlear implant, which made their family overjoyed. However, in the next doctor's words, they were poured into cold water again. Because the cheapest cochlear implants, even the cost of surgery plus the purchase of cochlear implants, is about 160,000, and the family costs 640,000 yuan. This is tantamount to a poor family living in the countryside and relying on farming for their livelihood. Astronomical figures. Even if it is only for children, it will cost 320,000, and the money will be saved until the year of the monkey. It is not enough to sell the chickens, ducks, and cattle and sheep at home. However, the good news was so sudden. Not long ago, the hospital called them, saying that cheap cochlears have been popularized now, and their family can now take a new type of rural cooperative medical treatment and reimburse part of it, so that they only need to spend with very little money. Their family can use cochlear implants. As a result, their family went to the city hospital for implantation surgery, which has now been restored and the whole family can use speech to communicate. This is a brand new experience for 2 adults, and 2 children just a few years old, such as being reborn. They inquired that the reason why they were so cheap was that they installed cochlears on all 4 bites because of a company called Jiankang Pharmaceuticals. As farmers, they were very simple in their hearts, and they would report if they felt gracious, so they took advantage of the time of farming and leisure, and the family came to the deep town and sent the flag. Kang Ding, the director of Jiankang Pharmaceuticals, warmly received them at the company, took them to visit the factory, and arranged a rich dinner. In the evening, they booked a good hotel accommodation for them. When he left, Kang Ding also gave some small gifts. It's a little hard for this simple peasant family. This matter was also reported soon, and it was well received by everyone. The netizens' impression of Jiankang Pharmaceuticals has reached its culmination all at once. This is a pharmaceutical company considered for the benefit of the people, and it must be supported. However, at present, there are relatively few products in the well-built pharmaceutical industry. Most people do not use cochlears and dialysis machines, so only the antiviral cold drugs they sell for pyrolysis can be used. So netizens set off an activity of sponsoring the construction of Kang pharmaceutical industry. Everyone bought a few boxes of cold medicines for backup. Anyway, the medicine for the home always needs to be used, and the medicine for the construction medicine industry is cheap. It's easy to use, and everything used is good. This time, the 1-week shipment of Jiankon Pharmaceuticals was longer than the sum of the previous months, and even the inventory in their warehouse was used. Zhou Yang even publicly called for rational consumption. Netizens ridiculed, "Don't care about you, we just want to consume brutally." Zhou Yang was grateful, "This netizen is really cute." Although several medicines in Jiankon Pharmaceuticals are being sold out, they are still not comparable to the sales of peers through offline channels. No wonder, at present, Jiankon Pharmaceuticals is relatively hot online, buying netizens, but it is still unable to get involved. It is the self-retained land of the inherent interest group. Jiankon Pharmaceuticals has already been blacklisted by them. In the eyes of those pharmaceutical companies, Jiankon Pharmaceuticals is here to mix water and is hostile by their peers. It doesn't matter. Jiankon Pharmaceuticals has its own business model and does not need to team up with its peers. However, one thing, they used to produce a large amount of antiviral and cold medicine for heating every day, but they sold a few and all were stored in the warehouse under the arrangement of Zhou Yang. But because of too much production, the company's warehouse was quickly filled, and Zhou Yang rented several large warehouses to store medicines that they could not sell. This makes Kang Ding very confused. The boss's vision is super strong, from blood dialysis machines to cochlears, which are products of subversive industries, but only the boss allows them to produce these antiviral drugs most likely. Kanding and the employees in the company are very puzzled. Can't sell or hoard the goods. This medicine will expire in a maximum of 3 years. Isn't this all a loss? I'm afraid they will lose all their recent profits. Zhou Yang did not explain this, just let them increase their output, and it is necessary to fill up several large warehouses he rented. If Kanding can't persuade, he won't persuade him. Anyway, if he takes the boss's salary, he must listen to the boss. They continue to sullenly produce these drugs that can't be sold. Anyway, in addition to the more drugs piled up, pharmaceutical factories are very good in other ways. Even, another investigation team organized by the Ministry of Health came to Jiankon Pharmaceuticals for inspection. The big leader this time is not simple, it is Director Cai Xiaowang of the Planning and Finance Department. When such a big leader comes, Zhou Yang will of course come to accompany him. Director Cai expressed high praise for Jiankon Pharmaceuticals, confirming that Jiankon Pharmaceuticals met their assessment criteria. Afterwards, the director and his team sat in the conference room with the personnel of Jiankon Pharmaceuticals to discuss cooperation projects. Comrade Zhou Yang, I think you have developed more cheap medical devices. I don't know your opinion? Director Cai Xiaowang asked at the meeting. No problem. Zhou Yang agreed to come down. Anyway, the system will also release medical research and development tasks from time to time. The medical piece must be done. This is a matter of hugging the grass and playing the rabbit. Okay, I have enough confidence. Director Cai laughed. Then his subordinates said the entry for this cooperation. At present, there are heart bracket materials and dental materials in the direction of research and development. Zhou Yang can choose one. These are commonly used medical materials, but the selling price is very expensive, and the people have quite a few words about these two materials. Zhou Yang remembers his previous world. The prices of these two materials have been cheaper. Why is it still expensive here? He quietly asked Kanding. The director of Kanding said, currently has a heart bracket of about 13,000, and a tooth planting costs 6,000 yuan to 120,000 yuan. So expensive. Zhou Yang was a little surprised. In this parallel world, many drugs and materials are very expensive. Is very expensive, but I believe that our Jiankon Pharmaceuticals will definitely produce cheap materials. Kang settled down with confidence. Rather than saying that she is confident, it is better to trust Zhou Yang. As long as her boss thinks, she will be able to take out jaw-dropping products. The system suddenly sent a reminder, the choice of medical tasks, please choose one of the heart bracket materials and the dental planting materials for development. Zhou Yang thought about it, so it's easy and difficult to use teeth to practice hands. This application is wider, basically older, and will have missing teeth. Basically everyone will need it. I choose to grow dental materials. Zhou Yang replied. This sentence is pun, one is the answer to the system, and the other is the answer to Director Cai. Okay, I'm optimistic about you. Director Cai struggled. Of course, this cooperation is just a knocking brick. Director Cai wants to see the strength of Jiankon Pharmaceutical. If it is good, a larger list will be given to him in the future. Suri has set up tasks for Jiankon Pharmaceutical, and of course it will also benefit. They have allocated 500,000 yuan in research and development funds. Although there is not much money, Director Cai promised that if the development is successful and the price is at least 2/3 cheaper than the current price, then the dental planting of the Jiankon pharmaceutical industry will be designated as the official designated procurement material. Think about it. If most of the dentistry in the country chooses to grow teeth in the Jiankon pharmaceutical industry, then this sales will be very scary and a stable business will be formed. The market outlook is considerable. This cooperation has additional benefits, and has established a relationship with Director CAI. In the future, Jiankang Pharmaceuticals will be in the pharmaceutical industry and can leave horizontally. Zhou Yang will take the next task. If other companies are absolutely not sure that the cost is so low, but this is Zhou Yang's routine operation, so it is not difficult to agree. The next step is to sign the contract, but you don't have to worry about the big leader in Zhou Yang. After the people below draft the contract, Kanding will be responsible for signing. In the evening, they wished the cooperation success in the hotel. Zhou Yang toast Director CAI and others. The two sides also established a good relationship. After sending Director CAI away, the hemodialysis machine and cochlear implant of Jiankang Pharmaceutical Industry have been added to the list of excellent medical devices in China. Later, they will have an officially certified identity, which is in line with the hospital's procurement standards. Will come to buy, so the sales volume will climb a lot. Then the cochlear implant has passed the test of the market and pushed it to the market in a comprehensive manner. The task of making cochlear implants is also considered completed. The system sent a reminder at the first time the cochlear implant was recognized by the market. The task of helping the crisis was a complete success, and a piece of ultravariant drawings was rewarded, the loving value 10. This 100-changing drawing can intelligently change the drawing you want recently, and is a very practical item. When this task is completed, Zhou Yang is ready to exchange drawings for growing dental materials. However, the contract has not yet been signed, so don't worry, wait until the contract is finalized before making plans. After all, in the continuous hot sales of cochlears and dialysis machines, it will take time to digest these orders, and it is temporarily inappropriate to add new product energy. A week after the date came, all developments in Jiankang Pharmaceuticals were stable. The contract they signed with the ministry has been reported for approval. After the above approval, they can officially start developing dental materials. Su Yang's days had been very beautiful, and some people came out to stir it up. He is the general manager of Wazhu Electronics. This last week said that the new product was about to come out, and it seemed to be a bang. This week, his new product was finally displayed, and a press conference was held for this purpose. He spent a lot of money and invited some well-known self-media bloggers in China, as well as the media, to promote him. The second main product of their 5 continents is actually a drone. UAVs in 5 continents are said to be quite cattle, all-black technology, and the price is cheap. I will show you. I tried the 5-continent drone, it's really good, I suggest everyone try it. I will link it on the live broadcast later, and the family will rush to me. These small net reds are working hard to promote each one. Not to mention, this conference made the whole net aware. Recently, the short video platform was opened, and all the promotion of this drone was seen. Even people who don't play drones remember the 5 continents brand. On the day of the press conference, the 5 continents were superfluous and announced the specifications of their drone. Their 5-continent drone has multiple models, and the main hit is cheap. Among them, the cheapest mini dollar, with a 5 km graphics intelligent avoidance, aerial photography 4K high-definition professional 3-axis trembling. The market price of this drone is about 1,500 yuan, and they only have an absolute conscience price. It belongs to the style with the best performance and the lowest selling price. Their upgrades can be renewed for up to 35 minutes, equipped with large screen remote controls, more convenient to manipulate, more than 3,000 on the market, and they only sell 1,800 yuan. It is also a conscience price. Wazhu also has a flagship version of the drone, which has a key emergency suspension, 4K 60 frames of ultra-wide angle shooting, and has ultra-high renewal, low-delay high-definition image transmission and other functions. The market price is more than 5,000 yuan, and the 5-continent unmanned flagship version only needs 3,000 yuan. It can be said that the industry's limit has been exceeded. This time, the 5 continents learned from the last fiasco in Beatty and took a low-price route. Therefore, when they came up, they gave the drone price to a very favorable price, which is the most cost-effective drone on the market. After such performance and price, after the announcement, all the netizens who watched the live broadcast were surprised, and they called witches too fragrant. In the past, drone users did not have this good performance, and the price was expensive. If they bought a 5-continent drone, they could save a lot of money. It's good to think about it. Many people said on the spot that they would buy a burst, which is much cheaper than their old models. The high-density advertising bombing, coupled with the fact that it is cost-effective, has received attention as soon as the 5-continent drones are released. Become the hottest drone discussed all over the net. If you say that the fire is on fire, it is the way to succeed to make a fortune. However, even superfluous can't sit still. The conference fire, and their drones sold out hundreds of units immediately after they were sold, which proves the success of the drones on the 5 continents. This made even extra floating, and began to mock Beatty again. At the launch meeting of the 5-continent electronic drone new products, their bosses were redundant and still on stage. Our 5-continent drone is currently the most cost-effective domestic machine with the lowest price at the same level, none of them. This sentence is not totally unreasonable. Now the domestic drone market is full of flowers, and all prices are available. The concubine can buy one more than 200 or 300 pieces, but at best it is a children's toy. If it can be used, it will basically take thousands. But the 1000 yuan level drone is just an introduction and has little function. If you want a well-functioning drone, it takes thousands or even tens of thousands of yuan. This also puts a threshold on drones, which makes many people feel expensive, so they are interested in drones, but they are reluctant to buy them. After all, people now have been hollowed out of their wallets by high house prices and high consumption. These drones from Wazhou are much cheaper and have good performance, so for some people who want to play drones, they are still relatively friendly. In the curtain area, some people said that this drone is really good, so I will buy it later. However, there are also netizens who have suggested that this 5-continent electron wind rating is not very good and easy to float. The previous router incident has only been a few months in the past. If everyone just needs it, it is recommended to wait and see. After all, Baidu did not shoot. If you really want to buy a drone at a low price, you may wish to ask Zhou Yang for something, maybe it will be surprising. The netizens who published this projectile also had a dog head expression package in the back, which means ridicule. As a reminder, many people immediately wake up, yeah, although it is cheap to compare the UFOs with their peers, but there is no Beatty price incense directly divided by 10, and they really want to wait for Beatty to be a drone. Hey, it's just that Zhou Yang's kit is good. It's really good for us poor buddies. I just bought Beatty's products and saved more than 10,000 yuan, but his kit is a nerve knife. No one knows what his next product is. Yeah, his last 2 products were actually aircraft parts and cochlears. 8 poles could not be beaten. The next product, giving you a smart toilet, is not a strange thing. Everyone was in the live broadcast room on the 5 continents, and the White Emperor was discussed, and he didn't give the master a face. This made the administrator of the 5-continent live broadcast room angry, and directly set the terms Beatty BD and other terms as shields. These netizens could not be discussed normally. This method can of course be circumvented, but netizens also have a temper. It is worth seeing your 5 continents when you come to the live chat. This does not allow the chat anymore. Close the live room directly and be too lazy to give them popularity. After even the extra introduction here, it is the media questioning session. Many of the media here are entrusted by him, and the carriage fee is collected, so some questions are in favor of the 5 continents. Netizens are not fools. When they look at such obvious self-expressions, they are too lazy to read. Such too large-scale exits have made the popularity of the live room fiery and become average. I even realized that this manuscript was too low-level to write in advance, and the audience did not like to watch it. Then I changed one without manuscript. So he ordered a little reporter who didn't give money. The little reporter just came for an internship and didn't know some rules, so he asked a question that he wanted to have something to see. May I ask the manager, is your drone a self-research technique? In addition, the price is not a special discount and cannot be made. Is it a low-cost drone like Beatty? I was very happy even if I heard the name of White Emperor, and my face was not very good at the time. Everyone in the company knows that even the boss's taboo is the names of Beatty and Zhou Yang. After all, he lost too badly in the last router incident. Now no one in the company dares to mention the name of Beatty, and it is not happy to mention it. Now a small reporter dared to mention it. It is estimated that it will be galloped. But after all, it was a live broadcast. Even taking a deep breath, holding back the idea of fire, and calmly answering, our 5-continent drone, of course, was developed by itself, but only used some large-scale technology. The little reporter quickly recorded that it seems that this drone is indeed their profather in star technology on 5 continents, otherwise it will not be transformed so quickly. Then even superfluous to say, as for the Baidu you said, our 5 continents will not learn their extremely low price, which has great drawbacks. The same material, our technology is good, and the drone is the most cost-effective. There are $200 of drones on some shopping sites, but can that be used? Obviously not, so it's still that sentence, a penny, and sooner or later the Beatty will suffer bitter fruits for their low-cost strategy. Even superfluous is pointing at the rivers and mountains here. The netizens laughed after watching. This even redundant is really dark. The White Emperor is not blind and cheap, but cheap and good. The netizens have estimated that if Baidu makes drones and uses their urine, then the drone is estimated to be within 1,000 yuan, so they can buy high-profile versions of other homes. It's cool to think about that. The UAV is still almost interesting. Then the press conference ended here, and then the 5-story drone was set up in major net stores and shopping malls for customers to buy. Then, the content of this conference was forwarded to Zhou Yang by netizens. Zhou Yang didn't take it seriously after looking at it. This is really superfluous. It's new when he sends new products. He always judges what his company does. Are you full? Zhou Yang has a lot of enterprises, and now he is busy with work, so he ignores the rudeness of this time. Who knows that this is not even superfluous? He published a video in his Bucket account, saying that the 5-continent drone is preparing to participate in the Zhuhai Airways exhibition, which will definitely shine. Some companies are said to also participate in the voyage, but as aircraft parts manufacturers. Want me to say that there is no future for producing aircraft parts alone, and it will be up to people in a lifetime. Even the extra ones are a bit fascinated by their eyes, the conversation is slow, and they are suspected of hiccups. It is estimated to be a video taken with you after drinking. During his speech, he sighed deliberately, as if the aircraft parts company was not going in. The company on the market that can be related to Wazhou and is still producing aircraft parts and components is not Beatty. This is even superfluous. The last time the router was released, it was provocative and the result was a bad face. But this time he was so good that the scar forgot to hurt, and when I saw Zhou Yang, he didn't respond, so he provoked addiction in the video. Even the extra and finally yin and yang monsters, none of his teasing colleagues can beat it. In summary, it seems that the classic movie line, "Sorry, I'm not targeting you, I mean everyone here," is rubbish. Even superfluous despise all drone counterparts, especially for an emperor company that does not produce drones. I can't even do drones, and I don't deserve to be my opponent on 5 continents. This even redundant may have been drinking fake wine, and at the end of the video it was a big word. This video only existed for one night, and was deleted evenly in the next day. It is estimated that the next day when the wine woke up, it was dealt with quickly. However, some netizens have already seen it, and the video has been downloaded in advance and posted online. Just look at various UAV companies, including Daejiang, Skywalk and other brands. In addition, the netizen of good things also at Zhou Yang, let him see the taste of being sprayed. Zhou Yang was speechless after watching it. This man was so drunk and played drunk there, so unpleasant. His Baidu was not able to build drones, but he was too busy recently. Besides, there is a system in hand to build a drone, not a handheld pinch. Not only the vitality of Zhou Yang, but the system can't see it anymore. Just jingle, a mission reminder is sent. The super factory system sent 2 tips in succession. People are self-aware and have taken the drone technology of foreign companies. If you modify it, you will look down on people in China. The typical achievements will float. Please be sure to let them settle down. The content of the mission: to make a drone, to request to appear on the Zhuhai Airways exhibition, to crush the 5-continent drone, reflecting the powerful strength of China's manufacturing. Seeing the task of the system, Zhou Yang immediately stated that he took the task. This even superfluous is really a toad that doesn't bite but disgusting person, then Zhou Yang will make him more blocked. This task is time sensitive, and the days are very close to the Zhuhai Air Show. He has no preparations here, so from now on, it is time to compete for time. Zhou Yang first checked the system's drawing supermarket and looked at it, so it was really eye-catching. There are many drone drawings here, but the levels are uneven. There is a first-generation version a few years ago that can be exchanged as long as the single-digit points, but the production is lagging behind. There is no technical advantage, and it is estimated that it is cheap to make and sell. The volume is also limited, and it is impossible to crush the 5 continents. All the cheap drawings are pass. However, it can make Zhou Yang look at the bright one in front of you. This score requires 300 points, and the better ones are almost thousands of points. The high-tech UAV above is obviously not a product at this stage, but also a trans-era product that has led the industry for several years. However, this point requirement is too scary. Zhou Yang can't easily save this point. You can't toss in because of a task, then come to an emergency task, but you have to stare. So he came up with the change drawings that had just been obtained, and now it's time to test it. According to the system, this 100 variant drawing can change the corresponding drawings according to its own intentions, so see if it can change a suitable drone drawing. It's just that this randomness is a bit uncertain. Zhou Yang only hopes it doesn't pit dad. Use variable drawings. I want to make a drone. Zhou Yang also had a small ceremony, with his hands in 10, shouting loudly, and notifying the system. After several seconds of operation, the system gave a reply. The variable drawings were successfully used, and the deformation became the CERT-17 type, military heavy drone. Zhou Yang saw this reminder, and a row of question marks came out of his brain. He wanted a drone to stay fake. Why did this come out of a military version randomly? Can this still be made? Zhou Yang quickly took the drawings for viewing. This drone is several numbers larger than the common drone on the market, and its deployment size has reached an amazing 2000*2000*730 mm, which is completely an air giant. Is this wrong? Zhou Yang looked at the drawings and their expressions changed, because the drone on the rendering chart actually carried small missiles below. Worthy of being a military drone, this domineering black shape makes people swallow. Almost no one in boys doesn't like weapons and equipment. The military version of the drone is definitely much cooler than civilian use. If Zhou Yang bought it for himself, he would definitely choose this one. However, he is a drawing for the task. If this is a military product made exactly the same, is it not invited by the state to drink tea? After all, BYD is an electrical company, not a arsenal. System, can this drawing be used again and again for the benefit of a civilian? Zhou Yang is discussing with the system. The result was ruthlessly rejected by the system. Sorry, the system does not support this operation. Come on, it seems that this one can only be used. However, as the saying goes, military-civilian integration, as long as the unmanned propaganda is military, the problem is not big. After all, Daejiang is also known as a military enterprise, and foreigners have not used their drones for actual combat. Thinking of Zhou Yang's confidence here, he then opened the drawing editing interface. This drone drawing is also a Chinese interface, which appears to be produced by the Chinese. There are 7 patents for this drone drawing, including but not limited to ultra-silent propeller device, multifunctional loading module, folding storage design, etc. These are technologies that are currently not available. To be submitted before delivery, you need to apply for a patent first. In the previous electrical drawings, there were 1 or 2 patents, and both systems automatically helped to apply, and this time the patents needed to be applied by themselves, which shows that the difference is coming. Those systems that automatically help to apply for are less qualified patents, and these drone patents are a bit advanced, and it is estimated that they need to apply on their own. It takes a while to apply for a patent, but it doesn't matter. The task requirements given by the system are not unmanned aerial sales, but at the Zhuhai Airways exhibition, they crush 5 continents of drones. Then you can use it at this time. Mr. Sampling Machine came out, and patents and large goods were put into production, and you can take it slowly. Zhou Yang revised the drawings as soon as possible. In fact, the various parts on this drawings are perfect, and they are all good materials. Zhou Yang only changed some appearance according to the convenience of production at this stage. The original version is only black, he added white and camouflage to facilitate user selection. There is also the place where the missile was originally hung. Zhou Yang assigned the mark as a storage box that can be hung, so that it cannot be seen at a glance that it is a military drone. This storage box can be used to transport materials by air, and it can also carry energy batteries to increase voyage renewal. It can also remove boxes and install high-definition cameras for reconnaissance or shooting. In short, the application is quite extensive. It is not easy to change civilian to military, but it is still very easy to change military to civilian. After this modification, Zhou Yang has the next number of optimizations left. He thought about it and felt that stability is more important. After all, there are all the bad situations outdoors. If it is a bit windy, it can't fly if it rains. At present, civil drones are not doing well in this respect. The ability to resist harsh environments is too poor. If drones are to carry out disaster relief, the disaster site has a high probability that the environment will be very harsh. As for the drone, another major pain point is the renewal, but Zhou Yang is not worried, because his battery workshop will be launched in the second half of the year. When high-energy batteries will be produced, most of the weapons under the flag will be added. Renewal and electricity, so at present only optimize stability. The optimization was successful, the stability increased by 30, with waterproof and dustproof, and increased environmental resistance. The system has been optimized and succeeded, so the name will be left. This time's name, Zhou Yang doesn't want to call it Beatty Drone anymore. The router he used to hit 5 continents last time was called 10 continents. Then this drone is far better than the 5 continents drone. It is not appropriate to call 10 continents. The naming was successful, and the drawings of the 100 continent drone have been revised. The system handed over the revised drawings to Zhou Yang's hand. He was very satisfied after watching, and he will be responsible for producing the prototype next. However, there is no equipment in the company that specializes in the production of drones, and Zhou Yang has to find the equipment supplier first. But before that, he has to go to Tanglan to report it. After all, the general manager should be informed and can assist him in completing this task. When Zhou Yang came to Tang Yan's office with drawings, she smiled when she saw Zhou Yang like this. "Boss, wouldn't you take the drone drawings?" In Tang Yan's language, this cleverness is one of the people Zhou Yang has seen, counting 2. Of course, she only has this ability to predict after she is familiar with Zhou Yang's character. This is not divination in sixth sense, but she has recently painted a provocative video with extra hair, and she guessed that the boss would be a drone, and these days, she was really guessed. Smart, unmanned drawings. Zhou Yang showed her the drawings, and he was very satisfied with the drone. Not only the performance of crushing ordinary drones, but also this drones have a message that only he knows, that is, it was changed by military drones. If you want, you can convert it into military funds at any time and kill the enemy on the battlefield. Tanglan didn't know much about drones, but when she saw various data recorded on the drawings, she felt it should be a very good drone. Tanglan nodded and said, "Okay, boss, if you have any plans, just say it." Zhou Yang said, "If I want to take this drone to participate in the Zhuhai Air Show, I need to make a few samples first. The remaining large-scale production equipment, as well as patent applications, can take it slowly. Tanglan promised, "Okay, I am responsible for patents and equipment negotiations, so how much production line is required? This does not need to be too large, about the size of tens of thousands of monthly births." Zhou Yang's drone, he estimated that it belongs to a heavy drone and is not suitable for ordinary users to buy. Moreover, due to limitations such as materials, the cost will not be as low as other products, so it will be different from other Beatty products, and the sales volume should not explode. This was originally a product of showing muscles to peers like Baidu One Pro's mobile phone, and it was not used for volume. In the future, if the UAV market is optimistic, it can be put into production to make other types of UAVs. Okay, then I went to contact. After Tang Lan was instructed, he went to contact the equipment manufacturer. Zhou Yang gave the drawings to Songde because he wanted to make a prototype. Some electronic components such as circuit boards can be produced. And for these shells, first find a three-dimensional printing company and use carbon fiber material to print it out. In short, these things must be done within 10 days before they have the opportunity to test or modify the assembled prototype. Otherwise it will be too late. Next, Zhou Yang was busy with drone work day and night. Recently, the fans of Baidu also felt that Baidu was a bit silent, and it is estimated that it was conspiracy. Besides, the most recent product is medical equipment or aircraft parts. After the leafless fan, Beatty has not announced new products for a long time. According to the rules of the release cycle of new products counted by netizens, Beatty is already preparing for new products this time. Many netizens left a message on BeityGuan.com and asked Zhou Yang what the next new product is to prepare them. After all, netizens have become accustomed to buying electronic products. Let's take a look at the White Emperor official network first. If the White Emperor does, then the White Emperor will be the first choice, and it will save a lot of money. Now they don't expect anything 618 or Twin 11, it's better to expect Baidu to produce the appliances they just want to buy, which is cheaper than the shopping festival. Zhou Yang did not directly answer the netizens' questions, but said obscurely that he was indeed preparing new products, and he already had eyebrows. As for what, if you pay attention to current affairs, you should guess. As soon as this statement came out, it caused turmoil. The netizens were hooked up with curiosity. The hearts of electrical colleagues all mentioned the throat, and pray not to be the main product of their company. So, another popular guessing event officially opened. In accordance with established practice, Baidu Guanwang opened a guessing post for new products. Netizens only need to leave a message under the post, and the top 10 guessers can get mysterious new product rewards. The winning list will be announced in the new market. But everyone can only speak once, so it is a single choice, but it cannot be modified. Next, all netizens will use the spirit of comparable Conan to find answers from current affairs. Beatty is recently famous for aircraft parts, I guess it is still aircraft parts. Wrong, I listened to Zhu Yang's tone, which should not be a part, but something that is directly usable. I blindly guessed that his hand was a Bluetooth headset, because his Pulbao said in Weibo that she was preparing to cooperate with Baidu. The development of Bluetooth headphones, my result must be correct. None of you guessed it, did you read the news? Who has the closest keyword link with Baidu recently? Then it's the UFO's drone. Their boss provoked his peers. Zhou Yang hit his face last time, and he won't let it go this time, so I guess the new product is a drone. The netizens expressed their opinions and had to say that many people still guessed it. It's just that there is no prize yet, so the number of commenters continues to increase, which is considered to have fired the heat in advance. The counterparts of Baidu were in a state of tension. They also held an emergency meeting. The content of the meeting was to guess the mystery and guess what the next new product of Baidu was. They prepared early. These people have never done guessing, so they have everything they say and no clue. And if there are smart people, they open Baidu's guest post and check the answers of the netizens inside to find inspiration. I think it is an aircraft part. The new product may be a drone. I think it is still a medical device. They guessed it and couldn't understand it. There was no unified understanding. Finally, the boss is required to pat the board. These bosses were not sure about their ideas, so they asked in the group of their bosses, asking others if they guessed the answer. Don't think about it, Baidu's new product this time is not a household appliance. At this time, the boss of a small electronics factory said a word to make other big bosses suspicious. Where did you get the news? Everyone asked him. This man named Yao once again said, one of my buddies has cooperated with Zhou Yang. I asked him to inquire. He personally said that this new product is not a household appliance. Really fake, Zhou Yang will tell others about trade secrets so kindly? These big bosses are not 3-year-olds and do not believe it. Do not believe in falling down. Without much explanation from the ocean, I would not talk to this group of people. He is a small processing plant, what they make money they do, they don't have their own brand products, so they are not afraid of Baidu. But these large and medium-sized electronics factory owners are a little worried, they find it in the ocean, and the buddies are short in clothes. They also discussed that several big bosses were east, and invited this to a banquet in the ocean. Face to face at the banquet, and with their old-fashioned experience, it was true and false to tell this to the ocean. Yu Yan was pleased to make an appointment, and he also wanted to have a relationship with this group of big bosses, so he would not worry about orders in the future. So a few days later, they met at a high-end hotel. Everyone is an old fox. Without mentioning the mystery at the beginning, he will rejoice in the wine. In addition, the big boss will bring beautiful female public relations. The atmosphere is very pleasant. After 3 trips of marine wine, I told the truth. Hi, what I said before is true. Zhou Yang knows that you have a group of peers, and I don't want you to guess all day, and still put them in the official network. So many undercovers, the news. He took the initiative to dispel your concerns and let you not think about it. Zhou Yang is so good? The big boss doesn't believe it. If it's so good, it won't force them to do business. I laughed at the ocean and said, to be honest, I know a little bit about this Zhou Yang. People don't even like this plate in China, nor do they want to make money on the domestic side. Otherwise, the same 1 or 2,000 electrical appliances, why does he sell hundreds? The electrical appliances made by BYD are not bad, even if each one is cheaper than you, 2 or 300, is it not the best he sold? Have you ever thought that BYD would rather earn less by itself and produce cheap goods? Is this just to deliberately block his peers? The big bosses suddenly froze and smelled it. It seems that this is indeed the case. If BYD really made money, he wouldn't do it. In fact, there is a metaphor in the words of the ocean, that is, the birds know the spirit of the adoption. Zhou Yang is actually seeking welfare for the people of the country, and it is used to make money in overseas markets. Zhou Yang's goal is always to produce overseas appliances that everyone desperately needs, also because of the needs of the people. Therefore, Zhou Yang will pass through the mouth of others to speak to these peers who have been worried all day. This home appliance has basically produced all the commonly used and necessary appliances for people. Follow-up should rarely touch the home appliances. Let the peers feel relieved. Zhou Yang wanted his domestic counterparts to make money for foreigners, which is his pursuit. After all, they are all compatriots. Anyone who makes money is not embarrassed. After all, the government has paid the foreign powers in advance, and they are just going to recover the interest. Judging from the expressions of the ocean, these big bosses seem to be telling lies. They talked quietly and decided to believe what the ocean said. Now they were so relieved in their hearts that they were so angry when they drank alcohol. Since BYD did not come to rob them of business, they went to a heart attack and then gave it to the ocean arrangement. After drinking, a female PR was sent back to the hotel in the ocean, and it took an hour for the female PR to come out. Since then, these big bosses have formed a tacit relationship with the ocean. They inquired about Zhou Yang's news through the ocean, and Zhou Yang will also convey some of his ideas through the mouth of the ocean, which is also a communication channel between disguise and peers. The peers are relieved that the community environment of the White Emperor official network can be much better, and there are far fewer black powders in barrels. After more than a week of hard work, Zhou Yang finally created a sample of 1,000 continent drones. After systematic inspection, this drone is considered to be successfully developed and meets the standards of qualified products, but Zhou Yang must have tried and verified it in person. On this day, when he came to the company compound, he took out a 100-continent drone that he had carefully made for many days. This drone is pure black, looks mighty and domineering, and still retains the spirit of military drone killing. Zhou Yang then put on wearable smart glasses to connect with the vision of the drone. This set of smart glasses is also one of the proprietary techniques of drones. You can control drones without holding a remote control, like a game rocker. This smart glasses suit can control the operation of drones like VR glasses. This has led the current drones. Other companies are still developing the direction, and Zhou Yang is now using it. He turned on the drone switch, and then through the glasses, he chose the virtual button on the virtual projection. After clicking, the drone started, and then flew into the sky. Zhou Yang controls a 100-continental drone, soars in the sky, and makes various moves. For example, emergency brakes, suspensions, high-speed variations, and the response is very sensitive. And Zhou Yang was wearing glasses to control, and it was not very suitable at first, but after a few minutes, he began to realize that the glasses were well controlled, especially like the drones in science fiction. This is a more immersive feeling than manipulating with a handle. There is no need for a uniform steering wheel mode of operation. The manipulative performance of this drone does not say that when it is elevated as much as possible, it even reaches an altitude that is already invisible to the naked eye. More than 1,000 meters is relaxed and happy, and the drone is still rising. Such a flying height is really awesome. It is worthy of being a military level. It is no longer limited to the manipulator operating in the vicinity, it can be controlled remotely, so that the combat radius, it is a control distance, which can increase significantly. The theoretical performance of this drone can fly at an altitude of 5 kilometers above sea level, which is true. There is no problem with the performance of the control. Next, Zhou Yang let the drone land on its side, and it feels very quiet. It is not as noisy as other medium and large drones and can be heard half a mile away. At these 2 points, it is already good enough. Then comes the load capacity. Zhou Yang began to assemble the drone according to the instructions, loaded the lower abdomen, loaded with a load box, and calculated according to the load weight 110 kilograms, and put up 110 kilograms of water. Then, Zhou Yang manipulated the drone again to take off. This is the maximum load. The noise of the drone is much louder, but it is also better than other drones. However, when flying, the change direction is not as flexible as before. This is understandable. After all, there are 110 kilograms of heavy objects on it. It is already very difficult to pull so many things to fly. When I see the full load, the power consumption is a bit fast. At this speed, I can't fly for too long. The voyage renewal is the same as the current drone. After all, there are ordinary lithium batteries used in Centauri drones. As far as voyage is concerned, there is no significant gap with other products. Zhou Yang is thinking about his new battery production line again. Now many appliances need batteries. If his power production line starts, he can put out a lot of products, all of which are improved, and the continuation energy is greatly increased. So this drone, when his new battery is made, the voyage can be greatly improved. Zhou Yang is engaged in a renewal experiment this time. Through uninterrupted flight, it can fly for about 70 minutes. This value is in accordance with the rules. However, this is in the case of extreme loads, and this achievement proves that the drone design is indeed excellent, and it is already better than similar products. Next, it is time to experiment with airdrop capabilities. Zhou Yang put water in the heavy box, then flew to his company's green trees, then controlled the drone and opened the box body. The water inside poured down, watering the tree. There was no delay in the whole process, and Zhou Yang was facing the direction of the tree, and it was completely positioned with the image on the drone, which allowed it to have the ability to place objects at fixed points in actual combat. For example, for firefighting, rescue, field exploration, etc., to help carry heavy objects are all excellent options. Even if this is a 110 kilogram bomb on the battlefield, the people below can drink a pot. Then it is to measure its flight data. Zhou Yang did not have this condition here, so he went to the aviation industry group in Yangcheng and borrowed their laboratory to test his drone. The first is the wind resistance experiment. After the drone took off, as the wind increased, it reached the 8-level wind and was still flying. It was only because the wind was too strong and it was not easy to control. It was necessary to increase the power output to deal with the hurricane impact. If there is a lot of load at this time, it will have a good effect in the wind resistance experiment. In the end, the wind rose to a level 9 strong wind. At this time, the entire wind tunnel was a blizzard, and the drone was still strong and was not blown away. This was followed by the limit stated on the drawings, level 10 strong winds. Such a wind can already be called a wind disaster, and generally no one will take off the drone in this situation. Centauri drones have also encountered unprecedented tests. They are crumbling in hurricanes. If they are careless, they will be blown away for 20 or 30 meters, and then strive to maintain stability. Well, the highest resistance is to level 10 strong winds. Zhou Yang tested the limit of the drone. Then there is the temperature test, which can run normally between 30 C and 70 C. However, low temperature will affect the duration of the voyage. The lower the temperature, the more severe the loss of the voyage, and some electronic components will not work directly. If the temperature is too high, some equipment will start to melt and deform, and it is very prone to accidents. However, this kind of data is enough for a drone. Next is the altitude experiment. The altitude conditions of the laboratory are constantly climbing. Finally, the condition of 5,000 meters above the sea level stated on the drawings is reached, and the drone has begun to show various symptoms of failure. Then as long as the country does not go to the hiding area, it can basically walk horizontally. In the ordinary inland environment, you can fly to a height of 2,000 meters, which is absolutely enough. When the experiment is over, the experimenter sees Zhou Yang is playing with building blocks, and folds this drone into a square box, so he can't help but boast, "You are really a good drone. 300,000 on the market." They are professional, and they also have a drone sector in the aviation industry. Like this level of drone, they are currently out of reach, but the selling price is 2.3 million. No way, this drone uses good material such as carbon fiber, and the research and development costs are relatively expensive, which is naturally not cheap, even much more expensive than some ordinary cars. This drones is not used by individual users. They are generally used by units, expeditions, and rescue teams. Few individuals are willing to spend 300,000 to buy such a medium-sized drone. Zhou Yang laughed. Of course, his drone will not be sold at the original price. Of course, the price is much cheaper, but now he does not want to disclose the specific value because he has not discussed it with Tanglan. When Zhou Yang returned to the deep town with a tested Centauri drone, he discussed the sale price of this drone with Tanglan. The cost of the 10 prototypes he customized before reached more than 20,000 per drone. There is no way. Many are customized, and the cost is naturally not cheap. However, when their BYD's own production line is completed, the cost will be greatly reduced by mass production. Zhou Yang predicts that the actual cost is expected to be controlled within 2,000 yuan, and the selling price will be between 1999 and 2999 yuan. This is another revolution in the era of 2.3 million similar products. The other expensive medium-sized drones basically don't have to sell them, just come to BYD to buy them directly. The factory price is cheap for them. How do others play? Tanglan has foreseen that they will become the #1 sales list in the field of medium-sized drones. BYD is so good, she is also used to it. Okay, I agree with this pricing interval. Tanglan agreed. Then Zhou Yang was relieved. After a few days, he took this 100-continent drone and went to the air show. It was absolutely amazing. A 100-continental drone, with an estimated selling price of between 1999 and 2999 yuan, the price of all BYD products has been counted. It is far from the electrical appliances of the previous hundreds of dollars. It's not Zhou Yang's original intention, but the price of these materials themselves can't be suppressed. The first to occupy the cost is the large capacity battery, and the carbon fiber skeleton, which accounts for more than half. The remaining labor, taxes, losses, logistics, etc. are relatively small parts. Among them, the materials of the carbon fiber skeleton can be bought by the equipment itself, so that the cost can be reduced, and waiting for their own sodium-ion batteries. These are the added parts and components of the added price, so that the drone can also launch a new version next year. Nowadays, this can only be done first. Zhou Yang has tried his best to reduce the 2.3 million co-drones to 4 digits. He felt a little failed, and the price of this drone is expected to be further reduced until the BYD has opened up the upstream and downstream industrial chains. To say that other entrepreneurs are trying to increase profits, and Zhou Yang, which is systematically assisted, wants to lower the selling price. This is to put himself in the consumer's perspective. He is also an entrepreneur, unique, and dedicated to customers. On these days when Zhou Yang was serious about making drones, the boss of Wazhou Electronics was superfluous and unable to stay idle. He was promoting his own drones on various occasions. There are also many of them on short video platforms. There are many bloggers and Network Big V, both of which have collected their benefits and started to do drone reviews, expressing their great expectations for the 5-continent drone. This will be the preferred model on the market. In even redundant words, it is the first civilian drone below the professional model of. This is a bit crazy, but netizens can't find anything wrong, because the market has better performance than him, and the low-cost drones can't be found. Some hate even extra netizens, so they are crazy on the internet at Zhou Yang. Let him quickly build a drone to suppress the unknowingly thick company. When Zhou Yang saw it, he replied to someone who had the opportunity. Anyway, in a few days, everyone can see his new product. At present, Zhou Yang has submitted his exhibits to the exhibition. There are 2 aircraft parts, and there are Centaur drone. Zhou Yang defined it as a medium-sized professional multi-purpose drone that can carry materials, airdrop medicine packages, or even modify it to spray pesticides. The most basic cameras, remote control, and other functions are available. Anyway, as long as there is no drone demand, Penta can be met. Zhou Yang tested the drone for several hours every day a few days before the meeting and used it for various purposes in order to discover inconvenience in use. In the future, in the production of large goods, optimization can be appropriately improved. After all, this drone comes from military drawings. Many functions and structures are considered for military use. Civil use does have a problem. Zhou Yang carefully made the record, and then fine-tuned the drawings in order to achieve the most perfect form in the future. Hey, you haven't seen any shadows these days, and you haven't sent a WeChat. Are you still making your drone? Lu Xiao, as Zhu Yang's closest partner, certainly knows Zhu Yang's new product. It's just that Zhou Yang was particularly busy these days, and he ignored the partner. However, the beauty of Lu was a bit dissatisfied, and she all called on the initiative, which meant to be guilty. Yes, I'm testing drones, and it's still ideal. Zhou Yang, a straight man in manufacturing, didn't hear what the other party meant, but wanted to share her joy and share it with her. Really? How powerful? Ruth Yao was not really angry. Immediately he became interested in this BYD's new product. If you want to make an appointment and play with a drone together, I will give you one. Zhou Yang is a bit like a child. With a good toy, he wants to share it with a good partner. Okay, then I'll go to you, I haven't been there for many days. Ruth Yao happily agreed, and then she drove to BYD in the afternoon. Zhou Yang knew she was here, so she greeted her, and then pulled 2 drones in a small commuter car to the open space in the backyard. The reason why the drone is to be pulled by car is because it is really big and heavy, with a self-respect of 30 kilograms, folded, and 1 meter square. Moving away is a physical activity. Lu Xiao felt that he didn't like this black cool drones for the first time. Because this drone was born out of military use, it was a straight male aesthetic style, it was angular and a bit rough. Ruth Yao was delicate and liked the brightly colored and lovely style. In her view, this drone is a bit silly. However, she didn't say it, but she didn't have a cold for the shape. But in front of Zhou Yang, she is still willing to praise. It's good, it's pretty. Hearing Lu Xiao's words, Zhou Yang smiled, is more than just so simple and powerful. Come, you also try. Zhou Yang opened a brand new box and took out a new pair of smart glasses from it to let her wear it. How to wear this? After Ruth Yao put on his glasses, he didn't understand the operation. You have to press here. Zhou Yang came over and taught her how to operate at close range. It's so close that I can even smell the breath of the other party, making Ruth Yao feel a little sweet, even loving the house in the black, and think this drone is also very good. Then Zhou Yang took off his drone first, and gave Lu Xiao a sample, let her try it too. After all, Lu Xiao is a woman with a high degree of education and a high IQ. She quickly grasped the startup method and controlled the drone to take off. Although she is very unskilled, there is still no problem in controlling the normal flight of the aircraft at high altitude. Because of his high-intensity exercises recently, Zhou Yang has been completely blue in manipulating drones, and he began to teach Ruth Yao to play drones. His drone flew back and forth around Ruth Yao's frame, such as wearing a flower butterfly. Lu Xiao's drone, like the students who just took the driver's license, is a bit half-hearted, and it is slow to do an action. Good, great. Zhou Yang adopts an education strategy that encourages the main, and constantly praises. Ruth Yao is really not very good at this. After learning for an hour, it will only have basic operations. It is a lot worse than Zhou Yang's self-control. Come here today, I am a little tired. Lu Xiao controlled the drone to land, and she took off her glasses. Okay, you take a break first, I will send you back. Zhou Yang didn't want to end, so he kept the drone in the air still. Then he first sent Ruth Yao to the office by car, and there were many snacks he saved, just to give Ruth Yao food. You don't have to worry about me, I'll play by myself, you're busy. Lu Xiao arrived in the office building, familiar with his own company, and came to the company to find Sister Ma for these words. Sister Ma, I brought you a gift. This is the local sausage that Ruth Yao received from overseas friends a few days ago. There are so many, she can't finish it at all, so she brought it to these friends. The road is always too polite. Sister Ma warmly invited Lu Xiao to sit down and wait for good tea, and put all the snacks and fruits, because a tea party is about to begin. Zhou Yang in the compound continues to control drone flight. The practice subject he did this time was not simple, but to transport live animals. It is relatively rare to transport live animals with drones, but there is also a certain range of applications. For example, the community is now blocked. If you want to transport pets, you can use drones to transport them directly to the target window. Ambulance of some injured wild animals in the wild can also transport the animals in the carrying basket in the steep mountains. As long as the box's physical fitness is stuffed in, it must be ensured that the living object is important in the maximum load-bearing range of the drone. Zhou Yang used a bag of tofu as an animal, and then transported the drone. He flew from the factory to the other end, and made various actions during the period. After landing, he checked the tofu in the plastic bag and found that there was a partial split. It seems that there is still a certain risk of using drones to transport live animals, which requires strong training experience for the control personnel. After Zhou Yang's second and third shipments, his experience has improved, he is flying better and less tofu is cracking, proving that it is still possible to use a 100-continental drone to transport live animals, but only after training. These trainings have consumed a lot of tofu, but it doesn't matter. The cafeteria will have one more dish of chicken shaved tofu at night, which will never be wasted. In the evening, Lu Xiao ate the chicken shaved tofu in the cafeteria. In the small box, she who had dinner with Zhou Yang felt that the dish was a bit different. Zhou Yang laughed and explained, is different, because this is the drones responsible for shaking. Hearing the detailed passage, Ruth Yao felt very interesting. It seems that this drone is not bad. So she took it home after eating at night, and kept playing later. After a few more days, I finally arrived at the Zhuhai Air Show. This day Zhou Yang took a sales team specially organized by the company to Zhuhai early in the morning. Someone has been found here in advance to set up the booth. When Zhou Yang arrived, they showed all the products. Baidu came to the exhibition this time and brought 3 products. One is the airborne meteorological radar, which has been applied to the latest domestic aircraft C919. The second is the integrated power supply system of the aircraft. Shortly after the acceptance by the aviation industry group, it will be gradually extended to large aircraft produced in the future, and some old aircraft that need to be repaired will be replaced. The third commodity is Zhu Yang's emergency drone. This drone has a folding function. After folding it, it is like a suitcase, which can be placed in the car or carried away. It's just that people with a small weight should not try it easily. With the advent of time, a brief opening ceremony was held outside, and then the exhibition site was held, and a large number of tourists poured in. This airshow adopted a payment system and an invitation system, inviting well-known companies and media people from some industries to come and participate. Ordinary residents do not have too many restrictions. As long as the temperature is normal and there is a nucleic acid test sheet, the payment can be included. It is because of the need for epidemic prevention that everyone here wears a mask. This air show, which focuses on the display of airplanes, is actually a production and marketing meeting. Countries also show the best models they sell. Some local tyrant buyers wearing cloths on their heads are fancy. Zhou Yang and their booths have several professional sales staff present, and Zhou Yang will not stay here. It was finally possible to have the opportunity to participate in the air show in person. He could not hold it anymore and went to see it at another booth, especially those weapons stalls. Although it is a voyage, there are many people from military-industrial enterprises who come to participate, bringing a lot of the latest foreign trade type of firearms, armored vehicles, exterior bones, and even the entire information into a brigade. As long as the gold owner gives money, he can instantly have a modern force. This was not available in the previous voyage. Zhou Yang came to these stalls and touched these weapons with his hands, which was greatly satisfied. Some military-industrial equipment has been almost the same as science fiction films many years ago. With the disease and smart glasses, it has the functions of digitization, anti-glare, night vision, infrared, etc. In the past Hollywood science fiction film, the equipment of the Magnesium Army has now been mass-produced. It has caused Zhou Yang to sigh the strength of our military. During the indoor visit, I suddenly saw a lot of people running out of the hall, saying that J-20 was flying demonstration. Zhou Yang also followed the crowd out. Seeing that in the sky, my country's 5th-generation stealth fighter J-20 is soaring, and it is also a full-scale display with bombs. Journalists from various countries are shooting wildly with cameras. This is the first time at the air show, which shows that our military industry is becoming more and more confident, and I am not afraid to watch it. Zhou Yang remembered the stock on the internet, that is too backward to show. When a weapon is at ease to show people, it means that this is not the most advanced. Maybe the latest fighter has been secretly developed. After a while, after the J-20 demonstration, it was the turn of other planes to show it. First, my country's own aircraft, and later, it will give a little time to the aircraft of various countries. When Zhou Yang saw so many fighters, his heart ignited a raging battle. In the future, he will also soar the Dion sky fighters above the sky of the motherland and wipe out the enemies of the offense. On the first day, Zhou Yang ran all over the hall and saw various advanced aircraft and equipment, which greatly increased insight. Of course, he also saw the 5-continent electron booth, and even extra self, he was working hard to promote his company's drones. It seems very popular to see that they have a lot of people on the booth. After all, at this stage, this is a cheaper drone. Zhou Yang is too lazy to see their products, and their own products are not a magnitude. The first day of the air show ended like this: he stayed at the hotel at night. On the next day, they were in the special scene of the drone. Some well-known domestic drone manufacturers love it and have divided into a field to show their drone. Among them are Zhou Yang and even Superfluous. I was a little surprised to see Zhou Yang, and there was a black big guy around Zhou Yang, looking at it. When did this kid make a drone? He was a little uneasy in his spare heart. After all, he still remembered the last time the router was beaten. But he couldn't guarantee that, after all, I did directly launch the product to hit his face last time. Why didn't he move quietly this time? If you don't worry about it, let your men visit it. Pretending to be a tourist, he came to the Beatty booth and asked, "Is this drone their product?" "Yes. This is our latest BA Chow series of drones." Hearing the answer from the BA staff, the staff of Wazhou Electronics had a gimmick in their hearts. He thought that the last 10-continent router was twice as large as their 5 continents. This time it was 100 continents, but it was about 20 times larger. Is this drone so powerful? Employees on Wazhou continue to explore the performance of this drone. Anyway, these data are also to be made public, and the staff gave him a product manual. When I saw a load of 110 kilograms above, a continuation of more than 1 hour, and the maximum flight altitude greater than or equal to 5,000 meters above sea level, I was shocked. This data is the official military drones, but this is not the case. How did BA make such a monster aircraft? Fake? The personnel of Wazhou were a little unbelievable, so they asked them when to test flight. They were arranged at more than 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was almost over. No way, after all, Beatty applied late, and it was just a prototype, and the order of performance was arranged at the end. The 5-continent drone, also in the afternoon, is a 3-point field. At that time, when there were many people, it also had a lot of advantages. These employees went back to report, and even after they heard it, they were very satisfied, and finally pressed the White Emperor during the performance time, which proved that their drone was also optimistic by the organizer, otherwise it would not be photographed. In front of the White Emperor. After all, everyone knows that the one at the forefront is definitely the best. For example, a military drone was displayed in the morning, and in the first afternoon, it was Daejeon, the country's largest drone manufacturer, and then other domestic manufacturers. The first game in the morning was the military drones exhibited by Military Industrial Enterprises. This is of course not for domestic users, but for foreign local tyrants. Military industrial products have always been the leading position in science and technology in Western European magnesium countries, and my country is a party to catch up, including strategic bombers, aircraft carriers, and other major powers. However, in the field of military drones, our country has turned overtaking in technology is in a leading position. The military drones exhibited in the morning have various models, and different uses. High-altitude silent drones used for reconnaissance, with radar low reflection surface, are not easy to find. There are drones for air combat fighting, with high speed, maneuver and other advantages, and the missile is loaded, which belongs to the auxiliary wing of manned warplanes. There is currently a two-seater version of J-20, in which there are drivers who are responsible for drone collaboration. Such a J-20 is equivalent to an aviation formation, with a great increase in combat effectiveness. In addition, such drones can also be thrown in air-to-air, air-to-ground missiles, bombs, etc., which can replace people and fighters, effectively protect personnel, and have low costs. Of course, there is also a drone bee colony. This drone is very small. It is usually installed in a barrel like a hive. Once opened, dozens of drones will pop up in a short time. It can be used for combat, defense, raid, etc. If there is insufficient air defense firepower, these dozens of unmanned aerial vehicles will cause mass destruction. These are things that are rarely displayed in front of the media, and they are now sold. A group of foreign local tyrants watching nodded. Anyway, drones are relatively cheap at the air show, and they are willing to buy and try. That morning, there were many orders of intent. It can be seen that drones are indeed better than fighters. This is an emerging air war weapon, and all countries are vigorously developing. When Zhou Yang saw it, he was also very interested. There are some military drone concepts that can be applied to his 100-continent drone. The morning ended in the dazzling military aircraft display, and then to the afternoon highlight, the civilian drone exhibition. The first one to show in the afternoon was the Daejeon drone. They are domestic drone leaders, and the international are also very famous. They take a high-quality route, and the products are still very good, otherwise there will not be so much sales. They showed some new drones this time, and they have many uses. There are drones for fire protection, some for agricultural planting, spraying pesticides, and some for field rescue. The drone has various styles, which are specially designed for special machines and are very detailed. Sure enough, it is a well-known company at home and abroad. During the display, the Daejeon drone attracted many domestic and foreign customers to visit. They showed a strong interest in cheap and easy-to-use Daejeon drones. After all, military drones are not cheap, basically 5 or 6 digits, or even 1 million, and Daejeon's drones are relatively inexpensive. Those drones that spray pesticides can achieve the same purpose if they replace the pesticide pot with a bomb box. So some foreigners who are not so rich in economy go to ask the salesman in Daejeon if this drone can hang a bomb. Every time at this time, Daejeon clerk will make an official resignation. Sorry, our drone is only for agricultural use, but users can modify the pesticide pot by themselves, and it is also possible to hang some other objects. This is a hint that weapons can be hung, but it has nothing to do with us, and don't look for us if something goes wrong. I know. Foreign customers understand the truth, then buy a batch and go back to modify it yourself. This is the local tyrant with a cloth on his head, which directly purchases military drones, and also attaches free personnel training. The poor foreign brothers with a low family buy Daejeon and go back to their own assembly. It can be said that each takes what is needed. After the show is finished, it is the turn of other domestic brands for drone exhibitions. Their products have different focuses. Some are extremely cheap, work like children's toys, which is quite rough, and it is not easy to fly, and the noise is huge, the control is difficult, and the remote control signal is occasionally disconnected. The reason why the product is so poor and the manufacturer can survive is because the drone is too cheap, a few $100s, for users who have low demand and only need the drone to taste it. After addiction, basically because it is too difficult to use, it is gray at home. There are also drones that win by shape. They all have beautiful and cool appearances, which look quite different, and performance is also the norm. Some users who value the appearance will also buy. At more than 3 o'clock, it was the turn of the 5-continent drone exhibition. Their boss is even redundant, right next to the onlookers, introducing how good their drones are and how cheap the price is. They are more cost-effective than Daejeon, far more than some miscellaneous drones. Zhou Yang heard even superfluous words because he was waiting on the side. He has a feeling that this is really wrong even if he likes to suppress others and raise himself. It seems that if you don't step on one, you won't do business. The drones of the 5 continents are actually very common and may be better than some small manufacturers, but comparing the products of Daejeon, except for the price advantage, everything is slightly inferior. However, many people like cheap things. They may not need much good performance. They only need to have a drone, and they can choose 5 continents. Those interested in the 5 continents are some domestic users. When other manufacturers show almost, it is Beatty's turn to show new products. At this time, many users who have already purchased or seen enough have left, and the number of people on site has decreased significantly. This is a bit unfavorable, but there are still some media that have a good relationship with Baidu. Come to the interview and get first-hand information. They now also know that the new product prepared by Zhou Yang is the drone. Hello everyone, this is Zhou Yang. This is the latest product of our Beatty, Perna drone. Zhou Yang was in front of the camera, speaking to the reporter. The reporters are all old acquaintances. When they heard the name, they covered their mouths and laughed, which made it clear that they were on the bar of the 5 continents in front. Sure enough, Zhou Yang was still the Zhou Yang, and the road was shouting. Seeing that someone was arrogant is grumpy. This time, it was the drum opposite the gong in person, and it was the turn of the 5 continents. You are so big as a drone, and the 5 continents are not a model? A reporter asked. It is now the product display time of our company and will not be compared with friendly businesses. Zhou Yang didn't even have the bad habit of being redundant. He then personally acted as a drone driver and began to show the performance of a 100-continent drone. When Zhou Yang took out his smart glasses and put them on his head, reporters and passers-by screamed slightly. This mode of manipulation was the first time I saw it, and I actually used glasses. It looks cool. Then Zhou Yang let people load 10 large barrels of pure water, which is the kind of 10 kilograms in one barrel, and filled the storage basket, which is 100 kilograms. There were also military drones before, which weighed more than this. However, the volume of this 100-continent drone is much smaller than that of military use. It is really interesting to pull things like this. Buzz. The drone made a slight buzz, and then took off slowly to mid-air. The reporters held the camera and aimed the lens at the Centauri drone. Then, Zhou Yang used a drone to do various moves, flying up and down, without any delay, and the noise was much smaller than that of his peers, and it felt really good. After watching the drone load test flight here, everyone feels good. This drone works solidly. Some foreigners were also attracted by the high load of this medium-sized drone, and came to watch. They pointed and felt that these were not much different from the previous military drones. The second project is dedicated to these foreigners. Zhou Yang said to the people around him in fluent English that he will start a red envelope activity. In 20 balloons, there are different amounts of red envelopes. Although there is not much money, it is a pleasure. Then, together with the staff, he packed the small glass ball with numbers into the balloon and put it in the box. After a while, no one will open the box from the air, and the balloon will fall to the ground under the action of a small glass ball. As long as the balloon is crushed, you can get the small ball inside, and then according to the number of the small ball, the staff will receive the prize here. Of course, it is not in compliance to distribute prizes directly here, so only the contact information of the lucky audience is registered here, and it will be distributed to these audiences after the meeting. After the layout, Zhou Yang drove the drone, came to an open space where no one was, and then pressed the button. At this time, the box body under the drone opened the bottom cover and 20 balloons fell to the ground. Some people swarmed in and robbed them, and then there were 20 lucky audiences who robbed these glass balls. Most of the things they robbed, they came here to receive the prize. The first prize is a domestic folding mobile phone with tens of thousands of yuan. No one can refuse this award. The subsequent prizes ranged from thousands to hundreds of pieces, and everyone received the prize with joy. However, some fanatical foreigners saw their eyes shining. If you replace the balloon with a bomb, isn't this a natural bomber? Previously, similar drones in the military were worth 6 digits. If this drone is cheap, then it can be considered that there is no such product in Daejeon that is suitable for conversion into a fighter drone. That's true, because Daejeon is a civil drone company after all, and Zhuyang's 100-continent drone was changed according to military drones. Although fine-tuned, the tone is still there. These foreigners who are in dispute all year round, see it at a glance. This gentleman, how much is your drone? Several foreigners came to the group to ask. Zhou Yang said, this is currently a prototype. We have not yet produced large goods, but the finished product should not exceed RMB 3,000. 3,000 yuan. RMB? These foreigners were shocked. If it was $3,000, the price would be almost the same as the military drone, but in RMB, this drone would be too cheap. Some foreigners counted the calculator, but it was only about $433. They called and bought Karma. Besides, it was too cheap. We want to buy a few to try. The foreigner made a request. Sorry, it is currently just a prototype. If you want to buy it, please pay attention to our official account of Baidu. Zhou Yang asked them to sweep the code and join, so that they can see their product notification in the future. These foreigners are very interested, and they all had contact information, which adds a bunch of excellent customers. While they were chatting, the drone was still hovering quietly in the sky. Although the wind was blowing today, the drone was as stable as Mount Tai in the air and did not shake at all. This function of adapting to wind is much smarter than other drones. These foreigners are all here to purchase, naturally experts, and appreciate the Baidu drone. And this price is too tempting. It is the cheapest of the same performance drones, even dozens of times cheaper than some civilian drones, which is absolutely attractive. As a result, the stall of the White Emperor surrounded a group of foreigners, and they were very interested in this. This is completely different from the customer composition of Wuzhu Electronics. Domestic users are generally purchased by individuals, and it is good to buy one by one. Foreign users are all buying magic to turn into fighter drones. The first purchase is dozens of hundreds or thousands of aircraft. This is a proper big customer. Any drone company looks greedy. Even the redundancy is sour, but now he sees the Baidu drone performance so powerful, and it is said that the selling price does not exceed 3,000 yuan, he feels not very good. The 5-continent drone is only suitable for shooting, and the load capacity is very small, but this drone in Zhouyang has multiple functions, the volume is too large, and the performance is more milling level, then the customer has 3,000 yuan. It is definitely necessary to buy the Bai Emperor drone, but not the 5-stop drone of their pocket version. Grass, he is old again, the son is right. Even he was furious with his extravagance. He had carefully prepared the air show. Unexpectedly, he was robbed by the Baidu again, and even the name of the drone was targeting him. Maid, do you think Lao Tzu is bullying? Even when he was angry, he was evil and frightened. He called a few employees and killed the Beatty stall violently. It's all gone, it's all gone. Even extra people came to Beatty's display booth and shoved, pushing away the customers, and people gathered around. What are you doing? When Zhou Yang saw that acquaintance was coming, he frowned and asked, Zhou Yang, did you step on horse to find fault on purpose? He even pointed at his nose and scolded, because he was repeatedly disturbed by business, he could not control his emotions. He doesn't get angry at all, but this time it's different. The products that are mixed are heavyweight, and they are unable to compete at all. So this is a feeling of fear, shyness, and hesitation, which is enough to influence people. The brain allows for superfluous irrational behavior. How to find fault? Haven't we communicated? Zhou Yang said to him. Even the extra rage, my name is Wuzhu, and your router is called 10P continents. This drone is also called Beizhu. You are intentional. Zhou Yang nodded directly, yes, I took the name on purpose, but why did you take it? I care about the reason you are. Hurry and put me out of the stall, don't get in the way here. Even Superfluous of course knows what the reason is, so he can't say that he is the first to pick things up, so he is just arrogant. The other Baidu employees couldn't bear it anymore, so they came up and blamed them even more. Everyone is a businessman participating in the exhibition. Why should they let them go? Why, want to find something? Even the extra men came over and shoved with the advice of the boss, and the two sides clashed. Even the surplus kicked some items on the stall, which is the legendary smash scene. After all, Zhou Yang is a flesh and blood guy. Everyone bullied his head. He couldn't help it at the time, coming and even redundant theory. Even extra direct punches came over without mercy. Zhou Yang had a trick with him, but there were few people on the Baidu side, and 2 more were lesbians. When they were pulling, they were also beaten by the other side, and the scene was in a mess. Is it tolerable? Zhou Yang was angry. It was really a tiger who didn't show his power. Then he was a sick cat, and he was at a disadvantage when he saw him. Zhou Yang reached out and put on the prepared gloves in his pocket. This glove is not a good product, but an electric shock glove given to him by the system, a self-defense weapon that can be discharged. Now facing an enemy attack, he will use a big move. Zhou Yang faced a redundant punch and punched him violently. Even the redundant face was laughed, but after touching the gloves, his face changed, shaking like Steve Bran, and then his eyes turned and pumped straight on the ground. This is electrocuted. Zhou Yang was not free to celebrate, he was going to rescue 2 attacked female colleagues. Zhou Yang kicked one left and kicked one. A right whip leg, kicked down again. Zhou Yang flew his legs, and lay down 2 people. All other 5-continent employees would come up to besiege him at first glance. Zhou Yang was not afraid, a left jab, and within a few seconds of contact with the other party began to tremble like Parkinson, and then crooked to the ground. Zhou Yang was punched from the side. When he blocked with his grid, the other party grabbed Zhou Yang's hand. As a result, he was trembling with electricity without insulating gloves. His shaking frequency, even Wu's second son with sequelae of cerebral thrombosis in the village next door, did not have his trembling liso. Even to go to Bandy was the most beautiful boy in the audience. Zhou Yang basically punched people straight, leaving a few employees of 5 continents, and was frightened backwards. Their monthly salary is only a few $1,000s, and they can't go up desperately. So one by one was frightened and stunned, not knowing what to do. They came from even extra confusion, saying they went to smash the scene with him and turned around to pay them wages. I thought it was the number of rushers. I didn't expect to take half my life. Why does the boss of the Baidu so fierce, one punch, can beat people? It is a strange news. It's nothing more than they haven't seen the world, but they didn't expect that a pair of gloves can also be charged. Zhou Yang alone knocked down 4 of the other party and rescued his employees. At this time, he stood awe-inspiringly on the field, and at his feet were those who were still shaking. This scene looked silly at the people around him, and suddenly applauded for a few seconds. They like it. Dare this group of people regard this as a stage show, but I don't know if this is the real fight scene. After all, the reporters were well informed and found that this was a once-in-a-lifetime good material. After waiting, they asked their colleagues, just photographed it. Hurry up to today's social headlines. Baidu, a well-known domestic electrical manufacturer, and the bosses of was who took the lead in fighting. This news is definitely explosive enough. It is much stronger than this current air show. With this news, the traffic will be available these days. Is still playing? Zhou Yang asked the opposite people. Those 5 continent employees shook their heads like a tug of war. They then asked carefully, Mr. Zhou, can we go and see our boss? Of course. Zhou Yang gave way and let them go to the treatment. And he took off his gloves to view the employee's injury. These people, the work is okay, and it's not heavy after a few hits, some of them are a bit swollen. Seeing the people who beat them lying on the ground, they kicked a few feet in anger. People on 5 continents here helped their stunned colleagues and walked away. As for the alarm, they will not report it. After all, fighting is punishable, and it is even more shameful to lose, so they ran away. The boss is too good. The employees of Baidu rejoiced for a while, and they had another point in their worship of Zhou Yang. They didn't expect the boss to be so just, and they shot back when they encountered injustice, and repulsed the enemy. Zhou Yang immediately said, little meaning, clean it up, and deal with the wound later. At night, I invite guests to dinner to surprise you. Long live the boss. Baidu's employees are so happy that it is rare to be a perfect boss who can fight and take the company to take off. In the evening, after the closure of the airshow center, Zhou Yang took his employees to a local seafood restaurant. The seafood restaurant is of course for seafood, and Zhou Yang politely let them order it. These people ordered their own seafood, and they were happy to eat it. Someone was beaten more depressed, but when the seafood was eaten, they were all happy. At the wine table, everyone also painted a colorful depiction. Even the look of the redundant white eyes turned over by electricity, they regretted not shooting it, it was too classic. Although they were not photographed, the reporters could take pictures. What kind of play that day? The news of the fight between the 2 well-known domestic electrical companies has been spread all over the internet. At first glance, netizens are all amazed, frantically forwarding and eating melon with others. This fight news even once covered the heat of the air show. After all, what kind of planes, weapons, etc. are too far away from ordinary people, and Zhou Yang and even the extra contradictions, they all know that the parties are fighting, which is fun to think about. For a while, domestic netizens were the same as their New Year's. They are also on the White Emperor official network, and they will let Zhou Yang, let him talk about the situation at that time, and talk about feelings. It's nothing. The video released is already very clear. Even a certain drone business I did was too good. He was so angry that he came up and smashed it, and was beaten by me. In the face of netizens' questions, Zhou Yang explained. But they were still curious and asked him why he got an electric shock as soon as he hit someone. Zhou Yang explained, oh, that's a special glove with a battery in it, which is equivalent to a shocker. The netizens shouted, such a holding glove. I want it too, get on the link. Zhou Yang laughed and told netizens that he did not bring the goods. At present, he does not have the idea of producing electric shock gloves. If he wants to produce, he needs to go through the relevant procedures, not that the production can be produced. Some netizens are softly grinding hard bubbles and want electric shock gloves, especially girls. They feel that it is too safe to have this glove. When they encounter bad guys, they can get a punch and get electricity. Otherwise, they will not walk at night. There is no resistance to the rogue. Zhou Yang shook her head. The lady's self-defense with electric shock gloves seems to be a good way, but there is no guarantee that the gloves will not be misused. If there is an argument, the impulsive woman may wear gloves to attack. In other words, if a gangster wears such gloves, the harm may be greater, and the victim may lose the ability to resist at once and let anyone slaughter. Zhou Yang said his concerns, and indeed the call for gloves was much smaller. Anyway, the current application surface of electric shock anti-wolf is very narrow. Although it is not easy to sell, it can be obtained by spending a little money. Zhou Yang recommends that users in need can buy it themselves. After talking about electric shock gloves, Baidu fans were interested in the drone displayed at the fair. The performance of this drone has been connected to the White Empire official network, showing a preview of new products, but no specific selling price is indicated. But that powerful performance has caused many professionals to drool. This load, this voyage, crushed the thousands of small drones into slag. And everyone can see from the presentation video that this thing can also be delivered to nutrients and living creatures, can spray pesticides, and even modify it to throw bombs. This is a golden oil drone. Apart from being too large, basically no shortcomings can be seen. Then the problem is back to the most critical selling price. If the price is cheap and inherits the style of Beatty, then this drone is God, and there is basically no other way of life for the same type of drone on the market. Baidu's stuff has not been sold at a high price, everyone just guessed the true positioning of this drone. Now there is news that this drone is under 3,000 yuan. Many netizens were crazy at the time. They were excited to let Zhou Yang hurry up to the goods and they wanted to buy them. The 1 or 2,000 drones they usually buy can only be used together for various shortcomings. And this 100 Continental drone, this performance, this price, completely blasting drones below 10,000 yuan on the market, is simply invincible. If you buy it, you really earn it. Zhou Yang's post on a 100 Continental drone became popular in a blink of an eye, with millions of views. The Baidu website is full of real traffic, indicating that millions of people click to watch, and there are more than 100,000 comments, enough to see everyone's enthusiasm. Many people like drones, even when they are an adult toy. They can also shoot some videos and post them online. Maybe they can also be a small net read, so the demand is very large. Zhou Yang was very happy to see this flow, saying that the drone production line is being established, and about half a month later, there will be finished products offline. After the end of the air show, the fight incident brought a very large flow to the 100 Continent drone. Although there are also police officers with micro account numbers criticizing the fight, neither party has reported the police nor caused too much impact, so it is exempt from processing. However, this fight brought very different results to the parties. The first is the 5 Continent electrons of the initiator of the incident. They lost a race to bully the less and provoke the incident. As a result, Zhou Yang gave electricity and laughed at the netizens' teeth. And the price of their products originally had some advantages in the market, but in the face of a 100 Continental drone, it seemed to be worthless. As long as the 100 Continent drone is not sold to more than 56,000, basically these two drones are put together, no one will buy a 5 Continent drone. On the contrary, Zhou Yang became a beneficiary. The shock glove made him fire. He punched one punch and pumped the video of people on the major forum websites, which was spread as interesting news. There are even more netizens who like to live alive, and gives Wu Yang's head a punch Superman, and in the movie Ninja cartoon, Zhou Yang becomes a Superman with a punch. In addition, there is a 100 Continental drone. In this incident, the various performances are very attractive. In addition to the publicity of this news hot stock, tens of thousands of people know that Baidu is going to have a drone. This advertising effect, other companies have come up with millions, and may not be able to achieve it. Zhou Yang really made the zero-cost publicity extremely extreme, plus a little luck, so that his new products will be sold well every time. In addition to the stocks to Zhou Yang, the netizens are now urging more on the official website, so that he can quickly make drones, and they can't wait. There is more iron powder from Beatty. They already have the Beatty family barrels. For every new product, they must be booked for the first time. That's how they trust. Zhou Yang also knew that netizens were in a hurry, and he also tried his best to turn on the production line every day. Now that the production line is being installed and debugged, many people here are doing drone work for the first time and have no experience, so it is imperative to recruit some professional technicians and workers. These are all responsible for Tang Lan. She did not pursue speed too much, but stood firm and chose the most well-known equipment supplier in the industry. Although the price is not cheap, the service is good and the quality of the equipment is reliable. This is also Zhou Yang's pursuit. Zhou Yang does have to save costs, but production tools cannot be saved. Cheap equipment can save a lot of money, but problems often occur, affecting production. Therefore, bad equipment can no longer be needed if it is cheaper. In addition, there are systems to turn off, and the equipment is good or bad. After the equipment was installed, several important technicians also took office. This time, drone research and development, production talents were dug up with high salaries. After all, drones are now in the field of big heat. Experienced technical talents are all scarce, sweet and sour, so they spent a lot of money. But this is also worth it because it saves time. If these drone laymen study on their own, they will not take time to say it. They will also have a lot of material waste and delay the delivery period due to multiple test cars. The loss is not the cost of hiring several technicians. The technicians hired this time are also quite capable. After coming, the test car was completed within a few days, and the samples made came, which was basically the same as the samples made by Zhou Yang before. In addition, Zhou Yang passed the experiment, and if he wanted to modify it, he proposed to discuss with the other party, and finally determined the modification plan. Therefore, the large-scale product of this 100 Continent drone, which is an improved version, is better than the performance displayed at the air show. Moreover, the technicians also optimized the production process, increased production stability, saved materials, and saved labor. Once calculated inside and outside, Zhou Yang was surprised to find that his 100-continent drone cost was basically the same as he expected. Then, the selling price of a 100-continental drone can also be finalized. After accounting, the combined cost of a 100-continental drone is around 2,200 yuan. Then the retail price of 2,999 yuan he had previously estimated had no effect. However, Zhou Yang felt that a drone earned so many users, and it was a bit unbearable. He asked the general manager Tang Ian's opinion. "Week always thinks 2,999 is too high?" Tang Lan seemed to see Zhou Yang's idea and smiled slightly. She clicked a few times on the computer, printed a document and showed it to Zhou Yang. "This is a curve of users' willingness to consume. You see, this is a downward curve. The x-axis is the selling price, and the y-axis is the willingness to buy. When the price is higher, the lower the user's willingness to buy. If we add our cost and profit curve, the intersection of these two lines is the best selling price." The price formula used by Tanglan is the most scientific statistical method, and the final price intersects at the position of 2,731.8 yuan, more than 2,700. It's a bit expensive, simply, it's 2,699 yuan, it's better to say it. Zhou Yang approved Tang Ian's suggestion, he just made a slight modification. Okay. Tang Lan will naturally not argue with the boss. Besides, this price is also in line with her expectations. In Beatty, her opinion has been very respected. Her usual work will not interfere with Zhou Yang, nor will she have excessive KPI pressure, which is completely impossible in other companies. Tang Lan has also worked in multiple companies, has a deep understanding, and her happiness in Beatty is unique. She likes the atmosphere here. Even if her income is lower than elsewhere, she will not change jobs for money. After all, she is a woman. The current goal is to raise her daughter up to an adult. If you don't desire money, happiness becomes an important thing, so if there is no accident, she will continue to work in Beatty. So the selling price of a 100-continental drone was so determined, and then Zhou Yang asked American and industrial John Yuxin to produce a publicity map. The specific selling price will be announced one day before the sale. The countdown to the sale of new products has come, and the workshop is gradually increasing production. About 10 days or so, the workers can also complete the initial mix and start selling. During this period, Director Zhou Yang and Canning were notified to go to the provincial capital Guangguan City, and he was officially invited to a medical industry meeting. Zhou Yang and Kang Ding can represent the Jiankang pharmaceutical industry participation, because the two affordable medical devices, hemodialysis machines, and cochlear implants they produce have been widely praised on the market and have now been adopted by domestic hospitals as official certification products are still very famous in the industry. Coupled with the redhead document issued by the previous Ministry of Health, which is specifically named for Jiankang cochlears, the above meaning can be seen, so this provincial health conference must invite Jiankang Pharmaceuticals to participate. This health meeting is divided into several topics. The first is a summary and instructions for recent epidemic prevention work. The recent epidemic prevention work has been intense and orderly. Although there have been no cases of group outbreaks, the entry cases are often found on the coast of customs clearance, and strict inspections are still required. In addition, for those returning overseas, 14 7-days of isolation should be implemented, and the number of daily infections with more than 10 cases found will require universal nucleic acid. In short, the situation of preventing viruses is still very serious, and it cannot be relaxed. Then there was the report of the hospital's work, which also revolved around the treatment of fever patients. The leader emphasized at the meeting that it is not possible to ignore the information of other patients just because of the prevention of epidemics, nor to rudely turn other patients out of the door, which is no different from seeing death. The leader instructed the hospital to be flexible and actively find a way, and not to forget the purpose of the hospital is to save lives. After summarizing the current emergency epidemic prevention work, it is necessary to guide the production of pharmaceutical companies in the province. Pharmaceutical companies need to work overtime and produce various antiviral drugs. The lack of medicine cannot cause delays in treatment. After finishing the guidance, criticism and awards began. The names here criticize some units and individuals who have neglected their work in some places, and have been seriously removed from office. Finally, it is a commendation. In addition to commending some outstanding and advanced individuals with anti-epidemic resistance, the name of Jiankang Pharmaceuticals is outstanding, because they produce two kinds of medical devices to solve the financial burden for patients, whether it is a blood dialysis machine or an artificial cochlear. They are all named in the ministry, and the province naturally awards them. As the factory director, Kang Ding took the stage to receive the prize. Not only won the trophy and bonus, but there are countless flashlights taking pictures below, which is definitely an honor. Super Factory System, Ding, Get Affirmation, Love Value 3. The loving value is the exclusive points in the medical classification. Recognition also gives points rewards, which is a double joy. This time I returned to Jiankang Pharmaceuticals, Kangding, and also reported that they had recruited some R&D personnel who planted dental materials to prepare for this problem. Tooth cultivation is a double-cooked task that Zhou Yang received from superiors and systems, and must be completed. However, Zhou Yang was stunned by the world in order to produce results at once, so he dragged it for a while. Here, let the technician researcher wait for a period of time before he pours out, and then starts to exchange a production plan from the system. After Zhou Yang returned to Beatty, he had already seen the drone workshop, and the construction had started in full swing. He picked up a semi-finished product on the production line and nodded satisfactorily when he saw that the product control was not bad. This batch of drones produced is fully qualified after QC testing, so that they can be packed into the warehouse. After a week of preparation, it finally arrived at the day when the 100-continent drone was to be released. The day before the sale, the official flagship stores of the White Emperor official network and various large net purchase platforms released a unified commodity link, which has already given a price of 2,699 yuan. At this time, there were tens of thousands more people involved in the snatching. This is still a single platform. The whole platform adds up to an estimated 150,000 units. This booking volume is higher than other drone brands, which has already exploded for a company that has just entered the drone field. This situation has aroused widespread concern in the industry. A lot of drones companies were in an uproar, and they started an emergency meeting to discuss the matter. This White Emperor's new product, the process of meeting with peers, has expanded from the electrical circle to the field of drones. Other small factories naturally don't believe it, just give them the price of 100-continent drones, not to mention that there is no technology. Even if there is technology, this research and development cost, plus the cost of materials plus various taxes, labor, and marketing expenses, not selling more than 120,000 units is a loss. Because the purchase volume of this medium-sized drone is already small, it is impossible to amplify costs through mass production, resulting in costs not falling. None of them can understand how a 100-continent drone can achieve the 2,699 selling price. A deputy manager of a small factory said, "I think this is a scam. This Baidu wants to cut a wave of leaks. Either they cheat subsidies, they will release a few. After the question, they will definitely be out of stock." This phenomenon is common in domestic manufacturing, and there are already countless precedents. The leaders of small factories nodded. According to their knowledge, this is the answer. Although some people in the conference room have used Baidu's products, they are also regarded as the loyal users of Baidu. Naturally, Baidu knows that it is necessary to say what you want, and never fools. This is definitely not a lie to subsidies. However, the deputy manager has so recognized that she, a small clerk, will not come out and talk about making the leader unhappy. The small and medium-sized manufacturers of drones are all optimistic, thinking that the 100-bar drone does not pose much threat to them. But some large drone factories, such as Daejiang, attach great importance to it. They also held a meeting, but the atmosphere of the meeting was very different from that of their peers. "Have you all seen the Centauri drone?" the general manager of Daejiang asked. The people who participated in the emergency meeting were all senior management in Daejiang. As the leader of the domestic drone industry, they have a large scale of enterprises, and they have the most talents in the direction of domestic drones. None of them here are people of technical origin, so they do not have the short-sighted problems of other businessmen. Doing things and making products are realistic. Therefore, other peers feel that the Centauri drones are here to deceive subsidies, but those leaders generally do not understand technology, and these leaders in Daejiang can see at a glance that the excellence of the Baichao drone is absolutely not fooling. A high-level speech, their drone, according to the video, the performance is comparable to our professional-level drone, but the selling price is dozens of times lower. Another person said, "This is impossible. The cost cannot be controlled below 10,000 yuan at all. We can't do it, let alone retail price of 2,699 yuan. I think it is impossible. It should be a farce." Many managers have discussed. The general manager shook his head. He opened some information on the projection and let others see it. Said it was impossible because you didn't understand Baidu. Some of the printers, refrigerators, and air conditioners in our company are Baidu's products, and the prices are hundreds of pieces. Now, do you still think impossible? What? Those cheap appliances are also Baidu's. Are they not electrical companies? At this time, these managers were suddenly surprised when this Baidu crossed the industry. For ordinary companies, the results across industries are not too good. After all, they are separated by mountains. But this Baidu suddenly stepped into the field of drones. How can he produce such a good, low-cost drone? In the eyes of a group of professionals, this is tantamount to a fantasy. Baidu has always been like this. Their original product, a tablet of 99 yuan, and a TV of 148 yuan, do you think it is impossible? However, people have been selling for more than 2 years, and even launched an updated model. The configuration is upgraded, and the selling price is unchanged. At this time, the crow was silent in the conference room, and this group of people was in surprise. The general manager of Daejeon continued, Beatty has become a well-known company in the country. Their product promotion has never been falsely publicized. Each product is several times cheaper than its peers, or even dozens or hundreds of times. Next, the projection of PPT shows that all the products of Beatty so far are like several treasures. It even includes the other two industries of Beatty's boss Zhou Yang, Meng Xian's car and Jiankang Pharmaceutical. It also lists the selling price of each product and the comparison of similar products. This selling price is intuitively reflected. This general manager has read Beatty's article before, and he is also more admirable to this company, so he knows Beatty very well. This time the White Emperor entered the field of their drone. The general manager knew that the White Emperor was not here to play, that was the real dragon. Since the Beatty's office has been a drone, there have been many posts on the internet that are very clear, that is, the grievance between Wazhou Electronics and Beatty Electric. And Wazhou Electronics is a wholly owned subsidiary of Yuxing in the country. It is blunt, that is, the grievances of Yuxing and Beatty, which originated from an unsuccessful acquisition. These general managers of Daxian, like anecdotes of rivers and lakes, said to many high-level listeners. After listening to these stories, they also had a preliminary understanding of Beatty's style. Everyone knows now that this product of Beatty is absolutely not greasy and will be sold normally. They will study the countermeasures carefully like those of electrical and electrical appliances. But some people still ask soul questions even if the Beatty is not foolish. But how do they do it and sell our drones worth more than 1.2 million yuan to 2,699? As the financial director of Daejeon, he took the pen to write and count on the paper and showed it to everyone. There is only one possibility, like the low price reason their boss Zhou Yang explained by himself. One is that they have no R&D costs, the other is that they have no advertising, the third is that there is no offline physical store, and the fourth is a mature industrial chain. Many parts can be produced by themselves. The chief financial officer finally concluded, if all these costs are eliminated, we can also make a similar drone of about 3,000 yuan. Others still can't understand, isn't it just material and labor costs, even taxes and fees? How to make money? In addition, if their research and development costs are not added, how can they be developed? How did they return to this book? The general manager became the object of answering questions. He quoted Zhou Yang's own statement, saying that there was a research and development result provided by a foreign R&D institution. Others shook their heads, they didn't believe this. How could there be a research institute in the world that only provided results and did not require investment? Even if they are good friends or relatives in charge of the research institute, scientific research results can be free, but human relations must be paid back. In the end, these costs will still be converted into research and development costs. It is estimated that it will not be low. Will this be a loss of 2,699 yuan? The general manager explained, will definitely not lose money. Beidit has sold this low-cost product for more than 2 years. Not only has there been no loss, but it is now growing. The high-tech industrial park they are building alone, with billions of investments, and a loss-making enterprise, how can it be invested? These management in Daejeon are a bit skeptical of life. They still don't know how Beidit controls costs and how they face them. Their mid to high-end drones are a few dozen times more expensive in front of 100 Continental drones, and they are worthless. In the future, as long as the 100 Continent drone is sold for one day, their medium and high-end drone will not be sold. These managers can't help but worry. The general manager laughed and comforted, don't worry too much, there must be a road before the car to the mountain. Beidit's products, including most home appliances, those home appliances, do not still exist. As you think about it, even if the Beatty's drones are particularly powerful, they must not occupy the global drone market. They don't have to be afraid of Beatty. The general manager did not choose to confront. He felt that it was possible to cooperate. After all, they have established sales networks around the world, have sufficient sales experience, and users are more inclined to their brands. They can cooperate with Beidit. Cooperate with Beatty? Is the other party willing? Someone expressed doubts. According to normal business logic, as long as one manufacturer produces goods that are popular in the market, it will never cooperate with other peers. After all, no one wants to give up the cake. The general manager said cooperation with other peers will definitely not work, but Beatty can. Then he listed Beidit in the PC power industry, mouse keyboard and other fields, all of which chose to cooperate with other companies and did not want to swallow the market alone. What's more, every new product of Beidit basically has only one, or an upgrade, and rarely produces continuously. Obviously, Beidit wants to make a certain product, not to bankrupt his peers, but just to make up for their production line. Otherwise, according to the theory of traditional enterprises, they must continue to make successful products instead of developing a new the product has no follow-up. Maybe he won't be able to surpass him by his peers. Beidit won't make new products. With these two speculations, the general manager of Daebiang made a decision to negotiate and cooperate with Beatty. First look at each other's attitude. So as the leading boss of the drone industry, the attitude towards ByteDance set the tone. Under the supervision of Zhou Yang, ByteDance's drone production line finally began to explode liver production. The users who booked the drone at the first wholesale also attached a beautiful gift. This time, the ByteDance was quite generous. In the past, many products earned only dozens or even a dozen yuan each. The profits were meager and they could not afford gifts at all. This time the drone, a net profit of several hundred yuan, so it is still easy to give a small gift. This time, there are too many drones than other ByteDance products. After all, they have been on various channels of news. This free advertising fee has been saved. Current affairs channels, gossip channels, financial channels, and legal channels all have the propaganda of the fights and news of this voyage. People who are basically online have no idea of this new type of drone. In the past 1 or 2,000 yuan, I could only buy a small guide drone. Nowadays, this 100-continent drone produced by ByteDance, 2,699, can buy a drone with a load of 110 kilograms and a voyage of more than 1 hour. It is very ridiculous. Those who need it are planning to buy one to play, and this configuration is too high. Then there was a boom to snap up drones. Of course, after all, it is a high-priced goods of 2,699 yuan. The people who bought it are definitely not as many as other ByteDance products, but they can basically digest the company's output. If you want to get the goods at the first time, you need to start early, otherwise you will have to wait a few more days. Anyway, the release of ByteDance's new product has always required snatching, and everyone is used to it. Not only ordinary users like it, some bloggers also have to buy it for the first time, and make boxing and test flight videos. This flow is there. So this is a high-profile product. Along with the deadline for express logistics to pick up goods at 4 p.m. on the first day, the first batch of Centauri drones has taken various transportation and flew towards the user's house. This time, Lei Xuan was the first to get a drone. He hurriedly went home to disassemble and shoot a video. However, he was not the first person to publish a video on the whole net, because Thunderstorm had to disassemble it, to explain it, and to cut the video, at least until midnight of the day, or even the next day. If it is broadcast live, then there is no need for such trouble. Kaizei is an ordinary young man in the deep town who likes novel things, just like other young people. His luck has been relatively good recently. When the White Empire gate draws, he won the prize, the latest 100-continent drone. This winning prize was a few days ago, so just a few days before the sale, the staff of ByteDance packed the prize. On the morning of the sale, a special customer contacted the courier brother to take the mail, and Kaizei could not wait. When he saw that the logistics had been taken, he immediately called the courier company and contacted the local courier to get the courier as soon as possible. However, the courier has his own job and it is impossible to send it for one person. Kaizei said that in the end, he found the courier site by car. After someone swept the code into the warehouse, he took it directly. So he is the fastest customer to get the drone in the whole net. After getting the drone, Kaizei was very excited. This thing was heavy. He put it in the trunk and felt particularly cool. Then he went to an open space, set up a mobile phone for shooting, and directly unpacked live broadcast outdoors. He has also broadcast live before, and there are thousands of fans, but today is different. The title of his live broadcast room reads the test flight of the 100-continent drone live unpacking box, and also added Fight Zhou Yang, White Emperor and other popular labels. The big data soon recommended a group of people who also liked these entries. They have either booked or have not planned to buy it, but it does not hinder their curiosity, so many people have not left when they come to the live room. They want to look at the actual use of the ByteDance drone for the first time. The carton is turned on, which is the ontology and accessories of the ByteDance drone, and there is also a greeting card and a small gift. Among them, because of the winning reasons, Zhou Yang's handwritten greeting card and fine gifts are different from others, which has attracted the envy of others. I don't think it's actually taken out of the Centauri drone in the news, but when I look out, the first feeling is big, and the second feeling is heavy. This is not a small difference from other types of drones at this stage. After the drone was taken out, it was in a folding state. Kaizei read the instructions and opened it into an unfolding state. It became the one seen in the fight news. This time Kaizei was even more excited. He turned on for the first time and shared the boot process to netizens. When you see that you are wearing smart glasses, you turn on the drone, and everyone feels too handsome. Now for other companies, one smart glasses will cost 2 or 3,000, and 2 or 3,000. Here is also a drone, by D's True Conscience. In fact, it is just the drawings of this drone, which designs the controller into a glasses style, which is different from the functions of the smart glasses sold on the market and cannot be confused. At present, this glasses is only suitable for controlling the flight of drones, and cannot answer calls and connect to smart homes. This is natural, because a 100-continental drone is born out of a military drone and will certainly not be connected to civilian use, and its ability to prevent signal interference is particularly strong. After all, it is necessary to prevent the enemy from easily snatching away the control of the drone, crushing all civilian drones. Kaizei has already turned on. He found that the helicopter currently has only about 40 of electricity, but it is enough for him to show. So after registering the owner's information, he entered his voice and facial information, so that he will be the owner of this drone. If someone wants to log in and use it, he must get his permission. In this way, to prevent theft and snatching of drones. Take off! Kaizei shouted excitedly, and the drone rose into the air, and then he shouted cow beep, because in the airborne state, the noise of the 100-continent drone was too low to make him feel surprised. Kaizei has played a lot of drones, many of which are noisy and buzz-zing. The higher the speed of the propeller, the greater the noise. This has become a custom setting. However, this noise theory was broken here on the Centauri drone. This ultrasonic sound, the prisoner's buzz is gone, and Kaizei gave a big praise. Kaizei didn't need both hands to press the traditional controller, so he took the phone and followed the drone in the air. When seeing the drone's gesture in accordance with Kaizei's gesture and voice control under flight, the audience also typed 666 cow in the projectile, and felt that the drone was different and manipulated. Other drones have an era. Not to mention in mute, Kaizei began to explore other functions. 100-continental drone, easy operation and sensitive operation, let Kaizei spontaneously issue excitement shouts such as woo. And after flying far away, there is no delay in manipulation, which is much better than the many drones he has played before. The manipulation was also tried. Kaizei scored a full score, and then during the propaganda, Zhou Yang demonstrated the kind of balloon-throwing behavior that made Kaizei remember, which was quite a bomber feeling. So after he got it, he also had to give it a try. He let the drone fall, then hung a load basket and put some stones in it, sand and wild grass, etc., all of which were stuffed into the brain. Seeing him play really, someone in the curtain persuaded and paid attention to safety. It's okay, it's empty around here, no one, I will pay attention. Kaizei said he knew, and then he let the drone take off again. Suddenly there was a little more weight. The drone seemed to feel the same as before, and then took some maneuvering. But at this time, you can hear the sound of when comes from the basket, because those stones are not fixed and will hit the edge when turning. This will affect the balance of drones. If this happens to many drones, it will cause instability or even crash. But the Centauri drone did not lose its balance, but adapted to stabilize its center of gravity. Kaizei once again felt incredible and praised. He can't wait to control the drone to fly not far in front of him. There are absolutely no pedestrians here, not afraid of smashing people. At the same time, he did not pay attention to the safety in the projectile, so he resolutely chose the drop function. Then the accident happened. The Centauri drone opened the box body in the air, and the debris inside fell at the same time. The gravel is okay, because the weight falls directly to the ground, but other dust and artemisinine will not work. There was wind at the scene, and Kaizei stood at the lower wind, and the sand was blown to him by the wind. Poof! Kaizei was covered with a face, and quickly bent over to run, and felt that his eyes could not be opened to the side. He was wearing smart glasses, but it was better, so he went in a little sand on the edge and became obsessed with his eyes. But his mouth was strong and filled with a lot of soil. He spit a few mouths, there was still sand in his mouth, and it was a bitter taste. He finally knew what the earth was like. Fortunately, this is not farmland. If it is farmland, the farmer will get some farm fat, and he will be forced to taste it. Haha, I told you long ago. Do not listen to handsome guys, and suffer in front of you. Lad, this is still relatively dangerous. If you fail, you will hurt someone. Don't try it in the future. The curtain has been overturned, and they are all watching Kaizei's jokes. Kaizei is also young and has never eaten such a loss. He took the mineral water in the car, gargled his mouth, washed his face, and tossed for a while before he finished. He apologized to the audience, saying that he would never play like this in the future. I understand why Zhou Yang used a balloon during the presentation because it was really easy to use other tricks. Kaizei also felt a loss of face. Now there are tens of thousands of people in the live room. He is ashamed and thrown to the whole net. However, after seeing the embarrassment, he was actually more popular, and he was very happy, so he will continue to demonstrate. After he took back his smart glasses, he found that the drone remained motionless in the air. There was no imbalance in this wind. Kaizei lamented that the unmanned aerial balance ability was so good. Only 2,000 people bought one of these levels. The drone is awesome. After playing for a while, the drone is dead. Kaizei retracted the drone, folded it, and put it in the trunk of the car. On the way back, he was still broadcasting. He was particularly satisfied with the unpacking and declared that with this drone, the 5 in his family could already be laid off. Basically, he would not play again. Basically, drones below 10,000 yuan cannot be compared with 100-continent drones. As for the more advanced drone, he has never been exposed and has no evaluation. When Kaizei saw that the live broadcast of the 100-continental drone was so good at unpacking, he called on the audience to pay attention. He will borrow a professional version of the drone next time, and PK with this one-stop drone to see who is more powerful. Kaizei ended the live broadcast here, and there were other people on the internet. The test flight video of the Bai Chao drone was released, and it felt pretty good. There are so many practical examples, and people in need look itchy in their hearts, and go to the website to buy a play. Because of the continued fiery fever, some bloggers evaluated the posts of the Bai Chao drone and the number of clicks was huge. To say that the hard nuclear knowledge category also belongs to the Beatty Taibo Lord Lei Book Airlines. On the day he received the drone, after simple use, he began to disassemble it. He disassembled the drone and found that the structure inside was very compact and the materials were very solid. He also disassembled a professional drone that had been severely damaged from the second-hand market as a comparison. The reason why he doesn't sell one directly is because it's too expensive, a professional version of more than 100,000, and if he only does one program, the cost is too high, so he reseated and bought a scrapped one. But it also cost more than 3,000, which is more expensive than a brand new 100 Continental drone, and it is very magical. Because he is iron powder and adds a lot of traffic to the Baidi appliances of Lei Shuang are all given away. Therefore, the cost of his video is to buy more than 3,000 pieces of scrapped drones. The test began, and Lei Shuang took off the drone on the open space in his community. Like Kaizei, he gave a lot of praise to the 100 Continent drone, and basically some functions have achieved the strongest in the same series. So much so that Lei Book Airlines would not be happy, only the urgent power would stop him. Thunderbolt Airlines carried a 100 Continental drone and returned home. After setting up the shooting equipment, video recording began. He first introduced the two protagonists of the dismantling program in this issue, that is, a 100 Continental drone and an scrapped foreign brand Ike drone. Thunderbolt Airlines first dismantled a 100 Continental drone. This drone is a modular design. It is easier to remove various components. Only a little basis can be maintained. Modular praise, so that even in the later period, the parts are damaged, and the relevant modules are directly purchased for replacement, which can greatly save the maintenance cost. As long as you have a little hands-on ability, you can complete it at home. Thunderbolt Airlines gave a compliment. He has now disassembled the relevant modules of the drone. The first is the main circuit, where the circuit is very dense and the workmanship is also solid, as in the past White Emperor. Then there is the battery, which is the battery of a well-known domestic company. According to the rules, this battery requires hundreds of pieces. Then the shell of the carbon fiber, picking up the shell alone, felt very light, and there was no problem with the material. Then there is the motor part of the motor. Thunderbolt Airlines found that there are no trademarks and brand names on this motor, only an internal code. Moreover, the electrical institution became very novel. He hadn't seen it before, and Lei Shuang guessed that the electrical part was made by Beatty himself. The remaining components, as well as radar, positioning device, horizontal gyroscope, etc., have a structural feeling that is a bit different from ordinary drones. Obviously, the structure of a 100 Continent drone is more advanced. After reading it, Lei Shuang marveled that this unmanned institution was very designed. These must have been designed independently, not for reference, because he had never seen similar designs on other electrical products, including Baidi's own product. Thunderstorm said, Beatty's Overseas Cooperative Research Institute is really strong. Almost every product has a different design idea. Obviously it is not from one person. It can only be said that Baidi has such a cooperative institution. Their success is not a fluke. Indeed, if other companies in China have such an overseas research institute with strong research capabilities, they will not be able to underdevelop. Lei Shuang also estimated that even if it is the case of Hua, it may not be the case to invest hundreds of billions of dollars a year. It can be inferred that this foreign institute that cooperates with the Beatty has invested at least a few billion yuan per year, or even more, because they cannot serve only the Beatty family. Such an institution is very mysterious. Lei Shuang could not guess the secret of this overseas organization, and then he moved his focus to the Ike scrap drone abroad. When Thunderbolt Hang disassembled this one, he found that it was not a modular design, and it was disassembled and found that the design was tight. If one is broken, the main board may be replaced, or there will be number 100 other areas for maintenance. UAV convenience and savings. Then there was the internal circuit board, and Lei Shuang compared the circuit boards of the two drones together. One is like exquisite industrial artwork, while the other is very common. It is no different from other appliances. On a circuit board, many places are empty and not dense. If you want to make a metaphor, the circuit board of the 100 Continent drone is like a first-line city, and the circuit board of the Ike drone is like a county city. The difference is so great. This technological content is different. It is obvious that there should be a difference between the two drones, and as far as I know, this Ike is not available in the country, and the selling price in foreign countries is equivalent to RMB 180,000. The performance is not comparable to a 100 Continental drone, so everyone knows which one to choose? Unconsciously, Lei Shuang also advertised a 100 Continent drone. Then the comparison material, although it is all carbon fiber, feels that the 100 Continent drone is better, and the materials and key parts, the 100 continent drone must be stronger than the Ike brand. And there is a very big difference in the design concept of these two drones. It's a bit strange. Some designs of a 100 continent drone, I haven't seen them on other drones, and it seems that other functions can be developed. Thunderbolt Airlines felt the point of doubt. In fact, the 100 continent drone was previously military and very different from civilian use. In terms of flush grass resistance and stability, a 100 continent drone crushes other civilian versions. Of course, it is not that the civilian version is useless. Generally speaking, the civilian version can save costs. But this law was rewritten on a 100 continent drone, and 100 continents are cheap and strong and durable. After a comparison, the Ike drone is completely backward anyway, and Thunder Airways uses a 100-stop drone afterwards. Unless it is a special occasion that requires the size of the drone, he will use other small drones. There is no reason to use a 100-star drone. This time the evaluation was completed, and Lei Xuan gave a very high evaluation of the 100 continent drone. This is an epic-making drone that has knocked down the price of more than 1.2 million medium-sized drones. If you need a strong performance, long-lasting, high-load, mute, and well-controlled drone, then it's true to buy a 100 continental drone. If you give me a reason not to choose a 100 continent drone, then I think that only if you use a low frequency, then more than $1,000 can buy an introductory version of the drone. The video recording ended after Lei Xuan. He started editing the video that night, ready to send it as soon as possible. After he sent the video, his audience had long been looking forward to it. When I saw that the interior structure of the Baichao drone was so good, I felt that there was no problem with this drone. If you need to buy it, you won't regret it. This video quickly broke 300,000. There are so many playbacks in more than a day on the B station, which shows how high the video heat is. Other bloggers are not weak, and they have published their evaluation videos to compete for traffic. The old friend of the audience, Hammer Technology, also produced a comparative video, which is also very hot. At the beginning of the video, King Sledgehammer, the sole character of Hammer Technology, appeared. His partner's leg changed a dark red garter with stockings, plus a dark red short skirt. The whole person was like a fire, giving the heart of the LSP man to burn up. The audience began to lick the screen and called his wife. Sure enough, the legs came out. Most people looked at the legs. No one watched the video content of the audience. This is also the standard process in the Hammer Technology video. At first, everyone was stimulating by the senses to watch the thighs of the legs. But then, Wang Sledgehammer relied on his personal charm and would turn the audience's attention to the show. This is one of the mysteries that they have more and more fans and the whole net has reached millions. The intuitive feeling of leaning on the legs and legs attracts passers-by powder. The King Sledgehammer, the founder and host, is the core figure in powdering. He said at the beginning, "Our theme today is a bit of a suspicion of hotness, but even if you say it, I will do this show. Not to hide everyone, I watched Zhou Yang fight, one punch was too handsome, and I was sucked powder at once. So today, we will do a 100 continent drone evaluation." The legs and legs were next to the side. I know that the fight was called the drone's First World War by netizens. Ha ha ha. 2,333. The audience who watched the video was not happy, and they were all bursting their expressions. They belong to the live program today. The protagonist of the evaluation is, of course, the Pentecostal drone, and the Pentecostal drone, which is called the grandchildren by netizens. There are also mainstream Daejiang and several other small brands of drones on the market. Wang Sledgehammer went on to say, first stated that the current video is not rigorous, because the selling price, use, and size of these drones are not unified, so everyone can just have fun. The results are for reference only, please do not send a letter. The letter that Wang Sledgehammer said, of course, refers to the lawyer's letter. His sharp and funny evaluation is sometimes very poisonous. He is often sent by the manufacturer to let him delete the video, so he said this. As soon as the disclaimer was finished, Wang Sledgehammer and several of their staff began to evaluate. The first is the appearance and subject, as well as accessories. Most of the other drones are large and small bodies, plus a control panel of one or a circular or long corner. But only a 100 continental drone is different. It is made into the shape of the glasses, and it is a sunglasses style. It looks particularly cool and full of technology. In terms of shape and creativity, I gave 9.9 points to the PFA's drone. For the rest, score 9 points for now. After Wang Sledge's review, the second item began, that is, manipulation performance. They came outdoors, and then 6 people began to control the lift of 6 drones, doing various actions, and extreme distance testing. In terms of control, the 100 continent drone is absolutely first-rate, and other Daejiang and 5-story drones are not bad. But there is a worse one here. He bought more from his concubine, the cheapest, only more than 700 yuan. The drones boasted on the leaflets are equivalent to about 5,000 yuan in Daejiang. However, after use, various signals are disconnected, temporarily malfunctioning, and the body is unstable, making people feel that it will fall at any time. Then this drone is also 50 meters away from the user, and the signal starts to be intermittent. The red light indicates that the distance is too far away, and there is a risk of runaway. The operator quickly ran a few steps. When the signal recovered, hurried to let the drone come back and hang up and brake. So, these more than 700 UN are considered to be floating. Perhaps this cannot be called a drone, which is the level of the children's model. Then there was the load test. The other drones had a very light load. With a lens on the sky, they could not drag anything up and down with 5 kilograms below the drone. The unmanned aerial vehicles with good loads in the test are currently only Daejeong and 100 Continents. Because this Daejeong is a professional version of the agricultural drone, it costs about 110,000. In terms of performance, the Bai Chao drone is similar to the agricultural drone in Daejeong, but it is clear that the Bai Chao drone is better. At a single price, 100 Continents crush all their peers. Wang's sledgehammer laughed at the back. That is, with 100 Continents, all other drones have become scum, and there is no cost-effectiveness at all. At the end of the video, they had to do a dangerous experiment, but no one else had done it. That is to use a Centauri drone to pull a person up. The load capacity of a 100 Continental drone is 110 kilograms, while the leg and leg shape are well maintained. She with 2 long legs has a weight of only 98 pounds, so a 100 Continent drone can pull her. For this test, the legs were replaced with trousers to avoid running out, and the staff laid an inflatable mat on the ground to prevent accidents. Of course, it will not really pull the legs to the sky. A maximum of 1 meter off the ground is enough to prove that it can be transported. Are you nervous? Wang's sledgehammer is asking about the legs in preparation. It's a bit, so don't mess with it for a while, get me to heaven. The operator said, rest assured, we are ready for backup measures. These 2 people, one responsible for the operation of the drone, have set the distance from the ground, so that like the automatic cruise function, no one has the opportunity to automatically maintain a height. And they also have double insurance, and another security officer, holding a drone countermeasure in his hand, which is like a laser gun that can interfere with radio signals, thereby interfering with or controlling drones, police or security companies. Now all are labeled with this equipment to counter the increasing number of drones flying around. When they test, they can easily control other drones, which is very easy to use. However, when they tested the Bai Chao drone, they found it difficult to act on the Bai Chao drone and could interfere, but the Bai Chao drone was not completely out of control or was performing tasks. But the operation was not so flexible. Only when the distance is very close can the drone counter equipment interfere with the 100 Continent drone. This surprised the people in the program group. From this point of view, the Bai Chao drone is really strong and can resist interference to a certain extent. This is the strongest anti-interference in all drones. We have discovered another advantage of a 100 Continental drone, and the stability is trustworthy. Wang's sledgehammer extended his thumbs to praise. Although this drone counterpacking device has a limited impact on a 100 Continental drone, they are used up close, so this device is still necessary to prevent the drone from suddenly bursting and pulling its legs into the sky. Then the test flight began, and the dangerous behavior was typed on the video. Do not imitate the words, and then the drone took off slowly from the ground and stopped more than a meter away from the ground, shouting because the legs are already scared. This height is already higher than the inflatable cushion, so that the staff then controlled the 100 Continental drone, let the legs hang in the air by the safety rope, successfully moved to 30 centimeters above the inflatable cushion, and was suspended. In this way, the experiment was successful. The Centauri drone can really carry people. It is estimated that it is the cheapest manned spacecraft on the market. The effect of this show is very blasting, and the curtain area is already full of screams from netizens. Unmanned function pulls people up, and it is very stable, which shows the excellence of 100 Continent drones. Then the staff controlled the drone to land, everyone helped the legs untie the safety rope, and the video was finished. After the video was sent, it became a popular video of major platforms. This beauty and the gimmick of the drone are really powerful. The staff of Hammer Technology also wrote the video in this video as a picture and lush buyer show, so that Baetigwan nets could show off. With the release of the Hammer Technology buyer show, it was pushed to the front row by netizens, but they are not the best buyer show. After a few days, many talented users also uploaded their buyer show. These people have developed the use of a 100 Continental drone to a new level. For a time, 8 immortals crossed the sea in the buyer's show comment area, each showing its magical power. In the product review area of the Bai Chao drone, the buyer show really turned over everyone. The previous thing about Hammer Technology hanging beautiful women with drones is only average, and there are other applications. Someone converted it into a jet pot, spraying fruit trees and farmland. This is also one of the officially recommended applications, but he has also developed a beekeeping use. He replaced the pesticide in the spray pot with alcohol. I saw the video in the buyer's show. A 100 Continent drone flew under the eaves of the roof of the house. There was a huge horse honeycomb on it, and it was all terrifying wasp that flew in and out. This thing can sting people, people frown and don't even dare to get close. Originally, it was enough to call 119 except for bees, but here is the countryside, and the fire alarm is inconvenient, so this user modified the equipment in addition to spraying pesticides and began to use the 100-continent drone as an alcohol blowtorch. When he closed the window at home, he began to control, and he saw the horse honeycomb at close range in his smart glasses. Because he will not install an automatic ignition device here, let the drone be at the window and manually ignite, but he can control the ejection of alcohol. In this way, the toast blowtorch is on standby, and the flame at the vent is burning. When the drone approached the horse honeycomb, the horse bee also discovered the uninvited guest that had never been seen before, and they launched an attack. But the wasp was either twisted to pieces by the propeller, or it was not able to penetrate the carbon fiber shell, which was completely a downward blow. Nature has evolved a poisonous sting attack method that has been achieved for hundreds of millions of years, and it is vulnerable to the latest technological products of mankind. Ignition. The user was still a little funny. In Wandering Earth 2, Mr. Lee Swedgian shouted this sentence in his tone, and he pressed the remote key. At this time, the amount of alcohol sprayed by the blowtorch suddenly increased, and the flames rushed out more than a meter, and the fire was strong, just sprayed on the horse honeycomb. The flammable physique of my honeycomb instantly formed a burning fireball, and countless black smoke and burn residues began to fall. After less than a minute of burning, the horse honeycomb ceased to exist. Half of the burnt black fell to the ground and continued to burn, and the remaining was unlikely to have live wasps. This time the bee removal task was successfully completed, and the buyer show ended. This is a new application direction for a 100-continent drone to eliminate harm. However, this is still a bit dangerous after all. The video publisher did not protect the bee protection well, and ignition by hand was also prone to fire, so the official staff of the White Emperor issued a note, "Do not imitate." With the first two buyer shows, there are many curious netizens, so I watched them one by one to see if the drone was applied to a more peculiar direction. Not to mention, there really is. A high school boy begged his parents to ask for a Centaur drone as a birthday gift on his just birthday. He told his parents that he played as a remote control plane, but when he waited at night, he went to the top of his house, hung some snacks and fruits, and controlled the drone in another direction in the town. When he got to the place, the boy sent a window shaking, and the window opened, and a lovely high school girl appeared. The girl looked around cunningly, and no one noticed, so she crippled off the plastic bag hanging on the drone, and then hung up another bag, and quickly closed the window. The girl just hid the plastic bag, and the parents came in. The girl pretended to do the crime and did the fuzzle. When her parents left, she took out the snacks in the plastic bag and ate them happily. At the same time, there was a love letter in the bag. She opened it and checked it. It was all the tenderness and honey that boys wrote to her. It's sweeter than eating lollipops. At the same time, when the drone returned home, the boys also received 1,000 paper crane folded by the girl. Of course, there were also replies from the girls. The boys turned their heads straight at home after reading happily. These are all avoided by the parents of both sides. There is no way. Their age is in the heaviest high school period. Although the sinuses are beginning, the parents will definitely not agree to the interaction between the two. In this way, the two young couples will complain to each other. Heart. The boy who bought the drone just sent some photos, and many places were coded. Everyone did not know their identity. The boy just wanted to share his happy first love process. Of course, this has harvested the blessings of many netizens. Of course, there are people who are just lemons. They said that they are in their 20s or their mother-child singles. So these people ridiculed and said that they would buy drones to get rid of orders. After eating the dog food of young people, the following is the life of an otaku drone. This man is a professional player who plays games at home all day and makes money by playing computer games. He basically stares at the computer screen for more than a dozen hours a day, eating and drinking Lhasa at home, and basically does not go out. But he also had to buy some daily necessities, so he thought of a trick before, that is to use a drone to help him buy things. After the drone flew out, the game otaku communicated with the boss through the camera and voice call, buying some cigarettes, mineral water, and lighter things in the grilled string, and the heavy drone would not move. The bosses around are also familiar with customers who can't see each other. Every time the otaku comes to buy something, they show the collection code in front of the camera. The otaku pays over there, and the boss puts the goods in the basket tied by the helicopter. Finished the transaction. It's just that the otaku's drones were all ordinary, with limited load, and at most bought a few small things that were not heavy. Like a watermelon, the previous drone cannot be bought, and a dozen pounds of a big watermelon can only look at it. However, the Beatty suddenly launched the Peito drone, and the otaku was fancy to its price and load. You know, this kind of drones with loads must have at least 5 digits on the market, but if it is to be used well, it will be 6 digits. But the Centauri drone directly overturned this pricing interval, with a price of 2,699 yuan, which was cheap enough to explode. It has always been concerned about drones. If you want to enjoy the dream of buying small shops around you at home, you can easily realize it. So he bought the drone at the price of a small top equipment. After demolishing the seal and filling the store that day, he bought a lot of delicious food for him at night. There is a list of cold beer, grilled skewers, cigarettes, big watermelons, cold drinks, and some happy water in the fat house. These add up to more than 30 pounds, but the 100-continental drone is easy to carry, and the operation mode of this intelligent glasses, and the manipulation experience like an arm finger, makes the otaku very satisfied, so he photographed his purchase. Object test, sent a buyer show, and gave a big praise. This is also the idea of liberating technology downstairs and implementing it to the end. Anyway, there are a lot of people in the comment area, and many high people are sharing their drone use experience. If there is a ladder, use the rope to let the drone pull itself to the room, and use it to present flowers to high-altitude windows to confess. In short, because of the cheap price and excellent performance of the Bai Chao drone, everyone has developed a lot of usage. However, there are two buyer shows that still deeply touch the netizens. One of them is a mountain user with a disabled bed. When he was working in the city, he fell from a height and became paraplegic. Although he lost a lot of money, his wife divorced and ran away with a part of the compensation, leaving only the old mother and him, and his 8-year-old son. Because he lives in a ravine, the child goes to school every day, and he has to walk for nearly an hour. The grandma of his childhood and his child are unable to escort every day, and he is scared to watch the children go out every day. After all, such a small child walks the mountain, always worried about his accident. However, at this time, Baidu pushed him a new product link of a 100-continent drone, and he saw it as a treasure. His family is also a loyal user of Baidu. The fans, TV sets, mobile phones, etc. at home are all Baidu. Baidu has a drone. This is also the first time to buy. After buying it, he spent more money to buy a renewal battery suit. After this installation, the renewal can take about half an hour. Then the drone became his eyes, which can help the child with a school bag, a water glass, and the camera, allowing him to watch the child walk throughout the process, and can talk to the child at any time. This drone flies high and looks far away. Even if there is a rain belt in front, you can see clearly, reminding children to take umbrellas and walk to avoid pits. Then after the child arrived at school safely, he went to find a place to charge, so that after school in the afternoon, the child's father could accompany his son to school again. Knowing the situation of the child's home, the school made an exception to allow the child to take the drone to school and provide charging services for free, which reflects humanistic care. I am particularly grateful to the Bai Chao drone. He makes me feel that I am not a complete waste, but also a little useful. Thank you Baidu, thank you Bai Chao drone. When I saw the middle-aged man lying on the bed, everyone felt a little bit sour when he stretched out his thumb with his unflexible arms. Unexpectedly, a small drone actually made a person so satisfied that Baidu's buyer show review area was still so thought-provoking. In addition, there is a buyer show that makes people feel the same. It is also a village surrounded by deep mountains. Inconvenient transportation and access to the mountains all require climbing steep mountain steps. When it encounters rain and the stones are slippery, it is easy for pedestrians to fall off the cliff. In the history of this village for more than 100 years, there have been more than 20 villagers who fell and died on this stone ladder. Fortunately, the state funded them, repaired the stone ladder, deepened the width, and added guardrails, which is much safer. In recent years, there have been no accidents. However, in their mountainous areas, the most important source of income, in addition to farming, is to pick bird nests. But they are a high-value bird's nest here, but the bird's nest is very difficult to pick in a cave on an isolated peak. Villagers often have crashes or injuries due to climbing. For even a few years, the Superior Department has issued a strict order not to pick the bird's nest to avoid danger. But there are still villagers who can't help the high-price temptation to secretly pick up the bird's nest. Danger occurs from time to time. When the village was electrified, a young villager who graduated from college took the local civil servant and returned to the village to become a village official. He wanted to lead his neighbor to Yukang. He discovered a non-hazardous method of picking bird nests, that is, buying newly produced Baidu drones. One is cheap, buying a few rotations is enough for more than 10,000 yuan. The second is that no one needs to climb up the mountain. Only 2 drones are tied with a shovel. After selecting a bird's nest, they are shoveled down with a shovel, and there is a net box modified by 2 drones below, which is responsible for the falling bird's nest. In this way, only a few skilled drone operators are required to complete the dangerous bird's nest picking, and no longer need to be involved in danger. The bird's nest picked in this way is the property shared in their village, which is used to improve the living environment of the whole village, and each household will share a part of the money. Such results are very happy. Later, the village official, with the people of the whole village, took a picture of family portrait. The bright smile of each villager can show how happy they are. This is the smile of the people and the welfare that technology brings to them. Everyone left a message under this buyer's show, praising the young village officials for their cleverness, and also brought popularity to this silent village chief. Many netizens wanted to find an opportunity to experience here the original local style, and even witness the process of picking bird's nest. The village officer saw the business opportunity again at once. In the comment area, he warmly invited the majority of netizens to travel and study, and promised to build a guesthouse immediately to provide quality services to the guests. Such a small closed village not only earned economic income from 100 Continental drone, but also had the opportunity to develop into a tourist attraction, which was brought to them by the White Emperor. These buyer shows are very interesting and tearful. The Centauri drone brings them joy and convenience, and they also bring heat and flow to the PepsiCo drone, which is complete with each other. These buyer shows were also excavated by journalists. Many local reporters went to interview the parties and showed many unknown aspects. This has also further increased the popularity of a 100-continent drone, basically subverted the low and medium-end drone market. The previous mid-end drone, with a price of tens of thousands to 120,000 yuan, is now scumbagged by the 2,699 price of a 100-continent drone. Originally, people in this circle had very good information. After learning of a 100-continental drone, no one would spend dozens of times the high price to buy those expensive and underperforming drones. Therefore, in addition to purchasing, those drones directly passively withdrew from the market. As long as the Centauri drones are still on the market, they will not be able to sell the goods because they have been eliminated by the times, and now they are the era of PUFAs. As for some cheap small drones, due to volume and use, the 100-continent drone cannot be fully covered, so there are some markets. The major drone manufacturers wailed, foreign brands, direct grey shops, and withdrew from the domestic market. They felt that the domestic market was terrible. In fact, monsters created medium-sized drones with a price of 2,000 yuan. Unimaginable. Domestic drones companies, such as the 5-continent electrons that fight the parties, are even more uncomfortable. Not only did they lose the market this time, products that were originally sold well, but they all turned into unattended people, and they completely became the background of the 100-continent drone. Bored. And they fought and lost. The picture of him falling to the ground by electric halo has been made into a stock by netizens. It is sent in various videos and comment areas on their 5 continents, so that the liver fire that is superfluous is rising. Privately greeted the 18th generation of ancestors by those little black men in Zhou. But he has to make a choice, whether to withdraw from the drone field, or to continue to ask his father Yixing to provide them with better technology, or massive amounts of funds. They go to fight the price with Beatty. Waste. When even more than asking for help from the headquarters of Yixing, he was reprimanded by the leader of the headquarters. Even if the last router loses, it's a marginal product. People with 3 stars don't care, but this time it's a drone. They also plan to get involved in an emerging field, but their main products are sold abroad. Okay, but the same technology, castrate a cheap vested 5-continental drone in China but met Waterloo. The top stars will definitely not put this person on their own, it can only be a redundant backpipe. Continuous defeat, let us doubt your ability. If you have it next time, you will get out of here and spit out those who eat it. A leader of Yuxing issued an ultimatum. Even with this depressed, he had collected a lot of benefits from Yuxing in private before, and let him kill by day. As a result, he has not completed the task now, but has become a laughingstock for domestic netizens. The benefits he took could not be preserved. After all, the star is not a soft persimmon. He is a beating worker and cannot compete with an international group of 500. There was only reprimand above, but no order was issued, because they knew that the 5-continent drone had not been saved, and they would not give any support to let themselves die. Performance is not dominant, and prices are not comparable. Then the 5-continent drone can only leave the market lonely. It is still the script of the previous router. Even the extra provocation Zhou Yang once again tasted the failure. This time the defeat was even more ruthless, and others were humiliated. Even if it is superfluous, borrow wine to ease your worries and swear to retaliate back. He just shouted a mantra of the Grey Wolf, I will come back. Walking with domestic drones, lonely exit from the drone market is different. Although Daejiang is also affected as a carrier in the domestic drone industry, it is not too serious. After all, they have formed in the world drone market. With an advantageous position, a domestic phenomenon-level product cannot shake them too much. Daejiang also respects his opponents. One of their vice presidents came to the deep town of Beatty Company with an investigation team to conduct a major negotiation with their boss Zhou Yang to affect the entire drone field. Zhou Yang boss, hello. General package, welcome to guide. In the reception hall of Beatty, Zhou Yang met the deputy general manager of Bailian in Daejiang, and both sides shook hands happily. Although it was the first time I met, the two also knew each other in advance, and they all have a certain reputation in the industry. Especially Zhou Yang, fame has already ignited the manufacturing circle, and like Xiaomi's Thunder, he already has the potential of Cybercall, and has a large number of his personal fans. It is also very polite for the other party's deputy director general to meet, because of the particularity of Beatty Company. Although both sides are competitors, they have no crossbows, but they talk very happily. Vice President Bao gave Zhou Yang a meeting gift, and Zhou Yang expressed his gratitude. They then took him politely, and Zhou Yang took him to visit other workshops in Beatty. This naturally avoided the drone workshop. After all, they were walking together, or they had to avoid suspicion. Before, the vice president of Bao heard that the company management on Beatty's side was great. The so-called expert gateway, the layman looks lively. If it is an ordinary person, look at a company, okay, and get used to looking at its scale. If it is large and there are many people, it is considered that the company is good. However, insiders all look at company management and corporate culture, and they know the current or future business status of this company. And Baidu is very well managed, the working atmosphere of employees, and standardized management. None of them reveals the thriving meaning. In fact, this is the result of the joint management of Zhou Yang and General Manager Tang Lan. Zhou Yang is responsible for formulating the direction of enterprise development, and Tang Lan is responsible for implementing it through scientific management. With the cooperation of the two, there is now Baidu. After his visit, Vice President Bao was very admirable, so he decided on the idea of cooperation. In the afternoon, they came to the conference room to discuss cooperation issues. If you want to negotiate and cooperate, it depends on the cooperative attitude of both parties. Zhou Yang can cooperate or not, mainly depending on what kind of cooperation De Jiang is. If you take the industry boss to make some unreasonable terms, Zhou Yang will definitely choose not to cooperate. The general manager on this side of De Jiang is also the founder, a Bai Daitong. He has met in their company and has already cherished Baidu's past. This time, Vice President Bao also came with the boss's instructions, so their cooperation is to represent the overseas distribution rights of the Baichao drone. Because of the selling price and performance of a 100 Continental drone, the similar models in China are already invincible. The medium-sized and professional drones of other companies no longer have the need for production, so the drone industry is facing a big shuffle. Because Dejiang has a lot of technical reserves and rich product lines, as long as Baidu does not continue to sell under other types of drones, they can sell well. After all, the weight and volume of a 100 Continental drone are its advantages and its shortcomings. For some skinny girls or children, they must not be able to move such a heavy drone, and it is difficult to carry it without a load. Use in the wild. Therefore, Dejiang's light-duty drones are not very expensive, and they are still very marketable. There are other particularly refined areas, because Dejiang has many unique patent technologies and will not be seized by the Beatty market. So when other drones face the disaster of extinction, Dejiang will not be too worried. It's just that the medium-sized drones in Dejiang can basically be discontinued. At the price of Baichao, they can't reach it. Since there is no competition, simply give up this track. The boss of Dejiang has already thought that the Daichao drone is already invincible in the domestic medium-sized drone field, and there is no need to fight hard, but the weaker link of the Baidian is overseas sales, and this is the strength of Dejiang. There are many overseas customers and distributors who can sell large numbers of drones abroad at any time. This has the basis for cooperation. So this time, Vice President Bao proposed that they can sell 100 drones overseas to make money for foreigners together. This is what Baidu has always done. In addition, the two companies can also provide patents for mutual benefit and provide technical patents for each other. In the future, the domestic drone market will basically be the two of them. The boss of Dejiang has seen Zhou Yang through. Knowing that Zhou Yang's entry into the drone field this time is all caused by the extra sticks, otherwise he will not even take the name, but he is playing the face of the 5-continent drone. Now that the 5-continent drones have disappeared, it is estimated that Baidu has no intention to expand the production of drones. As long as Baidu does not continue to develop in the field of drones, then the two drones companies have a basis for cooperation. The boss of Dejiang has already spoken to Bao Loren in advance. If Zhou Yang refuses to cooperate, then they will be ready to fight hard, because this proves that Baidu is going to be deeply cultivated in the field of drones, and the two of them have no possibility of cooperation, but a competitor who wants to fight life and death. Zhou Yang handed over Tang Lan after reading the other party's proposal document, so she also looked at it. He himself agreed to cooperate. Just as the other party's boss knew Zhou Yang did not intend to make a big fuss on the drone. What he is doing now is to accumulate capital and technical strength. The high-tech park will be completed in the future. Is the core of Zhou Yang. In the future, regardless of high-tech fields such as production chips, energy, aerospace, and large ships, he would like to involve one or two to break foreign monopolies. Although the drone is good, it is not Zhou Yang's goal. His goal is the 1:1 fighter model in the high-tech park. The drone is too naive in front of the Skyfighter. Tang Lan has always obeyed Zhou Yang's arrangement. Since the boss agreed, she set out to bargain with each other, discuss the arrangement of each cooperation entry, and strive to maximize the interests of the Bai Emperor. As long as both parties are willing to sit down and talk, these terms are negotiable. The first is about the sale of a 100-continent drone. Domestic sales are naturally the responsibility of Beatty himself, and Daejeon has also expressed its attitude that within 2 years, it will no longer launch aircraft similar to those of 100 continents. In fact, this is just beautiful words. Even if Daejeon has launched related products, there will be a 100-continent drone jewelry in front, they will not have sales, and it is better to sell their personal feelings. And 2 years later, it was just right. Basically, 2 years later, with the rapid technological change of drones, the performance of the 100-continent drones must be lagging behind. At that time, if there is subversive technology in Daejeon, it is still necessary to snatch the market. After all, every company is not for charity. Of course, if there is money, it must be earned. As for the sale of 100 drones abroad, Daejeon is willing to do the full power to do the work. They only charge a consignment fee. Then the overseas layout price of the Centauri drone must also be determined. Zhou Yang and Tanglan have talked about it before. Selling 2,699 yuan in China is a preferential price for compatriots. For foreigners, it is appropriate to charge a little handling fee. If they count taxes and other taxes, they sell about 16,000 yuan. This is also the consistent pricing strategy of the BYD overseas version, about 6 times more expensive than domestic. In this way, profits can be distributed to a part of Daejeon, so that BYD does not have to go overseas to develop the market himself, and free up energy to engage in more important projects. In addition, BYD's profits have also increased several times at once, depending on whether Daejeon would sell it with his heart. This will give them a little more profit, so the next negotiation will be discussed in proportion. This level of cooperation can't be finished at all, so at night, Zhou Yang hosted a party in Daejeon at the Grand Hotel. Here is a good wine and good food hospitality, and Bailian also saw Zhou Yang's sincerity. So after they asked the boss at night, the negotiations were smoother the next day, and both parties made certain concessions, and eventually all had a satisfactory share. It can not only guarantee the profit of the White Emperor, but also allow Daejeon to eat meat. This is a strategic cooperation between the two sides. Then the patents are shared. Daejeon has the most patents for domestic drones. They take out the most commonly used patents and share them with BYD. Zhou Yang is not stingy, can provide insignificant patents for 100 drones, and Daejeon can also be applied to their drones. With the patent holding of Daejeon, an upgraded version can be issued after the 100-continent drone passes, and the incremental price is another win-win clause. After 2 days of discussion, the intention of cooperation was finally determined. After everyone in Daejeon went back, the final details of the terms were also finalized. Then Zhou Yang went to the headquarters of Daejeon and met his boss. The boss of Daejeon also had a long relationship with Zhou Yang. After meeting, he felt particularly close. The two bosses signed a formal contract together. So far, the two most prestigious companies in China have launched in-depth cooperation. This shocked other domestic peer companies. 2 domestic monster-level drone companies have started cooperation, which has allowed some small and medium-sized drones to walk together, and it feels like this line cannot be mixed. Daejeon has technology and patents, and BYD's things are cheap. Other peers can't fight for technology, but the price can't be spelled out. Only the gun surrenders. Therefore, these UAV companies have switched one after another, and the UAV field has suddenly changed from the Blue Sea to the Dead Sea, becoming the most unsuitable industry in the country. In this way, all the low-quality, gimmick-type drone companies have been eliminated. In the drone market, there are 2 super giants and sporadic specialty companies. After experiencing this pain, the future drone companies will definitely not have that kind of speculation. If they want to mix it up, they must be new and innovative. The cooperation between the two sides has also played a role in regulating the industry. When the domestic drone industry was shuffled, Daejeon began to promote 100 Daichao drone overseas. In view of the fame of Daejeon, on the first day, the goods were put on the shelf. There were customers in a certain country, and 300 were purchased at once. There are many other large customers who buy more than 10 at once. Orders abroad are very different from domestic ones. The difference is that they will buy a lot at once. When Zhou Yang received the number of orders, he was also surprised. What kind of customers would he want to buy so much at once? Tang Lan smiled and showed Zhou Yang interesting news. According to the news, Daejeon is a military-industrial company, because on the battlefield of conflicts abroad, there are often Daejeon drone figures. Daejeon has been involved in regional conflicts, and the purpose of Tanglan to show Zhou Yang the news is to say that Feng Shui turns in turn, and now it is their turn to participate in the conflict on a 100-continent drone. Now the cost-effectiveness of their 100-continent drone is more than many models in Daejeon, and its load, renewal, stability, etc. are too suitable for the battlefield environment. Just install a 110-kilogram cargo basket, put a bomb or a small missile, you can make small shares, carry out long-range raids, and at low selling prices. Even if the overseas version of the drone has more than 6 times higher selling prices, it is cheaper than other products. Too much, it doesn't hurt to be shot down. Tang Lan said, I estimate that our BA Chow drone will be spread all over the country in the future. Zhou Yang shook his head with a smile. He guessed that foreign users would use it for military purposes, but did not expect the speed of application to be so fast. It seems that foreign users are really different from domestic ones. The other party is also professional. At a glance, it can be selected from so many drones around the world to those who were born out of the military model. However, it should be emphasized that Baidu is just a drone manufacturer, selling all compliance things. As for what the guests buy back and do, they have no right to interfere. After all, the disclaimer has been written clearly. After the overseas edition is sold, it has formed an essential difference with the country. The country is generally purchased by individuals. One is the main one. The company purchases all within 10 in one purchase. There are also dozens of purchases at one time, which are used for special purposes, but it is relatively rare. But foreign users, one batch at a time, are really rich. Now the Beatty and Daejiang have made money. Just after cooperation, both parties benefited, which further confirmed the correctness of the cooperation between the two parties. Soon, a lot of live video on the battlefield came out of the tubing. There were soldiers from a certain country who were shooting in the trenches. As a result, they saw the video directly above it, obviously a drone. Then a bomb fell under the drone, fell straight to the trenches, and then exploded. The soldiers below could not be better. This is particularly booming. Of course, in the stormy weather, the sky suddenly landed on a drone, which is a 100-continent drone. In this weather, large passenger planes have to be grounded. Unexpectedly, a drone can fly. This stable performance is really overwhelming. Recently, when there were more such videos, many foreign friends took a full picture of this drone from the camera. The black domineering fuselage made many foreigners shouting cool. They have all seen before that on the battlefield. In addition to military drones from some countries, there are also some Daejiang drones produced in China. But this time, a lot of unmanned products of the same model appeared, and the shape was completely different from that of Daejiang, which caused extensive discussion on the oil pipeline. Which country's new product is this? I think it is better than the previous Daejiang. I have seen several bombs dropped at once. I think it is a Russian product. Is not Russia or China. It is an enterprise that cooperates with Daejiang. It is called a 100-continental drone. The electrical platform is online. Then someone released the link. Sure enough, there is a purchase link for this 100-continent drone in the sales channel of the Daejiang drone. And the selling price of about $2,400 also feels quite cheap. Cheap, I want to buy. I also want to use this drone that can be on the battlefield as my adult gift. Some drone enthusiasts immediately place orders to buy because it is cheap enough. Moreover, this drone was also used by both parties to the conflict on the battlefield, which proved that the performance was good enough. After the actual combat test, the mass was absolutely too hard, and there would be no loss if bought. Therefore, there was a wave of buying drones abroad. After many people bought it, they carried out various tests and the results were very good. These foreigners put the relevant videos online again, which caused a lot of heat. Centauri drones have become a new favorite in overseas markets. Because of this purchase boom, it was reproduced back to China by a lot of marketing numbers. After the netizens saw it, they were all in at Zhou Yang. Let him explain his thoughts. They also joked that Baidu has also become a military-industrial enterprise, and it is called the Liang Steel Pipe, Daejiang, and is called the three major military-industrial groups in China. This kind of international current affairs is not easy to discuss without permission. Zhou Yang said a cliché, what kind of field do users use BA Chow drone? I don't know, but I still call for it. I hope that the world will be peaceful and the parties to the conflict will be sitting as soon as possible come to the negotiating table. The netizens were laughed at by Zhou Yang's humor, feeling like he was a diplomatic spokesperson, and he was really good at speaking. However, it is an indisputable fact that there are all hot sales at home and abroad. Baidu is working overtime to produce to supply the needs of global users. The 5-continent drones that had drilled face-to-face gongs with Beatty have been fully down from the shopping platform. They have no one to buy them, and their performance has been scummed by 100-continent drone seconds. Some reporters wanted to interview even extra thoughts, but he did not accept the interview. It is estimated that he had no face to face the world. After all, he never fought, and the product never competed. He was a loser, and of course he came out without a face. So far, the Baxian drone produced by Beatty has become a heavyweight product in the industry, completed the evaluation of the system, and the system also awarded him an award. The task of making drones has been completed, rewarding the new energy vehicle motor system technology. The reward given by the system was actually used for electric vehicles, and Zhou Yang was surprised when he got it. System this is for the tram behind him. The tram is the trend, but now there are many restrictions on the tram, such as short mileage renewal, charging anxiety, not applicable in the northern winter, etc. However, the advantages of trams are also very prominent, and sales have increased year after year, and even bid sales have stepped on many foreign-funded companies, and the development momentum is very rapid. There are also many large enterprises that want to enter the field of new energy vehicles. For example, Xiaomi's Thunder president, Xie Chang, who returned to China next week, and the domestic automobile industry is a trillion-scale market, which can earn more than building small appliances. Then the motor technology of the tram obtained this time has become the second of the three puzzles of the new energy car. New energy vehicles, commonly referred to as trams, are divided into electric machines, power supplies, and electrical control modules without considering mixing. There are three major pieces. Zhou Yang has obtained the drawings of the sodium-ion battery, which is about to be put into production, and now he has acquired automotive power technology, so as long as the electrical control module is put together, a super cow tram can be built. Zhou Yang told Lu Xiao before that it is possible to build a new energy car by the end of this year or the beginning of the next year. Then before the end of the year, you can build a tram by obtaining an electrical control module. If there is no reward for the system, he will use points to exchange one. Zhou Yang checked, the better tram electrical control system can be exchanged for a better set of 4 or 500 cents, he can be exchanged. In this matter, Zhou Yang kept Lu Xiao secret. In the second half of the year, after the power was officially put into production, she told her, lest it be too early, she was worried about not sleeping. Zhou Yang next went to the high-tech park. At present, the main board industry has been put into production, and their daily production is in full swing. Their main board already has a fixed consumer group. At present, the shipment volume accounts for more than 70 in the national market and about 20 in the global market. I believe this ratio will rise in the near future. As for the construction of other factories, prototypes have also been seen. It is estimated that in less than a few months, his power production workshop will be completed. At that time, the sodium-ion battery that he has been thinking about for a long time will also be officially available. 4. In addition, the plant of the aeronautical industry group is also under construction. At that time, Baidu will be the country's premier supplier of aircraft parts and components, and the nationalization rate of aircraft components will also climb further. After reading the market here, Zhou Yang came to Jiankang Pharmaceutical, where the daily supply vehicles are endless. At present, their blood dialysis machines and cochlear products have been available for some time, but the sales are still strong, not only for the domestic market, but now there are many overseas manufacturers asking for agency sales. Zhou Yang didn't care about these things, and they were all handed over to Director Kanding. The only requirement of Zhou Yang was that there should be a clear difference between the overseas edition price and the domestic price, at least 6 times. After all, this is an international practice. It is a lot more expensive to buy very cheap goods abroad and mix imported labels in China. Then his Zhou Yang products must also be in line with international standards. He came to the laboratory of the pharmaceutical factory, and the researchers here stood up and said hello as soon as they saw the boss coming. It's okay, you are busy. Zhou Yang came to check the research on planting dental materials and asked how this research was. A researcher said this technology is currently available, but it does not reach the level that the boss requires to reduce the cost by at least 1/5, so we are still looking for alternative materials. Well, keep working hard, don't be stressed. Zhou Yang encouraged them, and like other big bosses, his subordinates scolded before reaching their goals. The scientific research of all enterprises under the key Zhou Yang depends on him. At present, all the tasks on hand have been completed, so the problem of planting dental materials is just solved. When he returned to the office, he began to view the technical drawings of the medical area. In the search box, when entering the tooth planting, several pages of drawing information appeared at once. Among them are traditional big gold teeth, which look shiny, but this price and usage experience are very bad, direct pass. There are also teeth that are now mature, but they are thousands to tens of thousands larger, and these do not meet Zhou Yang's requirements. The health department requires the Jiankang pharmaceutical industry to develop a low-cost and easy-to-use planting material. If it is still so expensive, there is no need for research and development. Next, there is fiercely expected. The epoch-making teeth are not only structured to imitate real teeth, but also built in chips with functions such as positioning, communication, self-cleaning, and proper black technology. However, seeing the dozens of love value prices, it is currently unaffordable. It is estimated that this is the degree of science and technology that can be achieved after more than a dozen or 20 years. Then Zhou Yang will further narrow the search scope. One is the price, narrowing the love value that is required to an affordable range, and then the cost, at least 1/5 of the price of the existing tooth cultivation. In this way, there is only one left. WVL9 type planting dental materials, with the advantages of low materials, simple processes, and protopods. Zhou Yang simply checked the instructions in the process drawings, and he frowned. The price is so cheap, and it is all advantages. It seems unlikely, and looking at this tooth growing material, it only needs 12 loving values to convert. He knew it was not simple. So he started to study this material in detail and found his shortcomings. To say that this material has shortcomings, it is more wonderful, because he uses ingredients similar to primitive teeth, and the planting teeth made are also comparable to the original teeth, so the hardness is not high, and it is not as good as the planting materials currently used. Biting bones, wine bottle caps, etc. will also collapse, and if it is not properly protected, if you don't brush your teeth frequently, caries, yellowing, and scalding will actually occur. Moreover, other planting teeth can adjust the color, which will make the teeth very white, but this planting of teeth can be made into beige at most due to process and material reasons, so some of them may be slightly different from other tooth colors for beauty. However, this is not a complete disadvantage, because it is the ingredient of the teeth, so after use, the user will not feel strange, and it is more comfortable to use. Then Joe Yang will decide whether to choose the only dental planting material that meets his requirements. I choose to exchange. Joe Yang did not think about it at all, so he exchanged this drawing. Why can Joe Yang exchange so simply? It is because he controls the cost, only this drawing can be satisfied, and no matter how good the remaining drawings are, he will not consider it. Tooth cultivation is a consumable product. It is a cost to consume. If you want the people to afford it, it must be cheap. Otherwise, as now, there are thousands of teeth planted, and the people still cannot afford tooth. Although this material also has many shortcomings, the flaws do not hide yoga. In the face of low prices, Shenmue is all floating clouds. To say how low the price of this material is, Joe Yang picked up the calculator for verification. The cost of a simple tooth planting is less than 600 yuan. Such a mouth-filled tooth is likely to be equivalent to the price of the previous tooth. Of course, this is only an estimate, and it will not be finalized until he has asked about the materials and the production efficiency of their equipment. But the only certainty is that the price of the finished product of the drawings he bought was definitely not more than 1,000 yuan per tooth, which has met his requirement of reducing the cost by 1/5. Then Joe Yang opened the editing interface and found that this is a complete set of chemical processes, and there is no room for modification like a circuit board. The main body of this material is calcium phosphate, which is also the main component of the teeth. This mineral has natural minerals and is very common, and the price is quite low. The price of raw materials is low. As long as they are purified and some special substances are added, they can be made into an artificial tooth. This cost is not much, which is too good for Joe Yang's preferences. Joe Yang did not understand this kind of inorganic chemical reaction, so he did not change the process. The process does not change, but the number of optimizations can be used, and Joe Yang will optimize it and add it to the sturdy, lest it take a few years to fall off the caries like the real teeth, and it will be a bit lost. Optimization is completed, and the sturdiness of dental planting materials increases by 17. A reminder from the super factory system: although the percentage of optimization this time is a bit small, it is better to talk than nothing, and it is better than the original. Then he now got a full set of production processes for dental planting materials. Joe Yang was one day apart, and then went to Jiankang Pharmaceuticals to hand over the materials and formulas to Kangding. Boss Joe is too powerful. The director of Kangding praised him, and his factory director was great. The technicians in their factory have been studying for more than half a month. Without any progress, the boss can find a useful material process. Kangding thought, no wonder the boss can succeed. It is difficult to make a fortune without thinking about the scientific research ability. With this drawings, Kangding found technicians and production staff to conduct research. As soon as the technician saw the drawings, he was respected as a human being. He could have thought of using this natural mineral as a raw material and processing it into a planting material. It really turned decay into a magical ability. This material is too ordinary, and it is the material of the teeth. There must be countless experts and scholars who have studied it. So why has no one chosen this material before? It is because this material is not easy to be purified by processing. After many tests, the process is complicated and costly. However, in this drawing process, a new path is found, and a catalyst is found to promote the purification and fusion of materials. This chemical reaction type is either blindly blinded by luck, or it has been tried out through countless experiments, and it is determined that the cost of research and development is huge. Now that they have this process for free, they can definitely meet the requirements of the boss and reduce the price of the tooth cultivation significantly. Joe Yang didn't understand these chemical things, so he didn't do anything to guide his insiders. He mainly listened at the meeting. After a while, Kangding proposed that their Jiankang Pharmaceuticals is now full of workshops, and there is no place to produce dental materials. Moreover, this dental planting material uses chemical reactions in its books. It should be designed according to the plant construction standards of the chemical plant. It has some pollution and is not suitable for the current plant. This is easy to handle, then a plant is rented to produce this material. As for why you don't get a factory building in the Beatty Industrial Park, it's because there are electrical workshops over there, and suddenly a chemical plant goes in. The procedures and environmental protection are much more troublesome, so it's better to rent a factory building in the chemical city area and start producing materials. Director Kong is responsible for site selection, recruitment, and purchase of equipment. Tell me what is missing. Zhou Yang is completely decentralized, and Kong Ding is responsible for himself. He is not in doubt and is in doubt. Well, it may only require a part of the equipment investment, and it will take time. Please ask the boss not to urge it. Kong Ding finished. Zhou Yang nodded. This tooth planting is not in a hurry, take your time, just don't take a detour. Next, Kong Ding began to inspect the factory building, plus selection equipment. In the deep town chemical city, she chose a deserted factory building. The previous company went bankrupt and the area was large enough, it is more appropriate here. And they are all chemical plants, and some buildings can be used directly without major renovation. There are also chemical production equipment, some large tanks, shredders, etc., all directly by new ones. Equipment investment is a big head, about 1.5 million yuan. Compared to those automated production lines in the electrical appliances industry, there are millions of people who can't move, and chemical equipment really saves money. With such a small amount of money, Zhou Yang directly approved it, and Kong Ding received financial support and began to quickly mount and recruit. Here we need to recruit a group of chemical plant operators and technicians. As for the technicians in the pharmaceutical industry, it is enough to send them from the company. The current technical reserves are absolutely sufficient. Then the equipment installation needs to be about half a month to 20 days. Zhou Yang waited patiently without urging. During this period, Zhou Yang ran every day in the high-tech park and over the cute new car. He is already in the process of starting the project for the new energy vehicle. At present, his detailed and new car technology director and general manager pass through, and they are absolutely correct to stay in the tram field. Because in the field of fuel trucks, patents are mostly held by foreign established companies, they either use other people's patented technology to be an assembly plant, or they can only produce some cheap vans, mini-length cars. After all, in a short period of time, it is unlikely to exceed the patent barriers of other established companies for 100 years. The tram is different. Recently, if there is no monopoly on patents, they can launch Sprint. And they don't even make mixed moves. After all, they have to bring gasoline engines, so that they are subject to foreign patents. It is better to develop trams directly and avoid all tanker patents. At the meeting, Zhou Yang said that he had all the technical patents and had already been developed by foreign research institutes. About the end of the year, there will be news. Now the main task of the new car is to design a good-looking and cool shape. After all, the face value is the first consumer power. Looking for objects requires good-looking, especially when buying a car. Many people, especially female car owners, buy it at face value. New cars must be beautiful. Joe, always rest assured that we must come up with a look that will satisfy you. The design director of Meng Xian's car packed the ticket. Zhou Yang nodded satisfactorily, then the preparation work was done, and he could rest assured that he would devote his energy to planting dental materials. In the newly rented chemical plant, the purchased chemical production equipment is being installed and debugged. These equipment and tanks, shipped from the field, require local installers to build shelves and welding until acceptance is qualified. This is very different from the installation of electronic production lines. The plant of chemical medicine is also the first contact with Zhou Yang. Previously, plastic was needed to produce at most shells. That is only to buy raw materials, and the processing becomes the shape of the shell, similar to pinching plasticine. This time, the equipment for planting dental materials is completely different. It starts to process from the basic ore, and passes through multiple processes such as gravel crushing, smashing, melting, catalytic reaction, and cooling. Zhou Yang also learned high school chemistry when he went to school, and some reactions can be understood, but this time the response steps are a bit complicated. Using some catalysts, some impurities in natural ores are reflected into other substances, and then through the melting point different filter purification, so that you can get pure raw materials, and then add a small amount of special substances for mixing in order to get easy to process and cheap dental planting materials. When Zhou Yang inspected the new plant, the people of the Deep Town Health Committee also came to the scene. After all, it is a star company that cooperates in the ministry, and their local public officials are also responsible for following up the project. The procedures that these new plants need to use are very easy to handle. The above-mentioned comparison does indeed do a lot of business. After several days of construction, the chemical equipment is about to be completed, and good news has been heard in the laboratory of the pharmaceutical factory. In the laboratory, they made simulation experimental products according to the drawing process, which proves that this process is feasible. They handed over the prepared materials to the company that processed the tooths. They had testing instruments, made them with laboratory materials to grow teeth, and then tested them. The test confirmed that this material has practical value, as explained on the drawings, but the hardness is not as good as the currently commonly used material, and other data are in compliance. Therefore, the evaluation feedback given by the company is very general and not comparable to the existing materials. However, after Zhou Yang got the test report, he smiled. His dental planting material, he has passed the super factory system test and confirmed that it can be used. As for the feedback data, he also admitted, but this testing agency did not know the cost of their material. Cost is related to the selling price, and is related to the good and bad of a product. The quality of the product is related to the badness and the selling price. This sounds a bit counterintuitive, but it is understood with a little thought. To give the simplest example, in the case of the first product Z1 tablet after Beatty's reform, the configuration is taken out alone, and a person who knows how to do it will come out and spray a sentence electronic waste. However, after looking at its selling price of 99 yuan, it has become a tacit machine for many users. So, only the price of garbage, a product without garbage, even if it is scrap copper and iron, if it is lower than the price of scrap iron, then he is making money, but if the scrap iron is sold as the price of new steel, then it is rubbish. Therefore, this dental planting material meets national standards and the selling price is low enough, which means that the development has been successful. This time, the health department asked Zhou Yang to develop a cheap tooth growing material to knock down the cost of the people's tooths, then he has fully met the standard. Later, Zhou Yang asked those laboratory staff to estimate the actual cost of mass production in the factory. They added all kinds of raw materials and labor costs, and finally calculated that the price of their production of 1 ton of finished products was about 156,000. So low? Zhou Yang was a little shocked. This is too much different from his estimated amount. According to the weight of about 10 grams of a planting tooth, the metal structure is planted out, and their planting materials are just a few grams. Then a ton of material can be dug out and worn, and it can probably make more than 40,000 planting teeth. The cost of the main material is as low as 5 yuan. This time, tens of thousands of tooths were planted directly to the crash. How could it be so low? Zhou Yang still didn't believe it. The technician listed the list, and the cost of each item was added together, indeed as long as a dozen thousand yuan a ton. Zhou Yang finally believed that the original chemical products were so cheap, so it is self-evident why the teeth were so expensive before, and they are cutting leaks again. So now that Zhou Yang is involved in this field, he will change the status quo. Then he took the cost accounting list and found the director of Canning to discuss. After reading it, Director Canning also felt that there was nothing wrong with this cost accounting. They produce primary raw materials, and the raw materials produced will be sold to companies that customize dental cultivation for production customization that conforms to the user's teeth. It turned out to be limited to raw materials. The teeth made by those customized companies are expensive. Now that the raw materials have fallen to this price, the cost of planting teeth will also be reduced by 10 times. Okay, then I will send the sample for testing. Zhou Yang mailed the samples made by the laboratory directly to the personnel of the health department for testing. While waiting for the test results, Zhou Yang's new plant equipment has been installed, and then waited for production. 3 days later, Director Cai Xiaowan made a special call to Zhou Yang and praised him with a smile. Zhou Yang, yes, your dental planting material has passed the test. Is your 1-tooth 10 yuan tooth crown cost real? Yes, the material in the light tooth crown part is enough, but the titanium alloy of the plantation body is added. This metal material will not be involved in our construction medicine industry. This part of the cost should be more transparent. Zhou Yang is right, the structure of the tooth planting is divided into growers, base stations, and crown of teeth. Plants and bases are generally composed of titanium alloys, which are made into spirals and planted in gums. The tooth crown part is the material developed by Zhou Yang. Because the price of titanium alloy is basically fixed, the original tooth planting is expensive, all because the tooth crown material is expensive. Now Zhou Yang dried the materials of the tooth crown into the price of cabbage, then the price of the entire tooth planting is estimated to be in the interval of 100 yuan. Okay, then you will give a quotation later, and Siri will do its utmost to promote it. If you build a well-off medicine industry to stabilize the selling price and quality, more than half of the domestic dental growing market will use your crown materials for the well-built medicine industry. Director Cai made a commitment, and Zhou Yang expressed his gratitude. This time, the product has already been put into production, and it has already been sold, and it is considered to be guaranteed. A week later, the dental planting area of the Jiankang pharmaceutical industry has been completed and dozens of employees have entered. This day is a day to change the history of Chinese dental cultivation, because with the full opening of the production line, the fact that dental planting is expensive has been completely rewritten. Because of the need for epidemic prevention, Zhou Yang did not engage in a large-scale opening ceremony, but there are still city health committees, news media, business partners, and Lu Xiao, all of whom came to celebrate, which is also hilarious. After the ribbon cutting started this time, the media entered the factory for an interview. They all wore hard hats and saw that the employees in the factory were neatly dressed. The new factory looked clean. Because the equipment is too noisy in the factory, Zhou Yang invited everyone to go to the office to talk in detail. When he arrived at the office, the staff of the Health and Health Commission directly opened the purchase negotiation meeting. In order to take care of the media, the meeting first explained the crown-growing materials produced by Jiankong Pharmaceutical. The original coronary material is sold at a price of up to millions, so it can only be up to thousands and tens of thousands of yuan per piece of teeth. This time, the health committee responsible for procurement gave a quotation: 990,000 tons, okay. Our people trust you to build a healthy pharmaceutical industry, so hurry up and give a cheap price. The purchaser was generous and bargained in front of the camera. This is not a bargaining price for the vegetable market for a few cents, but it is related to whether the people can use cheap to grow teeth, but also for cutting prices for the people's livelihood. There is of course a certain performance ingredients. Because the Jiankong Pharmaceuticals said the approximate quotation before, a ton wholesale price of 200,000 yuan was a friend. The production cost is about 156,000, and 1 ton can earn about 50,000, which is also considered a hard fee. As a purchaser, it is impossible not to know this price range, but in order to have a shocking effect on the show, to promote cheap dental cultivation, so the Health and Health Commission cooperated with Jiankong Pharmaceutical to play the scene. Kang Ding, the director of Jiankong Pharmaceuticals, immediately smiled and said, "This price is not suitable." The purchaser asked, "Why is it inappropriate?" "I know that the purpose of Jiankong Pharmaceuticals is to make people look at the disease and use medical equipment. Wouldn't you have to tell us the difficulty?" "Of course not." The director of Kangding said, 990,000 is definitely not good, because the materials of our Jiankong pharmaceutical industry are not so expensive, and the current selling price can be given to 200,000 yuan a ton, but it is already a low price. The price is not accepted. "What? 200,000 yuan a ton?" The purchaser was shocked, and then said, "Can't regret it, we have to sign the contract." Kangding said, "Of course not to regret, we have no bullying at this price." "That's good, happy, I like your character." The purchaser was very happy and immediately asked his colleagues to sign the contract. In fact, the contract was drafted before, and this time it was a walk. So under the witness of the media, both parties signed a procurement contract. The Shenzhen Health and Health Commission will first purchase and will promote the cultivation of teeth for the whole city and then for the whole province. Shenzhen will also become a pilot, and if the pilot effect is ideal, it will be promoted nationwide. This is also one of the most secure methods. The agreement reached between Zhou Yang and Director CAI is first made by the city, then province, through user feedback, before deciding whether to promote the whole country. However, Zhou Yang is very confident that his material is not bad. The most important thing is that the price is unmatched. He did not believe that most users would spend dozens of times more prices to choose traditional tooth cultivation in pursuit of a little hardness and beauty. The procurement ceremony was over, and the purchaser and Zhou Yang and Kanding shook hands and withdrew. The media came to interview these two. They first asked Kanding if there was any problem with this supply. "No problem." Kanding then loudly introduced their new factory to the media. The production capacity of the new production line was very high. Coupled with the fact that there was very little material for growing teeth and producing 1 ton, it was enough to use it for a long time, so their output was completely time. Even if they want to supply the whole country later, they can accomplish this ambitious goal. Then the reporter asked Zhou Yang that the price of this material is dozens of times lower than the material on the market. "Does Jiankong Pharmaceutical make money?" "Of course earn." Zhou Yang laughed after listening, and he said, "Please rest assured that we will not make money for the so-called false name. After all, the company needs to make money to continue to grow and continue to give you more cheap products. We can only serve everyone better if we are full first." The reporters also laughed quietly, and Zhou Yang's speech was interesting. As an old friend of Zhou Yang, female reporter Zhang Shuqi got up and asked, "May I ask Zhou Yang, you signed a purchase contract today, which means that our residents can enjoy cheap dental services?" "Yes." Zhou Yang nodded and then explained, "My budget is passed, and the material of our bare teeth is as low as 5 to 6 yuan per tooth, plus the planting and production costs of titanium alloy. The unit price should be 300 yuan if the acquisition fee is added. The cost of planting a tooth may be 5 or 600 yuan. And at this part of the price, there is hope to go to medical insurance, so in the future, our people will basically grow a tooth with only 3 digits. Most people plant 1 or 2, so that it may be done within 1,000 yuan, and the economic pressure will fall." "Great." At that time, a reporter applauded at the scene. "This buddy is missing 2 teeth, but because the teeth are too expensive, they have never been set up. This time, he finally waited for an opportunity to grow a tooth." After the interview, the procurement meeting of Jiankong Pharmaceuticals will be on the media. Netizens saw Zhou Yang, who had just conquered domestic and foreign users with drones, and actually changed hands to make dental planting materials, all saying that his hunting was too extensive. Either electrical appliances or agricultural tools, and now there are cheap medical supplies available, which is really a good boss for the people. Other bosses are busy making money to harvest, and Zhou Yang is busy letting everyone use affordable materials. Compared to the artificial cochlear implant of a product in the Jiankang pharmaceutical industry, the scope of use is very narrow, and this time the tooth planting is very different. Most people can use it. After the life of a person is basically middle-aged, the teeth will fall off, loosen, or be damaged due to trauma or long-term wear and tear. At this time, you need to grow teeth. As long as people who meet the standards for growing teeth, they are still more comfortable to grow teeth than wearing dentures. However, the cost of planting teeth is too high, and it takes thousands or tens of thousands to move. The people are complaining. Because it is not necessary, so many people would rather eat inconveniently than grow teeth. After all, planting a tooth is too expensive. In particular, there are several missing ones. For the sake of the teeth at once, it costs tens of thousands of yuan. It is really heartbreaking. But now there is a dental planting material for Jiankang Pharmaceuticals, which is different. Hundreds of pieces in one tooth are basically planted by everyone. Most people with dental needs are there, so in the comment area of this news, tens of thousands of comments were attracted at once. Everyone has said that to grow teeth for the first time, you can't live up to Zhou Yang's good intentions. However, after detailed inquiry, I realized that the original cheap tooth cultivation is currently only piloted in the deep town. The residents of Shenzhen are happy, but people in other places are not in a beautiful mood, so they say that Zhou Yang is engaged in regional discrimination, and they are protesting. This is really an arrogant disaster. This matter has nothing to do with Zhou Yang, because it is the policy above. But after all, this part of the call is quite high, so Zhou Yang explained in his account. Thank you all for your trust in me. For the planting of teeth, please be restless. No policy can be implemented as soon as you pat your head. You can wait until the reliability of this material is verified in the deep town. It is promoted nationwide. I estimate it will be fast. From a few months to half a year, everyone will be able to enjoy affordable teeth. Zhou Yang explained in his personal network account that most netizens support it. Anyway, their teeth have been missing for so many years, and it is not bad these days. Then wait. Just let the friends of Shenzhen verify what this new material is like. When the first batch of dental growing materials was produced, after QC testing, it was fully qualified, and several tons of materials were enough for a deep town to use for a long time. This time the order for newly planted teeth has been blasted, and there are tens of thousands of people waiting to change their teeth in Shenzhen, with more than 100,000 people. There are definitely not so many people who want to grow teeth. That is because planting one tooth costs 8 yuan. In a high-consumption place like Shenzhen, many people do not want to spend this money and are dealing with it. However, now Zhou Yang's Jiankang Pharmaceuticals has produced cheap dental materials, so they don't have to take into account money. Indeed, the cost of planting teeth made of new materials for the construction and pharmaceutical industry has reached more than 200 or 300 pieces, plus the cost of surgery, generally no more than 600 yuan to grow one. With very little money, people can have a healthy tooth, which must be a big special kind, so you don't have to worry about embarrassment when you go out. For a time, the dental planting operations in the deep town were all scheduled for next month. The last time this tight situation occurred, it was still at the scene of the shopping room shake. Soon, the first batch of dental growers had already installed cheap dental plantings. A user bashed out his toll list, planted 2 teeth, and spent less than $1,000, which was an unimaginable thing before. Now is the stage where 2 kinds of teeth are co-growing. If you plant teeth before ordering, then 2 will cost more than 10,000 to 20,000. And ordering the planting teeth of materials produced by Jiankang Pharmaceuticals only requires more than 300 yuan each, plus the surgical fee is not too much. Of course, this is the price in a regular hospital. If you go to a private clinic, the charge will be higher, but it is also beneficial to not have to line up for a long time. One is the 10,000 yuan level, and the other is the consumption of the 1,000 yuan level, which is more than 10 times the difference. The vast majority of users will choose a new type of planting teeth. When the media paid attention to this news hotspot, they interviewed some users. One of the surnamed users, a middle-aged social animal man, had a traumatic injury that caused the loss of front teeth. He spent more than 20,000 to plant it well. For example, his teeth will be broken when he nibbles a bone not long ago. Because the nerves are exposed, brushing your teeth and eating irritating food will hurt, but considering that planting teeth is too expensive, he has always endured it. Now that I heard that a tooth planting is particularly cheap, he planted one. As a result, he felt that the effect was good when he came back, and it was done in a cheap way. After spending hundreds of dollars, I changed a tooth. This price is generally affordable. It is still very cost-effective to grow a tooth that accompanies me for more than 10 or 20 years. Others are for beauty, because to be a net red, the original teeth are too ugly, so they are pulled out and replanted. Originally it cost more than 100,000 yuan for a huge amount of money, but after the new tooth cultivation is adopted, the price is within 10,000 yuan. It saves too much money and is deeply affected by the anchor or the crowd. Customer feedback is very good. After the news is on the media, people in other regions are very greedy. It is really good to think that people in the town are next to Su Yang's industry. Any good things are used in the first batch. If the house price is not too expensive, they all want to move to the deep town. The first batch of users responded well, so it is estimated that the days of promotion to the whole province and even the whole country have been put on the agenda. However, in a piece of praise, several discordant news appeared. Some users brought the city's dental clinic to court. The reason is that these private dental clinics concealed the fact that a new type of dental planting exists, and instead recommended to customers a traditional planting of dental 78,000 yuan. As a result, users spent more than 10,000 yuan to grow it from their neighbors. They also planted 2 teeth, but only spent $1,000. Under this time, users will be unbalanced. When they find a dental clinic for negotiation, they must have denied that there is concealment, and that the black and white words are the signatures of the customers themselves, and they have approved the cultivation of traditional teeth, which has nothing to do with them. So this user was too angry to sue the clinic. This incident was successful because the user did not have substantial evidence and ultimately did not prosecute. However, this also reminded others to go to the dentistry of the big hospital for surgery. One is to ensure that the medical insurance can be partially removed. The other is that the big hospital will not have such deliberate concealment. The price of various teeth is truthfully informed, and users have the right to choose. After this lawsuit incident, netizens also strengthened the idea that Zhou Yang's industry is really for the people, much better than those who only know how to draw cakes and harvest users. In the future, there are conditions to support Zhou Yang's products as much as possible, because only when Zhou Yang develops will they have more and cheaper products to use. This time, the dental planting has achieved good results, but some people do not understand it, so they come to question Zhou Yang. It seems that the price of more than 300 is still a bit expensive. Can't it become a flat price, sell 99? Zhou Yang explained to this part of the netizens that they only produce materials for the crown part, and the titanium alloy used in the base, plant, etc. is processed by another company, which also requires cost and cannot be saved. In the future, they will develop better and lower-priced dental planting materials to replace the titanium alloy and strive to press the price within 100 yuan. Other company CEOs say this, and everyone thinks it is drawing big cakes. Zhou Yang said that, they all feel that good days are just around the corner, because Zhou Yang is never foolish, and it is a must for words, which is why everyone likes him. The cultivation of dental materials is initially recognized by the market, but it has not been promoted to the whole country, so the system's rewards have not been issued, and are first recorded in the account. Zhou Yang has recently been out of the circle. Whether the drone sells overseas, or cochlears, and dental materials are all reported by major media. His deeds are also good enough, so there are many media who want to interview. In this regard, Zhou Yang is the comer who refuses to refuse. Of course, he will not go to the TV station for an interview. The location of the interview will always be his company. In the thought of overthrowing the geese, these reporters are free propagandists. Zhou Yang took them to visit the factory, and the advertisement of the factory went out. Then, when answering, from time to time, make a soft spot for your company, and then report it. This is a natural promotional video. Zhou Yang never took the initiative to advertise, but it does not mean that he does not like advertising. If it is free, it must not be missed. This is more frequent, and the reporters also knew Zhou Yang's preferences, calling him one by one as Grand Tai in the advertising industry. Everyone in Grange knows that it is a character in a foreign story, extremely stingy and frugal, so the meaning of using this title means that Zhou Yang does not pay a penny for advertising, but has always taken advantage of it to promote. It's a bit ridiculous, but when Zhou Yang knew it, he laughed lightly. If the media always gave him free publicity, it doesn't matter to call him the devil in the advertising industry. After a wave of advertising, Zhou Yang's products were sold even more. Under this situation, his reputation has spread widely overseas. Finally, on a summer day, he received information from a large overseas customer, who was going to visit Beatty. This time, the overseas customers who are coming to visit by D are introduced by Daejian Company. They are people from a certain emirate who produce a lot of oil at home and have a cloth above their heads. This kind of local customers seems to be a bit out of line with Zhou Yang's low price style. This kind of big local tyrant should go directly to the big company to visit the order. It is as many as 100 million US dollars in the arsenal. After all, the impression on them is that they are not bad money, only expensive, not right. However, Zhou Yang's company is playing cheap, which is not in line with the foreign rich. But this potential big money comes mainly, and Zhou Yang certainly welcomes it. Zhou Yang asked the whole company to clean it again, and then arranged a grand reception ceremony. On the day when the other party arrived, Zhou Yang was ready to pick up at the airport. He put on a brand new suit, which is superior in style and materials, and is very decent. The price of this suit alone is 100,000. Based on Zhou Yang's consumption concept, it will definitely not buy such expensive things. This suit was given to him by Ruth Yao. It was designed by a foreign master, manually built, and put on extraordinary temperament. This is Lu Xiao's view that Zhou Yang does not have a decent costume, which was specially sent. Zhou Yang accepted her kindness, and he also decided to return to each other, fighting for the end of this year to complete her long-cherished wish to build a car for her, and let the new car produce the first new energy car. After Zhou Yang's dressing is over, from top to bottom, all of them are sent by Ruth Yao, including ties and leather shoes. He looked in the mirror and his temperament was really different and handsome. After the driver took Zhou Yang to the airport, he got out of the car, and the men and women around him couldn't help but pay attention. Especially for some young girls, they look at the light of both eyes, thinking that Zhou Yang must be a rich second generation, otherwise they will not be able to wear such a temperament. The most important thing is that this rich second generation is still very handsome and perfectly meets their spouse selection requirements. So while waiting for VIPs abroad, there were no fewer than 6 girls, and they wanted to write a letter to Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang smiled and waved his hand, signaling that his micro-signal would not add strangers. However, Zhou Yang did not embarrass the other party. He gave the other party a business card at his disposal. If he wanted to find him, he could go to Bai Dian Wang to leave a message for him. Either the straight guy will have a lot of opportunities for sultry girls, or if the average guy is on hold, as long as it develops slightly, it will be less likely to have a few more encounters. But Zhou Yang, a manufacturing madman, is only interested in manufacturing and has no sense of these girls. This group of girls obviously does not have the best way to cast their jobs. If they change their hands and take out the work permit of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, or a drawing of cutting-edge equipment, Zhou Yang estimates that they will be excited to worship them on the spot. It can only be said that these affectionate girls are not Zhou Yang's dishes. After experiencing some small storms, Zhou Yang's side finally became quiet. At the same time, the special plane for foreign VIPs also arrived. Other guests are on passenger planes, and this group of people in the emirate travel their own planes. In airplanes, servants, pets, and even furniture and diet are readily available, just like their mobile dorms, and they are extremely luxurious. Money comes too easy, it won't be so cherished, they all want to spend as much as they want. Zhou Yang and representatives of Bankrupt Company came together to greet the guests of these emirates. Hello, dear week. The guest with a piece of cloth above his head is Mr. Abdullah. He is about 37 or 8 years old. He greeted enthusiastically and Zhou Yang. The translations around him will be conveyed. Hello, welcome to the deep town. When Zhou Yang finished speaking, the translation conveyed to the past, Mr. Abdullah nodded in a smile, and then everyone went out together. Zhou Yang originally rented a Bentley and wanted to let the other party sit, but the other party had a car or a limited amount of Rolls-Royce. Zhou Yang sitting on a domestic car is not a taste in his heart. Whenever their domestic car is treated like this, a car will be tens of millions, and the money is really profitable. In the future, his new car will also build a luxury car like Rolls-Royce. Ding! At this time, the Super Factory system sent a mission reminder. Ambition mission, built a domestic luxury brand car, and was recognized by the world, demanding a price of more than 5 million yuan and an annual sales of 1,000. The system suddenly sent a mission. This mission requirement seems to be easy to meet, with a requirement of only 1,000 vehicles a year. But as long as you understand the luxury car business, you will know that 1,000 vehicles a year are not difficult for other luxury cars, but for domestic luxury cars, it is almost an impossible task. First of all, those luxury cars have gone through historical precipitation and accumulation. It is not to say that if you pile up a car and price millions, you can sell it. No one's money is blown by the wind. It depends on whether the customer recognizes or does not recognize the value of your brand. Those who buy luxury cars are looking at brands and services. These are currently lacking in domestic vehicles, lacking historical heritage and popularity. The number of the other 1,000 vehicles is definitely not easy to reach. Take Russell's in Abdullah. Last year, more than 6,000 vehicles were sold globally. As a top luxury brand, there is still such a sales volume. The new domestic car brand wants to challenge the annual sales of 1,000 luxury cars, which is definitely an epic difficult task. However, Zhou Yang liked the challenge. When he took over by Di, he owed 5 million debts in vain. He also survived the same. He firmly believed that one day he would achieve this goal. In the future, he will let those rich foreigners take pride in driving the luxury cars he produces. When Baby Company arrived, Zhou Yang invited Mr. Abdullah to visit the workshop. They came through Bankrupt Company this time, and they must have missed the drone, so they focused on the drone factory. Abdullah nodded satisfactorily when he saw a neat and spacious workshop and a worker with a good mental outlook. He told the translator that Beatty's company is very formal, as good as Daejiang. The translation was passed on to Zhou Yang. Thank you, Zhou Yang, thank you. He felt that this middle-aged foreign man was quite nurturing, and it was not as good as some rich second generations in the country. This Abdullah, although not tall, is very stylish and a bit handsome. After all, he is a noble prince. The family must be looking for the best-looking partner. Their offspring temperament and face value are generally not said. After visiting the workshop, the two sides came to the meeting room to negotiate business. Abdullah came here to see the quality of the Beatty factory. After the visit, he met his expectations, then he was about to place an order. I am going to order 3,000 drones from your company. Abdullah's opening is a big number. Zhou Yang glanced at Tang Lan, the general manager next to him. Tang Lan nodded, indicating that they could fully achieve this output. But she also signaled Zhou Yang to listen to their other conditions. Because there are many 3,000 drones like Abdullah, although they are not bad, buy so much at once, just place an order, and can't commit a trip to the factory in person, there must be other additional requirements. Zhou Yang's Hickson Society nodded and said, "This is no problem. What is your request?" Abdullah was very satisfied with Zhou Yang's cleverness. As soon as he waved his hand, the assistant next to him handed over a drawing, which was the structural drawing of a 100-continent drone, and also painted several cylinders with tail wings. And these cylinders have a name called a missile. I request a 100-continent drone to be able to carry these things and carry more weight. Can carry at least 4 at a time. Abdullah said his amazing request. After Abdullah put forward the ordering requirements, Zhou Yang answered no problem. Technically, he can fully meet the needs of customers, and only needs to modify the drawings a little bit. At this time, the people of Tang Lan and Dejian gave Zhou Yang a wink, indicating that he would not agree so fast. Seeing the situation urgent, the two of them did not care about the image, and whispered and Zhou Yang whispered, respectively. Don't agree straightforwardly to this modification, find an excuse. Zhou total, involving changes in military industry, is illegal. The two have the same meaning, that is, BYD is a civil drone company, but the demand for the other party is in the field of military industry. The crime of making arms is written in the criminal law, and it cannot be involved. Before, Daxiang and BYD were only ridiculed by netizens as military industrial enterprises, but they really made these drones that could be used in the military. Then they had to wait for a meal. Zhou Yang nodded, and when he was in school, he was mingled in places such as stickers all year round, and of course he knew how to deal with it. He immediately said, although we can modify to achieve such performance, we are just a civil enterprise, and this kind of thing cannot be produced. Abdullah often deals with domestic companies and also knows domestic rules. He smiled and waved at will. The assistant changed another mechanical drawing. The thing that needs to be loaded on it becomes a log with a size weight. Then please ask Beatty to produce drones for us to transport logs, Abdullah said. This is of course no problem. Zhou Yang immediately smiled brightly, and the function of transporting logs can of course be realized. As for those Emirates who are good at producing oil, how many forest trees need to be transported is not a matter of concern to Zhou Yang. He only needs to care about the purchase price. The common 100-continental drone previously sold out is 6 times the price of the country, but it is customized to be different. The weight of 4 logs or the weight of 6 secondary logs is added up to at least 120 kilograms. It is also necessary to reserve about 10 kilograms of affluent load, so the load of the drones becomes 130 kilograms. This requires the power of the drone. For power enhancement, it is necessary to increase the power of the motor. In order to ensure the continuation of the voyage, the battery pack should also be increased. Then the volume of the overall drone will become larger, the material needs more, and the price will naturally increase. This selling price must not be the same. As for the purchase price, we have to study it, Zhou Yang said. No problem, please make a sample machine for our acceptance. If appropriate, sign the contract and you will open the price. In the end, the gold owner is not bad, Abdullah can let Zhou Yang quote. Then the meeting ended, and Zhou Yang took the gold owner to visit the city for a lap. While he was accompanying the guests, he received a call from Lu Xiaoyao. I heard that you have a big customer here? Lu Xiaoyao's tone is brisk, playing Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang said, yes, this guest is quite interesting. Lu Xiaoyao said, then you must arrange it at night. General hotels are not worthy of Middle Eastern guests. How about I recommend a family to you? A hotel opened by my friend's house. Zhou Yang was happy to say, of course it's okay. I booked a 5-star hotel, but it feels average. You have a good place of course. All good hotels in the world have been there. The general meals have been seen and are not new. If you want to make the guests look new, you must have our traditional Chinese famous dishes. Lu Xiaoyao then recommended to Zhou Yang a Chinese restaurant called Jingxiaju. The photos she sent from the Weichin letter were caught at a glance. Inside, the ancient decoration is the ancient Chinese decoration, and the waiters are all wearing costumes, and it looks like they have traversed back to the great Tang Shenxi. This can particularly highlight the traditional Chinese culture, and it will not fall into the cliché, which is much better than the ordinary hotel booked before Zhou Yang. Then Zhou Yang decided to let Ruth Yao help book a box. Zhou Yang immediately said, if you are free at night, come together and know the big gold owner. They will be able to place a lot of orders. Maybe you can negotiate 2 orders at that time. Originally, Zhou Yang's invitation needed to be solemn. After all, Lu Xiaoyao was helping him solve the problem. In this way, the invitation directly on the phone was a bit lacking in etiquette. But Lu Xiao has long been used to Zhou Yangji's style, and she doesn't care at all. She also wants to go in the past. It's second to talk about business. Like this level of banquet, there must be many yin and yang in it. She doesn't worry about letting Zhou Yang go alone. In case of a green tea with a plan, it may be possible to take advantage of men's drunk rob someone she cared about. Lu Xiao, as a woman, knows too much about the means of green tea. Rather than worrying at home, it is better to sit directly at a banquet, which is foolproof. So the matter was so settled. Ruth Yao booked the box. In the evening, Zhou Yang took Abdullah and his party to Jingxia drinking house. Abdullah has also seen the decoration of the Chinese style before, but this place is a big Tang style, which is completely different from other beautiful restaurants that have gone through the Qing dynasty. When I came here, I felt a thick breath of history. Then Ruth Yao appeared with an interpreter to greet the guests, and then everyone went to the box. It was designed as an ancient banquet style. One person, one small square table, and one open space in the middle. Waiters in Chinese uniforms came to serve. After waiting, there will be costume song and dance performances. Come here to eat, not only to fill your stomach, but also a cultural audiovisual feast. When the banquet began, Zhou Xiang invited Lu Xiao to say toasts together, welcome friends from afar, and then have a drink together. Then came up with all kinds of delicious food. The dishes here are in accordance with the standards of the Kung Fu banquet. First, 4 high swings, 4 dried fruits, 4 incense fruits, 4 candied fruits, etc. Then there is a set of 4 pairs of platter, 4 large pieces, and 8 lines. These are appetizers, and the real main course is a 4 pressure table. Then a brush rack was presented, with several brush hanging on it, as well as supporting paper and ink. Abdullah, who had seen food all over the world, saw the strangely shaped and fragrant dish, and couldn't help but look at it, so he asked the people around him what kind of dish it was. This, it seems that you are writing something in China, do you want me to write a la carte on it? Abdullah pointed at the plate of pen and ink paper and asked. Zhou Yang knew that this was a famous dish, but he rarely stepped into a high-end hotel. He hadn't eaten this dish yet, so he gave the rich Qin Lu Xiao the important task of introduction. Mr. Abdullah, this is a traditional Chinese famous dish called royal pen monkey head, which is made of bamboo shoots, monkey head mushrooms, and various meals. In fact, this famous dish is made of bamboo shoots, and monkey head mushrooms are made into pens. The interior is filled with flesh and other flesh essences, carefully adjusted. This is only the part of the pen, and the ink is the soy sauce eaten in dipping, the paper is a pancake, and the ink is carved from melon. It can be said that this is to make the seafood smell into the shape of the ink, and the whole dish can be eaten except the plate. This dish is very thoughtful, and it needs to be booked at least 3 hours in advance. In order to feast foreign VIPs, Ruth Yao ordered this royal monkey head, which is both precious and platoon enough. When I saw Abdullah's amazing expression, I knew that this dish was right. Of course, there was pork in the original ingredient table, but the kitchen has been notified in advance, and it has become a true taste, and there is no problem. Excellent! Abdullah applauded after eating a brush. This feeling of giving writing tools to food is the first time. The gold master from this emirate is also considered to be insightful today. After eating the first ballast, the second one. A porcelain bowl of cabbage came up, and as soon as it was opened, a fresh fragrance floated out. Abdullah did not see what ingredients were made at a glance, so he scooped a spoon and put it in the entrance to taste it carefully. He chewed a few times, felt crispy and refreshed. With the fragrance of the Qin people, it was really delicious. Abdullah could not wait to take another bite. In addition to the crispy bone at this entrance, the fragrance of the soup is also rich, making him want to stop. What does this do? Is it a bullpen? Abdullah asked curiously. He felt a bit like the shape, but the taste were completely different. Ruth Yao explained to the guests again. This dish is called Jade Dragon Block. Dragon Block. What is that? Abdullah is not familiar with Chinese culture. The dragon in the translation reminded him of dinosaurs. Dinosaurs' tendons, it sounds weird. Lu Xiao was responsible for introducing, actually this is a sturgeon cartilage of more than 40 pounds. After cooking, the past court famous dishes can only be eaten by the emperor. The emperor's dish is really delicious. Abdullah is very happy that this dragon tendon fits his taste very well. He has never eaten similar dishes before. This is also because he came to China before, and those receptionists were afraid of neglecting VIPs, and always chose 5-star premium hotels to wait for guests. The meals made by the 5-star hotel are all tuned, and even they specialize in Abdullah's hometown dishes for the taste of the guests. This allows the big gold owner to have never eaten a very authentic traditional famous dish. He can come to this restaurant today, he is also here. Nice to meet the guests. Ruth Yao smiled and the waiter said that he could sing and dance. Then there was a group of beautiful women dancers in ancient costumes with long sleeves, who came out to sing and dance, and were very ethnic. Abdullah also saw this ancient Chinese dance and music for the first time, stopped eating and applauded these dancers. Subsequent meals are traditional homemade famous dishes, such as shadow beef, roasted whole sheep, etc., all of which have no flavor. Abdullah and other foreign guests have fun. After drinking too much, he also came on stage, dancing with those dancers and dancing his hometown dance. Seeing the guests so happy, Zhou Yang thanked Lu Xiao in private, "Thank you so much," and recommended such a good place. "Can I recommend the difference?" Ruth Yao said with confidence that immediately after she and Zhou Yang had a cup, after a short bite, she fainted and turned her face more delicate. Zhou Yang was stunned and felt that Lu Xiao today looked a bit prettier than usual, and did not know what was going on. After the reception, Abdullah stayed at the luxury hotel in the city, and they will leave the deep town tomorrow. After all, large gold owners of this level, all major companies in the country have asked him to pass in turn. It has been very difficult to visit Baidu for a day, and ordinary companies cannot see him. Because Abdullah had a great time tonight, he gave Zhou Yang and Ruth Yao a gift. Ruth Yao's gift is a handmade perfume suit. The packaging box of this perfume suit is covered with jewelry and diamonds, as well as golden lines. It is estimated that this box is worth tens of thousands of pieces, not to mention the value of perfume inside. It was a scimitar made of a scimitar, shark skin, which was embedded with a lot of gems and was a very expensive collection. "Thank you, Mr. Abdullah." Zhou Yang sincerely thanked Dao. He also felt the pride of the gold master of the emirate, came to buy his things, and gave him such a precious gift, and his shot was generous. When I went back, Zhou Yang published a gentleman's demeanor and sent Ruth Yao away in an assistant's car. After arriving at home, Zhou Yang was playing the bento. As soon as it is pulled out, it feels cool and flapping, the blade is very sharp, and the surface is not smooth, it should be made by hand. Zhou Yang liked the knife very much and placed it in the living room. In the sky, he came to the company early in the morning, and then opened the drawing editing interface. This time Abdullah customized the model, he was responsible for revising it. The first is to add a part to the power and power systems. Then click on the indentation button in the drawing editing. According to the load weight, the performance of 15 is increased accordingly. In the preview chart, you can see a clear comparison, which is slightly larger than the previous drone. In terms of power parameters, it has been revised. Next, it is time to change the design of the loading place. This is actually not a design, because this drawing is originally a military version. It used to be a hook design that was convenient for hanging missiles. Zhou Yang specifically changed it in order to be able to use it for civilian use. Now the customer asks to return to the original source, so Zhou Yang restored the original design and directly can carry the relatively common small missiles on the market. In this way, as long as the load capacity matches, the drone can launch missiles with more than 100 kilograms. Seeing the target, you can easily launch the missile. The change only takes 10 minutes to complete, but this time it is a model modification, not a new product, so it is impossible to use optimized functions. After the design was completed, the shell and some connection structures needed to be reproduced. Zhou Yang gave the drawings to the production department, letting them make a few prototypes first to see the effect. This task was handed over to the researcher of the technical department. After all, the research task in Beatty is very light. Generally, the boss is responsible for the work. They are not easy to eat and have taken over the task. They already have a mature drone production line, so it is not troublesome to start a sample. It takes some time to print the shell and remake the motor. About a week later, a prototype was finally produced. The shape of this prototype is different from their ordinary Centauri drone, and the appearance has been changed to desert coating, which is also Abdullah's request. After all, they are mainly used in desert areas. Zhou Yang personally tested the performance of this drone. Because they are all milk compatriots with Centauri drones, their performance and control are very similar, and smart glasses can be used directly. In terms of load capacity, it has indeed increased, and the rated 130 kilograms can be fully achieved. It can also be hung on the log required by the customer. Zhou Yang, this log, is looking for a metal processing plant. The hollow iron guy is the same size requirement, and the weight must be consistent with the actual. After the drone was mounted, it was domineering all at once, and inexplicably had a sense of harmony. No wonder, this was originally a military drone, just returned to the old road. This sample has also been tested by the Super Factory system and is fully usable. It is directly changed from a civilian drone to a forestry drone dedicated to transporting logs. Zhou Yang immediately contacted Abdullah, saying that the drone prototype was ready, let them take a look. The next day, Abdullah's representative came to Beatty Company. He personally operated a log version of the drone, which was not much different from the normal Pato drone, that is, the load weight, and the design of the linked part changed. 2. Looking at the metal model missile, oh no! After the drone carrying the metal log model was lifted off, as soon as the launch button was pressed, the log model fell from the drone and the operation was very smooth. If this loading is true log, it must have flown out with the tail flame. The other party is happy to say, "Very good, dear Joe, I want to take it home and show Abdullah. I think we can sign the contract soon." Joe Yang smiled and agreed, so the man took 2 prototypes and took a cross-border flight home. After a few days, good news finally came over from Abdullah. They approved the quality of the samples and could sign the contract. Then Joe Yang's quotation is required. The price of this improved version has been calculated by Joe Yang and Tang Lan and others, and the price is reported directly to the other party. Customized version of the wood transportation drone, with a price of RMB 2,999. Joe Yang sent Abdullah a quotation email. The common version of the 100-continent drone is sold abroad for about 12,500 yuan, and this modified drone must be more expensive. This price is a reasonable price based on the other party's situation. Tang Lan said that if the other party's identity is too cheap, they will not show their identity. This is the same as the rich wanting to buy luxury goods. Luxury goods are nothing more than beautiful packaging and a new look. In fact, in terms of use, Hermes bag feels similar to 200 or 300 packages, but it does not show the identity of the rich. That's the truth. The Abdullah family is rich, and if it still uses drones that are not as good as the ordinary version, it will be lost. Joe Yang heard Tang Yan's explanation and found it reasonable, then it more than doubled the selling price and finally priced 29,999 yuan. Although it can be set a little higher, Abdullah should also buy it, but Joe Yang does not want to be generous by others, so he has to slaughter others. This is close to 30,000 yuan, which has made them earn several times profit. Joe Yang feels that this profit is enough. Don't ask for too much price, there will be opportunities to cooperate in the future. After this price was reported, Abdullah was very happy and paid the full amount directly. But before they got the goods, they paid the full amount because Hu Yang's quotation did not kill them. The military equipment that Abdullah bought before was more expensive than others. This time, in cooperation with Beatty, the price was much cheaper than the serious military drone. Only one copy on the market. The Abdullah family is rich and spends money, but they are not stupid, knowing who likes to slaughter them and who is really doing business. Now the quotation given by Joe Yang has impressed Abdullah. For them, the purchase of drones is only nearly 90 million yuan. They earn more by selling more oil. They don't care, but he remembered Joe Yang's real behavior. This is almost the only business in the world that does not treat them as kaise. Mr. Joe, your company's products are very good, and the quotation is also favorable. I hope to establish long-term cooperation in the future. Abdullah personally called and talked to Joe Yang, saying that he would send another design request later, designing at least 5,000 drones for public security. Okay, you need to call me. Joe Yang was very happy and met such a big gold owner, and his drone will not worry about selling in the future. This time, Joe Yang earned nearly 90 million yuan in payment and made another big profit. Joe Yang immediately asked the workshop to work overtime to produce Abdullah's order. Later, he also gave a sum of money to Dejiang. After all, people introduced their customers, even if it was an introduction fee, it should be expressed. This is a human story. Joe Yang is not a pure businessman. There are not so many market slaves, but pay attention to these etiquette. This time he gave Dejiang a benefit, and when the other party still has business in the future, he will definitely help. This time, the other party did not mention the introduction fee. If Joe Yang pretends not to understand, it is estimated that the next time people will not be so enthusiastic to help Baidi introduce the business. The boss of Dejiang also wanted to establish cooperation with Joe Yang without collecting this introduction fee, but said that the two companies would establish long-term cooperation and jointly kill the quartet in the field of drones in the future, covering the global market. The pattern of the boss of Dejiang is big. Instead of seeing Baidi as a threat, he has to cooperate to make money for foreigners. Like other colleagues, it is always rolled in the country, which is really boring. Joe Yang also likes to cooperate with such a refreshing and insightful boss, so he made a friend of Dejiang Company. In addition, Joe Yang has also established a good relationship with the Abdullah family, and the order will definitely not worry about it in the future. Joe Yang made a lot of money on the drone, and of course he will not forget Ruth Yao who helped. However, the relationship between the two is not ordinary, and it is a despising person to send money directly. Joe Yang is thinking about what gift she gave. But Joe Yang had no experience in this area, so he registered the latest domestic AI Wangzhen. He asked AI, what is good to send a partner, and at the same time indicate that the other party is a young woman. AI answered, suggest that you send what she likes and give it to her. This is a bit slippery, and it is said that it is not said that it seems that intelligence is still in the stage of arrears, and the development process of AI has a long way to go. Joe Yang began to thinking about what the gifts from the friends around me gave to girls. Snacks, jewelry, clothes, bag, cosmetics. Joe Yang thought about several common gifts, but because of the identity of the other party, these are not suitable. These snack clothes are not lacking in others, and they do not know what brand and style Ruth Yao likes. After all, Ruth Yao is catching up with the trend, and she is wearing the latest French popular models. Zhou Yang's aesthetic also stayed at the level of the Northeast flower cotton jacket, and it was estimated that the things were sent out of laughter and could not be thankful. Zhou Yang encountered a difficult task, and he was not so sad. After he didn't understand it, he suddenly thought that his dad was well informed and should consult him. So I found a nighttime, and I guess my dad should be daytime, so I called. Dad, please ask me something. I want to give someone a gift. I can't think of anything. You help me come up with an idea. Dad said directly, send flowers, and then ask her to go to a secluded and romantic high-end restaurant for a big meal. Zhou Yangton was surprised, and asked, Dad, I didn't say that the person who wants to give the gift is male or female. How old are you? Dad laughed, is this still a question? If it is a gift from a man, you don't even ask me to go to KTV, a nightclub, or simply go to the restaurant or rub it and you can pass it. If you can ask me, it's definitely not a gift for a man. After excluding a man, if you give a gift to a little girl, it must be a toy doll. If it is a gift for an old lady, it's estimated that it's a gold supplement. Only young girls, and people who have a different relationship with you have scruples to raise chess. After listening to his dad's analysis, Zhou Yang was shocked by heaven. Dad's experience in this area led him 8,000 streets. But the dad's magic is not over yet, and his old man continues to teach experience. Are you going to invite the little girl with the surname Liu? Hey, this girl is not bad. Remember, to send red roses, and then go to the West restaurant. You have to wear a suit. The main player is an elegant gentleman. Understand? Zhou Yang was stunned. He only asked one question. His dad actually analyzed everything. It's a pity not to be a detective. Ginger is still old and spicy. Zhou Yang took a flatterer for his dad. This is the most basic. Learn something, open your mind early, you are too backward in this respect. It seems that you have not inherited my strengths except to run a business, otherwise I can hold my grandson now. The dad complained and was ready to hang up. There seemed to be a woman talking over the dad, which sounded like French. Zhou Yang asked amazedly, Dad, are you going to France again? Not chanting, this big girl's little daughter-in-laws, too unrestrained, and kissed without saying a few words. I think they are sick and make me look at my face, and I will run quickly. Talk back. Then I heard my dad start running, and then a woman shouted to chase him, and then the phone hung up. Zhou Yang raised his eyebrows, and he felt that his dad didn't tell the truth. He was not afraid of being kissed, but he was probably running away due to romantic debt. Zhou Yang shook his head, his dad, he couldn't figure it out, he could only take care of his own stall first. Although Zhou Yang is relatively dull in terms of feelings, he is not ignorant. How does he think the father's idea is a bit ambiguous? It feels weird to send Ruth Yao rose flowers and go to the West restaurant for dinner. However, he felt that he was not afraid of the shadow slanting, and it was nothing to send a flower for a meal. So he started to call Ruth Yao on the phone and invited her to dinner. Okay. When Lu Xiao heard that Zhou Yang was going to invite her to eat Western food, she agreed very simply. She seldom eats alone with the opposite sex, but Zhou Yang can ask her out every time she asks. People with a little emotional experience may understand the minds of the beautiful women of Lu, and Zhou Yang, the unknowing player, still can't feel it. Come out. On the afternoon of the day of the meal, Zhou Yang put on a suit before him, and it looks pretty handsome. Before the meal, he will buy a bunch of flowers. But he felt that red roses seemed to be used by men for girlfriends or wives, and it was inappropriate to send Ruth Yao. So he took 100 degrees and found that among good friends, it is better to send white roses, which symbolizes pure friendship. He felt that the friendship between himself and Ruth Yao was quite pure, and it was more appropriate. So he bought 66 white roses, symbolizing 6 or 6-un. When Zhou Yang gave a bunch of white roses to Ruth Yao in a Western restaurant, she was surprised to ask, the flower you chose? Yes, I think it is more appropriate to send white roses online, Zhou Yang said honestly. Why, don't you like it? He asked again. Like it, this is the first time you have sent me a rose, I want to take it back and put it in a vase. Although not satisfied with the color of the flowers, Ruth Yao accepted the flowers happily. The two of them were seated and then started to order. The place for dining today is a very well-known Western restaurant in the city. The consumption is not low and you need to make an appointment in advance. Zhou Yang deliberately found a secluded seat at the request of his father. Ruth Yao really liked it. She was wearing a fashion costume today, and the green silk was scattered on her shoulders. The makeup was exquisite, and she obviously took care of it. It's just that this dress is a bit chewy, and Zhou Yang can't see how this makeup looks like when she is peaceful. At the moment of the meal, Zhou Yang also ordered a song, with violin players playing live around them, and the atmosphere came up in a moment. Zhou Yang's dad said that the tricks were really easy to use, and Lu Xiao was very happy throughout the journey. From her eyes, she knew she enjoyed the meal. After eating, it was still early. She invited Zhou Yang to play script killing, which is also a relatively new way of entertainment. Zhou Yang hasn't played it, but since Ruth Yao invited, he will try it. Then she went to a shop opened by a friend. This shop is well decorated and has various theme rooms. There are ancient customs, magic, terror, suspense, emotional style, etc. Lu Xiaoyao's friend Xianxian is also a Baifume who opened a high-end script-killing shop, which is still immersive. Xianxian greeted him warmly when he saw Ruth Yao coming. "Xiao Yao, Zhou Yang, welcome." Zhou Yang was surprised. "It was clearly the first time I met, how did the other party know himself?" "Haha, Xiao Yao mentioned you all day, of course I know." Xianxian used a special tone to tease the two. Ruth Yao's face was a bit panicked, so he gently punched each other. It can be seen that the relationship between the two is very intimate and often plays together, which is a girlfriend in general. "Okay, no kidding, I entered a new book, I haven't played it, everyone will try it together today." Xianxian greeted them to change their clothes. A total of 6 of them all went to the locker room to put on costumes. They played in immersion and reality. This is an ancient criminal investigation book. Xianxian plays the county order, Zhouyang people Goma are arranged to catch fast, Lu Xiao is a masterpiece, and 3 of their friends play the suspects involved in the case. Those 3 people played scholar, butcher, and Huiqui respectively. All 3 of them were related to the murder of an old man. When the script kills, the DM host starts to read the background setting, and then they will scrutinize the case based on the prompts in the script to find the real murderer. Zhou Yang was the first time to play script killing, and it felt a little fresh, as if rehearsing drama. Because there are ancient decorations around, everyone is dressed in ancient times, so it is easy to sink into it. Zhou Yang seems to have become a fast catcher. When Xianxian County ordered the torture of the suspect, he also used various torture props to demonstrate that the prisoner cooperated in screaming. The result was like the cry of a small game between husband and wife. Everyone's stomach ache. In this script, there are various confusing messages. Each of them has its own secret script. After reading the setting, some of them know that they are the set murderer, so they must try to cover up and let others carry the pot. The heavy responsibility of this case fell on others, and everyone began to judge that the more vicious butcher was the murderer. The first turning point appeared here. After inference, the butcher ruled out the suspicion and then suspected Huiqi. But Huiqi said that she and the scholar chanting poetry for one night, and the two proved each other, both of whom had proof of absence. There was a second turning point here. According to Zhou Yang's clues, it was proved that both the scholar and Huiqi lied. After the scholar was drunk that night, he was unconscious, and Huiqi actually went to accompany another mysterious guest at night, but Huiqi refused to say who the mysterious guest was. The two are suspected again. The third reversal soon appeared, and the scholar was killed, apparently by the real murderer behind the scenes, so now there is only one fugitive who is the most suspected, and Zhou Yang will try his best to arrest as a fast catcher. As a result, when she caught Huiqi, she didn't use punishment and shouted injustice, and the script suggested that after Huiqi saw the fairy county order, her eyes were afraid and dodge. This attracted the attention of Lu Xiao Wang. She carefully read the clues provided before and really found a clue that was ignored. However, she did not say it immediately. As the script developed, Huiqi was released from prison, preparing to ask after the fall. As a result, the opportunity appeared, and the mysterious guest of Huiqi appeared. He was actually the emperor who paid a private visit to him. Because of her identity, she almost went to the board first. Later, Ruth Yao, with a 3-inch tongue, aroused the appreciation of the emperor who played DM and was exempted from punishment. Lu Xiao then sued the imperial statement, saying that the county order played by Xianxian killed 2 people. At this time, the finale came, and Ruth Yao listed all the evidence she found. In the end, Xianxian County Order could not deny it and could only recognize it. It turned out that he and the veterans jointly did an improper business. Later, the distribution was uneven, so he killed the veterans and blamed the butcher. However, after the butcher was proved innocent, the scholar happened to have discovered the secret of the county order and was killed by the county order. The mysterious guest accompanied by Huiqi that night was the county order. She also witnessed everything, but she dared not say anything. In the end, the Skynet was restored without leakage, and the fairy was brought to justice. In addition, Huiqi was also released, and he performed a due relationship with the emperor, and finally conceived the prince, and inherited the throne 20 years later. What a wonderful script, too much. When the play is over, the fairy is convinced. This script is really spoofing. Even her old bird did not expect that any messy plot would dare to pull up. An emperor actually came to a small county. Outrageous. And the charm of this flower leader is invincible, down to the scholar, the county order, and up to the emperor, who doesn't like her. It's just that everyone loves and flowers bloom. Although the plot is outrageous, everyone playing script killing together is just like an adult's house, and it's fun to interact. This is much more fun than watching a TV series, and the experience is quite good. When the game is over, it is already midnight, and Zhou Yang will check out as a man. The fairy didn't charge money, saying that everyone was a friend, and she came to play to give her face. She also invited Zhou Yang to play often. Zhou Yang felt that he had taken advantage of it, so he proposed him for supper. So a group of friends they knew by playing scripts went outside to find a restaurant for supper. Everyone is a young man. I was familiar with playing script killing just now. I will have a drink and I will be familiar with it. They are all very interested in online celebrity Zhou Yang. They originally thought that Zhou Yang must be a very capable person. He laughed at it, and he looked young and frivolous, but he didn't expect to be like ordinary people, with easy personality and approachability, just a little straight man. Anything you want to eat, Zhou Yang said politely in the seat. The fairy laughed and said, Boss Joe is too interesting. In the future, I decided that I am your little fan. I will buy one for your product. Thanks, am I going to toast? Zhou Yang said to pick up the glass and drank a glass of beer. On a hot day, drinking cold beer and eating barbecue is really a matter of life. They left contact information with each other, and after eating, they all went home. Before breaking up, Xian pulled Ruth Yao to the side, peeking at Zhou Yang, and said cunningly, remember to wear a small umbrella at night, don't make a small life. Go to you, don't talk nonsense. Lu Xiao screwed around the waist of a good sister. The fairy was in pain and ran away with a smile. Afterwards, Ruth Yao called Pan Tao to drive her, and Zhou Yang called himself a driver, preparing to drive his van back. Then go back to rest early, bye. When Pan Tao came, Ruth Yao got in the car first, and when she waved at the window, she said again, that's right, thank you for your flowers. You're welcome. Good night. Zhou Yang also said goodbye to her. Then the driver came and sent Zhou Yang home. It was very late to get home, and Zhou Yang washed and lay down to rest. When he woke up the next day, he found that his phone was out of power and forgot to charge yesterday. He felt that the cell phone battery was too useless. When his sodium-ion battery production line was launched, he must change the current status of the domestic battery industry. Save the phone is always several times a day. After Zhou Yang went to work again, it was relatively leisurely. After walking in the workshop, when he returned to the office, he turned on the computer and took a look at the forum. Then he found that netizens were basking in their computer operating temperature. Summer is here, everyone's computer is 60°C bottom, 80°C is not high, 90°C is just right. Anyway, as long as the computer does not restart at high temperature, everyone is not worried. But some people can't stand the high temperature of the computer, so they have to restart the heat of the computer. Silicone is the easiest way, but the effect is not obvious. It is better to strengthen the radiator. Someone replaced the scattered fan in the box CPU with a high-end wind-cooled radiator, and the temperature dropped by 10°C immediately, with obvious effect. However, some game parties, because long-term computers maintain high loads, high temperatures cause CPU to reduce frequency or flower screens to restart, which affects the game experience. So this group of people is about to replace the water-cooled heaters with more severe heat dissipation. However, although the water chillers are powerful in heat dissipation, once leaked, the main board is designated to burn, and a big brother unfortunately took the trick. He published his victimization in the forum. Zhou Yang had skipped this post, but when he saw that the keyword was his most hated brand, he relisted this post and watched it in detail. If Zhou Yang is the most annoying brand in the world, it is undoubtedly a good skill. Zhou Yang and Xia had a series of incidents. The two sides are already in the same situation, and of course they have to step on it. The key word for the post viewed by Zhou Yang is the leak of the Taqiao water-cooled radiator. The younger brother who posted the post was unlucky. His skillful water chiller had leaks, which caused his main board and memory to hang up. This computer was distributed last year by a huge sum of 10,000 yuan. It broke a big piece and was so heartbroken. So he began to find Tijia to sell and defend rights. However, Taka is currently being sanctioned by the country, and the after-sales are basically suspended, leaving only one maintenance shop in the capital. But after the little brother communicated, the customer service asked him to send the water-cooled radiator to the test. After the younger brother sent it, the person after Taka's sale admitted that the radiator leakage could pay for a new water-cooled, but other losses, because it could not be proved to be caused by the leakage, no compensation was paid, unless there is a live video at the time. This little brother certainly disagrees, who can think of leakage caused damage during normal games, so he has no video. There is no way to protect rights. This time his lost hardware is worth more than 2,000 pieces, accounting for 1/5 of the price of the entire computer. Of course, he is not willing, so he has repeatedly defended his rights. However, due to Zhou Yang's multiple boycotts, there is no sales in the country. They intend to withdraw from the mainland market, so they do not care about the reputation of domestic users. After the younger brother made a report on the CCP and business phone, it was also because of the lack of evidence that it was water-cooled liquid that damaged the hardware, so in the end, he could only admit that he was unlucky. Brother published this matter on the forum, and awakened the majority of netizens, carefully buying products with cold water and good skills. Many people commented underneath, sympathizing with the brother's experience, and at the same time began to criticize the skill, saying that the company was really terrible, and called on everyone not to buy skilled products. The netizens are also chasing it weekly, and the skillfulness is making people complain. As the first person in the domestic crusade, everyone wants Zhou Yang to help them out. The netizens eagerly expected that Zhou Yang could not just ignore it. He promised that netizens would handle this matter and let the skill pay an arrogant price. Cow beep, Zhou Yang is about to shoot again, and Titan is out of luck. Front row view. Netizens were so excited that they moved to Little Mazza and waited for Zhou Yang to show off. Zhou Yang has not had a good cure skill for some time. This time it happened to be fine. He gave the skill strength and accelerated their progress in withdrawing from the domestic market. The little brother of the forum lost a lot of losses because of the skilled water chillers, and the radiators are also an accessory that most computers must have. At present, Beatty does not have this product to make up for the gap. Zhou Yang looked at the drawings interface of the system to find the drawings of the water-cooled radiator. These drawings are lazy, but they are not too advanced. They basically bring some RGB, and some innovations in the temperature control, flow rate, and advanced cooling oil versions are over. It seems that there is no cool product with future technology like other drawings. Zhou Yang took a closer look. These drawings seem to have gradually disappeared after 2030, and he understood the whole story. In the next 10 years, the computer should have a major upgrade, and the water chillers will be eliminated. It is estimated that there will be a safer and more energy-efficient cooling method in the future, or the chip will be significantly upgraded, and the heat generated is not high, so that the radiator may not be used. From this point of view, the radiator is not a long-term business. It is not worth investing too much, as long as the technical radiator is out of the domestic market. Zhou Yang continued to browse the drawings of these water-cooled heaters, but soon, he screwed his forehead into the word Kawagawa because none of these drawings fit his mind. For ordinary drawings, the points can be exchanged at only a few dozen points, but the quality is no different from that on the market, and it is even slightly inferior. Obviously, the product is eliminated. And this water-cooled radiator has not properly solved the risk of leakage. Zhou Yang will definitely not adopt it. The drawings that can be seen a little bit have hundreds of points, each with its own advantages, but the drawings indicate that the leakage rate in 3 years is actually about 0.2, which makes Zhou Yang unacceptable. This means that 1 or 2 of the 1,000 people will be recruited, and the higher the useful life, the higher the leak rate. The strong heat dissipation capability of the water chiller brings the hidden safety hazards of the leakage. This is the design and process reasons that cannot be avoided at present. So the water chiller is an immature heat dissipator. Is there no water chill that does not leak liquid? The answer is yes, but the points are relatively high, and 300 points are required. The method they use is integrated, and they use very solid materials. This material is relatively expensive and not beautiful. It is suitable for servers, but it is not suitable for personal computers that pursue aesthetics. The water-cooled radiator made according to this drawing is expensive, has a lot of points, and has a large investment. It is not suitable for Beatty's corporate culture, so Zhou Yang passed it. There is also a 400-point water-cooled heaters drawing. Although this one also has the risk of leakage, it uses a cooling oil, which has a high thermal conductivity. Even if it is leakage, it is not conductive and will not destroy the computer. The hardware eliminates the possibility of leakage causing damage to the hardware from the source. However, there is no perfect thing in the world. This water-cooled radiator has no risk of damaging hardware, but the cost of this product is relatively high, and many high molecular materials technologies are used. Beatty currently has no related industries. If Beatty is to produce, it is necessary to build a chemical plant area to synthesize the required cooling oil materials, so that for a product that will be eliminated in the future, it is a bit worthwhile to invest tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. But if you look for other chemical plants to purchase, the cost is too high to bear the price. Zhou Yang was also unacceptable. However, when the pickpockets are pulled away, these water-cooled heaters are not satisfactory, making him a little uncomfortable. Isn't there a qualified water chill for his use? Zhou Yang fell into contemplation. While God closed the door, he would open a window for people. When Zhou Yang researched the radiator, the traditional air-cooled radiator was associated. To say that the air-cooled radiator was long away from that time, since the birth of the PC computer, it has its figure. To put it bluntly, because CPU produces huge heat when working, he must install a small fan for him to blow away the heat to ensure that the computer works properly. The air-cooled radiator has no water. Don't worry about leakage, it is a convenient and safe heat dissipation mode. Yes, if the shortcomings of the water chillers cannot be solved, is it okay for me to produce a wind chiller? As long as it can replace water cold and heat, there will be a head start. Zhou Yang figured it out all at once, then he changed to a cold radiator. Zhou Yang wants to switch to a cold radiator, then the problem is coming. Why is the air-cooled radiator cheap and safe, but there will be water-cooled heaters? This is because modern CPU power consumption is getting higher and higher, and the higher the calorie, and the traditional air-cooled radiators have a heat dissipation ceiling. It's like in the summer of the stove city, the fan alone can't take advantage of the cold, and there must be air conditioning to cool down. When placed in the computer world, the water chillers are at the air conditioning level, while the wind chillers are equivalent to fans, and the refrigeration effect is essentially different. According to the physical knowledge of the middle school, the efficiency of thermal conduction is the solid liquid gas. Then the air-conditioned heat dissipator that relies on air must not be efficient for water-cooled heaters that rely on liquid heat dissipation. When the wind cannot suppress high-calorie CPU, the water-cooled radiator comes into being. A good water-cooled radiator can even make CPU ultra-frequency reach a power that exceeds the prescribed value. Therefore, if some high-end computers have a heavy workload, they must be equipped with water-cooled heaters. There are also some ultra-frequency enthusiasts. Even refrigeration with more than 0100 degrees liquid nitrogen, CPU will exert undoubtedly unbeatable performance. Then the problem is coming. Joe Yang wants to use a cold radiator to replace the water-cooled radiator. Then it must cross the difficulty of the heat dissipation and require the efficiency of cold and heat dissipation to be greater than water-cooled. This is an impossible condition for the current technology of air-cooled radiators. If the air-cooled heat dissipation performance exceeds the water-cooled, then there will be no water-cooled heaters. Yo! This gadget is so difficult. Joe Yang didn't expect to spend all the way in the wind and rain, but now he is stumped in the face of a small radiator. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Joe Yang learned the lines of CAO in the acting Three Nations, and was telling his confidence. Isn't it just a radiator? If even this little thing can't be done, then he can't do the Sky Fighter anymore. The ladder is so difficult to go to heaven. It's getting late now, and Joe Yang simply decided to study again tomorrow. When he wanted to get off work, he received a call from a werewolf who had known him before to kill the female boss fairy. Boss Joe, do you have time tonight? Come out for dinner together. Yao Yao is also here, she especially wants you to come. Xian Xian also had a chat with Joe Yang recently, so he was quite familiar and never forgot to make fun of the two. Yes. Joe Yang felt that he was dizzy today by the radiator, and it would be nice to go outside and relax for a while. Joe Yang drove out and went directly to the restaurant. This restaurant was opened by Xiang Xian's house, so she still treats guests. There are 7 people in their business. Ruth Yao is also there, and there are many faces. These people are friends of Xian Xian and Ruth Yao, so everyone will be familiar with each other soon. These men and women were surprised when they first saw Joe Yang. I didn't expect such an online celebrity, big boss, to talk to them and make them feel good. In addition to eating, these people took photos with Joe Yang, and when they turned around, they sent them to the circle of friends or Wea Bali. They also saw celebrities and raised themselves. Everyone had to drive at night, so they didn't drink and simply had dinner. Then they drove together, and they went to a leisure center to play this time. When I came to the parking lot and saw Su Yang's van, Xian Xian was surprised to say, I said, Boss Joe, why are you still driving Mitsubishi? You have driven a car company yourself, at least you have a luxury car. Joe Yang didn't answer. Lu Xiao explained for him. Joe Yang likes to use good steel on the blade, and his money is all used for investment, that is, he didn't invest himself. Everyone else admires it very much. Joe Yang can be so frugal under the premise of becoming famous. It is really not easy. The people here feel that they can't do it. Then Joe Yang diverged the topic and they entered the leisure center to play. He can become friends with Baifume like Xian Xian and Lu Xiao. Their family is not bad, at least they are middle class. So everyone has luxury goods in them. Some are packaged brand name clothes, some are dozens of thousands of watches, or they drive luxury cars, and the city center lives on a large level. But only Joe Yang is an exception. He drives a used van and wears cheap clothes that are purchased by grandma. There is no name list. The mobile phone uses his own Beatty 1 Pro mobile phone, and there are no more than 3,000 plots on his body. If we look at it alone, he should be the poorest of these people. However, in fact, he is a rich man like Ruth Yao, occupying the first 2 of these people. When I came to the leisure center this time, Joe Yang planned to treat guests, but Lu Xiao had a membership card here, and she swiped the card directly to leave the account. This leisure center is related to sports leisure. They go to play badminton and table tennis first, as well as dodgeball. Tired of playing, just throw darts and shoot arrows. These are more interesting sports. After playing enough archery darts, they came to the bowling alley again and played bowling here. Joe Yang didn't play bowling, or Lu Xiao's handle taught him to let Joe Yang throw the ball out and fight to knock down the pile of bottles, even if it is a victory. Joe Yang threw a ball and used a lot of effort, but only knocked down a small half of the bottle. Ruth Yao laughed. Bowling is not the greater the strength, the better, it needs a relatively stable speed, so that more collisions can be produced and the ball is knocked down. Joe Yang learned a lesson. The speed of the ball was lowered next time. Sure enough, the remaining bottles were knocked down, which attracted applause. The boss of Joe has a level, and he can go to the competition for a few days of training. Fairy playing tunnels is still far away. Joe Yang swayed his hand with a smile, but he also felt that bowling was more interesting and played with everyone. Bang pong pong, there are constant collisions in the bowling alley, everyone has a lot of fun and laughter. This time I played more than 10 o'clock in the evening, and everyone was tired of playing, so I plan to break up today. It's only 10 o'clock. Or go to my shop, we have a game of overnight script killing? Xian Xian proposed at the door. Not coming, not coming. Zhou Yang even waved his hands. Although he was a young man, he rested with the elderly, and he had no spirit the next day after sleeping too late. Ruth Yao also shook her head, she didn't like to play outside too late. When she was abroad, her classmates liked to open all night, and she never participated. Let's come. The remaining few young people are of fun age, so a few of them went to the ferry store to play. Are you going home? Lu Saiyao asked. Well, it's so late, come out to play someday, I treat you. Zhou Yang said politely. Well, I wish you good night in advance. Ruth Yao waved his hand with him and drove away. Zhou Yang then returned home and came out of the air-conditioned car and felt it was hot at home. I was alone and too lazy to turn on the air conditioner, so I opened the White Emperor's leafless fan and blew myself, and it would be cool in a while. When he washed and went to bed, the leafless fan kept blowing him, making Zhou Yang feel cool. In summer without air conditioning, a bachelor can spend a summer with a leafless fan. Enjoying the tranquil cool wind of the leafless fan, Zhou Yang, who had been asleep, suddenly opened his eyes. He was excited because he thought of a good idea to modify the radiator. Zhou Yang suddenly realized while enjoying the leafless fan blowing the cool wind. Doesn't he want a cold radiator that can exceed water cool, and in this hot summer, a leafless fan can cool him for a summer, as long as the refrigeration area is small, the refrigeration effect is no worse than the air conditioner. Zhou Yang had an idea this time, but it was too late. He recorded his thoughts in his mobile phone, typing leafless heat 5 words, and then lying down and sleeping peacefully. The next day, Zhou Yang arrived at Bankrupt Company early in the morning, and he was in the office to re-examine the radiator. He was inspired by a leaf-free fan to make a cold radiator similar to a leaf-free fan. Zhou Yang relied on the drawing fusion function that was used once. System, my leaf-free fan drawing, can it be integrated with the wind-cooled radiator drawing? Zhou Yang first asked about the system. This system does not provide a prediction function, please study and test yourself. The super factory system did not give results. Zhou Yang decided to give it a try if he felt there. He already has drawings of leaf-free fans, so now he needs a drawing of a cold radiator. Wind-cooled radiators, the points are very cheap, and the more easy-to-use styles are just dozens of points. There is no complicated design for the air-cooled radiator. It is nothing more than a small fan with a metal radiant film with a maximum RGB light effect. In the end, Zhou Yang chose a 34-point wind-cooled radiator. Super factory system, consumer score 34, get 1 drawing of Frost Star 2 scattering device. Zhou Yang got the drawings from the system and immediately tried to merge with the leafless fan. Ding! Is it a drawings of a leafless fan and a cold radiator? The system was really asking, and Zhou Yangton was happy. Pictures with similar functions can really be merged, then he did not hesitate to choose the fusion option. Successful fusion, obtained drawings of leaf-free fan-style wind-cooled heaters. Successful. Zhou Yang is very happy to check this new 2-in-1 drawing immediately. The original ordinary wind chillers have changed, and the previous metal scattering towers have become a special structure with internal hollowness. The radiolith is no longer a flake metal structure, which contains a miniature leaf-free fan structure. In this way, the rotating fan leaves cannot be seen on the surface, and the structure is changed to a fixed structure in the hollow, so that the air will enter from the narrow bottom, take away the heat on the CPU, and blow it out from the top, through the waxing hole in the machine box, take away the hot air to achieve the purpose of cooling. In this way, the mute must be awesome, and the noise will be very small. In addition, this one is still a cold heat dissipation mode, and there will be no malpractice of leakage. And there is also a function that traditional cold fans do not have, that is, cooling capacity. The leafless fan of the BID, with its own semiconductor system cold mode, can significantly reduce the temperature. This alone is better than any air conditioning radiator on the market. Other air-cooled radiators can only passively take the CPU heat by air, and the leaf-free fan with its own cooling function can efficiently reduce the temperature. Zhou Yang can't wait now to see this world's first leaf-free cold radiator. But before that, Zhou Yang must make certain changes. He saw that on this new drawing, the design was perfect. However, he still decided to listen to the opinions of professionals, so he found a computer hardware engineer in the company and asked him about the air-cooled radiator. After reading the leafless radiator, the engineer took some technical improvements and gave another suggestion. I feel this parameter, the general CPU is too richer, but after some top CPU ultra frequency, it's the heat is at the level of terror, and it must be very difficult to press, so I suggest our radiator is divided into ordinary and powerful versions, a diminishing match, and a pile of materials, so that the price and performance correspond, which is more conducive to customer choice. Yes. Zhou Yang agreed with the engineer's suggestion, and after the engineer left, he continued to modify the drawings. There has been no major change in this fused drawing, and he revised it according to the engineer's opinion. Reduce the normal version, another model increases volume and power, and the performance of the two models is clearly distinguished. Zhou Yang's hand is now holding an optimization capability, which is added to the most critical cooling capability, which is a complete success. Super factory system optimized, the cooling effect of the radiator is increased by 19. In this way, the design is completed, and Zhou Yang naming the product according to the usual needs. Zhou Yang used the name of the previous drawings, called the Frost Series Leaf-Free Air-Cooled Computer Radiator. The naming is successful. This product is divided into two types, ordinary and powerful. The super factory system has completed the final drawing improvement work, and Zhou Yang can hand it over to the production department after getting it. Zhou Yang immediately held a meeting, and by D's management backbone participated in all. At the meeting, he took out the drawings of the frost-free radiator. Songde likes new products very much. He took the drawings and looked at them. He was surprised to find that this is not the miniaturization of their leaf-free fans. Just after shrinking, it must be packed into the computer case. There is no problem with our production department, Songde immediately promised. In this way, the skilled workers are also there. The workers without leaf fans are transferred to a part of it, and the new production line will be ready for trial production immediately. Okay, you first make a batch of samples for performance verification. The equipment department, together with the production department, immediately inspected the ordering production line, which was faster. Zhou Yang told him. Here he asked Tanglan again, does she have any comments here? Tanglan said, I think that the production line of the radiator is not too large to be built, because today is the hot season of the leaf-free fan, but it lasts for up to 3 months. In autumn, the leaf-free fan will basically be large-scale reduced production. At the time the production line was idle and could be used to produce radiators. Tanglan also made sense. She meant not to mount the radiator production line on a large scale. The production line of the leaf-free fan and radiator can be used. Now, the focus is on the production of leaf-free fans. By autumn and winter, the radiator can be transformed to achieve comprehensive use of equipment and personnel, saving costs. After all, leaf-free fans only sell high in spring and summer, and other seasons are off-season, and radiators are available all year round. As long as they are desktop computers, they basically need radiators and no seasonal restrictions. The two commodities are allocated for production, so as to maximize benefits. Makes sense, just follow the wishes of Manager Tang. Zhou Yang really didn't expect so much. According to his idea, it must have been a large-scale production of radiator production lines after the successful trial production. This approach is simple and rude. However, Tanglan made sense. His approach would result in idle production lines and workers in the fall and winter, wasting funds. In addition to the initial production guarantee, the rest will be shortcomings and unreasonable. In this case, Zhou Yang listened to Tang Ian's suggestions. This also shows the role of an excellent general manager, which saves the company millions of levels of cost expenditure. After the meeting, Zhou Yang discussed the sale price of the radiator with Tanglan. Tanglan, look at our radiator, how appropriate is the pricing? Zhou Yang's simple accounting, the cost of the ordinary version of the radiator is about 50 yuan, and the cost of the powerful version is about 80 yuan. After listening to Tanglan, he said with a smile, then according to our pricing practice, each radiator earns almost 20 or 30 yuan, then 79 and 99 are more appropriate. If you want to make a profit, 89 and 109 yuan. Zhou Yang nodded. Anyway, these two radiators are all prices near 100 yuan, and Tang Ian's opinion is reliable. Then wait until the production department takes out the qualified product and then accounts for the real cost to determine the final selling price. In this way, the performance of the water chillers is comparable, but it is sold to the price of ordinary wind chillers, and the market is absolutely competitive. Yes, the boss decides. Tanglan admires his boss ability, and he takes out a new product without any signs. This is a magical phenomenon that she has never seen before in 5 large enterprises. She also doubted the source of these drawings, but she has been with Zhou Yang for a long time, and she has also been integrated into the Beatty, so she is too lazy to investigate whether the source of the drawings is reasonable. Anyway, it will be done following the director of Zhou. Working in Baidi, Tanglan has never been comfortable and smooth. Zhou Yang and her subordinates are very supportive of her. Tanglan can do her best. Sometimes, being happy at work is more important than salary. Although the salary given by Beatty is not the highest, Tanglan will never change jobs because of salary. There are currently several companies that want to dig Tanglan over with a high salary, but Tanglan has refused. She is very happy to work in Beatty, and there is no need to wrong herself for more than a year. This is why she would reject the original call of the Star Prince. For high-income people, spiritual pursuit is more important. Tanglan was happy in Beatty. Going to another company would be constrained everywhere, and the Prince Star still plots against her, then as long as the thinking is normal, she will make the right choice. If possible, she will work until Beatty retires. Cooperating with Zhou Yang, a young and promising boss, is the most wise decision Tang Lan has ever made. Next, the production department began to test the production of radiators. The main job is to knead a mold, make the shell and metal pieces, and the rest is to purchase some electronic components. In short, 4 employees who are proficient in assembling leafless fans. This radiator production is a small case. They do not need to be trained in advance, they can do it by hand, and the authenticity rate is still very high. In the process of trying to make a radiator in the workshop, netizens could not stay idle. They were in the Beatty official net every day at Zhou Yang and asked him if the water-cooled radiator was ready. Almost there, Zhou Yang replied. However, in order not to let everyone wait for the hurry, he did not say the specific listing date, but only reminded the friends who need to buy radiators in the near future, and can wait a second. The radiators produced by Beatty will never let everyone down. I go, Zhou Yang has speed in doing things. Only a few days later, there are eyebrows? Then you see, what is Baide speed? After all, Baide has the first research institute in the universe. The netizens are all teasing. The first research institute in the universe they are talking about is actually the Overseas Research Institute that no one has ever heard of. Anyway, everyone only heard their voices, but did not see the shadow. This mysterious scientific research organization provided Beatty with a lot of technology and products. Some netizens are curious. They are discussing what kind of scientific research organization this is. How much scientific research funding did Zhou Yang invest? Of course, Zhou Yang has not responded positively these times, and netizens are only discussing as a talker. More people are just users of Baide products. They don't care where this technology comes from. As long as the products are cheap and easy to use, they support it. Many electrical counterparts saw that Baide produced a computer radiator this time, and it was a happy heart. It was really beautiful when Baide did not rob them of business. It used to be was who, but now it's skillful. There are these 2 Wally Dragon and Phoenix chicks that always provokes Baide. They are busy dealing with them and they won't be deep-flowed in the home appliance industry. What you see. Now they don't worship Buddha anymore, they all worship Taka and was who, and hope that they will jump out and engage Su Yang's energy, and they will continue to make money comfortably. I have to say that these electrical appliances are a bit nervous when they are run by Zhou Yang. A few days later, the workshop made the first batch of radiator samples and tested them at the first time on Zhou Yang. The sample of this trial production is divided into ordinary and powerful versions. In appearance, the general version is slightly smaller and the material has been reduced. The powerful version is relatively large. It is similar to many high-end air-cooled radiators. The small machine box cannot be opened. This is a model specially prepared for computer enthusiasts. The heat dissipation performance is stronger. Zhou Yang first held 2 types of radiators in his hands. The ordinary version was lighter and less than a caddy, and the powerful version was much heavier, and it was heavy in his hands. After all, there are more metal materials inside, because the metal solids are hot and fast. Next, it is the live test. Zhou Yang used the desktop in the office as a test prototype. He turned on the desktop computer sideboard, removed the original radiator, and installed the ordinary version of the radiator on it. This is a low-end office computer using a 12th generation Intel i3 processor, which is enough to use a normal version radiator. This product of course takes into account the issue of adaptation, which is exactly compatible with Intel and AMD's CPU, just like the main computer plate produced by Beatty. Su Yang's computer is Intel's processor. He installed it himself, then turned on the lid, and clicked on the boot. As the computer screen lights up, the computer starts normally. I saw the lid colorful lights flashing on the leafless radiator, which was pretty good. Of course, if someone doesn't like it, or disregards electricity, you can turn off the lights in the main board settings. Fans can hardly hear the noise at work, and the mute is impeccable. Only after Zhou Yang gets closer can he hear the slight airflow. Then he felt the wind blowing on his face, and the leafless radiator had already started to work. Because it is a leaf-free design, you can directly see the porous radiant chips below from the upper end. Then it is to test the radiating ability. The computer engineer copied the temperature measurement and grill software on the computer, and then started the grill program. The torture machine program is to activate a dedicated and complicated operation program, which must mobilize all the performance of CPU, so that CPU will work full of load to reach the highest temperature in normal operation. Gradually, the temperature of CPU gradually increased from the initial room temperature of more than 20 degrees Celsius to 40 C, and then the temperature rose extremely slowly, and finally set on 47 C 48 C. At this time, the leaf-free radiator finally heard a slight airflow sound, and reached the working state with the highest power. At this time, if you put your hand above the radiator, you can feel the obvious hot wind blowing your hand, as if there is really an electric fan in it. Computer engineers also exclaimed, "Wow, this wind beep is more than any air-cooled radiator on the market." Unless other families really install electric fans on it, there is no such super strong heat dissipation for us. After seeing CPU full load, the temperature no longer rises, proving that their ordinary version of performance is sufficient for office computers, and the temperature around 47°C in summer is already very good, at least much better than dozens of UN-level radiators. The cooling power is on the one hand, and because there is no fan, it will be very mute. Then next, it is time to test the powerful version of the radiator. The powerful version of the radiator is similar to a radiant tower, and it is very qualitative. The powerful version is a lap larger than the ordinary version of the radiator. This cooling capacity is very strong at a glance. So this office computer is not suitable, it is difficult to get on. The computer engineer moved the high-end computer that the company assigned to him for testing. This computer spent more than 20,000 configurations at the end of last year. The absolute high-end computer, CPU, is Intel's 13900K. This is an absolute performance monster. If the strong version can hold this CPU, then the absolute part of the market CPU can hold. The engineer removed the original 360 water chillers and installed a leak-free radiator. The ultimate challenge of this product came. Zhou Yang and several producers are surrounded by this critical moment. Electric plug, turn on. The computer engineer activated the computer and entered the desktop normally. Zhou Yang reached his hand above the radiator's outlet and felt a strong airflow, much stronger than the ordinary version. Then the engineer started the grill program, and the temperature of CPU was rising rapidly. 40°C, 50°C, 60°C, the temperature starts to rise very fast. If this momentum cannot be effectively contained, then this radiator will fail. Everyone watched the temperature table nervously. Finally, after reaching 60°C, the temperature rise slowed down. At this time, the powerful version of the fan is also full of firepower. The hot wind is very strong in the hands. At the same time, after more than a minute, the cooling effect is also up, and the temperature can be suppressed in more than 60 degrees. Not bad. The engineer was surprised that the air-cooled energy pressure was 13,900 K to more than 60 degrees, which is already a very good result. But this is not the limit of the CPU, and the next is the highlight. The engineer set CPU into an ultra-frequency mode and released all the firepower. This time the temperature has risen again and has exceeded 70°C. Such a high temperature can burn hot water. Will this computer catch fire? Uncle Song didn't understand the computer, so he was a little worried. The engineer explained, rest assured that more than 80-degree temperature computers can work normally. If the temperature is higher, CPU will drop the frequency until restarting, and will not rise above 100 degrees. Oh, this computer is really much more particular, I have to learn more when I am free. Song suddenly said. Intel 13900K, as a powerful CPU, UF can release all its performance. If the CPU temperature does not reach the upper limit of the frequency reduction temperature under the UFS mode, it means that the radiator has succeeded. If not, it means that the cooling capacity is insufficient. Zhou Yang has already planned. If the strong money cannot be suppressed, he will modify an elite version to increase the heat dissipation capacity. He will not believe in this fusion product and cannot hold a small chip. Now it is CPU and radiators that have turned on to the maximum power, and the temperature has also started to jump up and down around 82°C. This temperature is more dangerous. No matter how high it is likely to touch the power consumption wall. CPU will trigger the safety protection mechanism, reduce the frequency to reduce the heat, so as not to burn the element. Now the power consumption of 13900K has reached the horrible 280W. What is this concept? The power consumption of an ordinary refrigerator is 9200 watts, and this small CPU actually consumes 280W. In a place with such a small unit volume, the power consumption is so high, and the heat it produces is also quite scary. However, their leak-free radiators are also quite powerful, and the temperature is around 85°C, which stabilizes. Cattle. The engineer sighed again that the 360 water currently used for this data and equipment is almost cold, but this is not the limit of CPU. Next, the engineer opened the final super settings, manual UF, and unlocked the power consumption wall. Eventually, the frequency of CPU came to the terrifying 300W. At this time, the CPU was squeezed out of its full potential, and the core frequency reached 4.8 GHz, which is already the limit of CPU. As long as it can suppress the current heat, the powerful version of performance can be recognized, and they can proudly claim that the leak-free cold radiator can suppress the vast majority of CPU on the market. However, this seems to be an unlikely task. After all, many ordinary water chillers can't suppress this performance monster. Now everyone is watching whether they can succeed. Soon, the temperature rose to 94°C, and finally stopped rising. At this time, when you get close to the computer, you can feel the heat wave hitting people, and the radiator blows out the hot wind, which shows how terrifying the heat of the CPU is. This also means that the current CPU design is not reasonable enough. So much of the electricity is converted into heat and lost. Zhou Yang is thinking, if he comes to design CPU, he will definitely not have such a high calorie, and he will definitely design a low fever, high performance CPU. Stable. At this time, the engineer shouted excitedly before Zhou Yang recovered. Now that the temperature has reached around 92-93 C, it has stabilized. Although this temperature is scary, it has exceeded the limit of the wind-cooled radiator. After all, there is no wind-cooled radiator that can normally suppress the UF13900K on the market, and CPU has no obvious frequency reduction. It can be said that this is not only a record of air-cooled radiators, but also more effective than many water-cooled radiators. It's hard to imagine that this is something that a cold radiator can do. The engineer is an expert, he knows how difficult it is, so he is more excited. He saw the temperature around 94 C, which was only measured by hand. He used ordinary silicone. The engineer suggested to Zhou Yang that he would use better scattered silicone to do another test. The temperature should be several times lower. Degree. Songda saw that the temperature could really boil water, and thought it was a failure this time, but it felt wrong to see Zhou Yang and the engineer's surprise expression. So he asked, these more than 90 degrees, is it ideal? Of course, this can already be suppressed by 13900K, because we are in the grill, and it is difficult for normal users to use this long-term high load, but now it is not the limit of the radiator. I will do it again. Test. After the engineer explained it, he chose to shut down, and then he carefully removed the radiator and felt very hot. After more than 90 degrees, the skin is a blister, so the engineer has to wait until the CPU cools before coating with silicon. Zhou Yang felt that such an effect was not enough, just wondering if he could increase some performance. However, when he looked back at the drawings, he found that he could not increase the volume and power to enhance the heat dissipation performance. Because the powerful version of the radiator has reached the limit of volume, if it is too large, it will be too high and too large, which will hinder the installation of other accessories and require special case boxes, which will greatly affect the sales. Therefore, it is not very supportive of increasing the power of the radiator. Now it is only possible to switch silicone, which can reduce the temperature by a few more degrees, so that the feat of air-cooled i9 can be achieved without changing the main board and the structure of the machine box. Subsequently, the engineer used a special silicon fat with a relatively high price. This silicon fat is relatively thin, a bit like a liquid metal. The reason why I did not choose liquid metals with better heat dissipation capacity is because liquid gold has good liquidity and will damage the hardware after it is not well spilled. So the engineer chose this silicon, which is already the best silicone except liquid gold. Except for the price, there are no shortcomings. After that, the engineer applied silicon, added the radiator, and then reopened the test. The test results will be directly related to whether this radiator can be successfully listed, and if it is not used, it will depend on the next results. After going to advanced silicon, hardware engineers resumed ultra-frequency temperature experiments. This time the temperature of the normal grill is 5 C lower than before, and it looks very effective. Then it is to lift the power consumption wall and reach 300 W. The temperature of CPU began to push straight to 90 C. The last record was about 94 C. At that time, it was already very hot. I don't know if it will improve this time. Nearly 90 C, the temperature rises more slowly. At this time, the powerful version of the leaf-free radiator is also running at full power, transporting hot air outward every moment. The wind noise is a bit obvious at this time. After all, this is cooling a performance monster, and the common cold can't challenge this high difficulty at all. As a result, Zhou Yang was very surprised, and the temperature remained above and below 90 C. You know, this is a cold radiator. This is still a hot summer. This is a very ideal state. Our radiator is too powerful. Computer engineers all issued an admiration. In this extreme state, their radiators can suppress 13900K, so they can boast of performance with confidence and boldness during publicity. Cattle, then there is no need to install it back and the water is cold. Computer engineers also know that the water is cold and uninsured. Although there is a 3-year leakage liquid guarantee, it is afraid that in case of loss of hardware, it may be compensated, but the lost data is priceless. The self-produced air-cooled radiators actually have such a powerful heat dissipation capability, which is almost a must-select radiator for their working parties. The main player is a safe and efficient price, of course, because by these things cannot be expensive. In this way, the test was passed, and Zhou Yang was relieved. He could give the netizens an explanation and also beat the skill. However, when it comes to saying that this time, the system has not given the boycott task. It is estimated that this operation is too easy, and the system thinks it is not worth the task. Even if there is no task, Zhou Yang will do it. If the skill is not closed, Zhou Yang will not stop. This is the skill that does not fall, and the remediation is endless. Only the closure of that kind of garbage company is its destination. Zhou Yang then let the super factory system test. The The quality of this fan is absolutely okay, and after 8 years of quality assurance, basically after purchase, until the computer is eliminated, there is no need to spend more money on the radiator. After the acceptance, the production planning section within the company counted the final cost. Adding up all the costs, the cost of the ordinary version of the leafless radiator came to 52 yuan. The cost of a powerful radiator came to 84 yuan. Then the question is, how much does Zhou Yang set the retail price? According to the comparison between the ordinary version and the powerful version, it should be set at 89 yuan, which is more appropriate than 109 yuan. However, when Zhou Yang thought about it, he crossed out the previously set price. Compared with 109 yuan and 99 yuan, it seemed to be an order of magnitude. Forget it, it should be for the benefit of fans. Zhou Yang decided to earn a little less and let everyone take some benefits. This radiator is far less than the high sales volume of home appliances, so it is not expected to make money. So Zhou Yang finally priced 66 yuan for the ordinary version of the radiator and 99 yuan for the powerful version of the radiator. He also earned about 10 yuan for a radiator. In this way, the price is extremely advantageous. After all, the air-cooled radiators of the first and second lines of the market cost more than 200 or 300 yuan, while some water-cooled radiators generally cost hundreds of yuan and thousands of yuan. In this case, the Frost series of leafless computer radiators will subvert the market again. In the future, the skilled radiators don't want to take out, and only one option is waiting for them. Zhou Yang will replace all of his opponent's product lines bit by bit, and then Titan will fail. This kind of garbage enterprise is unfair to the patriotic people for one more day. If the sample test is successful, the production line can be installed in the workshop. Because after listening to Tang Ian's suggestion, only 2 production lines are installed. First, a small part of the shipment will be shipped. After the autumn and winter, when the leaf-free fan production line stops, the radiator will burst. This is the case. Zhou Yang notified that the workshop was ready to officially produce cold radiators. When buying production lines, Zhou Yang issued a new product notice. Because it has been made public, the propaganda picture is released directly, but it also retains a mystery, that is, this radiator will adopt a brand new structure, which must surprise everyone. Isn't it the development of water-cooled heaters? Don't you use water anymore? Even with cooling oil, it is no longer a fresh technology, unless it is not the current mainstream water cooling structure. Netizens are discussing, and they thought Zhou Yang was making a water-cooled radiator. After all, this matter was caused by the incident of the skilled water-cooled radiator. To beat the other party's arrogant face, it must be the same product. No one would think that Zhou Yang actually made a cold radiator. The netizens who are good at YY started to discuss, what kind of new technology is it? Some people say that Zhou Yang integrated the air conditioner into the machine box, so that he would not worry about heat dissipation. When others heard it, it was Haha who laughed and didn't take it seriously, but he was the closest answer. Because Zhou Yang put the leaf-free fan into the machine box. 10 days later, the first batch of leaf-free radiators was produced, and the first batch was backed up by 50,000. This still sacrifices the output of some leaf-free electric fans to make way for new products. Zhou Yang held a new product press conference as scheduled. This conference is still online, with only some media reporters present. They wore masks, measured their temperature, and could only enter with a nucleic acid certificate. Hello everyone, welcome to the White Emperor's new computer radiator press conference. Zhou Yang greeted everyone at the beginning, and the reporters below applauded. Zhou Yang is now the guarantee of flow, and they all want Zhou Yang to develop more meetings. After all, every product subverts the industry. Of course, the more such news, the better. Everyone should be clear, because the leakage of an enterprise's water chill does not claim compensation from customers, which is too much. As a manufacturing entrepreneur, I can't see it anymore, so I made a radiator day and night, hoping to bring everyone's computer cool and safety. The radiator we launched, 100 million%, will not be at risk of leakage. When Zhou Yang shouted these words, all the netizens who watched the live broadcast were sending 666. They wanted to see what kind of water chillers were and dared to advertise that there would never be leaks. Then Zhou Yang uncovered the red cloth around him, exposing the 2 radiators below. What, with scattered heat tablets, isn't this a cold radiator? It wasn't cold water, no wonder I dare not leak liquid. The netizens were disappointed, because those who knew a little bit about computer knowledge knew that now they want to use high-end computers well, they must use them with water chillers. Fenken is only suitable for some domestic computers with low performance, otherwise the heat dissipation capability simply cannot suppress the high-end CPU. Seeing that it is cold, some fever friends are not interested because they are not available. They only need water heaters. It seems that someone in the curtain shouted and slipped. Zhou Yang smiled slightly to make everyone have a little patience. Next, he picked up the 2 radiators and aimed them directly above everyone. Netizens only saw that this radiator actually has no fan. What stuff? Is there a passive heat dissipator without a fan? Is this still cold? Netizens are a bit confusing. Zhou Yang saw that the netizens had such a reaction, and his heart was a little comfortable. Sure enough, the netizens did not guess his thoughts. Then he began to introduce the uniqueness of this radiator. This is a leaf-free cold radiator. You can understand him as a small leaf-free fan. Not only has super strong winds, super sound, etc., but the structure is durable. You don't have to worry about the aphoria of the fan. Like leaf fans, it has a certain active cooling function, which is better for CPU heat dissipation. After Zhou Yang's introduction, netizens came interested. Zhou Yang is the first person to be able to put a leaf-free fan into a computer. This hole is very invincible. Even if this is very creative, it is useless. My 13900K cannot use a cold radiator, a netizen called Claude said in the curtain. Here again, 13900K per capita online. Others are mocking Claude. They mean that people on the internet are generally bragging, and they all say that their computers are highly configured. As a result, they used computers a few years ago. After all, bragging on the internet is not taxable. Everyone says they have a roof computer. But in fact, people who really use 13900K account for only a very small part of all computer users. After all, that piece of CPU is worth thousands of dollars. This price is enough to be equipped with a good office or mild entertainment computer. Ordinary people do not have such high requirements for computers. Generally, a computer of 34,000 yuan is more than enough. So some netizens don't think Claude is a person who can afford 13900K. As a result, Claude also hit his face on the spot, and then released a picture with the interception of the time and the curtain area at that time, confirming that he was just intercepted, and on the other side was a cool side-through water-cold Raj family barrel machine box. With so many eyes of defeating the family on it, the price of this computer is indispensable. Tu hao, you who? The netizens believed that they started to hug their thighs and drool. After all, boys who like computers dream of having such a top computer with eyes. Then Claude is qualified to say that Zhou Yang's leaf-free air-cooled radiator is useless to him. After all, the common sense of computers now is that the wind-cooled radiator cannot hold 13900K. Don't worry, this is a heavy news I want to tell you. Our leafless fan can suppress 13900K. As soon as Zhou Yang said this, the curtain area was not calm on the spot. Is this serious? Boss Joe, this is not deceiving. You said that if you take a fake penalty, can I have 10 radiators? The pattern is bigger, buy it directly, and lose 10 times the radiator, so we are the radiator distributor. Netizens basically don't believe Zhou Yang's words, which is too abnormal. If you don't believe it, we can show you on site. As soon as Zhou Yang waved his hand, the computer engineer next to him moved to the computer they used to test. Then he showed you that the CPU above is Intel 13900K, which is a fake replacement. When the engineer was going to apply silicon, he also recommended a brand. With this brand, the temperature can be reduced by several degrees. Then he installed it with a powerful version of the leafless radiator. In order to save time, the engineer went directly to the beast mode and opened the power consumption wall. The powerful power close to 300W went up instantly, which caused the temperature of CPU to skyrocket. By 20 degrees of room temperature, in just over a minute, it reached 780 degrees. However, at this time, the camera group gave a close-up shot to the leaf-free fan. In order to make the process more specific, dry ice was added here, and a mass of white fog was inhaled from the bottom of the leaf-free radiator, like a small chimney. Ejected upward, it turned out to be more than 1 meter high before spreading. This clearly shows how terrifying the fan's heat dissipation ability is. Zhou Yang really put a leaf-free fan into the machine box, cow beep. Haha, it is really a genius idea to directly reduce the electric fan as a radiator. It's fun, I want to buy it, even if it's a small fan on the desktop, it's not a loss. Everyone feels that this radiator is also good, even if it can't press top CPU, this unique shape and structure is enough to send a friend to load a cup. However, before they finished the discussion, they saw the demonstrated computer. The temperature of CPU came to around 89°C, and then stopped rising. I'm right, I lifted the 13900K of the power consumption wall, and was actually suppressed by a cold radiator? Fake. Are you doing things? Some netizens still don't believe it. Zhou Yang opened his mouth and dispelled their concerns. This test is all a live-action demonstration, and there is no falsehood. If you follow the same conditions, you can go back to the test. If the error is too large, I still say that sentence. Fake 10. When Zhou Yang said this, although it is difficult to believe, everyone still thinks it is the truth. This is by Zhou Yang's credibility, he has never deceived users. Actually a cold radiator that can press I9, cow beep, I want buy. Is it so hanging? If it's cheap, I have to buy it too. In summer, my old computer can fry eggs. When you see such a horrible radiant ability, you immediately say you want to buy it. They didn't even ask the price, because there was no need to ask. When did buy these things sell expensive? If there is a wind-cooled radiator on the market that can suppress 13900K, it is estimated that it will be more than 500, but Beatty's products don't need to worry, at least 2 or 3 discounts, just buy it. However, before announcing the selling price, Joe Yang reminded everyone that this is only with the cooperation of high-end silicone. If ordinary silicone is used for ultra-frequency use of CPU, the temperature will be up to 90 C. It's okay, how much can a silicon fat cost? As long as your radiator is cheap and you don't use cold water, this money must be saved. Netizens speak well. In this case, Joe Yang announced the price of the radiator. The general version is priced at 66 yuan, while the powerful version of the wind-cooled radiator that can suppress the 13900K and AMD 7950 series CPU is only 99 yuan, and provides 8-year quality assurance. I'm going. This price is really charitable. It's cheaper than the average water-cooled. Buy and buy. I want it, 3, and my 3 computers, all of which can change the fan, otherwise it will turn on every day like a tractor. When the netizens heard the price, they immediately indicated the purchase. It's enough to have this demo to suppress i9. Anyway, most people's computers don't have that high power consumption. It's enough to buy a regular version. Even the previous Claude netizen felt that this radiator was not bad. He also decided to buy it back and try it. After all, he used too much water cold, and this leaf-free cold radiator successfully poked him. He is a local tyrant with good money, and he has novel good things. Of course he has to buy them to give it a try. So the cartridge case of Joe Yang linked to in the shrapnel swiped the screen. Okay, then we still open the limited sales on time at 12 noon, and the first batch of 50,000 items will be available every day. Please pay attention to it in time. After Joe Yang announced it, the press conference was over, and then it was the media questioning session. In the past, Su Yang's answer was always interesting. Netizens did not expect that this time Su Yang's answer was even more shocking, and it also went abroad. After the content of the new leaf-free radiator was released, it reached the media question and answer session. Old friend Zhang Shuqi reporter asked, "May I ask President Zhou, what kind of height do you expect to reach this radiator?" Joe Yang smiled and answered, "Shouldn't be bad, anyway, I think it's not bad," and looking at the curtain area, everyone said they wanted to buy it. Zhang Shuqi asked again, "This radiator seems to have originated from an island enterprise in a water-cooled radiator leak, but why did you choose to be a water-cooled radiator and a traditional air-cooled radiator?" Joe Yang replied, "Because after research, I found that no matter how the water chill is modified, the risk of leakage cannot be avoided. Even if there is no leakage during the 3-year and 5-year warranty period, the risk will be great after the warranty. It is impossible to replace the normally used radiator as soon as it reaches the warranty period, and the cost is too high. And even if a water-cooled radiator with a longer warranty period is made, the selling price will be very high. A radiator will be thousands of yuan, which does not conform to Beatty's usual style. Therefore, I chose coldness to eliminate the risk of leakage." Zhang Shuqi is very satisfied with this answer. After she sat down, another reporter from Technology Weekly got up and asked, "Will Joe Yang, after the radiator, will Beatty produce other computer accessories, then develop the entire PC product chain?" Joe Yang said, "We'll definitely continue production, and whether it will have the entire PC industry chain, this is not certain. It depends on how many kinds of best-selling products are left in a company." This sentence is a bit metaphorical, but as long as those who have paid attention to the Beatty and Takea's grievances should guess, Joe Yang implies that Takai will produce other computer accessories, which is based on Takea's selling products. Decide. Several products that were previously sold by technicians quickly became sluggish after the White Emperor entered the business, and now they are even ready to withdraw from the mainland market. It seems that this grudge will continue, and it will definitely end with a comprehensive defeat of skill. Ha ha. Many netizens didn't hold back their laughter. Among them, there were some computer enthusiasts who asked for better skills and then sturdy. They waited until Baidu produced a whole computer accessories and then closed, so they could use cheap computers. Now it's worth a good computer, at least 5 or 6,000. After Baidu fully enters the main PC circle, it is estimated that 1,000 yuan can buy a good computer. I can really wake up in a dream. So many people burned incense in the curtain area, and asked for good skills to toss about it, so that Joe Yang could have all the related accessories made soon. After the reporter asked, it was the computer reporter's turn to interview. Computer newspaper is a very professional newspaper in the computer circle. It has been more than 30 years old. Today, when the paper media is falling, they are brave to transform and have now moved towards network diversification. This old newspaper brand is alive again. The computer reporter, of course, a hardware expert, got up and asked about the detailed parameters of the radiator. But he immediately asked a very professional question. That is, in accordance with established practice, CPU manufacturers Intel and AMD introduce a new generation of CPU every year. However, according to the fact that there is a substantial performance improvement every year, the heat generated by the next generations of CPU must be more and more scary. However, although the powerful version of the leaf-free radiator can barely suppress 13900K, it is estimated that it will not be able to hold it until the next generation of flagship chips. How to solve it at that time? This question is very professional, then I will answer it. Joe Yang talked to the microphone. To be honest, if the fever of the next generation flagship CPU continues to increase, then the powerful version of the radiator must not be able to suppress it, and the product needs to be upgraded. In that case, the volume of the radiator and power, this requires the corresponding mainboard layout and the machine box to cooperate. Please rest assured that I will find a way. If the heating volume of the next generation of CPU is further increased, then our company will introduce supporting radiators, cabinets, and main panels so that everyone can avoid the risk of water-cooled heat leaks from high-end computers. Now BYD already has the main board and radiator products. Joe Yang revealed again that he has the idea of making a machine box, and netizens are happy, and they will have cheap machine boxes to use. Then the rise of Joe Yang's speech impromptu said his views. I'm talking about something off topic. I would like to call on two chip manufacturers, Intel and AMD. When designing chips, try not to choose to pile up performance with pile of material. This performance is up, but the heat generated is a big problem. Every year, the new chip power consumption and heat generation are getting bigger and bigger. For a long time, it is really necessary to put air conditioners in the machine box to suppress it. This is not a good phenomenon, because thermal energy is a byproduct of CPU work, which means that a lot of electrical energy is actually wasted by thermal energy. Even if it is considered to reduce emissions and energy, it should be studied to improve performance. Solve the problem of CPU heat generation. Joe Yang talked ridiculously, and netizens felt that there was some truth. After all, CPU fever has seriously affected the experience. Now, whether it is CPU or graphics card, there is a tendency to get more and more serious heat. Now the general water cold can't suppress the top flagship CPU, and the data centers of some large enterprises are all built on the mountain and the bottom of the water, which can be used at low cost. Natural conditions to cool down are caused by the fever of computer components. Therefore, the chip fever problem has affected the user experience and has to be equipped with a huge, noisy radiator. This also limits the volume of the computer and cannot be done too small, otherwise the caloric siltation is spread out and there is a risk of being unusable. Although Joe Yang's appeal makes sense, netizens are not optimistic about the matter. Familiar with Intel and AMD's computer enthusiasts, it's saying the idea is good, but you can lose the toothpaste factory and agricultural enterprises. They are now considering whether the financial report is good or not, and considering whether they can seize the market share. How to cut the leak will not care about the heat loss problem. Yes, the stacking material is much simpler than the research consumption. Anyway, they are enough. Even in the 20th generation CPU, the water and cold can't be suppressed. Isn't there still liquid nitrogen? Anyway, they CPU it is their skill that the heat cannot be pressed, that is the incompetence of the radiator manufacturer. Originally this was just a family statement from Joe Yang, but the reporter of this computer newspaper felt that this topic was very good. He wrote a special discussion in a new issue of the journal, and specifically talked about the topic of CPU fever. Because of the influence of computer reporting today, it is also counted as one of the best professional media in the circle, so it is hotly discussed by peers. A few days later, when the overseas Intel company met, there was a domestic reporter who used computer-reported questions to ask their supervisor Bob. Director Bob, how do you think Joe Yang, the boss of BYD, is calling for CPU fever? Will Intel consider reducing heat in subsequent product design? Bob smiled a little bit at the beginning and end of the matter, and then said, this White Emperor company, I seem to have an impression that the best-selling White Emperor's main board is produced by this manufacturer. I do not deny that BYD is an excellent mainboard manufacturer, but as a radiator manufacturer, there is obviously still a lot to go. CPU design is not so simple. We will definitely control power consumption and heat generation, but as a radiator manufacturer, we cannot ask our CPU to reduce the heat generation. If they are too hard, they should consider more efficient heat dissipation methods instead of to blame us. It's very detrimental to Bab's speech. Although he's very polite, he actually wants to express the meaning that lousy chip design is difficult. You can do your own thing as a radiator manufacturer. It's better to study the technology and how to better suppress the fever of the new CPU. As expected by netizens, large companies have a temper, with a set of arrogance, and take Joe Yang's proposal as air. Bob directly pointed out that CPU has a large calorie, which is not a problem that a radiator manufacturer should consider. Instead, thank them. Because of the large heat generated by CPU, users need a radiator. Otherwise, CPU will have no calories in the future. There is no radiator, and this industry will disappear. Then this answer became an interesting video in foreign media, and many foreign netizens laughed at BYD. What a cat or dog really teaches Intel to do things. Some extreme foreign netizens also sneered at Joe Yang and BYD, saying that he intervened blindly, and gave him a nickname called Oriental Monkey, which is insulting. For hardware enthusiasts, all they care about is the performance of CPU. When single core exceeds 10 GHz is when all humans thank the CPU manufacturers. As for fever, it is not the main problem at all. As long as they make a single core 10 GHz product, they would rather go to Antarctica to use a computer. After being organized by some people, this news was passed back to the country and also to Zhu Yang's ears. Zhou Yang saw the links forwarded to him by netizens before he knew that he was actually ridiculed by some netizens abroad. Zhou Yang was very upset, especially when he saw the insult vocabulary of the Oriental Monkey. He was angry. Anyway, it is also a star entrepreneur in the domestic manufacturing industry. He was so ridiculed by foreigners. Of course he couldn't swallow it. When he interviewed him in the media, he made a bold statement. The big factory has their arrogance and can't listen to it, but it doesn't matter. The market will educate them until a CPU with superior performance and low calorie appears. I think they will know that I am right. Hearing Zhou Yang saying this, the reporter suddenly realized the subtext and hurriedly asked, "Do you mean that Baidu will also make computer chips in the future?" Computer chips have always been the only two foreign countries. Although there are related studies in China, the technology lags behind foreign countries for several years, and the performance and price of the chip made are not dominant and cannot be promoted. The chip has also become a pain in the domestic manufacturing industry and has been unable to catch up abroad. The most amazing enterprise in domestic scientific research is not Beatty. It often introduces some products with black technology to make everyone shine. If other companies say they want to make a chip, they may just want to raise the stock price, and the research progress will always stay in the PPT stage. And it is really about to make a chip in Zhou Yang. This is undoubtedly very amazing news. Faced with the reporter's questioning, Zhou Yang just said, "Wait and see." In fact, in his heart, he already has the idea that he must let domestic chips surpass foreign chips, both in terms of performance and price. Ding! With Zhou Yang's firm belief, he received a mission reminder. Prospect mission, to produce a PC chip with independent intellectual property rights, and to continuously update it to become a world-renowned chip enterprise, to make up for the regret of my country's scientific and technological community. Mission deadline, 3 years. This is another brand new task, looking forward to the task, and having the intention of looking to the future. CPU, which is definitely an indispensable backbone of a country, is now held by foreign companies. They can cut leaks unscrupulously, price them at will, and they are still forbidden and suppressed, just like Huawei. Anyway, Zhou Yang has made up his mind. The foreigner looks down on him, then he will study a low-power chip himself, so he will definitely complete this task. The premise is that when the technology reserve and capital reserve are in place, it can be implemented at that time. At the same time, Zhou Yang opened the drawing supermarket to view the CPU made in it. It is found that the cheapest CPU manufacturing technology inside also needs to be divided at 2000 points. It is only a technology with the same performance as Intel and AMD. If you want an epic-making CPU to make drawings, the requirements for points will go to C. So now Beatty has no conditions for production, but Zhou Yang will work hard. He estimates that it will take less than 3 years to have production conditions. At that time, when the high-tech park is completely built, the chip industry area will be one of the most important products of the industrial park in the future. The meal needs to be eaten one bite at a time, the road must be taken step by step, and the CPU manufacturing is still far away. Now his sales focus is still on the leaf-free radiator. Since the radiator was released, his 50,000 warehouses have been swept away within 2 days. Users are willing to try such a cheap and hard-performing radiator. Although there are dozens of dollars on the market in cheaper air-cooled radiators, the effects of heat dissipation vary widely. Those dozens of radiators can't even keep up with the ordinary version of the leafless radiator's heat dissipation capability, let alone the cold radiator that can anger I9. With the risk of leak-free liquid, the heat dissipation ability is good, and the advantages of cheapness, the White Emperor's leaf-free cold radiator becomes the best-selling PC radiator on the market. And this leaf-free design, without rotating leaves, is safer, has little noise, and has a long life. It is a very good reform, plus a unique shape and a RGB light that supports the synchronization of the gods, so that this radiator is also playable. In short, as long as there is a user who needs the radiator, buying the White Emperor's radiator will never lose money. And this radiator can be monoclaved 13900K, and other CP with lower performance U is even more so. After buying, netizens praised each other. But the only thing that makes everyone dissatisfied is that this radiator needs to be snapped up. In this regard, Zhou Yang will let everyone wait patiently. He will try to adjust production. It is estimated that after a few months, it will be possible to gradually increase production to meet everyone's needs. The reason why Zhou Yang came out of this radiator is for his good skills, so measures against them are needed. So after discussing with Tang Lan, Zhou Yang launched another policy dedicated to disgusting skills. Any user with a certain water chiller brand, regardless of whether the product is intact or not, can use the water chiller in exchange for a new White Emperor's leaf-free wind chill. Soon, in the White Emperor official network forum, there was a user called White Emperor Frontier Information who released the gossip above. The ID also said that this is the internal information that his uncle and grandfather in the White Emperor's factory-managed warehouse said that it is for the welfare of insiders. The White Emperor's official is not to promote it, so the friends who want to experience can go to the various places of Beatty. The service station takes some sheep's hair. The skillful water-cold radiator suit is 1,780 yuan, and the most expensive by the powerful version of the wind and cold radiator is only 99 yuan. According to the material cost, it seems that Baidu takes advantage of things, but the reputation of the skilled water-cold radiator is already rotten on the street, and there is no compensation for anything. Most of the users who bought the skill, mostly high-end computers, did not dare to take this risk, but they felt a little reluctant to change the radiator of Baidu. But with this internal welfare, Baidu can take care of the wool. Although in terms of price, it is a loss to change the cheap radiator with expensive ones, but the Baidu radiator has a strong effect and there is no risk of leakage. 8-year quality assurance is also much better than the skillful water-cold radiator, so users with a mind this benefit will definitely be used for free. However, there is also the iron powder of Baidu, who is worried that this will cause trouble to Baidu, and Takahara may send a lawyer's letter. But soon other fans analyzed it. This was not an official message, but was released through a trumpetive with an official background. Even if Titan confessed that Emperor violated their reputation, it was not easy win the case. And this benefit is voluntary, and the suspected netizens naturally do not have to exchange it. This trick, of course, came up with Zhou Yang's idea. There are not many people who bought Shu water-cold radiators, so he used this trick mainly to plug Tijia. At the same time, it can also speed up the removal of the occupancy rate of Tijia products in the country, which is slowly encroaching on the market of Tijia. In business, market share is very critical, and the effect is very large. For example, when you see that your friend's family has Baidu's TV, refrigerator, and air conditioning, and your home is just about to add appliances, then after this influence, the user may buy the same brand. This is the disguised advertising effect. If the TCDC products still have a large occupancy rate in the country, then some people will still be affected, so they will continue to buy TCDC products. Therefore, Zhou Yang must resist good skills and reduce the market share of each other. Even if the White Emperor's cold radiator sells hot and bursts every day is in short supply, Zhou Yang has prepared a part of the radiator, which is specifically used to keep the tricks replaced by the exchange user. There are not many people who really exchange the benefits of this trumpet, but the Lingzhou army is one of them. He posted it at the forum because the leak of the skilled water chiller caused the unlucky brother with damaged computer accessories. He had already replaced new water-cooled and accessories, and he thought he was unlucky. But because he posted a post, he was still famous in the computer circle. After all, there is no Lingzhou army, so Baidu probably doesn't know when this cheap and easy-to-use radiator will be produced. So everyone in the circle is called Ling Sujun as Sanghu. When Baidu's trumpet released the exchange news, wouldn't Ling Sujun take an opportunity to see it? The water-cooled radiator that he broke is at home, and he intends to throw it away anyway. It would be nice if he could change a White Emperor radiator back. So he went to the White Emperor's after-sale point in the city and took out the skillful water-cold radiator. "Hey master, can you Baidu use a skill to change the radiator? Can I change this bad one?" Ling Sujun asked. "Can be changed, you are the first one to change." A master at the maintenance point took the Tijia water chiller and looked at it. After confirming that it was correct, he filled out a form and briefly recorded it. Then he gave Ling Sujun a new leafless wind chill power version. The Ling Sujun didn't expect to change it, so he thanked the master, and then he went home. A broken water-cold radiator is useless. What was originally intended to be thrown out is still available for waste use, just as happy as picking up money. Ling Sujun began to take pictures when he returned home, recording the process, preparing to post the process online later and share it with netizens. Since they are all changed back, of course we have to try the effect. So the Ling Sujun cooled down the water used now and installed the Beatty radiator. Not to mention, the installation is very simple, it can be understood according to the instructions, and it is also suitable for a variety of mainboard models. After he changed the radiator, he plugged in and turned on. Drip loudly sounded, the self-examination was successful, and the computer successfully entered the desktop. Ling Sujun has activated the temperature measurement software dedicated to the computer, which is one of the necessary software for computer enthusiasts. The CPU used by the Lingsu military is a 12,900K, 12th generation Intel flagship product. The theoretical performance is slightly worse than 13,900K, but the heat generated is not too much. Before, the Lingsu army used water heaters because the wind and cold could not suppress it. However, after this turnaround, the temperature of CPU remains below 50 C, because this is only in normal boot state and there is no load. At this time, the Beatty radiator basically could not hear the noise, which was a drop of sound effect. After making a video, he started playing games. Ling Sujun likes to play a game called Jedi Survival. The configuration requirements of this game are not too high, and the machine is completely movable. After he finished playing in one game, he found that the temperature of CPU was only about 53 C, which was quite stable. Not bad. The Ling Sujun felt that this was not much different from his water chillers, and there was no risk of leakage. For the Ling Sun army, which has suffered a loss and has a blood and tear lesson, hardware safety is more important than anything. Then I will test it again. If the game below can hold on, then I don't have to change it back to the water. Ling Sujun opened another game he liked to play, Old Man Ring. As a result, after playing for more than an hour, the temperature of CPU is always around 60 degrees, or it has not changed. This game is 60 degrees, so what water will I use in the future? The Ling Sujun is now surprised, and then replaced with several other games in the Steam game library. Even the most configured one, the temperature during operation has never been 70 C, generally the highest at 65 C. Other relatively simple games even fell back to 40 degrees by temperature, which made the Ling Su army completely convinced. He then recorded all these processes and sent them online. In the post, the Ling Zhong army sensed, why didn't Beatty get out of this cold radiator early? If I leave early, I don't have to buy good skills, cold skills, my memory and main board. It won't be broken. The other netizens ridiculed it, precisely because of the generosity of Sangha. It was useful to switch back to the elders. However, some people do not understand why watching the live broadcast. When Zhou Yang was experimenting, the temperature at 13900 K pressure was 90 C, while the temperature on the side of Sanghu did not exceed 70 C. Others explained that because during the live broadcast, top CPU plus unlocking power consumption walls are the most theoretical fever. At that time, 90 C, the usual operation must be far from this temperature. Not to mention that Sanghu used 12900 K, even if he changed to 13900 K, the normal use temperature would not exceed 70 C, because he would not be too hot without UF. So to speak, this fan of Beatty can really be cold-pressed I9? Ask with interest. Of course, no one will believe it until now. The Ling Sujun came out to explain anyway, I actually experienced it. This air-cooled radiator is absolutely okay. It's necessary to buy it. If there is a problem, it's been sold for so long, and someone has already said it. You look at the internet, it's all good reviews, which is enough to explain everything. The netizen said with satisfaction, it turns out that, then when I need to change the radiator, I choose by day. After the addition of the post at Sanghu, the Beatty radiator was unanimously recognized in the circle. Many users who were originally using cold water, especially those of the water-cooled heaters of the second and third line brands, all bought the Beatty heaters for replacement overnight. Because those water-cooled brands have more or less several leaks, some people get claims, some people do not, for their own computer safety, or they are replaced with cold security. After all, this radiator can suppress almost all of the CPU on the market, and it has been guaranteed for 8 years. The computer of ordinary people has been eliminated from scrapping for less than 8 years. So this radiator bought one and used a computer to grow old. After the user uses the radiator, they no longer have to listen to the noise of the original radiator, and they don't have to worry about the leakage problem. Households feel very fragrant, and the key is still cheap. In the future, who will buy water-cooled and other brands of air-cooled heaters will have no brain to choose by day. At the same time, Beatty is also preparing for the export of radiators overseas. This needs to wait until the production line of the leafless fan is vacated in autumn and winter. When the shopping volume is sufficient at that time, it can be sold overseas to earn main. In that way, not only the CHA radiator is knocked out in the country, but also the TCDC overseas radiator market can be robbed to clean up, so that the CHA water-cold radiator has no room in the world. However, this action to boycott the skilled radiator accidentally injured the domestic and foreign radiator counterparts. The cold-hearted, water-cooled heaters they produced could not be sold for almost the same time. With a 99 yuan D9 air conditioning radiator, who wants to buy other products at an expensive price? So those high-end radiator manufacturers have reduced production or switched to other products. At present, there are only some lower-end radiators to survive, such as the inferior radiator of 30 yuan, because it is cheaper than the Beatty radiator, and some people who want to save money are still willing to buy other radiators. This has affected domestic radiator manufacturers above 90. However, unlike the home appliance industry, there are few manufacturers specializing in the production of radiators. Generally, low-tech, low-cost industries such as radiators are just one of the production lines of peer companies. So this time it will not be a big blow to domestic counterparts. Therefore, there is much less scolding for Baidu than before. After more than half a month of sales, the Beatty wind chillers have established their heels in the market, and they have become the first in the radiator sales list. Whether the opponents are cold or cold, they are not Beatty opponents. This is another Baidu product with a hegemonic level, which has convinced others. Baidu is really amazing. Every product can cause a sensation in the industry, and its reputation is getting louder and louder. So more and more people boast of Emperor. BYD is just a company under Zhou Yang. There are many other industries under his command that have been boasted. For example, Jiankang Pharmaceuticals for the health of the people. Zhou Yang's online monument has burst into a good shed. In addition to the widely acclaimed BYD electrical products, many products of the Jiankang pharmaceutical industry he opened were also well received by patients. And pharmaceutical products and appliances can be very different. Even if the appliance is not used, at most the standard of living is reduced, it is not a necessary item in life. No TV, no phone calls, no air conditioners, and one can live alone. However, pharmaceutical products are different, but that is a life-saving thing. It is really sick, there is nothing wrong. Therefore, the hemodialysis machines, cochlear implants and other products produced by the construction medicine industry are all used by patients. They have effectively solved the financial burden for them, assisted treatment, and saved users several times or even dozens of treatment costs. Therefore, these two medical products are almost zero reviews, which is highly praised by users. Although the new products of the recently built Kong pharmaceutical industry are not life-saving instruments, they can still benefit many people. At present, in the process of the Deep Town pilot, the hospital has been filled with reserved users. It turns out that tens of thousands of yuan a dental plant, and anyone who can put a mouthful of teeth can be called a local tyrant. Now the price of planting dental materials has dropped by a few hundred yuan, and medical insurance can also be taken. This makes planting the preferred option for the plastic surgery of everyone's teeth, which is obvious for the improvement of the instrumentation. After more than half a month of pilot, users are very satisfied with this kind of dental planting. Cheap prices, coupled with sufficient quality, meet people's needs for planting teeth. After many people inlaid several teeth, they published a photo of their white new teeth on the internet. After seeing it, netizens from other provinces and cities have made enviable remarks. When will it be listed in our province? I have been missing my teeth for several months and I can't afford it. Others have asked me to open my teeth. Speed is online, my fangs are pulled out and there is no money to set, and it is not convenient to eat. The crowd cried out loudly, and went to the medical department's website and account number to leave a message, demanding that dental materials be grown quickly and popularized. Seeing that the voice of the masses was so strong, the Shenzhen Health Commission reflected to the province. After a hearing, the province decided to promote a new type of dental planting in the province starting next month. At this time, the people of Guangzhou province rejoiced that they would apply after the appointment was online, and use cheap teeth to grow early. This guarantees the order for the cultivation of dental materials in Jiankang Pharmaceuticals. At present, they only use a small part of their capacity. After all, they only supply the amount of one city before. Now the pilot has expanded to the whole province, the demand has increased more than a dozen times, and the workers have begun to produce full horsepower. Jiankang Pharmaceuticals has now become a well-known pharmaceutical company in the province. Although there are not many types of products, each one has a good reputation. That is, the focus of the health system has been on anti-epidemic resistance recently. Otherwise, with the best-selling products of Kong Pharmaceuticals, it will be less than a few awards and several report meetings. After Beatty's mouth burst, the popularity of Jiankang Pharmaceuticals also increased. Because the website of Jiankang Pharmaceuticals is relatively simple, and the communication of messages is inconvenient, many users who seek medicine come to the Beatty official network forum to leave a message to Zhou Yang, hoping that he will produce some kind of medicine or some expensive medical device. Thinking of users, the urgent task of urgent users is Zhou Yang's consistent style. He promised these users that they will slowly open the production line in the future and count the drugs or devices with the greatest demand for production. At this time, an unexpected news appeared. That's a medicine called a pine tablet hydrogenated acetate, and the price suddenly skyrocketed by 10 times. Even if the skyrocketing is over, it is still sold out and cannot be bought. This medicine is mainly used for diseases caused by inadequate adrenal function, rheumatoid arthritis, rheumatoid fever, gout, bronchial asthma, etc. It can also be used for allergic dermatitis, lipidal derm, itching, etc. This medicine needs to be taken for a long time, and it is a life-saving medicine for many people. To say, acetate hydrogenated pine slices are not expensive at all. A bottle of about 100 yuan is usually eaten by a bottle a month, which is more than 100 yuan a month, and the burden is not heavy. However, now that this medicine has risen to thousands of bottles, it is still difficult to buy. This has caused patients to increase the cost of taking medicine by 10 times a month. Not to mention, the key is the risk of taking medicine. Now in some medical consultation forums, patients across the country are buying this medicine, and even some drug dealers are selling it at an outrageous price of 5,000 yuan a bottle. However, this is the case. 5,000 yuan a bottle of medicine is also robbed because the patient cannot stop the medicine. The tightness of this medicine is comparable to the mask that was difficult to grab. Many patients and family members are asking for medicine online. One of the girls with life constraints is crying. The condition of her broken medicine begins to relapse. If she enters the hospital, the cost is more expensive and her family cannot afford it. Netizens can't stand it anymore. Some people said they would donate. Some people said he had this medicine, but only a few pieces for her. Other netizens lamented that there really is only poor disease in this world. It is really difficult for the poor to live. They can't afford a car room, they can't get married, and they can't afford a baby. It's no wonder that 4 people in a scenic area are taking poisonous lightly. However, as long as there are rich people, there will be no such troubles at all. Whether it is to ask for medicine at a high price, or to use more effective and more expensive medicine, it is possible to even go abroad to see a doctor. There are countless options. The poor people can only ask for help online, which is sad. However, the donation of netizens alone is not a long-term plan. It is impossible to achieve one-on-one assistance. In the end, the country or pharmaceutical factory needs to come forward to solve it. At this time, many people thought of Jiankang Pharmaceuticals, so they came to the White Emperor's comment area, which is irrelevant to the pharmaceutical factory. 10,000 people jointly asked for help. Please ask Zhou Yang to rescue these difficult patients. Zhou Yang, help save the child. This society, only you can help patients. Zhou Yang, please, many people are waiting for cheap medicine to save their lives. Nowadays, when this kind of control is at home, it is not easy to buy any medicine. Even if you want to go out to buy medicine, you need to layered cards. The nuclear acid certificate and the temperature measurement are really difficult for ordinary people. When Zhou Yang saw it, he felt the same and decided to help them through the difficulties. Ding, this system saves deaths and injuries. Please help these people who are short of medicine. They must be sold for pine tablets hydrogenated in acetate within 10 days. The system also gave the task at the same time, and that week the son must be quick and whip. So he first gave those people a unified reply in the forum, saying that he was already preparing, please be restless. Subsequently, in his office, he immediately opened the system's medical area to view the production process drawings of pine tablets that can be hydrogenated acetate. The medicines in the medical area are full of eyes, and as soon as Zhou Yang searches, he finds the corresponding production process. The pine sour hydrogenated acetate is a mature medicine with similar formulas, but seeing this process drawing with a love value of 12 points, the efficacy is better than normal medicine. This is it. Zhou Yang directly chose to exchange. The exchange is successful, and the pine process drawings that can be hydrogenated with acetate are obtained. After the system hint, Zhou Yang got the process drawings. After producing dental materials, this loving value has risen strongly. At present, there are more than 30 loving values, and there is no pressure to exchange this drawing. I took a look at the drawings. Zhou Yang found that the drawings were accompanied by medical patents. That was no problem. It was not difficult in the production process. Zhou Yang personally drove to Jiankang Pharmaceuticals and gave the drawings to the factory director Ms. Kanding. Produced as soon as possible, I request a market sale within 10 days. Zhou Yang said. Kanding was surprised that the production of this new medicine requires multiple processes, and the production is simple, but the test, trial, and superior approval are not enough for just 10 days. Zhou Yang undoubtedly said, of course I know, but you only care about production, and I will get the formalities. Good. Kanding took the order and immediately took the drawings to the production workshop. At present, Jiankang Pharmaceuticals produces antiviral drugs and cold drugs. Now the boss is in a hurry. Kanding decides to suspend the production of these 2 drugs first, and fully produce pine tablets that can be hydrogenated in acetate. The workshop supervisor told Kanding factor, half of the production of these medicines is suspended, but they are all scrapped and the losses are very large. Wait 2 or 3 days until all the medicines are completed, and then go for acetate. The pine tablets of hydrogenation are not too late. No, don't care about this loss, the boss's order matters. Kanding knows the priority, and her boss usually does not interfere with their work, but when something really happens, it must be an urgent matter and must be executed unconditionally. Therefore, the workshop would rather lose some of its materials and produce new drugs at the fastest speed. On the one hand, the raw materials are purchased, and the production department is responsible for cleaning the production equipment and preparing for the production of new drugs. The Jiankang Pharmaceutical Industry Workshop is preparing for production in a tense and orderly manner, and Zhou Yang himself is not idle. Because of time constraints, the approval process for those new drugs is too cumbersome, so he is going to find a leader to turn on the green light. Zhou Yang can be regarded as a celebrity in the Deep Town Health Committee. After he came, the second leader greeted him personally. Good leadership. After Zhou Yang entered the door and said hello, he brought the application materials and asked the leader to turn on a green light to approve the drug listing as soon as possible. The drawings exchanged by Zhou Yang have been accompanied by various procedures required for listing, including human experiments, which have recorded data. When the leader saw that Zhou Yang was going to produce pine sour hydrogenated pine sour, he knew what was going on. Jiankang Pharmaceuticals once again took care of the people and was producing medicines that people badly needed. The procedures are complete, okay? I will urge you to approve it as soon as possible. The leader promised to help. Zhou Yang's procedures are almost complete. It is nothing more than shortening the 10.5-month process to 1 week completion. As long as you work hard, you can still do it. Thank you for your leadership. Zhou Yang sincerely thanked. You're welcome. The leader said with a smile, your Jiankang pharmaceutical industry has always contributed to the people and society. We are all serving the people. Zhou Yang and the leader were polite and then left. It was already in the evening when he returned to Jiankang Pharmaceuticals. When he saw that the workshop was finally prepared before the start of construction, he reminded the workshop that production must be meticulous. After all, they have no time to practice slowly, and this production must be a success. Okay, Boss Zhou, rest assured that we promised to complete the production task. The workshop director promised. Zhou Yang smiled and nodded, waiting for good news from the pharmaceutical factory. After a few days, the weather became more hot and began the first high-temperature period this summer. The temperature in many parts of the country exceeds 35 degrees Celsius. Therefore, the sales volume of Beatty's refrigeration equipment has reached a record high. These include refrigerators, air conditioners, and leaf-free fans that have been newly developed. Because of its cheap price, it is well received and liked by the majority of users. After all, it is certainly comfortable to spend only a fraction of the price of similar products to cool off for a summer. What Zhou Yang did not expect was that the sales of leaf-free fans were actually more than air conditioners, and they were more concentrated in the north and the first and second line cities. After a slight product survey, Baidu finally knew the situation. It turns out that because the temperature in the north is very large and the temperature is cool at night, it is not necessary to drive the air conditioner overnight. A leaf-free fan saves electricity and is cheaper, and is naturally sought after by the people in the north. In addition, there are many people bought by users in large cities, because fans do not need to install foreign machines like air conditioners, and a fan moves around and is suitable for renting workers. Just in a compliment, a wonderful news suddenly appeared. In an apartment complex in Hangcheng, he was resisting the White Emperor's leafless fan. It is generally peers who resist the Baidu. After all, this is part of commercial competition and is understandable. But this boycott is unique in that the boycott is the property of an apartment. According to Popcorn News reports, in an apartment, the property issued a notice saying that the White Emperor's leaf-free fan has quality defects and is prone to fire, so the use of the White Emperor's leaf-free fan is prohibited in the apartment. When someone else at Zhou Yang read this news, he was a bit confusing. As the boss of Baidu, he did not know the defects of his own electric fan products. How could a property judge the quality of Baidu fan? After a detailed understanding, Zhou Yang suddenly realized that this was an unwarranted crime. Because the apartment is commercial water, and electricity costs are very expensive. In addition, the apartment is equipped with a central air conditioner, which costs money as long as the air conditioner is turned on. A user didn't turn on the air conditioner very much last month, and they all used more than 1,000 yuan in electricity bills, which is really unbearable. Later, in order to save electricity, the man bought a White Emperor fan and returned. Not to mention, Baidu's leafless fan cools the effect bars, and after the fan is at home, there is no need to turn on the central air conditioner anymore. The monthly electricity bill is only $100 or $200, which can be afforded. The man also recommended that neighbors around him buy. In this way, most tenants in the apartment use the Beatty leafless fan, save money and save electricity and still sound, save more money than a person's air conditioning, and the refrigeration effect is not poor. Even if they live in a house with 2 young people, they would rather buy 2 leaf-free fans than turn on the central air conditioner. In this way, the tenant's electricity bill becomes less collectively last month, generally below 300 yuan. In this way, the tenant is happy, but the property is unhappy. Because their central air conditioner must be on every day, this electricity bill is quite high. If households use more air conditioners, their electricity costs will be reduced. But now users are tortured by high electricity bills, and many people have bought leaf-free fans. There are few people using air conditioners. As long as the central air conditioner is turned on, it consumes electricity. The lost electricity bill is only paid by the property company. In this way, the property will lose thousands of electricity bills a day, and the property will not be able to bear it. However, it cannot force households to use the central air conditioner, so they came up with a way to restrict the use of the White Emperor's leaf-free fan. In this case, the weather is so hot, and the poorly ventilated apartment is like a steam cage, and the tenant has to turn on the air conditioner, only because their apartment prohibits the installation of personal air conditioners, while other fans blow the hot wind, and the cooling is not strong, so as long as the White Emperor's leaf fan is banned, then the residents are pinched. So at the beginning of the news, a notice prohibiting the use of Beatty's leafless fan appeared in the apartment. I have to say that this property is really unscrupulous in order to collect electricity. But tenants are not fools. When they see this announcement, they want to understand what is going on. They don't believe in hidden dangers with electricity. The room has circuit protection, and a fan can cause any fire. So tenants still use it as usual. After seeing the invalidity of the notice, the property went to collect the White Emperor's leafless fan. The excuse was fire safety, and the use of the White Emperor fan was prohibited. Then the property clashed with the tenant, and the police reached more than 10 times on the same day. Some people also entered the police station because of a fight. The property forcibly confiscated the White Emperor's leaf-free fan, and the residents refused to execute it. What qualifications does a property have to confiscate their electric fan? And if it weren't for their air conditioning to be too high, who would buy fans at their own expense? Don't tenants know that blowing air conditioners is more enjoyable? Renting a house is subject to this kind of gas. Tenants of these apartments are very dissatisfied. Anyway, when the contract expires, they must have moved away as soon as possible. In the future, this unlucky apartment will not be cheap. Tenants can be removed, but the owner who bought the apartment can't help it. If the apartment is not easy to get rid of, you will lose money if you want to sell. Anyway, whether it is the owner or the tenant, they are not willing to turn on the air conditioner now. If they open the air conditioner, they will be able to catch up with their rent for a month. Who can bear it? At present, this conflict caused by the central air conditioner is still being resolved, and apartment residents are still confronting the property. Joe Yang was very angry after seeing the news, and immediately expressed his opinion. If your property company wants to make money, it also needs to use formal means. If you want to do business, you can do it well, and don't make residents complain. Please compare your heart to your heart. So expensive electricity bills, your property staff will live, and you are reluctant to turn on the air conditioner. In fact, it also fabricated reasons to discredit the quality of Baidu's products, and our department reserves the right to pursue your legal responsibility. After Zhou Yang left a message online, he also asked the company's legal affairs Zhan Ling to send a lawyer's letter to the property to apologize to them, otherwise Baidu would sue. Ping Bai was framed for no reason for quality problems, and it was known to all over the country. Can that company bear it? This social news, because it involved the Baidu, soon became a hot topic. Most of the netizens support residents in Baidu this time, because as long as people with rental experience know what virtue the apartment and property are, not to mention the reputation of Baidu products, it is good and cheap. It's not that Baidu's products have never had quality problems, but problematic companies have actively solved them, but like fire risks, they have never happened. Baidu's product quality is much better than some colleagues. The incident continued to ferment, and the property refused to apologize, but the property's careful thinking is well known to Sima Zhao's heart, and it is nothing more than trying to let users share their air conditioning electricity costs. If you use electricity, you need to pay for electricity. This household recognizes it, but you can't force others to use air conditioning, so the household has not compromised. After consultation, tenants and owners made 2 requests to the property. One is to reduce electricity costs and turn them into civilian water and civilian electricity. As long as electricity costs are reasonable, they are willing to use the central air conditioner. The other is to allow them to continue to use the White Emperor's leaf-free fan. For these 2 requirements, the property can choose one of 2. However, neither of the properties was selected. They resolutely prevented users from using the Baidu leaf-free fan, and air conditioning was not used at will. Later, in order to avoid things being too obvious, the property changed its mouth, saying that it is impossible to use any self-purchased air conditioners, electric fans, and other refrigeration equipment, on the pretext of being a fire hazard. In fact, this is very unreasonable. If the electrical short circuit will cause a fire, then there is no need to keep a socket in the room. Electrical appliances, including electric lights, have hidden dangers of fire. Don't they use it? Therefore, it is unreasonable to say that the property is purely unreasonable. In order to charge more electricity, the face is gone. Things were so stalemate that local Golden Eyes, Xiaoli Help and other people's livelihood programs all mediated one after another, but with little effect. Seeing that this property was so oily and salty, Zhou Yang happened to be free these 2 days, so he decided to go in person to solve the incident for these local tenants. After all, these tenants are also users of Baidu, and Zhou Yang must of course maintain them. Therefore, he took legal Zhan Ling with 2 other male staff to Hangcheng, where the incident occurred. This Sunday trip was pre-announced on the website, so many people are concerned about what he is going to do. After arriving at the place, Zhou Yang contacted the apartment residents to form group representatives to come to condolences. After all, these people are users of the White Emperor, and the indirect power supports the White Emperor's leafless fan. Suddenly I saw the celebrity and big boss of the network. These people were very happy, shaking hands with Zhou Yang, and some people wanted to take pictures. Taking pictures is not busy first, we will solve the matter, and then celebrate taking pictures. Zhou Yang decided to get things done first. He asked the opinions of this group of households, how to solve this matter. This time he brought legal Zhan Ling to give them legal advice. An owner said, "We want to restore civilian water and electricity, and the attitude of this property worker is too bad. How can we turn them off?" Zhanling said, "It is relatively simple to replace the property. According to the provisions of the Civil Code and the Property Management Regulations, the selection and dismissal of property service enterprises are jointly decided by the owners. If the community replaces the property company, it should first hold a owners' meeting. More than half of the owners agree to replace the property company." So easy? The owners did not understand. There are relatively few owners, and more are just tenants who rent a house. Tenants cannot participate in the owners' meeting and need to find the landlord. Since they want to change, they will come in accordance with the law. These owners did not understand the law before, and now they know that the property can be changed. It is really cheerful. They are now troubled when they get home every day. It is this unlucky property that makes trouble. Zhou Yang supported the owner's decisions and asked Zhanling to analyze some policies for them. For example, with the problem of changing people's water and electricity, they can directly apply to the water supply and power supply departments, and do not need to apply through the property, so that they will not be stuck in the neck. Can you apply by yourself? This has refreshed the cognition of these owners. If the people's water and electricity are changed, their electricity costs will be further reduced, which is too beneficial to their lives. So after meeting with Zhou Yang, these owners embarked on the road of rights protection. On the one hand, organize the owners' conference, on the other hand, change the people's water and electricity. As soon as Zhou Yang came, their rights protection became much easier, even better than some leaders and journalists. The households even praised it, saying that Zhou Yang's name is not unreasonable, and this ability is quite strong. Zhou Yang modestly waved his hand. This is all trivial, mainly with Zhanling present. After working in Beatty, Zhanling performed well and helped the company deal with many legal issues. When they bid farewell to the owners, they went to the local court and formally submitted the indictment to the court. They wanted to sue the property company and slander Beatty products online, causing a negative impact. When the court received the application, it would take a few days to review, and Zhou Yang lived in Hangcheng. Then good news came one after another. One is the owners' meeting, which will be held on the weekend 4 days later. Some owners who cannot return in the field will also use written forms to vote for property replacement. They have printed forms in the field and signed them back by courier, which has legal effect. As far as the current situation is concerned, the owners of more than 70 have agreed to replace the property. As long as there is no accident, this garbage industry will say goodbye to them. The second good news is that households can apply for civilian water, electricity, and owners can apply directly. They need to prove that they are self-occupied, not commercial activities. For tenants, it is also possible to apply by the landlord, which solves the problem of expensive electricity and water, and greatly reduces the cost of living. The third good news is that the court accepted their application for prosecution, followed by out-of-court settlement and other processes. If the other party agrees to the settlement, the apology, and a certain amount of financial compensation, then the lawsuit is not to be beaten. However, in the subsequent out-of-court settlement, Zhou Yang and Zhanling met with representatives of the property company. He is a manager, about 34 or 5 years old. Originally this was what the other party did wrong, but the property manager had a bad attitude, which in turn accused Zhou Yang of making a fuss. Such a large company also wanted to blame their small property company for money. "What do you mean? Don't want to reconcile?" Zhou Yang asked coldly. "What a joke, now the money made by Baidi in a day is 7-digit, and he can make money for him. Tells you that our company is not intimidated and wants to lose money, no way." The manager of this property company is very characteristic and can be regarded as the same. When facing the owner, he is so arrogant and has a bad attitude. Unexpectedly, facing a big boss like Zhou Yang is also arrogant. "Okay, see you in court." In this case, Zhou Yang and the other party have nothing to talk about, and then leave the scene and wait for the court to start. Then Zhou Yang planned to return to Shenzhen. After all, the family is still producing new medicine. But before he left, he had to fulfill his promise, that was to take a photo with the owners. Zhou Yang was thinking about a small gathering. "I didn't expect that even the local Beatty fans had received the news." More than 100 people came to gather in the compound in front of the apartment. After seeing Zhou Yang coming, they cheered and took a mobile phone to take pictures. Many people are shouting Zhuyanjiang to see the enthusiasm, like the fans meeting. Zhanling is joking, "Boss, you have too many fans, and there are female fans." Zhou Yang was surrounded by fans before he waited to speak. "Okay, we are all civilized people, keep order, okay, come one by one." Zhou Yang appeased this group of excited fans, and then prepared some paper pens and cultural shirts. Zhou Yang signed it and gave it to these fans. The other people came to line up to take a photo, which was considered to satisfy this group of fans. However, such gatherings were quickly discovered by the apartment property. They had 6 people out at the time, 4 of them wearing security uniforms and the other 2 wearing shirts and work clothes of property personnel, and then came to the scene. "What to do? Don't gather." One of the men shouted loudly with a loudspeaker, destroying the atmosphere of the scene. Everyone looked back. Isn't this the property manager? Are all scattered. The property manager came over and drove everyone out in a brutal tone. Others ignored him, the group photo, the signature. Most of them are owners or tenants, and no one can control them in their apartment. After all, there is no legal requirement to gather in the community where you live. However, the property is rampant in the community, coming and pulling people one by one. Then he saw Joe Yang inside. The two had seen it before during the mediation, and it was unpleasant at the time. This is considered a new hatred and old hatred. The manager was angry. It turned out that your kid was making trouble. Hurry up, or be at your own risk. Why are you doing this? Such a brutal person can't even see Zhang Ling anymore. Joe Yang was also laughed at by him, so he said, "What qualifications do you have to push me? I am the property manager of this community. We do not welcome you here." The manager said. Now the other owners can't listen anymore, and immediately say, "Joe Yang is our invited guest. You are a wage earner serving us. How can you be so angry? Wait, you can't jump for a few days. This will make your entire property get out." The reason for the manager's attitude is that because of the owners' meeting, he certainly heard about such a big thing, and he was a little panic in his heart. Anyway, this apartment is also a means for them to accumulate money. If it is cleared, they will not work. Must be unemployed. The property has also used some methods to attract owners, but with little success. Most owners are dissatisfied with their property, so they seem to have entered the countdown when they are laid off. The property manager is about to lose his job, and of course his attitude is poor. Now when this happens, he broke out. "You stepped on horse to find fault on purpose, right?" When the manager looks fierce and raises his hand, he must be rude to Joe Yang. Pop! Joe Yang was young and strong, and the reaction was fast. He grabbed the manager's wrist. After earning a few times, the manager did not break free, and Joe Yang's physical condition was much stronger than him. "Give me up to beat him, I am responsible." The angry property manager shouted, and the 5 security guards behind came up. "What are you doing?" The fans around them were unhappy and gathered around. There are too many fans, but these 6 property personnel are surrounded. Falling into the ocean of the people, these 6 property personnel are afraid. However, they are still warning that is spreading, otherwise the alarm will catch you all. Now thinking about calling the police, when the property is arrogant, I want to bully people. It really happened, that sentence. You reasoned with him. He played hooligan with you. When you played hooligan with him, he made sense with you. These fans are of course unhappy. They actually bullied the idols they invited on their site. They are too faceless. In addition, they have had complaints with the property before. At this time, they will be shoved one by one, and there will be a conflict in their eyes. Don't do it first. Joe Yang maintained order in the past, and no matter how he said that this group of fans also appeared for him, the fans could not be held accountable. Things were in trouble when fighting, but Zhang Ling turned his eyes and persuaded him it was wrong to beat someone, when the jail, lose the hospital, fight to obey the law, and beat others, but it was crowded when walking and did not break the law. Oh, fans immediately understood that lawyer Zhang was teaching them how to fight legally, so they swarmed up and squeezed into the middle. At one time, the scene was like getting on the train during the peak of the subway. The people were crowded, and the 6 people in the center were crowded. Then I heard the people inside shouting, "Squeezed to death, breathless. Who hit me?" Mobile loud Zuz clothes. Just over a minute later, at the reminder of Joe Yang, the group of people scattered, and the 6 property personnel were left in the middle, with disheveled clothes, scattered hair, and work clothes torn into one strip, just like the meal. You guys! The manager was angry now, pointing at the group of people. Other fans laughed crazy and took out their mobile phones to take pictures. They were coaxing and saying that the property people also have today. Owners and tenants all treat the property in this way, showing how much they are disappointed. The manager should be held accountable, but so many people at the scene could not find the person in charge. In the end, they ran away with no breath and no face. Oh, the others coaxed together and were all excited. This was their victory. This time the property was cured slightly, and after a few days of the owners' meeting, they could change to an obedient property. A fan once said, "The current property is poorly packed, clearly serving the owners, but now want to be an uncle, they are all used to stink. Not. Others should also be at peace." Joe Yang laughed and then continued to take pictures with these fans, and no one came to stop the destruction. Sure enough, the wicked will be treated with the wicked method, otherwise they will always think that the honest person is bullying. When Joe Yang and the fans ended their interaction, they set foot on the plane back. And Zhang Ling, they stayed and prepared to sue the property company. After Joe Yang returned to the deep town, he came to Jiankang Pharmaceuticals to check the production of new drugs. The medicine is already in the final stage of production. When Joe Yang looked at the production line in the factory, he asked the package to implement it. Director Kanding said, "Is done." In order to save time, the name is Jiankang brand, and the packaging style is similar to our other medicines. Good. Zhou Yang is very satisfied with the progress of the product. His employees are of great quality and ability to work. They are still trustworthy in the super factory system and have recruited so many outstanding employees for him. Wait until the next day, the first batch of pine sour hydrogenated pine sour films is officially offline. Director Canning immediately took the medicine, and she took it to the laboratory for inspection in person. Zhou Yang directly got these tablets in his hand, but he didn't understand pharmacology, but he had the most pharmacological system in the world to help him detect the drug situation. Pine tablets that can be hydrogenated in acetate are tested by pharmacology and can be listed normally. Great! Zhou Yang was very happy to hear the test results of the system, which means that these drugs can be taken to the patient after packaging. But before that, he has to go through the approval procedures. Without approval, medicines cannot be sold on the market. Last time he went to the leader, and this time he went to the Health and Health Commission to inquire, and learned that the approval had been reported to the province. As for when it was passed, they were also concerned. This is troublesome. He has already done this medicine. If he stuck the procedures, it would make the patient wait too much. Zhou Yang didn't want to stay in this city and wait, he wanted to take a look at the provincial capital. It is easy to go to the provincial capital now, but his current status is just an entrepreneur. Without the introduction of acquaintances, the door of the provincial health department cannot enter. Zhou Yang remembered a person, Luo Yuban, who had helped him. He helped him with the last cochlear implant. When Zhou Yang arrived at the Department of Health, he contacted him. "Hello, Luo leader." After Zhou Yang saw him again, he put a large box of medicines on the table. Pine slices of hydrogenation acetate, or produced by your Jiankong Pharmaceuticals. When Luo Yanbin saw that there was no lot number on the packaging box, he understood that this was their new product. There are no pine tablets for hydrogenation of acetate in the country, and the price is rising, which is a sign of uncontrollability. However, this is a national problem. At present, there is no effective solution, and we can only try our best to coordinate production. However, manufacturers producing pine tablets that can be hydrogenated with acetate are producing antiviral drugs with higher profits and more demand. These basic drugs are produced less, leading to national outages and subsequent price increases. After all, pharmaceutical factories are profitable. Except for some state-owned pharmaceutical factories, private companies will basically not produce this tablet unless the price doubles, it will be profitable. However, at this time, Zhou Yang came with unapproved pine sour hydrogenated pine slices, and Luo Yanbin realized that the opportunity to solve the shortage of medicine supply was coming. He asked Zhou Yang if he came for approval. Zhou Yang praised, "Yes, the leader of Luo guessed it. I have found it in the city and said that the approval procedures are now stuck in the province. I don't know when it will be good. Now I can see a lot of people who are asking for medicine on the internet every day, and there are expensive vomiting medicines. I am also in a hurry to find you to help and see if I can speed up the approval process. When will it be good? I am kind, there is a number in it. This is a good thing, rest assured, I will ask in a moment." Luo Yanbin checked the copies of some materials brought by Zhou Yang. The procedures were complete, and there was no problem with the clinical trial. I felt that things should not be troublesome. After Zhou Yang left, Luo Yuban went to a colleague responsible for approval. Colleagues for approval have accumulated procedures for several drugs, most of which are antiviral drugs and vaccines related to COVID-19. Now is the era of national anti-epidemic resistance, so give priority to these drugs. Luo Yanbin went directly to the leader of the audit section and said about the pine slices of hydrogen acetate. "Leaders, you also know that this medicine is in short supply, and Jiankong Pharmaceutical has just developed it, and the price of their pharmaceutical products, must be cheap and affordable, which can solve the problem of drug shortage. Now it is mainly anti-epidemic, but other patients cannot be ignored." The leader of the audit nodded and felt that Luo Yanbin made sense, so he went to let his subordinates insert a team for the drugs declared by Jiankong Pharmaceuticals for approval first. "Thank you for your leadership." Luo Yanbin thanked Dao. The leader said, "Don't thank me. Since you are responsible for this matter, they will not be able to sell high prices at that time, at least they will have parity." Luo Yanbin said, "That's for sure. If Jiankong Pharmaceuticals wants to sell at a high price, it's already sold. Blood dialysis machines and cochlears are all sold at a price increase of more than 10 times. However, they have not added a penny is sold at a cost. I am willing to guarantee it." The leader said with a smile, "Okay, just say this to you, then the review of their medicine will also be ranked first. After all, Jiankong Pharmaceuticals has been registered in their department, and it is a very special existence. It is completely okay to turn on a green light like a drug review. Therefore, under the care of the leader, the approval of pine tablets that can be hydrogenated acetate passed in a total of 1 week. This is a very fast time in the history of approval. Zhou Yang also quickly learned this good news. This means that his mission has reached the standard. After the 9th day, the pine slices of hydrogenated acetate in the Jiankong Pharmaceuticals will meet the listing standard. Subsequently, Zhou Yang passed the White Empire official network to put the post of the petition on top, and then made a new drug announcement. New product in the Jiankang pharmaceutical industry, pine slices hydrogenated in acetate, now open for sale. Users in need can purchase through the Beatty Internet Mall, Jiankang pharmaceutical industry, and major online merchant platforms. The price starts at 68 yuan. As soon as the news came out, those netizens who had petitioned before cheered. Now they finally have a life-saving medicine. And this price is cheaper than the price before. The price has not risen. 68 yuan and 100 tablets, this price can be placed on the cheapest drug price ranking, and their patients no longer have to spend thousands of dollars to buy a bottle of medicine. Some people on the internet have been out of medicine for a long time, the condition has relapsed, and they are seeking medicine everywhere. In this way, Jiankang Pharmaceuticals thinks of the masses, and is anxious for the masses to solve the urgent needs of patients. Just like the previous shortage of masks, the shortage of dialysis machines, and the cochlears and dental materials, the products of the construction medicine industry are not only easy to use but also cheap. There is really no reason not to choose. Now the users are crazy, and on the day of the trip, tens of thousands of boxes were sold. This is still a few days after waiting for a few days without advertising. Information sharing among patients will soon be known to more patients. Pine sour hydrogenation can already be bought casually. Because this situation is urgent, Jiankang Pharmaceuticals has all set express delivery to Shunfeng Express. This will greatly increase the cost of logistics, and basically earned in the early stage. However, the lack of medicine in domestic patients is too serious to be delayed for a moment. They do not only need pharmaceuticals, but also have the kindness of doctors, so they can make less money. It is also good to go to the day. In this way, this life-saving medicine came to the patient at the fastest speed through express delivery. When the patients opened the medicine bottle, they saw the familiar pills and then took them all. Their condition was quickly relieved and proved to be effective. And there are people who feel that this medicine is more effective than before, and the effect is faster. This medicine is cheap and effective. Patients think this medicine is great and recommend it to patients. Other patients also bought one after another. After a try, the effect was great, and they gave a good comment. And remember the name of Jiankang Pharmaceuticals firmly. If you want to buy any medicine in the future, you must first build a kind medicine industry to see. Only the medicine they don't have in their home can be bought by patients. This is the trust in Jiankang Pharmacy and Zhou Yang himself. As long as it is produced by Zhou Yang, it must be a boutique, and the goods are cheap and good, and cannot be picky. Because the rapid laying of this medicine depends on the cheap selling price and good results, it is quickly popularized. Even some private clinics have started to buy pine slices of hydrogenated acetate in the construction of Kang Pharmaceuticals, because this is the easiest and cheapest generic drug on the market. How satisfied this group of users is can be seen from the purchase evaluation. Thanks to Jiankang Pharmaceuticals, I have been out of medicine for a week, the condition has recurred, and high-priced medicines cannot afford it, and I am ready to go. As a result, Jiankang Pharmaceuticals produced this cheap medicine. I took it on the same day and it has now returned to its previous state. Thank you. What a living bodhisattva on earth. The buyer praised the first person in the evaluation and sent some pictures of his arm. After the drug was cut off, the patient had various sores, and after taking the medicine, the symptoms were significantly reduced, and then the medication was taken 1 day, 2 days, and 3 days later, and the sores gradually disappeared. From this person's photo, you can clearly see the whole process of the pine tablets of hydrogenation acetate in Jiankang Pharmaceuticals. This also shows how good the medicine is. Most people comment, which is indeed better than the medicine they took before. The second buyer in the comment area wrote something particularly pleasing. He is an allergic bronchial asthma patient. After the medicine was cut off, he bought a bottle of more than 2,000 yuan. The monthly pension was spent most of it. At that time, he had to say good things to those ox drug dealers, which was only 50 yuan cheaper, and bought a bottle. After buying medicine from Jiankang Pharmaceuticals, he was angry and went to the drug dealer again, seeing that he was still selling medicine on the street. There is a woman in her 40s who is buying pine tablets of hydrogen acetate from drug dealers. Drug dealers offer 1,500 yuan, and middle-aged women feel too expensive and are bargaining with drug dealers. The buyer's uncle immediately walked over and took out a bottle of Jiankang Pharmaceuticals medicine directly and gave it to the woman who bought the medicine. Then he explained the situation, saying that there is now a Jiankang medicine industry online. They are producing pine slices of hydrogen acetate, and 68 yuan a bottle of cabbage price. So cheap? When I heard that the price was so small, the woman immediately said that she would not buy it from the drug dealer and accepted the medicine handed by the uncle. After all, there is 68 yuan medicine, who would buy thousands of medicine. This time the uncle retaliated against the drug dealer, and she was comfortable. The middle-aged woman found cheap medicine and was satisfied, but the drug dealer alone is not happy. This drug dealer is a young guy. He immediately asked the uncle angrily, "Are you looking for fault? What about beating? Uncle is going back. How about, you try me? What kind of bull party do you have? Believe it or not, the police will catch you. You are still on. The woman is also reprimanding the drug dealer for being too dark, 68 yuan a bottle of medicine, actually selling her 1,500 yuan, and really slaughtering him as an injustice. In fact, the drug dealer knows that there is now a cheap new medicine in Jiankang Pharmaceutical, but the news is not so fast. He wants to take advantage of this opportunity to earn the last wave. Unexpectedly, he met to retaliate against his uncle. This guy wanted to do something bad for the uncle, but there were many passers-by coming around and hearing the words of the uncle and the woman. They all supported the two older people. They have basically experienced incidents such as snapping double yellow companies, masks, and testing kits. Those medicines are so tight, and they are fueled by drug dealers. So everyone hated drug dealers very much. More than a dozen passers-by united and began to criticize drug dealers, saying they lacked virtue. Some people also took out their mobile phones, called the police on the spot, and caught the drug dealer. Selling medicine without a license is to go to jail and impose a fine. This time the drug dealer is scared to beg for mercy. However, he angered the crowd, and everyone kept pressing him, waiting for the police to arrive and taking him away. Waiting for him will be severely punished by law. In this way, the uncle reported the vendor's revenge for slaughtering him. At the same time, the woman who sold the medicine invited the uncle to eat at home in order to express her gratitude. However, the uncle did not leave his name for good deeds, waved his hands, and left quietly, without asking for compensation. When the uncle wrote the story of his pine slices hydrogenated with acetate into an article published in the comment area, everyone gave the uncle a compliment. It's time to treat drug dealers like this. The above two examples are just two of the many drug buyers. Anyway, the pine slices of hydrogenated acetate can be completely won the hearts of patients. Jiankang Pharmaceuticals has also become their preferred company for purchasing medicine. Zhou Yang is also famous again. Jiankang Pharmaceuticals has repeatedly made the medical supplies that the people badly need, and it has been well received by the people. Some netizens also organized Jiankang Pharmacy from the formation, together with some stories from Zhou Yang, made a series of videos. Many people only knew after watching that Zhou Yang was such an entrepreneur who was dedicated to serving the people. Nationwide, it is estimated that this person is the only one. His products are afraid to earn a penny more, and they are always several times cheaper and dozens of times cheaper than other similar products. This allows everyone to use cheap appliances and cheap medical supplies. Even this time, the pine tablets of the shortage of medicine acetate hydrogenation can be doubled in clear price, and some people will still buy it, but Zhou Yang still sells it so cheaply. The effect is better than similar drugs. It seems to be doing charity the same. Many people watched this video, and they all established a crush on Jiankang Pharmaceuticals. They began to look for medicines that they could use in internet stores. As a result, they saw that the medicine produced by Jiankang Pharmaceuticals was more of a cold and antiviral, and they could only buy a few boxes to go home for backup. The video also said that Jiankang Pharmaceuticals has been producing these colds, fevers, and antiviral drugs indefinitely, but they cannot be sold, and they are all stacked in warehouses. Many netizens are in a hurry to build a well-off medicine industry. These medicines will expire in 2 or 3 years. Why do you produce so much, and wait until you have an order? However, Zhou Yang has never given a specific explanation for this, but it can only be said that the entrepreneur is stubborn. Everyone is not afraid of his messy production, but that the pharmaceutical factory has a backlog of too many drugs and the fund chain is broken. I don't want to see a rare good pharmaceutical factory. In fact, it won't fade. Zhou Yang has a lot of cash flow on hand, and even if the pharmaceutical factory loses, he can inject capital. Compared with the electrical field, the investment is tens of millions, and the medicine is still very cost-effective. Only a small amount of money is needed to allow the enterprise to run. Later, good news kept coming. After the owners' meeting, the Hangcheng apartment community agreed to replace the property with a pass rate of 71.9. Now they have completed the plan, and will later select a property company with a good local reputation to continue to serve them. At least it is not necessary. This kind of property that treats itself as an uncle. The original property was very unwilling. They also organized security guards to make trouble with the owners, but the owners were not used to them and called the police directly. Later, several people who had trouble were taken to the police station to be honest. When the person in charge of the new property came to negotiate, it was guaranteed that the apartment in the community was uniformly changed to civilian water and electricity, and the central air conditioner with a large opinion on the owners stopped it all. Its aisle and other places are no longer cool. Users agree to save on accommodation costs, so as soon as the new property comes, it solves their previous property contradictions. It can be seen that the previous contradictions were all stirred by the brutal property. I encountered a good property and there was nothing wrong with it. This matter was subsequently reported by the local media, which caused a hot discussion on the internet. Netizens are saying that the apartment is too pit, and will never buy it in the future. Apartment is indeed a lot of pits. It is best not to choose, such as poor sound insulation, poor ventilation, high cost, high sales tax, and mixed personnel. With so many shortcomings, the apartment is not useless. The biggest advantage of an apartment is that it is cheap. A person or a small couple has insufficient initial funds. You can consider buying an apartment transition. But for ordinary people, don't go to the pit of the apartment. Most people regret it when they buy it. Another good news is that the court has opened. As the acting lawyer of the plaintiff by div, Zhang Ling sued the brutal property. The other party did not even ask for a lawyer, and found a company member to defend them. A professional, playing an amateur lawyer, and the plaintiff by D also takes care of it. The result is conceivable. The trial ended on that day. The court ruled that the property company's reputation infringement was established, asking it to apologize online and top the apology for 7 days, and compensate by div for economic losses of 80,000 yuan, which will be implemented immediately. The other party was dissatisfied and said he would ask a lawyer to appeal, but Zhang Ling said that they could not win the appeal, and they had to catch the lawyer's fees and litigation fees in the end, and finally lost the wife and folded the soldiers. When Zhou Yang sent the news online, the property company triggered a mockery of the whole net. This property company is so funny. You can just say that you want to collect air conditioning electricity bills. You have to talk about the quality of Beatty products. Isn't this looking for smoking? Yeah, I think there is a wonderful flower in this company, otherwise I can't do such a silly problem. Everyone laughed at it. Anyway, the property company is famous this time, and it is estimated that it can't be mixed in the circle. After all, many netizens know the name of this property, and it is really a self-destructive future to see which community will hire such property to enter in the future. Anyway, this case must have been won by Beatty, and everyone waited to see if the other company had not appealed. As a result, the other party did not appeal. Instead, a few days later, through the Tianyan investigation, it was found that the property company had actually cancelled. Now the boss thinks that there is no need to pay and apologize. It is really smart. However, the boss was clever and mistaken. In the case where the plaintiff had won the case, the defendant company went bankrupt and could still sue the defendant for the shareholders, promoters, or funders of the other company to ask the court to repay the debt. But the apology was really escaped by the other party. The final execution is the matter of the court. If it is delayed, then Zhang Ling will apply for enforcement. Anyway, Baidu wins the case, and they must pay the compensation. Although the lawsuit process was a bit tortuous, this time the central air conditioning incident in the apartment complex led to a wave of leaf-free fan sales, which is not a loss for Beatty. The happy event became a double, and Zhou Yang then received the system's task reward. The task of saving lives and helping injuries is completed, rewarding the loving value of 20, and a set of high-end leather seat-making processes. The Super Factory system awarded Zhou Yang a task award. The loving value need not be said. It is a special score for the tasks of the medical zone. It can be exchanged for the production process of medical equipment, and another reward is relatively strange. It is actually the production process of a leather seat. Zhou Yang was a little wonder, and he didn't have a home company under his banner. How to reward him for this process? Is the system for him to knock down the price of IKEA furniture? However, after he saw the process drawings, he thought of the use all at once. That is applied to the interior of luxury cars. This leather seat can not only be made into a sofa style, but also used in car interior. Most of this interior is made by hand and requires skilled workers. In the displayed video of the drawings, Zhou Yang saw this texture, which is indeed much better than the ordinary sofa texture bought in the store, and it is upscale at first glance. Then this drawing is not bad. It is also a single-stage handicraft product, and the crowd, you don't have to invest much. Even if you can't sell it, you can use it for your own use. Zhou Yang is not responsible for this kind of small business. He is thinking about how to do it better. Let Tang Lan manage it. This is very different from the industry currently operated by Beatty, and the products produced are for new cars, so it is not suitable for handing over to Tang Lan. Instead, it is better to manage the new car. That sex is left to another person to hold her accountable, and women should be more suitable for managing this product category. Zhou Yang thought of a wonderful candidate and immediately drove to find her. The person Zhou Yang was looking for was Lu Xiao. She is good at creating products with an artistic atmosphere, so Zhou Yang took the hardcover leather seat drawings and showed them directly to her. In the Huntu Electronics office, Ruth Yao was very interested after seeing this process drawing. Because there are many methods in it, they are all made of ancient methods, and there are 2 publicity gimmicks. Okay, use this process to produce the interior of our new car, definitely an upgrade, Ruth Yao said happily. Sure enough, the moment she got the drawings, the thoughts were surprisingly consistent with Zhou Yang. Yes, it is for the vehicle, so you are responsible for this business? Zhou Yang was generous, and he gave this drawing directly to Ruth Yao. The two are now very close in cooperation. The new cars that are driving together are almost billions of market value. I really don't need to care about this drawing. Yes. Ruth Yao liked the craft of this leather sofa very much, she said, or set up a branch, called Cute New Leatherware, our partnership, I pay, you count half of the person. This sub-method is not scientific in business. Ruth Yao does not talk about science now, but about love. Zhou Yang said, then don't you lose money, and I can't shine the drawings. My money must be given. I bring half of the funds and process into the stock. You are responsible for other company management, okay? Deal. Lu Saiyao was very happy, and Zhou Yang slapped his palm, and this sale was settled. Then she went to arrange a factory. The first is to choose the venue. Because considering that the leather mill is mainly ferments in cars, it was next to the car city and found a factory building. Because the two were in partnership, rich in funds, and rich in wealth, they directly bought tens of millions of dollars and bought the land. The rest is the recruitment of skilled workers in leather products. As long as they are willing to spend money, there will be no people who can't recruit. It's just that the epidemic prevention situation is relatively strict now. Recruitment and plant construction are not so smooth, and the time will be lengthened. It is estimated that it will be ready in 3 or 4 months, and strive to start production around the end of the year. Lu Saiyao invited Zhou Yang to go to Guangguan City to see this small company named Cute New Pit, and it felt pretty good. The most important thing is that he is used to letting go of the shopkeeper. He now only pays for money and crafts, while other trivia such as recruitment, factory building, license application, and sales promotion are all covered. Zhou Yang is at ease and happy. When Lu Saiyao asked him for advice, Zhou Yang just praised, saying that the position she chose was good. Ruth Yao was very happy. As soon as he was happy, he sent Zhou Yang a Zhangxi Denton watch. She said that this was brought back by a friend from abroad, which was suitable for Zhou Yang's temperament, and was put on by hand for Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang often entered the workshop and had hidden safety hazards, so he was not used to wearing watches. Luther and Yao gave him a piece before, and now he is at home. Now she is coming again. It seems that she is going to take Zhou Yang towards the temperament male god. Direction training. It's just that Zhou Yang only likes to drill the workshop and sends Wu Yang's watch, which is a bit of a cow-chewing peony. It seems that Ruth Yao likes to develop, not only to run the business well, but also to dress up the partners handsomely and become the handsome look in her mind. Now Zhou Yang, the more she looks, the more she appreciates. Every time she looks at 4 eyes, her eyes flash with other eyes. Thank you. Zhou Yang felt that it was a bit embarrassing to receive gifts from girls, so he also had to ask back. When I returned to Shenzhen, I went to the last banquet to invite foreign VIP high-end restaurants to eat. After eating thousands of pieces of this meal, it is considered to be fun. These days, Zhou Yang and Lu Saiyao are very happy, because during this time there are always new industries and new products falling. But by August, Zhou Yang received a bad news here. As a magnesium country with a brother of the global village, an official actually criticized the Beatty appliances by name. The cause was in a country that was not compatible with old magnesium. During border friction, the pro-magnesium side was bombed, and a lost drone was left on the scene. It was the bomb dropped by this drone. This drone is clearly engraved with the words White Emperor, or is it a special model for log transportation operations, that is, the batch of drones produced by the White Emperor for Abdullah, the chieftain customer. UAVs are now seized, violating the regulations governing the embargo imposed by old magnesium. Without their permission, they are actually exported to hostile countries. Magnesium officials say this is a military weapon. This Chinese company that dares to challenge the old magnesium ban must be sanctioned. Then this news quickly spread in the country. The netizens are all happy, and they use this news as a bargaining power. They are said to have been hit by it. Baidi is a military enterprise. Like Daejiang and Leiyang steel pipes, he dominates low-end armed areas abroad. However, Zhou Yang knew that this matter was so sloppy that it would be an international event. They responded to old magnesium through foreign channels. They did civilian drones, which were used to pull logs, and were not sold to that country. As for how this civilian drone ran to the border area of other countries, he did not know. To sum up the sentence, we to know nothing, and this matter has nothing to do with us. However, the old magnesium was used to it, and did not listen to others' explanations. Then the old magnesium business bureau punished Beatty. It ruled that Beatty Company violated the embargo regulations and was required to pay a huge fine of $280 million. Otherwise, drones will not be able to sell in many regions such as Asia, Europe, and North America. Other Beatty products will also be restricted for sale, and the relevant personnel of Beatty Company cannot go to the country of magnesium. This also means that the old magnesium will knock on Zhu Yang's stroke. This $280 million is more like a protection fee. If you pay, you can continue to sell drones in the sites controlled by the old magnesium. If you don't pay, you can't do business. This is a big event. After Zhou Yang learned the result of the punishment, he held a meeting in Beatty to discuss the matter. At the meeting, Zhou Yang did not speak first, but let his subordinates talk about their views on this matter. General Manager Tang Lan said old magnesium is a domineering habit. Several companies in our country have been punished by them, and some have paid fines, which is very painful, but can continue to do business. Some companies do not pay fines and do not compromise. For example, Huawei has become the target of sanctions. Now many accessories are useless and their performance is greatly affected. Tang Lan then stood up and she showed the PPT made. From the perspective of profit and future development, she talked about the development and profit composition of the drone business, analyzed the results separately from the two situations. If a fine is paid, the unmanned aerial profits will all be contributed in the next few years. If it is not paid, the sales will be sharply reduced and can only be sold in domestic and anti-magnesium areas, which is also very passive. Tang Lan did not make a decision, but just showed the two results to the boss, and specifically asked the boss to take the idea. Uncle Songde immediately stood up and patted the table angrily. Old magnesium is too bullying, saying that the penalty is 280 million, or US dollars. How long do we have to earn? This is more bandit than bandits. Of course we can't counsel, it's a leg to hand him over. Although these words are vulgar, they still get a lot of management clapping applause. Zhou Yang took the lead in applauding, and everyone else followed applause. Zhou Yang smiled and was very satisfied that he could have a boneless subordinate like Uncle Songde, and most of the company should be the idea, that is, never compromise. Even if it broke his teeth, he would never be soft knee, give the bullies old magnesium to kneel and beg. Zhou Yang already had an answer in his heart, and he began to train his subordinates. Uncle Song said well. At the meeting, Zhou Yang supported Uncle Songde. People are alive, they lack nothing, they can't be boneless. People with no guts may benefit for a while, but the upper limit is like that. Once you lose your guts, you must compromise with dignitaries or bullies, then you must humiliate and lose your dignity. Although Zhou Yang is young, he also feels that dignity is priceless, and it is nothing to make less money. The key cannot be poked by the backbone. He agreed with Songde's opinion, and this matter will never be compromised. Zhou Yang simply ignored it and was a big deal not to do his old magnesium business. Is it necessary to eat a pig with hair away from the butcher? The boss's speech, the BID management here stood up and applauded warmly. The managers who can be selected by Zhou Yang to stay in the white bottom are basically selected according to his likes. The three views are also in line with Zhou Yang, so they also support the boss's decision. As a rational manager, Tang Lan knew that if she compromised paying fines, she could continue to do business with old magnesium in the future, and BID would earn more. However, since Zhou Yang chose to confront, she supported it. After all, these two options have advantages and disadvantages. Choosing to compromise to pay fines can continue to sell the global market, but it will also be put on shackles. The reputation will not be said. In the future, we will listen to old magnesium, and there will be no impact threatening their high-end products. Choosing confrontation in the end, losing the North American and European markets, but can quench the will of the enterprise, enhance national cohesion, and reap better accent. As long as BID can overcome this difficulty, there will definitely be greater development in the future. After the wind and rain, the rainbow can bloom. Zhou Yang immediately said his future plans. The sphere of influence of old magnesium is too large. Europe, books, sticks, etc. are the back gardens of old magnesium. The drone business, and even other businesses of the BID, will be affected. This affects export revenue, but BID's surrounding businesses have carried out many, such as building a well-off medicine industry, cute cars, etc., as well as the upcoming high-tech industrial park, which will make money in the future. Of course, there is also the aircraft parts business in cooperation with the airline industry company. This has never considered the overseas market, and it has cooperated with domestic central companies. This profit is also considerable. The market is guaranteed and is an important source of income for the future BID. Therefore, being sanctioned by the United States will not cause a serious blow to businesses. What should they do, Lina Zhou? At the end of the meeting, Tang Lan accepted Zhou Yang's commission to hold a press conference to explain the matter. The next day, Tang Lan was in the auditorium of BID Company. In the face of various journalists who came to interview, he announced BID's resolution. Our company was treated unfairly by a country and was sentenced to pay an unreasonable fine of 280 million US dollars. Our company firmly does not recognize this crime. We have not imposed a ban on the sale of drones in the country. The embargo is a local law and cannot be used to interfere with our enterprises. This is quite rude and unethical. Such arbitrary behavior by a country is not the responsibility and style of a big country. Tang Lan first reprimanded Magnesia's hegemonic behavior, and then said BID's decision. On behalf of BID, I announce the following measures. The company will withdraw from the North American drone market, and the other party will not do business with companies and institutions of the country's official background without apologizing and taking back their lives. Tang Lan speaks loudly and is quite domineering. She talked about the unwarranted sanctions imposed on the BID company by a certain country as their active countermeasures. Anyway, BID cannot lose in public opinion. This is beyond the expectations of the reporters from the stage. They thought that the Baidu would compromise the fine and then continue to sell the money. This is also a choice that ordinary companies would make. After all, no one would be able to get through the money, although paying a fine of $280 million. However, compared to losing the overseas market, it seems that this hurts the Baidu even more. However, Baidu chose the most difficult option, which is really just. When the media asks questions, if there is a reporter, ask Tang Lan, can Baidu accept the loss of the overseas market? Cannot be accepted, Tang Lan words, but we have to accept it. Otherwise, we lose more, including dignity and guts. Good. Someone from the reporter off the stage applauded on the spot. In the interview, the reporter assumed that he could not express his subjective views, but what Tang Lan said was too popular. These reporters also took the risk of being punished, and they also had to applaud as Chinese. Other reporters asked that it is only sanctioning the drone industry. If the sanctions involve other industries of Beatty in the future, the loss will be even greater. Does Beatty have a response plan? We are planning. Tang Lan made a firm expression, although it is difficult, our Baidu is not afraid, and we will resist any unreasonable sanctions. Snapped. The reporters below applauded at the same time, and these reporters also had a patriotic heart, hoping to see a powerless enterprise like Baidu. In the past, Baidu was still dedicated to the welfare of the people. Now facing power, he can stick to his heart and be proud. It is not an exaggeration to call them a backbone of the domestic manufacturing industry. The phrase, the backbone of the domestic manufacturing industry, became the headline of major news sections the next day. After the majority of netizens knew that Baidu was unjustly boycotted, they came to buy Baidu's products for brutal consumption. When the netizens bought it, it was a set of Baidu family barrels. They still left a message in the comment. As long as you have guts, we will support you. Baidu, as far as I want, the purchase is over. In this way, companies with national gas festivals can't do much. Zhou Yang was very touched after seeing these messages. He immediately stated that he would definitely make more and better products in the future to give back the love of domestic users. After this incident spread, Baidu became an unyielding symbol in people's eyes, not only the support of the people, but also the official statement. The vice president of the aviation industry group brought people over. This time they were trying to support Beatty's approach. At the meeting, the vice president first brought several large orders, including airborne weather radar and aircraft power module, all of which have undergone physical inspection, have fully reached the international advance level, and have gradually been applied to various aircraft on. In addition, the vice president also gave Beatty a new scientific research project, that is, the development of aircraft tires. The aircraft tire project was originally handed over to other tire companies for research and development, but others have studied for many years and invested a lot of money. The final product effect is also very common, and the quality performance of similar products abroad is not achieved. Adopted by the aviation industry group. Nowadays, the aviation industry group no longer wants to wait. It happened that the Beatty was sanctioned. Their chairman decided to hand over the project to Beatty and set aside huge sums of money. RMB 1 billion. The vice president said this alarming number, which is too much more than the previous research funding, and even if the research and development failed, it was not repaid, and it was more powerful than interest-free loan support. Zhou Yang was surprised. He asked the vice president why the research funding is so much. Is it difficult to develop aircraft tires? The vice president said with a smile, tire research and development is somewhat difficult. These 1 billion also include the startup funds for your establishment of tire production lines. After all, Beatty currently does not have a rubber industry. There are many funds needed to build from scratch. As a strategic partner of Emperor, of course we must support it. If you do well, you will increase investment later. This is what the Sun heard next week. It turns out that the aviation industry is supporting them silently in this way. If Baidu chose to pay a fine before and tried it out, it is estimated that there will be no such business. This time, the aviation industry group not only gave R&D and plant production costs, but also promised future purchases. As long as Beatty can develop aircraft tire products not lower than international levels within 6 months, they will sell and have at least 1 billion yuan in order quantities each year. Ding! Scientific research mission, within 2 months, produced aircraft tire products of international advanced standards. The super factory system actually came with a mission reminder, which happened to be done together. Okay, I took this task. Zhou Yang decided immediately. This is for the vice president, and also for the system. The total refreshing week. The vice president is also very happy that the two parties immediately signed a cooperation contract. This is not the first time that both parties have cooperated and have trust in each other, so this contract was signed quickly. Within 7 days after the signing of the contract, 1 billion yuan of R&D startup funds will be accounted for, which is also the performance of the other party's trust in Baidu. The profits lost by the White Emperors seem to have returned to their hands in other ways. This is how much help and helplessness Zhou Yang has the guts, and naturally the same people will support him. After taking the scientific research mission, Zhou Yang did not want to wait for half a year to produce samples. He must make the aircraft tires as soon as possible. In particular, let the magnesium guys take a look, and the Baidu will leave their market and live more moist. There are drawings of tires in the super factory system. Zhou Yang searched in the drawings supermarket and popped hundreds of pages of search results. The type of tires is called a rich one. There are car tires, bicycle tires, motorcycle tires, and of course aircraft tires. Zhou Yang chose the sub-item of aircraft tires, and saw that the exchange points are required from 12 to 1,000 points. There is such a cheap drawing of aircraft tires? Zhou Yang was curious, so I opened this tire product that only needs 15 o'clock to convert. What? After seeing the detailed picture of the tire, Zhou Yang became speechless. This is actually an old black and white photo. The above is probably an airplane tire during World War I. That can only be said to be a rubber ring. It looks like performance, not as good as the current motorcycle tires. Zhou Yang skipped it directly, and certainly cannot choose this product. Then tires below 100 points don't need to be seen. They are all tires in World War II and the 20th century. They are already obsolete and backward products, and do not meet the mission requirements. Zhou Yang decided to look at the next tire drawings up to 3,900 points first. Variable, resistant to 1200 C high temperature and 150 C low temperature, can work under tens of thousands of standard atmospheres, has automatic repair capability, and is resistant to puncture. This tire is just like the product in Transformers King Kong. It is too advanced. The appearance and structure are very different from the current aircraft tires. It is also metal lightly shiny. Advanced is no longer like an Earth product. This tire must be the future technology. If it can be exchanged, it will definitely scare a bunch of tire brands, especially the Michelin company, which is also responsible for food ratings. However, the recipe table in this drawing shows a number of red warning states, which means that there are many materials. The current technological level cannot be synthesized and produced, and cannot be produced after conversion, so it can only be stopped. Choose a reliable tire. Zhou Yang then checked a 350-point tire product. Blue Sky Series tire products, including aircraft, automobiles, engineering vehicles, and other multi-domain tire products. This drawing is a suit, which contains not only the production process and recipe table of the tires of the aircraft, but also the tires of the car. Zhou Yang became interested all at once, because he still has a new car under his banner. If this drawing is exchanged, even the car tires can be made. He immediately checked the detailed value of the tire. Seeing the various performances declared on the drawings, and the aircraft tires currently produced by foreign companies, the performance is not bad at all, even higher. Then that's it, Zhou Yang happily chose to exchange. Super Factory System, successful exchange, obtained blue tire drawings, including production patents and process tables. Zhou Yang got the tire process map, which only learned that the original tires of the aircraft were compared to ordinary tires with so many different performances. The so-called aircraft tires, also known as aviation tires, first appeared in the 1920s. At that time, the aircraft tires consisted of both internal and external tires, which is the form of traditional tires. However, as the weight of the aircraft and the level of technology increased, this traditional tire could not meet the actual demand, and foreign countries began to develop special aircraft tires. High-intensity materials such as polyamide are applied to the manufacture of aircraft tires, which enhances the intensity and performance of aircraft tires. In these tires, several tons, or even dozens of tons of huge weight, can be carried. In production, aircraft tires must have high tolerance and high durability, high strength, and high resilience, and at the same time need to be able to adapt to extreme temperature and air pressure changes. In the end, the weight should be light, reducing the weight of the aircraft. These are the difficulties in the manufacture of aircraft tires. The aircraft tires of many foreign companies have their own advantages, but there are also corresponding shortcomings. At present, domestically manufactured aircraft purchase tires corresponding to the company's brand according to the type of aircraft. For example, if the transport plane weighs high, it is necessary to choose high-intensity tires that can withstand high loads. However, usually this tire has a relatively large weight, which increases the weight of the aircraft, but because there is no qualified substitute, it can only choose it. But the Blue Sky brand tire that Zhou Yang exchanged is an all-round product. The performance in all aspects is not significantly short-formed, and it should be slightly superior to other similar brands. This tire is like a hexagonal warrior. Perhaps it is not much better than foreign products to discuss a certain performance, but it is so comprehensive that it is more perfect than any aircraft tire product on the market. If you want to make an analogy, the aircraft tires of foreign companies are partial school bullies, and they can always get a single full score. However, the tires of the Blue Sky aircraft are equivalent to the school bully of all subjects. Although each subject is not satisfied, the overall score is the first. Good, very good. Zhou Yang is very happy to get this tire product himself. He was curious about this brand of blue sky, so he searched with a search engine. As a result, there was no tire product called this brand, and it seemed to be the original of the system. Since there is no risk of infringement, Zhou Yang has invested with confidence. He asked Tang Lan to start bidding for production equipment. This time, a rubber industrial park will be built in Beatty Industrial Park to produce rubber products. And this is a large 1 billion level project, which in a moment takes up a large area of relatively spacious industrial parks. When this rubber industrial park was built, the area of more than 200 acres in the original Beatty Industrial Zone was originally too large and empty. As a result, in more than a year, most of them checked in, and they were almost filled. They also have nearly 20,000 employees, and have developed into a large manufacturing enterprise with international standards. Baidi's product line is very powerful, and it will be forbidden for Baidi to have an industrial all-industry chain. This goal is too ambitious. Zhou Yang didn't want to do it first, and concentrate on doing what is in front of him. Next, Tang Lan became busy. On the one hand, she was recruiting related rubber and chemical workers, and on the other hand, she began to purchase equipment manufacturers. Because it is a big project, she prefers to choose the National Font Enterprise. After all, the National Font is still trustworthy. Eventually, after bidding, a state-owned equipment manufacturer was found to come to the company for exploration. The factory area measurement is carried out first, and then the communication and construction are carried out according to the design of the equipment and plant. After a week of communication, Beatty and the equipment dealer signed a contract, and the other party began to produce special rubber equipment. Soon, in the Beatty Industrial Park, there was a construction team stationed, and at the same time, large trailers with large equipment continued to enter and exit. At a glance, this is because Baidi is going to start a big project, and at a time let the appliances walk with the chrysanthemum. They started to inquire in many ways. What product is Baidi doing? They are praying, don't be the main product of their company. I have to say that my domestic home appliance industry has been frightened by the Baidi psychological shadow. They were afraid that when they woke up, Baidi produced another super cheap appliance, leaving their company alive. This time the Baidi drastically purchased equipment, recruited workers, and scared them again. So they quickly contacted internal well-informed people in the ocean and asked about the inside story. Last time, he leaked the news in advance to predict what the next new product of Baidi will be. Rest assured, this time Baidi does not make appliances. In the ocean, in the well-informed mutual aid group, all electrical appliances industry bosses were given a heart pills. The bosses were slightly determined, and then asked Baidi what product to do this time. Baidi has just been punished by the old magnesium fine. They are going to get some products and give old magnesium eye medicine. Yu Yao issued a paragraph and released a screenshot of the recruitment notice, which was recruiting rubber product skilled workers. I rely on it. Is Baidi short of money to make condoms? The owner of an electrical appliance exclaimed. Others are making fun of him. Don't take out what you want to use every day, don't you see so many people? Moreover, the equipment for entering and exiting is large, obviously taking a large rubber project, I estimate it is tire. The other boss knew more, and guessed the answer in one click. Yes, is recognized in the ocean. Baidi's next product is tires, and there are related news, so you don't have to worry. It is estimated that in a year and a half, Baidi will not make new home appliances. It is possible to occasionally update existing home appliances. Also, all of you can't do the electricity to Baidi, and you can develop in the direction of small appliances. Baidi will basically not make small appliances. Thank you, Brother Ocean, I have time to go to the club for a dragon, I treat you. The electrical appliances are also very happy. If they get the information, they want to treat each other. Easy to say. Yu Yan also readily agreed to their invitation. The owner of the electrical appliances was relieved, and Zhou Yang himself took the time to go to the new car and notified the people here that he was already building a tire factory, and he would not worry about the tires of his own car in the future. Whether it is a still tire, a mill-resistant tire, or a special snow tire or engineering tire, all can be produced. When the time comes, not only will their new energy cars have tires, even tractors can be replaced with their own tires, with strong performance and no price increase, which is a small-scale upgrade. Great! Zhou's total industry has grown again. The general manager of the new car is very happy. With his own tires, the cost will definitely be further reduced and the profit will increase, which is very conducive to market competition. Now the new car focuses on designing the appearance of the car, and has achieved good results. According to the plan, they initially launched the new energy SUV, which is a relatively popular model on the market. Zhou Yang encouraged his subordinates and returned to Baidi. The rubber process here is under construction in full swing. This time, the aviation industry group previously invested 1 billion yuan to build Baidi into the country's premier tire factory. On these scales, Baidi will be the newest in the tire industry in the future. Relying on the National Font Company, high-profit aircraft tires are not worried about sales, and at the same time, they can also sell moving car tires. The sales volume must be considerable. It can be said that the rubber production line has not yet been completed, and the sales road has been booked. This is the benefit of having more lines of industrial products. It is obvious that achievements are made without worrying about sales. While Zhou Yang's anger was on, the magnesium country had passed the processing results. After the deadline for payment of fines, Beatty did not pay a fine of 280 million, so Beatty's drone products have been banned from sales in areas such as North Magnesium, and successive officials from the magnesium country are saying that they have considered a comprehensive ban on the sale of other products of the Beatty company in magnesium. This is to completely remove the Beatty from the power territory of the magnesium country. Zhou Yang has expected this result. For this country where robbers start their homes, bullying others is a habit engraved in DNA. When they meet the obedient countries, the magnesium country is the uncle stationed in those countries. When they meet the obedient company, they pay the protection fee. They must be their dogs. They can give a bite of leftovers. They are kneeling for food. So the boneless Baidi chose the most difficult path and resolutely did not compromise. Zhou Yang was standing and earning money. In the future, Beatty's products will be restricted overseas, so it must be dealt with. Tanglan made suggestions to separate some highly profitable products and draw a line with Baidi so that they can use loopholes to sell overseas. In addition, it is also a good plan to focus on the development of other anti-magnesium country markets, such as Russia and the Emirate. Tanglan intends to establish Baidi's own sales outlet in those countries. This requires a part of the funds, but when completed, it will make up for the export losses, which may not be as good as the previous state, but it will not be too bad. Zhou Yang approved the plan, and Tanglan was responsible for its implementation. At the same time, he wants to strengthen the domestic market's occupancy rate. After this period of operation and construction, Beatty Logistics warehouse and service stations have been established one after another, and they have been able to better serve customers across the country. Nowadays, the general 1-2 tier cities have basically achieved service station coverage. Users no longer have to pay for home appliances by themselves. When selling and repairing, there are also service personnel to come home, which is very convenient. Baidi's evaluation of the people has once again raised a step. When there was no service station in the past, it was all based on net shopping, which gave people an unreliable feeling that Baidi seemed to be a cottage company. After the establishment of the service station, the high-quality services provided are not much different from other big brands, plus the good impression given by the White Emperor, the corporate image of the White Emperor, which has grown indefinitely and has become a new big brand appliance. Now many young couples, when choosing a home appliance for a wedding room, have directly purchased Baidi's full set of home appliances, which is cheaper and affordable. It has already explained Baidi's position in people's hearts. Regarding the additional cost of building an after-sales service station, it has been wiped out by the advantages of late-scale and industrial chain integration. For example, when the Z1 tablet was originally produced, most of the parts had to be purchased, and of course it cost more to buy others. Now that tablet computers are produced again, many parts Baidi can be produced by themselves, so that the profit is high. Baidi did not promote the continued price reduction of old products, but took out this part of the profit and built it into an after-sales service system. In this way, when users can enjoy the cheap electrical appliances of the Baidian, they also have high-quality services, which are also extravagant. Instead, because the services are in place, Baidian's customer satisfaction is higher. Now that Baidi's home appliances have become the basic disc, Zhou Yang has little idea of making home appliances. He is intentionally improving the technological content of products. The Huimin mission has been initially completed, and it is time to make some high-tech products in the next stage. Zhou Yang wants the people to mention the Baidi in the future. The first impression is no longer low price and mediocrity, but a novel sense of technology. Zhou Yang wants to make Baidi's products both cheap and novel. This is his pursuit. On this day, Zhou Yang was listening to Tang Ian's report on the rubber process. She said that there is still a gap in the current rubber process skilled workers. If they can't find it again, they can only recruit new workers with no experience and slowly train them. As long as the business owner who has done the manufacturing industry knows the huge difference between skilled and new workers. Skilled workers start immediately after they come, they can start production quickly and well, and they can use their experience to promote production and increase the rate of genuine products. The new worker needs a period of training and study before he can grow into a qualified worker. During the growth period of new workers, not only was the production efficiency low, but the product unqualified rate was high, and problems were difficult to deal with and could not be unique. These are the drawbacks of new workers. Therefore, when the company recruits, it generally likes workers with work experience. This is the truth. It is just that due to the epidemic prevention reasons, there is a small flow of people. In addition to the fact that Baidi needs too many skilled workers this time, it is difficult to recruit at once. Although Zhou Yang has a systematic recruitment module, the recruitment card is no longer in stock and can only rely on normal recruitment. Now that the equipment for the rubber process has been large, it can be tested in a week. If a large number of skilled workers are not recruited, then new work training can only be started. Just when Zhou Yang was worried about the problem of skilled workers, a person's phone brought him an opportunity. "Hello, how is the rubber production line?" A sweet voice came from the phone, and it was Ruth Yao who called Zhou Yang. She recently went on a business trip and called Zhou Yang with a joy in her tone, which seemed to be good news. Zhou Yang said, "Is not bad, the workshop has been established, and the test car will start next week. Are you still recruiting? Do you need my help?" Ruth Yao's tone hinted slightly, and the tone suddenly became a bit charming. "Oh, are you alive?" "Of course," Zhou Yang said in a surprise. "On my side, there are 51 skilled workers who came down from the Grand Chemical side. I don't know if you want it." "Of course." Zhou Yang was excited at once. He was worried about not having a skilled worker. This best partner brought him 51 generals, and rounding is equal to half a moisture. How can he be unhappy? "Where are the people? I will send the car to pick it up," Zhou Yang said happily. Ruth Yao smiled like a silver bell, and then said, "I know you need it. I have packed the car for them. I will be here tomorrow, but I have to be isolated for about a week before I can take up my job." "Okay, then I must arrange them, and the dormitory will free them first. I have covered their room and board." Zhou Yang was happy to pat the table. This sad thing was solved by a phone call. It must be the power of his partner, and she owes her a favor. She must be invited to dinner someday. But Zhou Yang is also curious. It seems that the macro chemical is also an enterprise under the macro picture. How can Lu Xiao dig someone from his own enterprise to him? Lu Xiao explained, "Is not effective and is laying off staff." After I heard that, I sent someone to receive it, but only this person is willing to work in Shenzhen, and I talked to them. The salary needs to be guaranteed, not lower than before. Zhou Yang said, "No problem, the wages of skilled workers would have been given preferential treatment, and the guarantee would not be lower than the industry average. This is no problem." Zhou Yang is in charge of food and management, and his salary is not low. Bai Di also bears the cost of isolation in full. He should be able to leave this group of people. A week later, the rubber process test vehicle, equipped with these skilled workers, should be successfully completed. While waiting for the equipment commissioning, Zhou Yang did not stop working. The high-tech industrial park is also where he must punch in the next day. Now, after a period of catch-up progress, many tall buildings have been upgraded, and several factories have been built, and when the pouring is over, they will soon be able to be renovated. Probably in autumn, there will be several large factories in use. Zhou Yang has planned that the first large-scale plant will be used to produce sodium-ion batteries, which is a landmark product that can change many industries. Zhou Yang is looking forward to it. Because of his busy construction of the tire industry, Zhou Yang has had less interaction with netizens in this period. Many netizens came to ask him what new product he was studying recently. Zhou Yang felt that the time was ripe, so he announced to the outside world that Baidu was about to build a rubber product production line with an investment of over 100 million yuan, and currently mainly produces tire products. Tire? The netizens were a bit stunned when they heard the news, which does not seem to be the electrical field that Baidu is good at. Now Baidu's industrial chain is getting more and more partial, and he can't figure out what his next product will be. However, many netizens expressed their support, because most families have private cars, and most of the worst are two-wheeled battery cars or bicycles. Tires will also be used. If the Baidu produces tires, you don't have to worry about changing tires in the future. Buy it with Baidu, yes, cheap. Baidu's things are cheap and easy to use, which is also the consensus of all netizens. Baidu is also a well-known domestic company. Now the official declares that he will make tires. This news is considered to be more important news in the business circle, and then it will be reported by major media. Baidu is involved in the tire field. You should be careful with your counterparts at home and abroad. The tire industry is born in the East again. What changes will the Baidu bring? News with titles like this abounds, which soon triggered strong attention in the industry. Some domestic tire factory owners, when they saw it, were all chrysanthemums. Baidu actually came to grab their business. That must be dealt with. Clear the inventory first, and wait until Baidu releases the product and compares the performance before making further plans. However, the tire industry is not as scared as its counterparts in the electrical appliances industry. Because tires generally cooperate with large enterprises and engineering machinery plants for a long time, as long as the order is stabilized, it is not afraid of outsiders. And the tires seem simple, and the ingredient table is like that, but there is also a lot of attention in it. A new company must make products that are not as good as they are. These tire companies are waiting to see what Baidu's tire performance says. Even in the worst case, Baidu tires are very capable of playing. They can compete. Those peers can also switch to other rubber products, mainly in modern society. Rubber applications are too wide, not only tires, but rubber is needed in many places. Don't worry about orders. The news that Baidu produced tires did not set off a little spray for foreign tire companies. For example, the most famous domestic branch of Michelin Tires has reporters interviewed in the past. Michelin district manager, a foreigner sent by the headquarters, heard reporters asking Beatty Tires to come violently, and when they responded, the foreign manager stood his hand and said, "I don't know what Beatty, for our Michelin, has a fixed market, and our technology is excellent, and we are not afraid of any opponent." This is the arrogance of international factories, ignoring all competitors. After all, for so many years, domestic tire companies have sprung up and continue to come out to seize the market. But in the end, some companies fell, and the rest did not shake the basic plate of Michelin tires. They have technical advantages. Some cheap vehicles generally use cheap tires in China, but vehicles with a little grade or tires with special needs will basically choose Michelin tires. After all, Michelin tires are expensive. However, the product is really good, with many patents. Later, this interview video was forwarded to Joe Yang. Those netizens don't think it's too much to look at the excitement. A restaurant that actually looks down on you, Boss Joe, don't you study a polar tire and do it? Joe Yang replied, "Michelin is an excellent tire manufacturer and the object of Baidu's study. We will aim Michelin and strive to catch up or surpass them within a few years." This sentence is very humble and conforms to the humble spirit of the people. After all, although Joe Yang was energetic and bloody, he was not arrogant. He did not directly say that Baidu's products would be much stronger than Michelin. Now that his specific product has not been made, the indicator is not yet known, and it needs to be humble. Besides, the pride will be defeated. Although Baidu is strong, he faces many difficulties and enemies. Joe Yang is not yet able to be complacent. As for Michelin's manager, it's normal not to take Baidu seriously. The tires were originally new products that Baidu was not listed, and there was no large-scale publicity. Other old-name companies do not know that Baidu is normal. It is useless to let Michelin change his view of Baidu. When the product comes out to occupy the market, Michelin will naturally see Baidu's strength. Speaking with products is Joe Yang's personal habit. In the expectations of all walks of life, the rubber industry in the Baidu Industrial Park has finally been built. After the skilled worker enters, under the witness of engineering and technical personnel such as equipment and technology, the first equipment test vehicle will begin. It depends on these workers whether they can produce the same tire products as on the drawings. After the simple celebration ceremony, many of the equipment in Baidu's rubber workshop was turned on and started under the watch of everyone. As a large rubber project with an investment of 1 billion yuan, it must be prepared from the most basic rubber raw materials. The main raw material for rubber products is raw rubber. Rubber grows in the tropics, subtropical rubber trees, collected by artificially cutting the bark. In the preparation process, various coordination agents should be added to improve the certainty of rubber products. In addition, fiber materials such as cotton, hemp, hair, and various artificial, synthetic fibers, metal materials, steel wires, etc., which are skeleton materials used as rubber products to enhance mechanical strength and limit the deformation of rubber products. The raw glue must be coined and broken into small pieces after being soaked in the 60-70C bakery. The combination agents such as paraffin, hard lipid acid, and pine fragrance should be shattered. Then, under the watch of everyone, raw glue products must pass through the mixer, oil compressor, oven machine, silk printer, etc. in turn. After a series of strict production processes, the basic raw material for tire products rubber was produced. The rubber produced in this way can be made into other rubber products. At present, Baidu has only built tire production lines, so these primary rubber products are then made into the main material of the tire rubber body. The content of this process is to mix raw materials such as carbon black, rubber, oil, additives, promoters, etc., and process them in the refinery to produce glue. The glue used for each type of glue component in the tire is of specific performance. The composition of the glue depends on the performance requirements of the tire. For example, traction, driving performance, road conditions, and the requirements of the tire itself. Each special tire has a special formula. The tires currently produced by the test vehicle are aircraft tires. There are not many companies in the world that can produce aircraft tires because the production process is more complicated and there are many patents. However, this set of tire process drawings exchanged by Joe Yang covers all formulas. Workers only need to add materials according to the ingredients table. Then there are 6 steps in the production of glue: squeeze out, stretch, bead formation, curtain cut, tangeroid, tangular formation. After these 6 steps, the semi-finished product of the tire was completed. After the semi-finished product is completed, it will be sent to the prototype to assemble the tire. After the birth is completed, sulfide is sent. The tires after sulfide have the appearance pattern and pattern of the finished tires. At this point, the tires were made successfully. Looking at the brand new and huge aircraft tires, it was late at night, but Joe Yang and other technicians were full of energy. They waited for a day and looked forward to this moment. Joe Yang wore a glove and took the rubber with the residual temperature in his hand, which felt heavy, but he felt like a burst shed. After all, this tire product was formed from scratch. Then the indicator test is to be carried out. the first batch of aircraft tires is taken for inspection, and Zhou Yang has learned in advance that the tire is qualified. Super Factory System Aircraft Forum inspection passed and met the standard of use. Sure enough, after the production of many skilled workers, this time the production of aircraft tires was a complete success. It was considered that the perfect answer sheet could be handed over. It's very late, and Zhou Yang will go back first. It is estimated that by tomorrow, there will be good news about the test process. After Zhou Yang returned to his home, he received a call from Luciu Yao and asked him how his tires were. Zhou Yang's happy thank you is very good, basically successful, and I would also like to thank you for the skilled workers. Ruth Yao brought 51 skilled workers from the macro-chemical industry, which really played a big role. This time the production was so smooth, it was all the skilled workers who played a role. If it is a new worker here, they are all groping for work. This first batch of test products is good luck if they are not smashed. You're welcome, raise your hand. Ruth Yao said politely. Okay, please come back to dinner. Zhou Yang laughed. Just eat. I want something new. Lu Xiao's tone is slightly more pampering, meaning something. Zhou Yang's direct male attack is better to repay the partner with something new. He suddenly thought that Ruth Yao had a wish, that is to build a car. He immediately promised that at the end of the year, a new car would be allowed to make at least one sample car. Okay. Ruth Yao felt this promise was great, she liked it very much. It is mainly because she had some romantic thoughts before, thinking that men and women should have a little surprise when they get along, like the romantic sweetness in the idol drama. However, after staying with Zhou Yang for a long time, she has been used to Hu Yang's straight man thinking, and Lu Xiao has become more pragmatic, able to fulfill her desire to build a car, and also makes her very happy. The two chatted for a while before hanging up. Zhou Yang then went to bed comfortably. Turning to the sky, as soon as he arrived at the company, the person in charge of the tire process was happy to report to Zhou Yang, saying that the product of the test car passed the test yesterday and the performance reached the standard, even surpassed the foreign product. Seeing the excitement of the person in charge, the words were almost unsuccessful, and Zhou Yang let him calm down. Wouldn't it be more than enough for him to have a super factory system to produce an aircraft tire better than abroad? Zhou Yang doesn't think there is any bull approval, but the people in the tire shop know the gold content of the tires, which makes up for the domestic gap. If it is not possible, they can get a Technology Innovation Award by the end of the year. Zhou Yang then returned to his office and called the vice president of the aviation industry group to inform him of this good news. Is it developed so quickly? It must be you. The vice president laughed heartily and praised Zhou Yang's efficiency. Zhou Yang agreed with him on the quantity and date of the first batch of supplies, and what Biden needs is mass production as soon as possible. In the manufacturing industry, the success of small-scale test vehicles does not mean that the bulk products will be successful. There are still some channels between the sample and the big goods. Fortunately, Hu Yang's group of skilled workers have been recruited. They have worked in rubber or chemical plants for many years. They have long had relevant experience to make the production line run smoothly. As long as the tire production begins, it is very fast. After the pregum production comes out, it can produce a tire in about 40 seconds in the backcourt automation process. It can be said that as long as the order can be guaranteed, the tire production line is like a money printer. The production of finished products one by one is quite profitable. There are still some risks, because these tire samples will be sent to the aviation industry group for spot inspection and inspection, and they will be formally purchased if the test is passed. Therefore, the general factory's practice is to produce a small batch of SIRS, wait until the test is qualified, and then produce a sufficient quantity in accordance with the contract. However, for every minute the production line stops, profits are lost. Zhou Yang has the test report of the system, and naturally has sufficient confidence to pass the test. He let the workshop immediately produce with full force, first complete the first batch of orders. After the aircraft tire order is completed, they can produce the more common tires on the market and open the retail industry, so as to benefit more ordinary users. At that time, Beatty's product line will add another hot-selling new product. After all, this time involved a large investment of 1 billion. Zhou Yang sent the tires to Shenzhen at the first time through logistics for them to detect. A few days later, the aviation industry group conducted various fine tests on the tires produced by Beatty, and finally passed the test, and the performance reached the international advanced level. This surprised all the engineers responsible for the testing. They all discussed in the laboratory, what kind of ferry company is Beatty, and other companies have not developed qualified products for several years. Beatty has not developed a month. With this excellent aircraft tire, I dare not imagine it. To this end, the deputy general manager of the aviation industry personally called Zhou Yang to invite him to the company for a narrative, and a small celebration ceremony was held. Zhou Yang didn't expect the other party to be so grand, so he flew to Shen. When Zhou Yang arrived at the place, he was warmly welcomed, and the vice president received it in person. Aviation Industry Group, Zhou Yang is not the first time to come, so this time I will not visit and talk directly about the business. This time it was to negotiate a deeper level of cooperation, which is no longer limited to aircraft tires, and listed a series of follow-up R&D plans. These aircraft components include, but are not limited to, engine pod and thrust reverse, hydraulic system, main flight control motive system, fuel system and fuel tank inertization system, and even aircraft engine. When you look at the name, you know that it is not a simple project. Otherwise, the country has spent so much energy and cannot achieve pure domestic production. You know how difficult it is. And such a difficult project is obviously too heavy to be given to a private enterprise. To this end, the aviation industry group plans to invest 10 billion yuan in Beatty to support the development of these projects. It seems that this is a bit quick, and it puts such a heavy burden on Zhou Yang at once, but it is also because of time constraints. At present, old magnesium has launched a trade war against my country, and many industries have been sanctioned. Aircraft parts are one of them. If domestication cannot be achieved as soon as possible, in case of extreme conditions and the two countries completely break, then our country will fall into a dilemma of not being able to manufacture aircraft in its entirety. So this time is also an important part of the future development plan of my country's major aircraft. The chairman of the aviation industry also participated in the meeting and gave Zhou Yang support. Enterprises on both sides will achieve deeper cooperation, and even open a lot of patents to Beatty. Technicians will send their own salaries to Beatty for technical exchanges. There are also a series of preferential measures to help build factories. It can be said that the aviation industry asks for money, as well as people, and spares no effort to help Beatty. What Beatty has to do is to develop the aircraft components that have not yet completed the nationwide production as soon as possible. This large state-owned enterprise can be given such attention, based on Beatty's previous performance. At present, Beatty has developed 3 aircraft parts including aircraft tires, and the performance is very excellent. The most important thing is that the research and development time is quite short, and the short is a bit less scientific. However, the aviation industry is not a detective office. They do not care why Beatty can quickly develop results. As long as this speed can be maintained, then this research funding will definitely be sufficient. Not to mention the agreed 10 billion investment, this is only part of it. If Beatty's subsequent research and development can still maintain this level, it is also possible to double the investment by 1 or 2. After all, the cost of developing these parts and components before the country is much greater than this number. After investing so much time and energy, there are no effective R&D results, but Beatty can repeatedly come up with excellent products, which has proved his ability in research and development. Aeronautical industry groups are also willing to bet on by Emperor, or it was bet on Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang certainly agreed to this cooperation. Now he lacks technology and lacks funds, and the aviation industry has helped him to complete it. This R&D and production will greatly increase the speed and accelerate Zhou Yang's concept. After in-depth cooperation with the aviation industry group, another major step has been taken away from the production of the Beatty Skyfighter in Zhou Yang's mind. For 2 days in a row, many details were finalized. When the real contract was signed, the chairman of the aviation industry group wanted to hold a grand press conference to inform the world. This is also the behavior of showing muscles to the outside world, which means telling countries that are bad in their backs that the Chinese can make their own aircraft parts without having to hold their noses. On that night, most of the top executives in the aviation industry, as well as some local officials, held a banquet to feast Zhou Yang. This specification is quite high. These people are all well known. If they can pay so much attention to a private entrepreneur, they can show Zhou Yang's strength. After all, even some well-known big bosses have not been treated like this. At the banquet, it was so embarrassing that Zhou Yang had a few more drinks with the leader, so he was a little drunk. In the end, Zhou Yang was taken to the hotel room. Zhou Yang didn't have the energy to take a shower, and barely undressed and lay in bed, feeling rotating. When he was closing his eyes, he heard the phone ringing. He closed his eyes and took the phone to his ear, pressing a hands-free answer. "Hey, why didn't you reply today? Is Jinyu Zhang Jiao?" It was Ruth Yao who called and also ridiculed. She sent a few messages to Zhou Yang today, but she didn't get a reply. She called to ask at night. "Sorry, a bit busy." Zhou Yang also had a hiccup in the case of a big tongue after drinking, so he can know his status without saying how to drink so much. Just now there was a little complaint, and Ruth Yao was already concerned, so he was told to drink some sober soup. "Well, it's okay, just sleep," Zhou Yang said intermittently. When she looked at Zhou Yang's state, Lu Xiao didn't bother him anymore. She asked Zhou Yang to rest early and talk tomorrow. Ruth Yao never hung up the phone here, and after a while, he heard a slight breath from the phone, and Zhou Yang fell asleep. Lu Xiao felt a little unhappy. If she was also in Shenzhen, she could take care of Zhou Yang. But this time, the aviation industry group invited Zhou Yang to pass. Without inviting Ruth Yao, she had no reason to come. After traveling in the future, Lu Xiao made up his mind to go with Zhou Yang, so that he would not worry about drinking too much. Then the phone hung up, and Ruthyao sent another goodnight message before turning off the lights and resting. Nothing for a night. On the next day, after Zhou Yang woke up, he said goodbye to several leaders of the aviation industry and embarked on a return journey. When returning to the deep town, Zhou Yang returned to Beatty Industrial Park for the first time to check the production of the tire process. The heat generated by the forum tire process is skyrocketing, and the automatic equipment can produce a tire for dozens of seconds, which is quite rapid. Zhou Yang couldn't help nodding and was very satisfied with this working state. General Manager Tang Lan heard that Zhou Yang was back and came to the workshop to find him. When Zhou Yang saw her coming, she knew something was going to find herself, so she called Tang Lan and went back to the office to say. When Tang Lan arrived at the office, he said a critical issue. Zhou Chang, the first order of our aircraft tires will be completed in about half a month. In order to avoid downtime, other orders need to be determined quickly. The current pricing issue also needs to be discussed with you. In the office, Tang Lan, the general manager of Baidi, who had a large wave of hair, was reporting to Zhou Yang. In fact, this situation is quite outrageous. Other companies will only put into production on a large scale after the costs, pricing, and orders are all negotiated. But Baidi was different. When he got a big order, he started construction. Even other types of products have not been finalized, and even the selling price has not been determined. This is caused by Zhou Yang's drawings being distributed too quickly, and the supporting processes for other commodities are not perfect. Fortunately, the subordinates in the company are used to this model, and Tang Lan is no longer surprised. Without an order, Zhou Yang's flag has many products that require tires. For example, the Beatty D21 electric car produced by Beatty, and the Huimin tractor produced by the new car, etc., are all products with relatively large sales and also require tires. The tires used before were all purchased and can now be produced by themselves. This is a long-term order, at least it can be guaranteed that work will not stop. Of course, it is not enough to let the production line run at full capacity. For large enterprises, in many cases, it is only profitable to saturate the production line. In the case of stopping, it is likely to lose money. This is especially important for Baidi, which pursues the concept of profiteering and selling. In order not to lose money, the production line must not stop. In order to ensure sales, Tang Lan plans to form a tire sales team and establish cooperation with major companies, so that they will also get some orders. In addition, it is necessary to open the retail business of the official network and produce some general tire models with relatively large demand, which is also a good channel for digestive output. Zhou Yang approved Tang Yan's plan and signed her report. Next is the pricing problem. Their tires must be cheaper than the same type of tires on the market. Take the more commonly used 245/40 or 18 car tires. The average tire is 5,600, which is thousands more expensive. The cost of the White Emperor car tires of the same model is estimated to be about 120 yuan, so it is more appropriate to sell about 150 yuan. This is definitely the cheapest of the big brand tires on the market. Other sports tires, snow tires, and other special types of tires are priced at 200 or 300 yuan, which is absolutely economical. This price is several times cheaper than the same type of tires on the market. As for the materials, why the Beatty tires are so cheap is still the reason for those old-fashioned. One is scale up. For products like this type of chemical, the more it is produced at a time, the thinner the cost. The second is to save the costs of research and development, marketing, and physical stores, and direct traffic to internet stores. This is also a big expense. To save these, it is guaranteed that Beatty's tires are more than half cheaper than their peer products. The third is that the process formula is excellent. The process itself is a system product. It uses the most cost-effective process, which optimizes 20 compared to the existing process cost, which is cheaper. So Zhou Yang has the spirit of setting a low price. Although their tires can set a higher price, such as in the 300 or 400 yuan stall, the purpose of the Baidi is to enable people to spend small money and do big things, reduce the burden of people's lives, and reduce the cost of living. It is also the responsibility of having a systematic Zhou Yang. Those truck tires are generally sold for thousands of yuan on the market. The truck tires of Beatty are currently sold at 500 yuan, and their performance is better. It is definitely the best choice on the market. The highest cost-effective ones are the tires of engineering vehicles and heavy vehicles. Those tires are generally tens of thousands of yuan. However, the prices of these engineering tires of Beatty are not much higher, with an average of 1,000 to 5,000 yuan. This is quite attractive. The tire production process of these engineering vehicles is relatively complicated, and the volume is very large, and the price is naturally more expensive. If ordinary car tires have not opened the gap in cost performance, then the Beatty tires are properly crushed by the engineering tires. Others sell 3,000 or 4,000 tires, Beatty sells 700 or 800, others sell 7,000 or 8,000 tires, Beatty sells 1,000, and those heavy truck tires, 2,000 or 3,000 yuan, Beatty is at most about 5,000 yuan. It is definitely the gospel of engineering companies and car drivers. In the past, in order to save money, many tire patterns of large vehicles were wiped out, and the honeycomb was not willing to change, sacrificing safety attributes. At the current price, there is no need to worry about the price. It is already the cheapest tire in the whole net, and it can be changed. After some discussion, Zhou Yang and Tang Lan basically determined the selling price of each model, then she can start to promote it. Tang Lan is responsible for the traditional sales method. He is walking the car company and striving to get the order. Zhou Yang is still responsible for the marketing part. Now in the White Emperor's official net, there have been people waiting for the White Emperor tires to go public. There are still many people who keep cars. Basically, the car may run for a few years, and it may be necessary to consider replacing the tires. For ordinary private cars, it takes hundreds of yuan to change an ordinary tire. If you change 2 more, it will be 1 or 2,000. It is also a small sum of money. They look forward to BYD's early launch of civilian tires so that they can also enjoy low-cost benefits. After all, the price of BYD's products has always been the most distinctive feature. Others can dislike BYD's products, but they will never say that BYD's products are expensive. Seeing that there are so many people rushing for more, Zhou Yang asked American Gong Xiaozhang to make a publicity map, and then with the words above, it was published. BYD tires have started production, and after half a month, they will gradually be pushed to the retail end. The currently pre-sold car tires, light truck tires, cargo and bus tires, agricultural tires, engineering tires, industrial tires, motorcycle tires, special functions of static tires, sports tire, snow tires, etc. Zhou Yang directly attached a pre-sale link, which already has a reference selling price. When you see it, you are all surprised. The cheapest tires are even for dozens of dollars, and the car tires can be bought for more than 100, and the better ones do not exceed 500 yuan. Buying one to be a spare tire is quite cost-effective. Some engineering bosses, and truck drivers, etc., saw the price of those truck tires only 3 digits, and their eyes were bright. The tires of their trucks are relatively diligent, and each time they are replaced by a large investment, and now there are cheap BYD tires, then the tire expenditure will save a lot of money. Soon, thousands of pre-sale links to BYD tires have been sold. This is still without publicity, and many people buy it to prepare for replacement or as a spare tire. With such cheap tires, plus BYD's gold signboard, they chose to believe unconditionally. BYD's product, just buy it. It can be said that BYD tires will be a hot-selling product again. Time passed quickly, and the time has come to September, and the hot temperature has finally dropped. After the pre-sale of BYD tires, there are already tens of thousands of pre-sales, which is no less than other large factory orders. In addition, the company also got a lot of tire orders from other automobile factories, enough for BYD's tire workshop to complete the production plan. However, these companies that buy tires from BYD are some third-rate small car dealers. The real big car dealers have not negotiated business alone. Zhou Yang also knows the reason for this, because he is also the owner of the new car, and the new car is currently preparing to build a new energy car. This matter has been made public. Therefore, those large car companies have regarded Zhou Yang and Mensin cars as competitors, and naturally it is impossible to buy from Zhou Yang here. However, this does not matter to Zhou Yang. The tire is only one part of his products. As long as it can meet the basic output, it is not Zhou Yang's product center. Just as the world was paying attention to the news of the listing of BYD tires, another news came out, which shocked the industry. The aviation industry group published a heavy message, which shocked the industry. They claimed that they would sign a billion-dollar contract with BYD in Shen City on September 5. What is the concept of 1 billion? Many well-known companies do not have so much turnover in a year, and so many of the so-called subsidies are the same. If you have this investment, even a small cottage workshop can jump into an industry leader. So this time attracted domestic and foreign attention. Many media reporters swarmed to Shen City to prepare to witness this grand event. September 5, Shen Municipal International Convention and Exhibition Center. The red flag is on the square, and flowers are blooming. Today is the day when the aeronautical industry group and BYD signed a 10 billion large-scale contract. Zhou Yang is already sitting on the stage at this moment. He is surrounded by the general manager Tang Lan, and the chairman. Several vice presidents and presidents of the aviation industry have all gathered once to see the importance they attach. Although it is still in the anti-epidemic prevention and control stage, there are still many media reporters this time. This will be a major event for the domestic aviation industry and manufacturing industry. The reporters set up cameras, ready to record this important process. The reporters are curious at the moment, what exactly is the cooperation content? What kind of list can involve billions? Is BYD about to build a plane? The answer was quickly uncovered. This time it was an in-depth cooperation between the companies of the two sides. The first phase of the aviation industry group injected 10 billion into BYD to develop related aircraft parts. Seeing that the research and development content is an aircraft accessory that was previously unable to produce domestically, the reporters below began to discuss. These are high-tech technologies held abroad, and many years of domestic research and development have not yielded results. Can this BYD do it? That is, it is too worthy of BYD. Isn't that the company that produces home appliances? Seeing these unprofessional colleagues, Zhang Shuqi rolled his eyes. She was specially invited by Zhou Yang to attend the press conference. As the earliest reporter in China who was in contact with Zhou Yang, she has a strong business ability. She has done her homework before coming, so she is not like a fellow around. It was no wonder that she glanced at the three people and saw their work cards, which turned out to be three intern reporters. It stands to reason that such important news does not allow intern reporters to interview. It is estimated that these three people are relatives of the leading family in order to have such an opportunity. Zhang Shuqi vomited in his heart. Now the quality of media reporters is really hard to say. Anyone can come out to interview. Didn't these three intern reporters check the information before coming? In terms of the three aircraft components produced before BYD to fill domestic gaps, it is already quite a bull fork. Because of the success of the previous three cooperations, the aviation industry group will invest so much. Otherwise, when the aviation industry group has been established for so many years, when has such a large amount of money been invested in civil enterprises? It is up to the White Emperor to obtain such support, and only White Emperor has won this honor in China. No other company, like White Emperor, can always develop some black technology products. BYD early was producing some low-end cheap products, such as a Z1 tablet of 99 yuan, but recently their products are nothing more than products with advanced levels in the world. For example, such as computer mainboards, power supplies, drones, etc., BYD has changed from a small cottage factory in people's mouth to a high-tech enterprise. As an old acquaintance of Zhou Yang, Zhang Shuqi has a special say. She watched BYD develop from scratch, from small to big. Just as BYD's development distance, it is absolutely cool to put in the novel, like a legend. At this time, the content of the cooperation has been explained, and then a celebration ceremony is held. After the senior executives of the companies of both parties sign together and shake hands, the camera flash of the reporters under the stage will continue to flash. After the drama, it is a display of the company's achievements on both sides. First, the achievements of the White Emperor show that the three internationally advanced parts and components produced by them have all begun to be assembled on domestic aircraft. The new product aircraft tires are highlighted here. After various extreme tests, the performance is fully qualified, and in the comparison test with the products of foreign well-known companies, they all have a weak advantage. Seeing the generous introduction of the host on stage, the following unprofessional intern reporters began to discuss again. How does an aircraft tire seem to be introduced too much? What's so happy? Isn't just tires. It is nothing more thick than car tires, and the material is better. Hearing these layman's remarks, Zhang Shuqi couldn't help but immediately spoke to these colleagues. Aircraft tires are far more complicated than you think, and the technological content is very high. Zhang Shuqi said that all three male intern reporters looked at her. When I saw it, I was a pretty colleague. The three immediately became interested and said they would listen to it. Zhang Shuqi explained to them, take the Boeing aircraft as an example. A passenger aircraft weighs about 300 tons, and there are 6 tires on each side of the main landing gear of the two wings. More than 300 tons of weight. On average, each tire bears 25 tons of weight, which is several times that of car tires. Aircraft tires need to bear not only the weight of the aircraft itself, but also the acceleration of the aircraft taking off and the impact force when landing. The quality is slightly poor, and it is estimated that the flat tire will be directly broken when exposed to the ground. In addition to bearing weight, aircraft tires also need to be able to withstand high temperatures of more than 100 degrees Celsius generated during slower breaks, and low temperatures of minus 670 degrees in high-altitude environments. The material requirements are extremely strict. The general tires have experienced high and low temperatures, and they must have cracked. Imagine that tires that can achieve the above performance are not powerful enough. With this intensity, which car tire can reach? After listening to Zhang Shuqi's explanation, the three intern reporters were greatly amazed, but they didn't expect a small aircraft tire to be famous. If the car tires are simply enlarged and placed on the plane, it is estimated that there will be an accident and the intensity will not be reached. As for an aircraft tire, foreign products are sold at around RMB 200,000, and tires produced by BYD, as long as 1/7 of foreign prices, can be said to be cheap to explode. This time, the intern reporter paid tribute to Zhang Shuqi to understand why the host on stage had such an excited expression. For many years of technological monopoly abroad, the high price of aircraft tires at low cost is sold to my country. Other tire companies in the country have had no results for many years. After handing over this subject to BYD, they broke through in less than a month. This feeling of frowning and exhaling can only be understood by scientific research. It will be the aviation industry group's turn to show their latest results later. After installing many domesticated accessories, their latest model of large aircraft has further increased the domestication rate. Under the premise of improved performance, the price has been reduced. This is really an increase and a price reduction. The price advantage of the original domestic aircraft is not obvious, but after using the Beatty accessories, it began to save tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of yuan. The cumulative cost is very obvious. Today's large aircraft is already very competitive. When many accessories of the Beatty are successively assembled on the domestic aircraft, it is believed that the cost of the domestic aircraft will be controlled to a fairly low level, so that the selling price will become lower and more competitive in the market. Advantage. In short, the national aircraft, with the help of the White Emperor, began to flourish and embarked on a road of Kangzhuang. After this signing ceremony, the news was even broadcast at 7 o'clock. This is a great deal, which is an official affirmation. News channels in various provinces have also been reprinted, and the Baide has become famous all at once. It may be that a person does not care about electrical brands, but the 10 billion shock figures, as well as the cooperation between state-owned enterprises and private enterprises, are extremely topic-oriented. This also made the Baide angry again. People who didn't care about the manufacturing industry also remembered the name Baide and could get 10 billion in investment at once. This is not an ordinary enterprise. Moreover, in cooperation with state-owned enterprises, it is reported by the central media, which is equivalent to having a reputation endorsement, and everyone is more willing to believe in the quality of Baide's products. This allows Baide's various products to once again show full sales. It turns out that many people buy electrical appliances to follow the wind. They don't understand it. When they see the recommendations of the people around them, they buy them. Now they have remembered the name of Baide from the news media and the people around them, so they are willing to try to choose the Baide brand when buying goods. So this makes the inventory of Baide products urgent, and the whole company is working overtime. Along with this wave of hot sales, Baide tires also officially began to sell. Because the heat of the Baide tires is unprecedented this time, it has attracted the attention of many car reviewers. After the Baide tires were listed, they bought several tires for evaluation as soon as possible. The famous self-media account Player Car Emperor is one of them. Playing Che D is an online account, and their account only publishes car-related videos. Because of the earlier start and the high popularity of the network, Playing Che D has nearly 10 million full web fans and has a loyal fan. Car enthusiasts, or people who want to buy a car, will watch their videos for reference. Although their account market also has proper meals for advertising, the evaluation is fairly fair, and there is no bottom line to tout or depreciate without money, so the fans are very sticky. This time Baide's tires went public, because the previous media kept reporting that the Baide tires were famous, and the Circle forum and private chats were discussing the quality of the tires. The heat has been formed, and Playing the Car Emperor will naturally not miss this wave of traffic, so they first purchased various types of tires sold on the White Emperors online for testing. Car friends, today our show protagonist is not ordinary, it is black and hard. The gold medal male who played Che Di presided over ADI and said hello to everyone at the beginning. As soon as Emperor pointed to the back, he saw a row of new tires, ranking long rows in order according to size. Each of the tires in this row is printed with the Emperor's logo, which is also the subject of this video, evaluating the Emperor's tires. Baide tires have been very hot recently. The company used to make household appliances. I think everyone has used or heard their products more or less. Now Baide has just received a capital injection of 10 billion from a national company. The tire products, in addition to the aircraft tires that fill the domestic gap, also produce civilian car tires, that is, those around me. ATI is showing you the models of these tires. There are currently motorcycle tires, car tires, light truck tires, and heavy engineering vehicle tires. The tire of the largest engineering car, nearly 2 meters in diameter, people stand beside it, none of which is high. ADI has also done tire evaluations before, but that is a major international brand, such as Michelin, Prestentone, etc. Basically, the prices of well-known tires abroad are relatively expensive, but the quality is also relatively good. Good cars are generally equipped with foreign tires. If the picture is cheap, you can choose domestic tires, such as exquisite tires and triangular tires. In order to do a comparative evaluation today, ADI also prepared 5 well-known car tires at home and abroad for experiments. The first is to compare from the price point of view. There is no doubt that the Baide tires win without suspense, only a fraction of the price of other tires. From the appearance, it is no different from other tires. The following is a specific performance evaluation. ATI first looks at the indicator parameters of these tires. First, of course, look at the tire width and wheel hub diameter first. Here are the more common tires with a 235 mm tire width and an 18-inch diameter. The second is to look at the load and speed levels of the tires. The load index of other tires is 90 to 100. The higher the index, the more things can be carried, and the more expensive the general price. But soon, Emperor discovered the abnormal brand, that is, Beatty tires. The tires in other homes are basically loaded with the higher the load, the more expensive, and it is poured well, with a load of 50 kilograms higher than others, but the price is the cheapest. The same is true for speed indicators. Each car tire has a maximum speed limit, which exceeds the risk of flat tires. Usually the higher the limit speed, the better the feed, and the more expensive the price. But Beatty tires are the exception. In the case of sports tires, the speed is allowed to reach 260 km per hour, but the price is only a fraction of other families. Of course, this is the value marked by the manufacturer. Whether it can be achieved or not, it must be tested. Here, ADI found 4 cars for testing: a motorcycle, a car, a SUV, a truck. Each car was replaced with the protagonist by DI tire of this test, and then tested on different pavements. These pavements include cement roads, dirt roads, stone roads, etc., testing various indicators separately. When starting the test, ADI also made a special reminder, among which there was a high-speed test. They found a professional vehicle driving dummy to avoid danger, and the audience should never imitate it. Then the test started. After that, the video was quickly edited, all of which were tidbits during the test. Here not only test the above 2 parameters, but also dry and wetland braking distance, tire noise, etc. Among them, the high-speed braking distance looks at the most thrilling. In the unmanned section, a dummy was installed in the car to accelerate over long distances. The speed reached the limit of tire performance of 260 km/h, and then an emergency stop was carried out. The tires emitted a ray of smoke, rushed out for a long distance, and left a brake mark on the ground. I'm going, this effect is okay. After testing the results, it was found that the Beatty tires were completely tested, and the propaganda was not exaggerated. Moreover, the degree of wear and scratch is one of the best of all tires, no less than the products of large foreign brands. For example, the piece of wear-resistant performance, with professional test equipment, simulating the friction of tires on various pavements. Under the same conditions, the tires belonging to the Beatty have the least wear and there are not too many scratches, which means their lifespan higher, can use longer time. This is also to save money for the owner. After such a test, all kinds of data Beatty tires did not fall into the wind, even better than other brands. As soon as this result came out, even ADI was surprised. Inertia in the past, everyone thought that good goods are not cheap, cheap and not good, and expensive prices are not necessarily good, but cheap ones are not good. But Beatty tires broke this perception, and there was a phenomenon that good goods are cheap. And it's not a little bit cheaper, but a few times cheaper. The camera returned to the studio, and ADI was chatting with his partner. Behind them are the various tires of Beatty. I can't figure it out. Are they making money at a loss? Or are tires originally a profiteering industry? Why are their tires so cheap? ADI couldn't figure it out. This is because he has not paid attention to Beatty Company before, and he does not know Beatty's business philosophy. Another guest did his homework, and he said the reason for the low price of Beatty products, that is to remove all useless marketing links and give profits to customers. This method is not in line with business logic, because you are not marketing, and in this internet age, no one knows that things cannot be sold, and because of the meager profits, low sales are easy to go bankrupt. So the most difficult period of the Beatty model should be the beginning of its establishment. Fortunately, Beatty was very lucky. At the beginning, he established a foothold in the rural market. After the company became famous, the development trend was unstoppable. The current Beatty has become a large manufacturing enterprise with a multi-industry chain, and is even very competitive internationally. Many products are sold overseas. The emperor suddenly said, "That's my ignorance. It turns out that Beatty is so powerful, then I decided to buy tires in the future and choose Beatty." The partner said, "Yes, Beatty's things may not be the best on the market, but they are definitely the cheapest, so as long as there is no high demand, there will be no loss to buy Beatty without brain." At the end of the show, ADI made an evaluation. In summary, the Beatty tires are at their peak when they debut. The tire products are very good. Playing with the Che Emperor account strongly recommends buying, at least buying one as a spare tire is not a loss. With the number of fans playing Che De, this video caused vibration as soon as it was released. A lot of fans only knew that there was such a cheap and easy to use tire on the market. Then many fans are very regretful. They just changed their tires and spent thousands of them. If you change the moon at night, you can save thousands. People who need to change tires buy it for replacement, relying on the cheap price of Beatty tires. Even if they change 4 tires at a time, they are not strenuous, and they obviously feel that the tires are better than before. Not only mute grinding, but also small stones and other foreign objects are rarely scratched, and the brakes are more agile. In short, the sense of use is very good. No wonder, this tire drawing exchanged by Zhou Yang is a tire process tailored for the Chinese and meets the domestic driving conditions. Reports from various media, coupled with user praise, have allowed Beatty tires to support sales and straight up the word of mouth. Not only is the turnover considerable, but Su Yang's points have also earned softness. The Beatty Tire Workshop has started full-speed production, and he will soon be able to earn the points of the tire drawings. This time, the Beatty relied on the production of tires to enhance his reputation, which is a good move. Because he completed the task, the system also awarded him a reward. Scientific research tasks completed, reward points 100, and upgrade card 1. The system reward is simple, the points are included in the pocket, and the upgrade card is the first time I see it. Zhou Yang is curious and looks at it for the first time. Upgrade card, low-level drawings can be upgraded to higher-level drawings. This card is a good thing. It can upgrade the drawings and collect them in Zhou Yang in case of unexpected needs. The task was completed in advance this time, and the tire products brought huge cash flow and reputation to Beatty. Zhou Yang was refreshing. Billions of dollars will be transferred one after another, and Zhou Yang is now rich. Of course, if you take the money from the aviation industry group, you have to work for others. As for the research and development work, this time it cannot be too fast. Otherwise, you will always violate the objective rules. If you receive the task at your front foot, you will hand over the product. Doubt. Therefore, Zhou Yang intends to slow down the development of aircraft components, and wait for the construction of the high-tech part plant to be completed before launching new products. Otherwise, my country's scientists will be able to develop like a day for decades, but Zhou Yang will produce excellent results within 10 days and a half months. This will greatly damage the real scientific research work and will allow some departments to develop dependence on him. This is definitely not a good phenomenon. Zhou Yang was facilitated by the system, but it cannot rely solely on the system. Normal research and development work still needs to be carried out, otherwise it will pit our country's scientific research system. Anyway, this time, the aviation industry group did not stipulate the research and development date, and it was nothing to move a little later. Next, there is another good news. The sodium-ion battery production workshop that Zhou Yang thought about before was finally completed. The interior decoration and purchase of equipment have begun. For the battery, Zhou Yang is already eye-catching, which is an important part of his industrial territory. Many appliances need to use batteries. Even if he invests more money, he is willing and has to complete it as soon as possible. Now Beatty has a lot of money on the book, and the process is fast after the investment. It is estimated that a month later, the battery workshop will gradually meet the test production requirements. The recruitment of technicians and workers can also be carried out, which is handed over to the personnel department. In the next few days, Zhou Yang's career proceeded steadily, and everything was done step by step. There is also good news from Lu Xiao. The cooperative industry between the two is about to be completed, inviting him to review it in the past. That is the high-end leather products company located in Guangguan City. This small company is a 55-minded company of Zhou Yang and Lu Xiao. The name is Mensin High-End Leather Company. The two are also considered new in the leather field. This name is also appropriate. This company mainly produces some high-end leather products, such as leather seats, sofas, car interior, etc. This company is not large in scale, taking a customized route, and the main revenue in the future must be to make interior for the new car. Ruth Yao did not intend to advertise this time. At present, the company's personnel recruitment has been completed, and it is ready to start making a batch of genuine leather sofas, mainly for its own use. The industries under their command also need some high-end leather products furniture dress-up living rooms, which can be fed by the internal procurement of Beatty and Huntu Electronics. When the two were walking in the company, Ruth Yao said, "I plan to change the tables and chairs of the 2 rooms where we live." She refers to the 2 houses she bought in this city, and the 2 usually come here and live next door. There is a sofa in the room, but it is not high-end. This time Ruth Yao has her own property, and she must set up furniture according to her preferences. She must personally participate in the design of appearance. When Lu Xiao was abroad, she also learned art design by herself, and she was also very talented, so the products she designed were always very beautiful. Line. Zhou Yang laughed and agreed. The two are very tacitly cooperating now. Basically, the other party will not object to the matter. As far as the partners are concerned, they are rarely partners in the business community who will not conflict. The 2 benefits of the rule, maybe this is why the 2 of them succeeded in cooperation. After the visit, the 2 drove to Mensin's car office. Ruth Yao drove her Ferrari, and Zhou Yang still drove his used van. Lu Xiao has long seen that this van is not pleasing to the eye, and she advises Zhou Yang, "You really should change this car. I have asked the company designer to design a concept car. I will give it to you by then. Drive, even if it is famous for our company." Yes. Zhou Yang also agreed. After all, his current identity is not suitable for driving this kind of car. Sometimes it is necessary to pick up big customers, the van is not suitable, and he has to borrow a car. If you can switch to a luxury car produced by yourself, the effect will definitely be good. Besides, Zhou Yang also experienced the comfort and function of the premium car and longed for it. The reason why he didn't change the car was because the funds at hand were relatively tight. With so many $1 million, he must have invested in it and was reluctant to pay a big price to buy a car. And now it's different. They will be on the new energy car at the end of the year, and Zhou Yang will be promoted to the identity of a new leader in the car. It will be inappropriate to drive another car at that time. It will become inevitable. As for what kind of car to change, Lu Xiao has full arrangements. Zhou Yang respect is not as good as his orders, waiting to be collected. In this way, the two worked in the new car for a few days, and the date came to September 18th. This day is a sad anniversary for the Chinese. On September 18, 1931, the Guangdong army of his own country suddenly attacked Shen City and invaded the northeast by force. It was the beginning of the War of Resistance. Every country who has studied history must remember the days and not forget the shame of the country and move forward. Zhou Yang also specially arranged commemorative activities such as whistle in the factory under his banner. Employees can also submit articles to the propaganda column of the factory area, and will reward excellent articles commemorating the War of Resistance. Zhou Yang wanted to commemorate this national day in this form. It was originally a serious matter, but when I returned to Zhou Yang in the deep town and went online at home after get off work, I found that his private letter had exploded, and countless netizens had forwarded a link. Take a look. Zhou Yang, who was originally undressed and ready to fall asleep, stood up directly from the bed. It turned out that this was an advertising post for Vinny, a famous company in his country. On September 18th, Vinny released a new noise-lowering headset. During the sound quality promotion of the noise-lowering headphones, Vinny shouted the slogan "Never Compromise," and the accompanying picture also means 918 meaning. At that time, the book's war of aggression against China was very harmful to China. As a book enterprise, Vinny could not fail to understand it. On such a special day today, they actually made this. They wanted to disgusting people. Never compromise, indicating that they have not realized the mistake, and some right-wing elements are still provoking the bottom line of the Chinese. Made, it's a fool. Zhou Yang rarely scolded people, but this time he really couldn't hold back. So many documentaries and movies have fully explained how much the damage caused by the devil who invaded China to our people. The country should reflect and confess. But instead of confessing, their descendants gave the Chinese medicine in this festival, that is, they did not take the Chinese seriously. Vinny, right? You wait for me, it's really bad for you. Zhou Yang's face was cold, and he understood that the purpose of the netizen to forward this news to him was to let him take action to rectify this unrespected home country enterprise. Ding! Boycott task update. The system also sensed Zhou Yang's emotions, and then released a new task. Resistance Mission Day. Vinny, as an aggressor country enterprise in World War II, not only did not reflect, but took pride in it, and stubbornly resisted the end. Vinny sinful. It must be resisted to make it pay a painful price. The task requires that the domestic market share of at least two major products be reduced to less than 10, and the task time limit is 2 months. Zhou Yang got a new task, and it was difficult to know the task by looking at the conditions of the task, but Zhou Yang, filled with righteous indignation, is now fearless and must be given to this disgusting enterprise. The main body of the previous boycott task was Taipei. After all, it was an internal matter. Now Zhou Yang is about to bustle. Let's get down the verbose first. Zhou Yang began to look at Vinny's official network, collect their data, and find that their main products are smart TV, digital camera, micro-digital camera, cassette lens, digital camera, smartphone, tablet computer, game console, etc. Then this time choose 2 of these products. At present, Beatty already has a TV production line, and it is most convenient to produce TV sets. However, after the inquiry, it was found that the task requirements were not met. Vinny TV's share in the domestic market is inherently small. They produce high-end TVs, and only a handful of users who pursue poor performance will choose them. The market occupancy rate is small, even if they squeeze Vinny out of the country. So you can't choose to produce TV. Bluetooth headphones are good. Zhou Yang suddenly discovered a good product. This time their wordy press conference released headphones, so it is just possible to use headphones as a face-punching product. Earphones and televisions are different. The headset produced by Vinny is medium and high-end headphones, and there are just a few medium and high-end headphones, plus some powder, so the market occupancy rate is acceptable, and the headphones meet the mission conditions. Thinking, Zhou Yang yawned, and his eyes could not be opened. It turned out that the time had passed by 0 o'clock. Zhou Yang Suo is not thinking about it, everything will wait until tomorrow. The next morning was awakened by the alarm bell, and Zhou Yang drove to buy Dick Company after washing. When he came, he informed him that he would not participate in the meeting, and then plunged into the office. He had to study the boycott task today. First of all, Bluetooth headphones were selected yesterday, which is very good. He also promised to cross Ruth Yao to work together to develop headphones. This time happened to be an opportunity, and then the agreement was completed by the way. One headset alone is definitely not enough. Another product needs to be chosen. Joe Yang feels that Vinny's digital camera market is relatively high. He is a medium and high-end camera brand with companies such as Nikon and Canon. Then the second product chooses the camera. Then he began to choose drawings. As a result, the system suddenly sent a reminder: Vinny's sin is extremely evil. This system starts the boycott task preferential activities. You can choose 3 of the following drawings in the drawing supermarket, all 5% discount. The system actually gave a discount, and this promotion must be grasped. It turned out that it was enough to choose 2 products according to the task requirements, but the promotion requires less than 3 kinds, so it is sorry to not exchange the 3 drawings. So Joe Yang decided to upgrade temporarily and choose 3 products, anyway, 50% off. Among them, Bluetooth headphones and digital cameras are selected. In another product, Joe Yang is staring at the game console. Speaking of wordy PS5 game consoles, the market occupancy rate is relatively high, and the selling price is more expensive. Many people who have a family do not dare to tell their wives and girlfriends that fooling them is a router, which has become a stock online. When the White Emperor official network conducted research before, there were many users who wanted Baidu to produce cameras and game consoles, so this time they just met them. So Joe Yang chose it. This time, we have to resist a total of 3 products: Bluetooth headphones, game consoles and digital cameras. First of all, you have to exchange Bluetooth headphones. Joe Yang searched directly in the drawing supermarket and found the headset drawing. Joe Yang's requirement is that the cost is lower and the performance is excellent, and at the same time it has a leading position on the market. Soon he hit a Bluetooth headset combination. This drawing is priced at 600 points. After the discount, it is only 300 points, and it contains 3 styles, namely the ear-entry Bluetooth headphones, the head-held noise reduction headphones, and the bone-conducting headphones. 1 drawing, 3 products, that is quite cost-effective. Joe Yang exchanged on the spot. Super Factory System, successfully exchanged, obtained Bluetooth headset combined drawings. In this way, a drawing is made, and it is time to exchange the game console below. Before Joe Yang, in college, I saw classmates playing PS4 and PSP, and also learned about game consoles. At present, the game console market is divided into 3. They are Vinny, Nintendo, and Microsoft. They all have their own game lineup. The game console is a machine that can play video games, and the game is its soul. At present, some third-party games will all land on these 3 game platforms, and the 3 game console manufacturers, in order to make their game consoles more attractive, will develop a monopolistic game. If a player wants to play a specific game, he must buy his game console. There were many games before Vinny, which can only be played on the Vinny game console platform, but now it is not the same. Many games in Vinny have been shared by multiple platforms, the exclusive ratio is reduced, and the game advantage is no longer so obvious. Joe Yang wants to be a game console. It must have rich and interesting games to attract others to buy. Then the problem is, it is a very time-consuming job to develop a game. A studio may only produce a game in a few years. It is obviously too late, and the task has a 2-month time limit. Then there is only one option left, which is to access the Windows game platform. There is a magical software on the Win platform called Steam, which contains games that far exceed the number of Winnie platform games. Then the game console only needs to support the Win system so that players are not short of games. Today, when the wordy Monopoly game is decreasing, there is a longer chance with wordy. Joe Yang then began to understand the current status of the Win game console and found that ordinary computers can play, and if you want a portable performance, you need to make a Palm style, so that you can play games anytime, anywhere, which is definitely more convenient than computers. Joe Yang went to the electrical platform to search for Win to take charge, and found that the current selling price is still very expensive. From 3,000, the performance is still sparse, and the storage card is pitiful. Joe Yang will definitely not sell such expensive game consoles, at least 800 yuan to have a market. Otherwise, the phone will be crushed into scum by the phone. Joe Yang selected one of the drawing supermarkets, with an original price of only 400 points and only 200 points after 5. The demand points for this appliances are so high because of black technology. Its process is very advanced, and it only requires general hardware configuration, so that it can use software algorithms to run some large games, so that the cost of hardware can be saved, and it is estimated to be controlled within a few $100s. However, there is currently a shortcoming that the battery capacity does not meet the standard. The battery in this drawing is a sodium-ion battery. After it is full of electricity, it can be renewed for 5 to 6 hours. With a charging treasure, it can basically meet the needs of one day, and it can also indulge in the game. So this game console can be launched a little later, and wait until its own battery production line is completed before making it. Then the game machine drawings can be exchanged first. After all, the 5% discount is not common, and must be used. Super Factory System, after conversion, get the game console drawings on the Magic Star Windows. Joe Yang's current product sales are hot, and the points have long been quietly close to 3,000. It is easy to exchange the drawings of these hundreds of points. Next, it is time to exchange the drawings of the digital camera. I thought it was also very simple, just pay the points, but after checking for a while, Zhou Yang's eyebrows were screwed into the word kawaii. Because of the digital camera drawings, he encountered unprecedented difficulties. The problem encountered by Zhou Yang is not that there are few drawings in the system. On the contrary, there are so many camera drawings in the system. From the early film camera drawings, to the present singles, microphones, motion cameras, etc., everything is there. But when Zhou Yang selected a drawings for cost accounting, he found that the cost could not be reduced. If he wanted to make this camera as the excellent level in the drawings, the cost would be several $1,000s. And the most important thing is that Zhou Yang asked the equipment provider, and there is no domestic manufacturer of high-precision optical lenses such as camera lenses. Equipment such as lenses are produced abroad, and domestic sales are restricted. If you want to buy their finished lenses at a high price, this is a bit similar to light carving machines. The production equipment that can be sold is a model that has been eliminated abroad for a long time. If it is not sold to domestic good equipment abroad, it can only be self-examined in the country. The cost is huge, and the lens effect is not very good. This is why there are few well-known camera manufacturers in China. Even if the camera drawing technology is advanced again, others will not sell you production equipment. It's not impossible to do it. You can buy the finished lenses of companies such as Leica directly, but this cost can't stand it. You bought foreign lenses. This camera is destined to start for thousands of yuan, which is not in line with Baidu's tone. Zhou Yang didn't want to give up easily, he wanted to study it and see what alternative methods. As a result, there is no good way to study it. The way to compare speculation is to go to a factory abroad and then purchase optical instrument production equipment. However, this is not very easy to operate. Foreign countries have stricter censorship of Chinese-funded enterprises, and the cost of foreign factories is much higher than domestic, and the cost will not come down. Do you want to switch to other products? Chinese can't make a good camera? Zhou Yang was very upset. Once again, he felt the discrimination of foreign businessmen against the Chinese people. But Zhou Yang is a stubborn personality. If you don't let me produce, I still want to produce. He began to look in the drawing supermarket to see if there was a way to avoid the current equipment problem. Zhou Yang selected for a while, as long as it is a digital camera, it cannot avoid the restrictions of the lens production equipment. Zhou Yangkong has good drawings, but it cannot be exchanged, and the camera cannot be made after the exchange. This made Zhou Yang want to do the film camera again, and he could get a retro gimmick. But this is just a verse. The film camera has been eliminated by the times and is no longer suitable for the current version. System, do you have any camera drawings I can use? Zhou Yang turned over hundreds of camera drawings, and was a little annoyed, so he asked the system directly. The previous system had limited help function, and many things had to be explored by itself, but this time the system responded, can try to jump out of the thinking of traditional cameras, try alternative cameras, and not be constrained. Is this still the case? Zhou Yang was interested at the time, and he screened the results according to the tips given by the system, and a special camera appeared. Bionic cameras, conceptual cameras designed according to human eye structures, are different from traditional optical lenses. The advantage of this camera is to faithfully reflect the true color, which is almost completely consistent with what the naked eye sees, and is inexpensive and does not require high-precision optical equipment. What? And this camera? Zhou Yang really gained insight. He didn't expect this rare product in the system. He had never heard of this product before. And at present, this kind of drawing is estimated to be the whole work of which scientific research institute. Zhou Yang was turning on the drawings and the enthusiasm plummeted because the bionic camera, as the introduction said, had too many advantages over traditional digital cameras, but it had a fatal disadvantage, that is, the volume was too large. Just like the earliest camera, a large box is much larger than the computer case. In this case, the portability is lost, and no photographer would like to move around with such a large box. This bionic camera has no drawings for one, and it is estimated that it has not been studied because of impractical reasons. Even though the bionic camera has thousands of advantages, the disadvantage of being large is that he loses his practicality. Seeing that the emerging hope was broken again, Zhou Yang was a little depressed and leaned on the chair to empty his mind. This morning tossed for 2 hours, and as a result, no progress was made. At this time, Tang Lan took a stack of documents to sign him. When she saw Zhou Yang's mood was not good, she asked, "Mr. Zhou, what happened?" Zhou Yang said, "New products, I want to do a camera, but the production equipment is stuck by the foreigner's neck and depressed." Tang Lan smiled and said, "Difficulties in doing business are the norm, and it is not normal to go all the way. When I encounter problems in general, I will sort out the known conditions again to see if there is a breakthrough. If it is confirmed that there is no, then stop the damage in time and don't drag it down. Combing conditions, okay, I will try it later." Zhou Yang finished signing the document, Tang Lan went out, Zhou Yang rubbed the temple, cheered up, and began to sort out the task. At present, she is going to produce cameras, but the production equipment for optical lenses is restricted and she cannot produce lenses. The shots of finished products are too expensive and are in a dilemma. Although a bionic camera meets the requirements, it is a pity that it cannot be adopted because of its large size. Hey, wait, don't I have an upgrade card? When Zhou Yang sorted out the known conditions, he found the upgrade card he had obtained before, which could raise a piece of drawings by one level. The bionic camera is a first-generation product. It is as big and bulky as the first camera. So if it is upgraded, will it be like the current digital camera, and you can walk around with it around your neck? Zhou Yang quickly asked the system, how effective is the upgrade card? Can you upgrade the bionics camera to the volume and weight that can be held in your hand? Super Factory System Upgrade Card Default upgrade to a first-level degree, such as an ancient camera upgrade to a handheld camera, or a film camera, upgraded to a digital camera. The specifics are temporarily unpredictable. The system did not say that Zhou Yang reached a conclusion based on the system's hint. This big guy is estimated to be upgraded to a handheld. After all, at the beginning of the invention of the camera, it was a big box. Later, in World War II, there was a pocket film camera that was very obsessed with you. This development speed is also a generation. Zhou Yang decided to give it a try. It's a big deal to lose an upgrade card in points. It's the effect of the experimental card. Exchange bionic camera drawings and use upgrade cards for them. Zhou Yang started operations. The demand for bionic camera points is very cheap, only 100 points, and it is purchased 50 points after 50%. After all, this drawing has little practical effect. After upgrading the card function, the drawings began to change, and after a dozen seconds, a brand new drawings were generated. Successful? Zhou Yang was surprised to find that on the rendering of the drawings, the camera actually reduced its volume significantly, reaching a state where it can be held in its hands. Zhou Yang really bet right. However, although the volume has shrunk, the appearance of this camera is very different from that of traditional cameras. The traditional camera is a rectangular body with a cylindrical lens, and this camera has no lens, just a cylinder, a bit like a single-barrel telescope. Zhou Yang saw the cylindrical camera for the first time. Thinking that this is a bionic camera, he relieved it. After all, he imitated the principle of eye imaging, and the eyeball is a convex lens. The brain nerve connected by the retina is designed to imitate the structure of the eye. When the drawings are in hand, Zhou Yang is looking at the structure and performance of this camera. At first glance, there are really surprises. What surprised Zhou Yang was that the manufacturing materials of this bionic camera are very common, that is, the visual imaging part is a bit complicated. The difficulty in the construction is some lenses and special integrated circuits. Although the integrated circuit of this camera is relatively complicated, BYD is the company that made the appliance. It is not difficult to produce this circuit. There is also the most sophisticated optical lens part of the traditional camera. In the bionic camera, it is a special convex lens structure. Although the size is strict, it is also equivalent to producing an enlarged version of the eyeball structure, which is much simpler than the lens of the digital camera. The domestic level should be manufacturable. In this way, the production equipment will not be restricted like a digital camera, and the cost is also very cost-effective, excluding precious metals, or too complicated processes. Raw materials are all materials that can be purchased at will, so the production difficulty is relatively low. But this also brings a problem. If the production difficulty is low, it is easy to be copied by peers, so patents are a very important restriction. This time the drawings did not bring a patent certificate, so it is not a matter of applying for it by yourself. Someone in the company will operate the patent application. When the patent certificate comes down, there is nothing more to restrict this alternative camera product. After Zhou Yang watched all the paper crafts of the camera, his heart was surging. His upgraded bionics camera was about to rectify the camera world. Zhou Yang has contacted many reporters. The digital cameras they use basically cost tens of thousands or even tens of thousands of yuan, and the various shots are worth the sky. Cameras are expensive, and shots are more expensive, so whether it is from the media or newspaper reporters, the cost of purchasing equipment for cameras is very high, unintentionally damaged or lost, and it is very painful to compensate. After all, most of the camera industry has been monopolized by several large factories, and users around the world can only be arbitrarily harvested by these manufacturers. And now, Zhou Yang got an alternative version of the bionic camera, saying goodbye to the traditional camera. A camera subject is enough. As long as the object can be identified by the human eye, the bionic camera can be perfectly recorded. In addition, the operation of this camera is also very simple. It removes various complex parameters and solves the problem of difficult entry for photography. The shooting is simple, you can adapt to yourself by rotating the camera, and you can learn to operate in a few minutes, suitable for newcomers. With these advantages, the traditional digital camera has been hung. Zhou Yang can't wait to produce this bionic camera that subverts the entire industry. Next, he went to Tanglan first. Tang Lan also has experience. Looking at Zhu Yang's expression, he knew that there was a new device. Immediately asked him, camera has eyebrows? Yes, the research is out, you see. Zhou Yang showed her the camera drawings. Tang Lan does not understand the technical aspects, but she also has some photography skills. After all, women have to take pictures and repair pictures often. She has a micro single camera and a few shots at a natural price. And when she saw that this phase mechanism was so easy, she was surprised. This structure is too clever to imagine. Tang Lan sighed, this bionic camera is too powerful and completely jumped out of the traditional camera model. This product is destined to be recorded in history. Zhou Yang nodded, yes, maybe it can lead the trend. In the future, the traditional digital camera will withdraw from the historical stage, just like the previous film camera. Then I will arrange it and do a new product mobilization meeting. Tang Lan Lei was very popular, and then she called to notify the person in charge of the relevant department and let them come to the meeting. Zhou Yang attaches great importance to this bionic camera. After all, he wants to be a heavy product for punishing Vinny's goods. He also wants to participate in the meeting. Before waiting for the meeting, Zhou Yang also showed Tang Lan 2 other drawings. Zhou Yang said, this Bluetooth headset, I want to develop it together with the macro electrons like a leaf-free fan. In addition, this game machine product can be started after the power production line is completed. We need to order a batch of chips. Good. Tang Lan has no opinion on this. The boss's opinion is fully complied with, and she will not be strong and self-centered. Zhou Yang is like a brain in Beatty, issuing orders, and Tang Lan is like a nervous system, responsible for transmitting and feedback various matters, and the two are more and more tacit to cooperate. The meeting began and was hosted by Zhou Yang. He began to assign specific tasks. The first is equipment and plant, which is implemented by the equipment department together with the production department. Material procurement is implemented by the procurement department. Staff recruitment and deployment are implemented by the Ministry of Personnel. There is also a patent application, which is the top priority and is the responsibility of the general department. Then he let Tang Lancha leak up. Tang Lan divided the responsibilities more carefully, and made corresponding plans for the other 2 products. Bluetooth headphones can be combined to produce and hand over to Huntu Electronics. As for game machine products, a batch of chips and screens need to be purchased. After the sodium-ion battery production line is completed, assembly and production can begin. Everyone recorded their accusations and broke up with the task and began to be busy. Zhou Yang then called Lu Xiao to tell her the good news. Joint production of Bluetooth headphones. Okay, I wanted to produce headphones long ago. Lu Xiao was very happy after hearing it. The previous leafless fan and the buy to joint name, she ate a wave of dividends, and now the leafless fan has become the key product they put in. After all, it is now a product with by DI's the guarantee of sales. Now she has to produce the Bluetooth headphones she misses, and she certainly welcomes them. You are in the company, I will find you in the past. Zhou Yang said. Not in the company now, see you in the afternoon. Lu Xiao said. Okay, then at 2 p.m., I will go to the company to find you. Zhou Yang made an appointment with her, and then he went to the workshop to inspect. In the afternoon, Zhou Yang drove to Huntu Electronics, and then saw Ruth Yao. Ruth Yao today has a delicate makeup and is wearing a trendy autumn outfit. The hair is dyed by the most popular maple sugar Bambi color this year, which really looks like the national fragrance. Ruth Yao also deliberately stunned her hair, showing a beautiful lady's demeanor, smiling and saying hello to Zhou Yang. At the same time, what she expected in her heart, I spent 4 hours doing hair, makeup, and choose clothes. Don't hurry to praise me for being beautiful. However, the focus of the 2 people seems to be never on a channel. Zhou Yang just thinks that Lu Xiao's hair is dyed well. If the camera introduces an identical color, it should be favored by female users. Then he didn't praise his appearance at all, so he began to take out the drawings. Ruth Yao's careful dress was ignored again. This is the drawings of Bluetooth headphones. There are 3 products in total, you see. Zhou Yang was also looking forward to seeing Lu Xiao happy to jump after seeing these 3 cattle headphones. Oh. However, Ruth Yao's smile suddenly disappeared, and the response to the drawings was plain. It's no wonder that one's heart is overlooked, making this by Fume inevitably a bit out of balance. Zhou Yang saw Ruth Yao's reaction lightly, and he was wondering, isn't she interested in headphones? Isn't that an attitude on the phone? Zhou Yang's expectations also fell short. The atmosphere was so cooled down in a good meeting scene. It can only be said that these 2 people, one does not like to express, and the other has no focus, it is half a catty. However, Zhou Yang's subsequent sentence made the atmosphere improve instantly. When Zhou Yang was close to Lu Xiao to explain the main points of these 3 headphones, she smelled the blue musk-like aroma on her, which was very pleasant. This is the taste of Ruth Yao's body fragrance and cosmetics fragrance, with heterosexual hormones, so it can attract men from the source. What brand of cosmetics do you use? Zhou Yang subconsciously asked. In this sentence, the depressed Ruth suddenly burst out of his eyes. Because a man only ignores her appearance and dress up for a woman he doesn't like, which makes Ruth feel sad. Now Zhou Yang suddenly praised her smell, indicating that she felt that as long as she could prove that Zhou Yang still had a place in her heart, Lu Xiao was happy and her mood became beautiful all at once. Rangkok 4, do you like it? Then I will use this one in the future. Lu Xiao smiled sweetly and was slightly shy. This statement actually contained a hint that women's pleasure for themselves. What Zhou Yang thought was that she liked Ranko, so she could choose this brand when giving gifts in the future. Although there was a deviation in the imagination of the two, the atmosphere was rising again. Next, both of them devoted their attention to the product and began to discuss the operation mode of Bluetooth headphones. This cooperation still follows the last leafless fan model. The production assembly part is handed over to Huntu Electronics, and BYD is responsible for the production of some basic circuit boards. The three products in this drawing, ear headphones, and bone-directed headphones, are all Kayaki. Each performance is very good. Putting it on the market can definitely cause a sensation. But this shape is too common, I want to change the color of other beautiful points. Lu Xiao said. She is a party of appearance, and everything has to be done well. She buys things in this style. She doesn't look at the parameters, she only cares about whether it looks good or not. Yes. Zhou Yang nodded and recognized Lu Xiao's aesthetics, which has always been trustworthy. Then he pointed to Ruth Yao's hair and said, "It's better to have a color like your hair. I think it's suitable for girls. Do you also like this hair color?" I also hit it at a glance. Lu Xiao was even more happy this time and began to praise Zhou Yang for his vision. In the vast hair color, she chose this one alone, and it seems that the two heroes saw the same. They talked about it in the evening, and Ruth Yao asked Zhou Yang to have dinner together. After eating, it was too early, and Lu Xiao proposed to go to Xian to play script killing. "No, I have to go to the factory and I have something to do there. Zhou Yang received a call from a company just now and must go back." "Okay, let's play together again someday," Ruth Yao said with disappointment. "Bye-bye." After Zhou Yang waved his farewell, he drove his van and returned to the factory area. For Zhou Yang, playing with beautiful women, of course, did not engage in business incense. Next Sunday, the son soaked in the factory all day and personally participated in the construction of the camera production line. The camera production line is not large, and the required equipment is not complicated, but the focus is on training skilled workers. There are few camera manufacturers in China, so skilled workers cannot be recruited and can only be trained by themselves. Then it takes time to cultivate, and the efficiency of starting to produce cameras is certainly not high. This is also a misunderstanding of many entrepreneurial novices. Blindly squeezing wages leads to particularly high mobility of workers. It is difficult to retain skilled workers. It has always been produced by new workers, so that the quality of the product is difficult to stabilize, and the impact is far-reaching. However, this is also related to the type of enterprise. If it is a labor-intensive, low-value-added enterprise and a simple working industry, it is indeed necessary to reduce labor costs, and new workers do not matter. And an innovative enterprise like BYD, it is necessary to work together on products and the quality of the products. Skilled workers are very important. The bionic camera production line took more than a week to build, and then BYD selected a group of employees with strong learning ability and stable work from within, and transferred to the camera process, which will be the mainstay of camera production in the future. Anyway, this bionic camera, everyone has never done it, everything starts from scratch. When the patent has not been applied for, the workshop has already begun trial. The first is the lens part, where high-molecule polymer plastic is used. This is a thermoplastic, which is softened in plastic after heating and hardened after cooling. This plastic is roughly the same as the existing plastic preparation method, but in the preparation process, some special substances and special processes need to be added. Despite the detailed steps in the process, after all, the employees are novices, and the first trial was unsuccessful. This time the lens material was made very muddy, and the blatant color visible to the naked eye showed a translucent yellow color, which was obviously broken. Then the experiment continued, and the results were still not made. This is also a rare case. These workers are novices. They still fail according to the process. It can be seen that the manufacturing industry really needs some employees with mature experience, otherwise they can only spend time and energy to explore. The drawings given by the system only tell the specific response time, materials, catalysts, but it is always puzzling to produce them according to this step. After seeing this situation, Songda personally urged that the third trial was done, and some production parameters were changed. The lens material was finally better, and it became transparent after cooling, but only after inspection did the indicator still fail. Songda has experience and knows that their existing technology reserves are not enough, so it is recommended that Zhou Yang recruit a high molecular chemical engineer. Maybe there is a solution. Zhou Yang thought it made sense, so he spent points and quickly recruited an experienced chemical engineer through the system. The engineer, who is nearly 50 years old, has rich experience and is involved in work when the speed of fire arrives. When he saw the current status of the product, he pointed out that there was a problem with the purification process. Then, according to his method, the purification time was extended by half an hour, so that the reproduced lens material showed a high transparent form, and the effect was immediate. The samples made this time were tested after the lens was made, and the indicators were all normal. Suddenly, the loud noise in the workshop was hard for several days, and finally the results came out. But this surprised Zhou Yang because it changed the process parameters recorded by the drawings. It is important to know that the drawings given by the system are almost never wrong, but this time according to the drawing process, it is impossible to do it. Instead, after changing the preparation time of the process, the lens material is qualified, which is a bit incredible. Then the engineer answered the doubts to everyone, that is, the process on the drawings is ideal, and the process is only laboratory data, and there is still a gap between the mass production in the workshop, plus the production equipment does not have a unified model on the drawings. It can be said that the production parameters are slightly different, resulting in product failure. Zhou Yang understood this time that this bionic camera drawing was upgraded by upgrading the card, rather than being developed by people, so the process here has not been tested by practice, so this situation has occurred. Fortunately, he found a knowledgeable engineer and used his experience to solve this problem. This shows how important an experienced technician and skilled worker is to the production of a product, and can even affect the success or failure of the product. This experience also allowed Zhou Yang to realize that the letter of trust is not as good as no book. The drawings given by the system will also be different from the actual production. They cannot be copied without brain. Everything is based on actual production. Now that the lens material is made, the next step is to make the material armoplastic camera lens after the material is hot. Soon, in the mold, the high molecule material condensed into a lens similar to the shape of an eyeball. After the lens is ready, everyone in the production department takes the lens for testing with an embarrassing mood. Whether the lens performance can meet the standards depends on this time. Test pass. When the camera lens made of the improved material passed the test, there was a joy in the White Emperor quality inspection room. After many failures, this success is particularly exciting. This lens meets the imaging standard, and in the future is the eyeball device for bionic cameras. Then BYD's least good lens part is done. The remaining circuit boards, shells, etc. are not difficult. BYD has thousands of skilled electrical operators, enough to do all this. Songda immediately arranged production, and the circuits have been produced, so the lens can be assembled. According to the convention, new products must be tested before they can be fully produced. The workshop began a tense assembly process, and Zhou Yang put his energy into the propaganda. In the internet age, good wine is also afraid of the lane deep, so publicity must keep up. BYD never took the initiative to advertise, which does not mean that Zhou Yang does not like advertising, he just does not like to spend money to market. In order to save advertising costs, Zhou Yang can only play his own publicity. Who makes him the most famous person of BYD? If you want to save advertising costs, you need to work harder. Zhou Yang opened the backstage of the White Empire official network and saw that the private letter was already $9.99. After he opened it, he saw countless people asking him, "What new product have you been studying recently?" Zhou Yang felt that this was a good opportunity, so he opened a special post to explain the new product. In order to counter a foreign company that is not ashamed, upside down right and wrong, and does not want to repent, this time I prepared two new items to strike, namely the camera and Bluetooth headphones. When Zhou Yang said the names of these two products, the pot exploded during the forum. Oi, Zhou Yang is the general of protecting the country, and finally he took the cure for the supper. If you want to die, you will die, just like a good skill. I only care about how much these two things are. If it is cheap, I will buy them. Produced by BYD, it must be a boutique, and the rush is over. BYD fans are all happy, praising Zhou Yang's vigorous style. When Vinny jumped out to be a demon, Zhou Yang prepared a new product. The rate of production of this kind of research is unique in the whole net, and no company can compare with it. Zhou Yang subsequently announced, and these two products have unique technologies to ensure that everyone has a new look. Is so strong. Don't paddle on the internet, hurry to the workshop to screw, so that the product can be listed early. Fans also made jokes. Zhou Yang said good, and then put a few very attractive promotional pictures and went offline. When BYD fans saw these pictures, their curiosity was hooked up, and their tickling hearts were not good. They were all looking forward to the early sale of products. BYD's iron powder is the happiest group of people, because there are new products that can be used, and it can be silky, and the other wave of people are also happy, that is, BYD's electrical counterparts. These electrical appliances are worried all day long, fearing that the BYD will make other appliances to crush them, so there are many spies lurking in the BYD network. This time I heard Zhou Yang say 2 new products, and they took another breath. Neither of these products is home appliances. Colleagues are happy. As long as Baidu does not come to rob them of business, they can continue to sell to make money. At the same time, the peers gradually saw that Baidu will not easily get involved in the hydropower industry now, and he can't see it. Baidu's current equipment is developing towards high-end and pluralism. It can be seen from the recent product types that Zhou Yang's new products are involved in the field of medicine and aircraft manufacturing. Even if it is electrical appliances, it is also a difficult thing to make in China. Just like this camera product, the market is basically contracted by foreign large factories, and Baidu dare to develop in this field, and he must have quite strong confidence. Everyone is also estimating that this must be another hot product. Several domestic camera companies, but the key components must be imported, and the operation is not a boom, so Baidu has to do the camera. In the industry, there is not much wave. However, the news that Baidu was going to make Bluetooth headphones came out, and digital companies couldn't sit still. Some mobile phone manufacturers, when they like to make mobile phones the most, sell some Bluetooth headphones by the way to fill the production line, and also use it for their own mobile phones. Their previous headphone sales were okay and belonged to a small profit point. However, this situation is about to break. Baidu actually wants to make Bluetooth headphones, and many mobile phone manufacturers meet overnight. There is a letter-based mobile phone brand. The first meeting is held. Baidu is going to make Bluetooth headphones. What do you think? Following the question from the owner of the letter phone, the executives below were silent. In fact, everyone is pretending to be confused and has a decision in their hearts, but they don't say it, so as not to touch the boss's mold. Speak quickly, I support you with a high salary, this matter has no idea? The boss roared. Later, a deputy general manager couldn't hide, so he had to say, I think the headphones to be made by Baidu must still be cheap and easy to use. As soon as their products come out, basically other Bluetooth headphones, there is no way to live, just don't know what route they are taking. The main thing we do is ear entry headphones. If they do head wearing, they can also compete by price reduction, but if they also do ear entry, I suggest to avoid their flesh, reduce production, and avoid direct competition. This is more euphemistic. In fact, it means that they cannot compete. Different types of headphones can still be mixed. If the same type is the same, they will be separated as soon as possible. Because Baidu's headphones don't need to be released, they all know that it is super cheap. This is the influence of Baidu's reputation in the industry. For mobile phone manufacturers, headphones are only attached, and mobile phones are their lifeblood. The opinions of other executives are to quickly clear the warehouse to deal with headphones, and then cut off the headset production line, so that the loss is minimal. Anyway, headphones are not their main business, and it's no pity not to do it. Numerous products before the Baidu proved that as long as a new product comes out, it will dominate the hot market, and their headsets simply cannot compete with it. It is better to plan ahead. The boss certainly knew about this situation, but he was depressed and scolded the executive for more than 20 minutes. When the scolding is tired, the boss drank a glass of water to moisturize the mouth, and it fell. Okay, and the rest of the headphones will be discounted and cleared. The executives were relieved when they heard it. As long as the boss spoke, they immediately performed it. It is very difficult to make a product, but it is very easy to cut off the production line, and the executives can easily get it. This situation happened inside multiple mobile phone manufacturers, and the company with impatient sex directly cut off the production line. There are also secure headphones companies still watching. They want to see what Baidu's Bluetooth headset does, and then move. It's not that Baidu's products are invincible, and other manufacturers can survive in the cracks through differentiation. For example, if Baidu makes low-end headphones, they will also have some stuttering. If Baidu does high-end, they can develop other modes, such as connecting with various anime characters or games. In short, Baidu does not have elements, so you can survive. It is also the experience of the White Emperor summed up by domestic colleagues. Although it was a bit difficult to survive under the powerful impact of Baidu's products, all companies that survived were companies with two brushes, and Baidu became the driving force for their progress. This is like sailing against the water. If they do not progress, they will be submerged under the strong pressure brought by the Emperor. Although the process seems to be very difficult, it also purifies the domestic manufacturing environment. Most of the companies that rely on marketing to survive do not focus on quality and scientific research, and think about cutting leaks are eliminated, which can also be regarded as promoting the development of the industry. There are fewer junk appliances, and it is the people who ultimately benefit. Baidu can also do a good thing for the people indirectly. Just when the mobile phone manufacturer paid attention to the Bluetooth headset produced by Baidu, Huntu Electronics first released the pre-sale link of the headphones, allowing everyone to see part of the new information. Baidu and Huntu Electronics joint Bluetooth headset, about to shock the market. A top promotion slogan was set up in the flagship shop of Huntu Electronics, with a product promotion map attached. As can be seen on the picture, there are three types of headphones. One is ear entry, with headset warehouses, which is exquisite and beautiful, and the colors are brilliant. The other is headphones, which are the style of traditional headphones. Wrapping the ears can enjoy music more immersively, and the sound quality is also stronger. It is suitable for users with high sound quality needs to choose. But its shortcomings are also obvious, that is, it is more bulky, and there will be some noise when rubbing against the ears, and in addition, it will sweat when it is too hot in summer. This depends on the specific needs of users. If the headphones are small and delicate, and the headphones are professional and immersed, then the characteristics of the third headphones are mysterious. The picture has only one black shadow, leaving everyone with a suspense. If you want to know what the third headset is, you must pay attention to the official opening time 2 weeks later. The interests of the fans were hooked up, and they all looked forward to getting the goods earlier. Joe Yang also made a publicity this time, and a new product conference will be held at that time. He will host with Lu Xiao to promote 2 products at a time. The major media knew that the hotspot was coming, and they applied to join the ranks of live reports. Unconsciously, Baidu has become a star enterprise in the national manufacturing industry. As long as things related to Baidu are very easy to search. So during this time everyone waited for the new product conference. To say that Baidu is this good, other brands have to publish new products, and fans have to save money and save private money to order support. After all, new products are not cheap to start. Baidu is different. If you save a meal, or buy less cigarette money, you can basically buy it. It is economical and will not have too much capital burden. You can buy it at will. This is, shopping is not chopped, and there is no pressure. Just as everyone waited for the new product to be listed, Baidu's tire products continue to sell in heat. Because the fans of all walks of life scrambled for praise, the Baidu tires quickly became popular in the tire market with their excellent performance and cheap prices. There is nothing more to say about home cars. Basically available, they all bought a spare tire, which is cheap and affordable. Engineering cars, big trucks, these are simply brainless to buy, after all, much cheaper than other brands. Some big truck tires are so lush that they are still reluctant to change, but now the Baidu tires are out. Even if all the tires are changed, it will be only 8 yuan. There is no longer any dilemma in loaning tires. This is the case in the market. While one product is hot selling, other products will be left out. The first to bear the brunt is tire walking. On the platform sales list, Baidu tires quickly reached the first level, and sales thrown away from the second zero gap. On average, Baidu tires are sold for 1,000, and other brands are only sold for 1. The gap in quantity is terrible. The tire factory colleagues all encountered a cold winter of sales at once. National product brands are actively carrying out self-help and want to transform. After all, they understand the strength of Baidu, and their tacit choices are not rigid. Some companies have transformed and produced special tires that Baidu does not have. Although they are small, they can still eat together. Some manufacturers simply choose to make other rubber products and no more tires. After all, the cheap price of Baidu tires can't even be paid by peers. It can't be compared at all. Then it can only admit failure. Fortunately, there is a large demand for domestic rubber products. The tire factory does not make tires and can switch to other rubber products. For example, cables, collars, rubber shoe materials, etc. can still survive. After all, rubber chemical companies belong to the basic manufacturing industry and can do anything. Because of the strong demand in China, the transformation is relatively easy. In just half a month, they began to produce other products, and the response was very fast. But foreign tire brands have not responded so quickly. When a domestic branch of a foreign tire brand made financial statements, it found that the tire sales showed a cliff-style decline. Then it was only learned that a white Emperor tire appeared in China, which was particularly cheap. Oh, China's product is such a cottage. Selling garbage products at very low prices is a fraud. The tire company's regional executive is a male foreigner in his 40s. Blonde, he has the natural arrogance of employees of foreign companies. After discovering that Baidu tires occupy the market, he did not humbly and carefully understand the details, but first degraded his competitors. In order to see the quality of Baidu tires, the executives let their subordinates buy Baidu tires for research. When testing the Baidu tires, the foreign executive was leisurely drinking coffee in the office. He also explained to the headquarters that the decline in tire sales is only temporary, and the company's tire products will be redeemed under his wise decision. Just when the executive made the second cup of coffee, he accidentally saw the trademark printed on the coffee machine, which was Baidu. That's right, the tire company's executives have used the coffee machine for a long time, but it is actually the bean coffee machine of Baidu. Oh damn, is this a tire produced by a home appliance company? It should be a coincidence, otherwise the coffee machine I like was actually made by a tire factory, which is as ridiculous as Michelin in food. In order to understand his doubts, the executives also deliberately went online to search for the name of Baidu, which surprised him. Oh, it was produced by a company, but isn't Baidu an electrical company? Why are tires produced? What? They can also produce aircraft tires. By karma. The executives screamed God in surprise. Because they also make tires, of course they know the gold content of the tires. The company where the executives are located is a foreign company that does automobile tires and cannot produce aircraft tires. Enterprises that can produce aircraft tires will be very relaxed to make civilian products. This is the problem of technical reserves. It can be said that aircraft tires are the tip of the pyramid in all tire products, with high technological content. Any aircraft tire factory is a warp in the industry and deserves respect. The executives realized that he seemed to underestimate the competitor this time. If BYD can make aircraft tires, then their civilian products must also be very powerful. The situation is a bit bad. Dang dang. At this time, a knock on the door sounded outside. A female national staff member brought a test report. The executives hurried over the report and checked it carefully. As a result, when you look at the test data, the heart of the executives is half cold, because the test data of the BYD tires is too good, not less than their company's products, and some values are stronger. It is not terrible that bidders have stronger performance than their own products, but while bidders have better performance than their own products, the price is much cheaper. This is a disaster. It can be said that the BYD tires are cheap and easy to use, so the reason for the cliff-style decline in their product sales is found. In the final analysis, it is a word, dish. That is, the tires of their company are expensive and backward, which of course cannot be sold. This time the executives were not calm. He just blew the cowhide with the headquarters, saying that he could save the decline. As a result, it seems that this situation is that God does the tires himself and cannot sell them. Just in a hurry, the executive's hand didn't pay attention to knocking down the coffee cup, and the hot coffee was all buckled on his crotch. Oh, the executives jumped up with a scream, and his expression distorted pain, because this time he was hot coffee hot bird. Oh, hell, damn it. The executives have been jumping for a long time, and then ran to the toilet to rinse the scalded parts with cold water. Finally, it was not burned. It is estimated that the scald ointment will be suitable for the back. Although the bird is kept, the executives must make changes in order to keep their jobs, otherwise he is estimated to be unemployed. Managers have thought about a half-day solution, which cannot be surpassed in terms of technology and price, so they can only use some off-board moves. The executives were gloomy and suddenly thought of a yin trick. Suddenly, they found life-saving straw. He immediately picked up his phone and dialed it out. "Miss Joe, I want to complain, I want to report." The foreign supervisor knew Mr. Joe, who had a relationship with the local business community. This time he wanted to maliciously complain about the low-cost dumping of BYD tires and unfair competition. "Who are you going to complain about?" Mr. Joe asked. "I want to complain to a company called BYD." Foreign executives say. White Emperor. Mr. Chiao's tone was raised twice. "Yes, it's called BYD, who does electrical appliances, but recently also made tires. I want to complain about the unfair competition of their tire products." Foreign supervisor Han Han's answer. "Haha, I advise you not to complain as well. Mr. Chiao is a Chinese. He knows the way of rivers and lakes well and knows what companies can cause and what can't. Although some benefits can be obtained after helping foreign executives, some cheap ones cannot be taken." The foreign supervisor does not know the national conditions and asks why he cannot complain. "Hey, hello, the signal is bad and inaudible." Mr. Chiao suddenly shouted two sentences, and the call was broken. This is obviously the other party who doesn't want to talk, make excuses to escape. However, the foreign supervisor did not think so much. When he saw that the client could not reach the contact, he asked his subordinate to report to the business department. The content of the report is that BYD dumped at a low price and unfairly competed. Foreign executives used this trick in the past to try everything. General domestic companies were not clean. Once reported, they were either fined or shut down, which affected their reputation. This time foreign executives also wanted to use this trick to deal with BYD. Of course, subordinates have to listen to the leaders, so they wrote a report letter and went to the business office. This is a report from another place, and the local business transferred the report to the business department of Shenzhen. What? Report BYD's unfair competition again? Deep Town Business saw that this kind of report has been immunized. In the first half of the year, they will also deal with the inspection, but the second half is different. BYD is not just a private enterprise. It is the deep strategy of the aviation industry group. Partner. This is similar to the tricks on rivers and lakes. The BYD and the aviation industry belong to both brothers. Then go to Chibai Emperor, and some will not give face to the aviation industry group. That is the National Font Company. What's more, if the selling price of other companies is too low, then the business personnel must thoroughly investigate, and BYD does not need it. Others have the ability to control costs to very low. They can't do it. It doesn't mean BYD can't do it. BYD has been a low-price sales strategy for the past 2 years. If he loses money and makes money, he will go bankrupt. This shows that low prices are a real skill. In view of the deep background of Beatty, the deep-seated industry and commerce in the town reported this matter to the ministry, and asked the ministry to take it. They received this kind of report every 3 to 5. It has become a phenomenon. Check and waste manpower and material resources. The ministry understood the ins and outs and wanted to treat this report as a typical example. It is understandable for others to complain to Beatty, but a foreign-owned tire factory dares to complain about their pride in the domestic manufacturing industry. It is too ignorant and must be beaten. So the ministry ordered the local business office to check this foreign enterprise tire factory first. The foreign executive was involved in this matter. He didn't want to make a malicious complaint, but he caused him trouble. Local businesses stationed in foreign-owned tire factories to investigate. As a result, this investigation really found many things, such as bill fraud, unclear accounts, etc. Although it was not too serious, the industry and commerce still punished it. The fine is adjusted within a time limit, which prevents foreign executives from stealing chickens. The foreign executive was depressed. In the past few days, he had to think about how to deal with Beatty tires. As a result, he was burnt by the industrial and commercial office. When the rectification is completed, the turnover of their company can no longer be seen. The country-specific company of the tire factory requires that it be reported to the headquarters sales report every half a month. However, the sales data in this half-monthly report declined casually. After the Beatty tire hot sales, they did not sell anything, even 0 sales throughout the day. The headquarters was furious, and Group Osho reprimanded the executives of the National District loudly at the conference call, asking him why his performance fell so low. "We met a horrible opponent. Executives are foreigners and are not good at the skill of throwing pots, just because competitors are too strong." At this time, Osho could not bear it. At that time, the executive was returned to the headquarters to report his job, and then another person was sent to take over his position. The executives were very depressed, and he was forced to return to his country, but his successor would not go well. Instead, because the foreign companies were inefficient, they missed the best opportunity for transformation. Even if the new officials take office this time, they will not be able to save the decline. It is estimated that they are not far from exiting the domestic market. In sharp contrast to the severe situation of foreign tire factories, Beatty and Huntu Electronics. Both companies have been fully producing new products recently, and the results have been gratifying. The macro electrons are 3 kinds of Bluetooth headphones, and the technical core is provided by Joe Yang. Later, Ruth Yao made exterior magic changes to it, adding various shiny colors, such as macho powder, vibration, starry sky, etc. More than the original simple color is much better, it will definitely attract young people. Joe Yang is also preparing for camera production. After the trial production, the bionic camera fully meets the standard, which also indicates that the camera industry will usher in subversive new products. Time passed, and finally came to Jinkayo in October. The joint press conference of Beatty and Huntu Electronics was also held on the same day. This time I changed a location. In order to name the Huntu Electronics, Joe Yang actively decided to set the venue of the press conference at Huntu Electronics. This time the venue is very beautiful, and it is worthy of being the first-class Ruth Yao to personally supervise the layout of the venue, which is much better than the Beatty Auditorium. The reporters are also in place, and all kinds of shooting equipment are put on, waiting to start. Urus music sounded in the etiquette hall, and the 2 presenters appeared shinily. Joe Yang is on the left, Ruth Yao is on the right, and the 2 appear together. As soon as they appeared, many reporters were ignorant at the time, rubbing their eyes and thinking they were wrong. I saw Lu Sayeo wearing a red shoulder-mouthed long skirt, and Joe Yang was wearing a white suit. These 2 people came here. They are really handsome men and women, like 2 stars walking on red carpets. Didn't we come to interview the technology news? How did it become an entertainment show? The reporters are a bit skeptical of life, but they have no stop on their hands, and the flash is constantly illuminating. To catch this harmonious scene, you can be the cover when you look back. Hello everyone, this is Joe Yang. I am Lu Sayeo. Welcome everyone to the live broadcast room of Huntu Electronics in Beatty. Come to the 2 joint new product conferences. Joe Yang and Lu Sayeo said the opening remarks one by one. They talked freely, as well as the professional host, and were quite capable of controlling the atmosphere. This is not an ability to exercise easily. It should be the talent of 2 people. They all have a big heart that is not surprising. The reporters under the stage couldn't help but give them 2 applause. This opening statement was too amazing. Then came the new product display link, the 2 faced each other and humbled each other. Joe Yang smiled and promoted the gentleman style, let Ruth Yao talk about her products first. Lu Sayeo smiled sweetly and looked very happy, and he received Joe Yang's kindness. She stood in front of the red cloth and opened it all at once, showing 3 headset products below, that is, her masterpiece White Emperor and Huntu Bluetooth headphones during this time. This is the Bluetooth headset with the name of Huntu Electronics in Beatty. It has a high appearance, a super reduced sound quality, and a comfortable use experience. It is a sincere work of our two companies. Ruth Yao first summarized the advantages of Bluetooth headphones in general. The reporters scrambled to shoot, and they have recognized two of them. One is a battery warehouse with an oval shell, an earphone that can be stuffed into the ear tunnel, and the other is a traditional head earphone with a better sound quality experience. But in the third headset, many reporters have never seen it. The shape is weird, and it is even a bit like a deformed tight hoop curse. Next, Lu Xiao is in front of the camera, introducing details one by one. First of all, our exquisite Bluetooth headset, which uses a single 12-hour-long renewal experience. The battery warehouse can also provide 2 additional charging, which can make you worry-free outdoors. In addition to the noise reduction function commonly used in Bluetooth headphones, this headset has also done a very good job. It has achieved a low noise reduction. It will automatically adjust the noise reduction parameters according to your environment to maintain the best auditory experience. For users who require more refinement, they can also manually adjust the 20-level environmental sound to achieve accurate noise reduction. Of course, the most important thing for headphones is the sound quality. The headphones have the original ARC sound quality fidelity technology, which can restore the most real vocal music without damage. The main player is the original taste of the original juice. This product supports the adaptation of Android, PC, Apple, and other operating systems with Bluetooth 5.2 and below, and will be close to automatically issuing link prompts to avoid the trouble of manual tedious matching. This headset also adds a macro intelligent butler, which can be linked to other macro electronic products. Other functions such as wireless charging, fast charging, and voice assistance necessary for high-end Bluetooth headphones are all equipped with Capital earphones to achieve no one I have, and people have new ones. In addition, the headphones are very light in weight and comfortable to wear. Ruth Yao introduced everyone to the many advantages of ear entry headphones. Anyway, this function is the newly released ear entry headphones that were verbose before the symptom, and the function is not weaker than that of verbose. Just look at the price. Next is the introduction of headphones, which is similar in function to ear type, but indicators such as renewal are stronger. And because the ears are fully wrapped, the sound quality is better, suitable for people who pursue the ultimate sound quality. There are many colors in the appearance of headphones, and there are all-powder headphones similar to Thunder Snake headphones, which are particularly suitable for girls. Of course, there are also conventional colors such as white, black, and gray, which are suitable for men to choose. Ruth Yao's hair color-colored headphones were also made by her. After all these are introduced, it is everyone's most curious third headset. Our third type of headphones is the relatively rare bone-leading headphones. As soon as Lu Xiao said his name, many netizens who watched the live broadcast suddenly realized that they had heard of such headphones, but they didn't understand the principle. Is it spread through bones? Ruth Yao explained to everyone bone conduction is a way of sound transmission, which translates sound into mechanical vibrations at different frequencies and is transmitted to the hearing center through human skull and other body tissues. The vast majority of headphones on our market are airborne, that is, air is transmitted to auditory nerves, and bone conduction is the sound wave of signal conversion, which is directly transmitted to listening nerves through bones. After this explanation, the audience was still ignorant and did not know where the bone guided the cow beep. Seeing that the reporters were blank, Ruth Yao smiled, and she put on a bone conduction headset and continued to explain. Bone conduction headphones transmit sound to the inner nerve of the ear through the skull, so the effect of headphones on hearing can be reduced. With different hearing experiences. In addition, bone-leading headphones do not enter the ears, and there will be no exoticism and pain in the ears. It is particularly friendly to some users who do not like stuffing in their ears. Lu Xiao didn't like to rely on gimmicks to fool customers. She then introduced the shortcomings of bone-leading headphones. In order to wear comfort, bone-leading headphones are not completely close to the skull, so they occasionally cause air vibration and leaks. In this way, it seems that there is nothing to transmit headphones, and the advantages are not obvious. At this time, Zhou Yang added, "Have you ever paid attention to artificial cochlears in Jiankang Pharmaceutical? It is somewhat similar to bone conduction, which changes the medium of sound transmission, so for some ear disease users and some hearing impaired users, bone conduction headphones are very suitable for them." So it turns out. Now the audience watching the live broadcast understands that it is enough for ordinary users to buy ear and head wearing styles. Bone conduction is an alternative headset. People who like to taste fresh or have a strange sense of the headphones and were uncomfortable are preferred. People with hearing impairments, if you choose headphones, it is also better to transmit bone. Therefore, bone-leading headphones make up for the shortcomings of traditional air-conducting headphones, giving users more choices. If you don't know which headphones you are suitable for, then brainless selection is also the most popular type of headphones. After introducing the parameters of the product, it is the price link that everyone cares about most. Ruth Yao glanced at Zhou Yang and was asking if he was going to announce the price. Zhou Yang made a gesture for you two, encouraging Ruth Yao to come by himself. Lu Sayao smiled and nodded to the camera. Our 3 headphones, ear entry price, 99 yuan, head wearing 129 yuan, bone guided headphones 169 yuan. The price announced this time was simple and neat, but after the announcement, there was not much surprise in the curtain. On the contrary, many people are disappointed. They played but this in the curtain, and also said that Beatty Jianlang did it. The headphones at this price were bought at random. There are many more than this. Cheap headphones. As a result, this little white statement made many people who knew how to do it could not stand it anymore, and began to get angry. Don't you know not to talk nonsense? There are indeed headphones cheaper than this, but what configuration is that? Don't you look at the parameters? Means that it is also a car. Why do rich people choose millions of luxury cars and sports cars instead of buying old manly music? That's because of configuration and experience. This White Emperor's famous headset has exploded. Don't compare those dozens of cottage headphones with it, just 2 words, not worthy. People are targeting Vinny's new headphones, and the price is more than 1,000 to 2,000. Look, it's more than 10 times cheaper. Isn't that good? Many netizens criticized the little white speech. Is so exaggerated. Justin headset, can you still hear flowers? The wired headphones I bought for 10 yuan at night market also sounded good. Little white netizens said. Those who know how to do it say, then you can buy a $10 headset, but don't grab the first shot with me. False fans are still arguing in the comment area, and real fans have already begun to click on pre-order. The netizen also told the current status of the headset industry. Most people have no requirements for headphones, that is, to listen to it. However, there are people with high requirements. The sound quality is better, the noise is strong, and hi-fi is required. In the past, only high-end headphones could be met. One headset sold thousands of dollars, even more expensive, and it did add a lot to users. Economic burden. However, after Baidi Hunter's joint headset market changed the status quo, and good headphones were finally cheap. Hi-fi lovers don't have to be cut by leaks, because the domestic hope by Emperor rises, feeds customers at ultra-low prices, and knocks down the prices of those high-end products, becoming the most amazing brand in the eyes of users. Of course, people who pursue cheaper can also buy headphones for more than $12. The same can be used. Lu Xiao and Zhou Yang will not force everyone to buy their headphones, just buy them as needed. After Beatty Hunter's joint headphones announced the price, countless netizens put the pre-sale link into the shopping cart and waited for the snatch on time at 12 noon. Because these netizens are fans of Baidi, they spend more than dozens of more cheap headphones than those concubines, but they can get different audio-visual experiences, and these headphones are still guaranteed for more than 3 years, cherish for use, 5 or 6. There is no problem in 1978. With a few more yuan, there are years of high-quality music experience. This sale is very cost-effective. Smart people will count this account. Therefore, as soon as the Bluetooth headset purchase link is announced, the order will increase in the next order. Seeing that the new headphones are popular, Ruth Yao and Zhou Yang are very happy. Now that Ruth Yao's goods have turned on, it is Zhu Yang's turn to show the new products. Everyone has been waiting for a long time. The new product launched by Beatty this time, I believe everyone already knows it, is a camera. This camera is different from the existing camera principles. It can be said that there is potential for subversive industries. Listening to Zhou Yang said this, someone in the projectile said he was bragging. The camera has been invented for more than 100 years, and it is the same mode of photography, and Baidi only wanted to subvert the industry when he made the first camera product. Those who have been in the photography industry for more than 100 years have not been clever. He invented new products. This suspicion is not unreasonable, but it is true and false. Zhou Yang didn't sell the pass anymore. He opened the red cloth directly, and the camera similar to the cylinder appeared below. What is this? Retro telescope? Like a pen tube. Is this the camera of the subversive industry? Well, it looks really subverted. Everyone didn't recognize it as a camera for the first time, because it is different from all existing camera styling. It is estimated that the camera has no similar shape from birth to now. Seeing everyone's ignorant reaction, Zhou Yang smiled. He picked up the camera and took a picture at the bottom. Then he connected the camera to the mobile phone on site. The connection process was very smooth. You can find it by opening Bluetooth. Click directly on the icon and see the photo file just taken. The phone is connected to a large screen, and the screen is displayed from the screen projection. It is indeed a real-time scene just shot. The audience above is still alive, Zhou Yang amplified with 2-finger gestures, and can even see the front teeth of the audience below. Can I really take pictures? Can take pictures, but why is it so strange? Also, where to install the lens? If you can't install a lens, it's not a cheap card machine, it doesn't work. The netizens talked about it again, and they all felt that the camera was too weird. However, no one can deny that the camera is too clear to take pictures. Even if it is enlarged several times, the picture details are still clear. This resolution can be said to be too varied. This camera of Beatty, called a bionic camera, is a camera designed to imitate human eyes. After Joe Yang introduced it to everyone else was surprised. Actually, it's okay. No wonder it's a cylinder shape. If you think of the lens as an eyeball, then it is indeed a bit like an amplified optic nervous system. Then Joe Yang began to explain the performance of the camera. Full picture, 120 million pixels, can shoot 8K 60 frames of video, human identification, automatic tracking, advanced trembling, automatic focus, automatic graphic repair, waterproof and dustproof. Many flagship digital cameras have functions that are only available on bionic cameras, and functions that other cameras cannot reach are also available on bionic cameras. Wait, how many pixels is this camera? 120 million, did you make a mistake? The netizens are not calm. Hearing this number, isn't it crushing many high-end digital cameras? Even the nobles in the camera world, this is true of Haju. Immediately, netizens refuted is 120 million, which is no big deal. My mobile phone cameras are all 100 million pixels. As soon as this remark came out, everyone laughed at the big teeth, and the 100 million pixels boasted by the mobile phone manufacturer actually believed. According to this, even if it is a top household camera, basically 60 to 70 million pixels is almost over, and the selling price is basically tens of thousands of yuan. So the problem is coming, there are 100 million pixels in thousands of mobile phones. Why don't photographers buy mobile phones, but spend more money to buy cameras? As long as it is a slightly wise person, you can understand the truth if you think about it. The reason is that 100 million pixels in the mobile phone industry are gimmicks, and pixels in digital cameras are two concepts. Now the world's top professional cameras are about 160 million pixels, and the price can definitely increase blood pressure. It takes 6 digits to start, and the unit is still the US dollar. The mobile phone camera module is very pocket, and the function is definitely far worse than the professional camera, castrating a lot of performance. And if BYD's bionic camera can really reach 120 million pixels, then other medium and high-end cameras can be eliminated. For BYD's bionic camera, there is no price-performance ratio. After being reminded by netizens, everyone is interested. If the bionic camera is so good, then it is indeed a subversive industry. Next week, Joe Yang continued to introduce what professional image software format, higher compression ratio, simple mode suitable for photography, etc., are very commendable. However, after the introduction, a reporter raised his hand. As reporters of cameras that are inseparable every day, they have too many questions to ask. Welcome questions. Joe Yang asked the most familiar Zhang Shuqi to ask questions first. Zhang Shuqi asked, "Your introduction does not mention the introduction of parameters such as aperture, shutter speed, and ISO. Can you explain in detail? Also, I care more about how to install the lens. What's the price?" Joe Yang laughed after listening. He nodded and signaled Zhang Shuqi to sit down first. He came to explain to everyone. Since this one made by our BYD is called a bionic camera, it is different from the traditional principle of digital cameras. Many parameters are different. In bionic cameras, there are no optical circles, fast door speed, and ISO settings. The camera has been automated and optimized. After all, when we look at the past, we all complete the image capture in an instant. Everyone can think of this camera as our eyes, then the complex parameters in the traditional camera are gone. Our camera has a few buttons, the operation is simple, especially suitable for newcomers. You can read the instructions for half an hour, you can start to take skilled photos. Even the elderly can easily master it. Regarding the lens, I would like to solemnly announce that there are no additional lenses in the bionic camera, and what I see is the income. For such a subject, you don't need to buy any additional lenses to save money for the majority of photographers and professional photographers. What? Hearing Joe Yang say this, the reporters present and the netizens in front of the screen were shocked. There is a saying on rivers and lakes that it is called the destruction of 3 generations alone, and the life of poor photography is to ridicule the expensive photographic equipment. Among them, the camera is still secondary. After all, tens of thousands of yuan per station bit Jamaica. A camera can also be used for many years and can afford it. But the camera is a bottomless hole, expensive, and it needs to be matched a lot at once to meet the needs of careful shooting. This is not something that can be blocked by tens of thousands of yuan. With more collections, the lens can cost hundreds of thousands. What's more, some people's cameras are just needed and want to be a photographer. This introductory device is a large investment, no less than opening a small shop. So as a hobby of burning money, photography is definitely at the top. Nowadays, the bionic camera produced by BYD actually claims that there is no lens, which can greatly reduce the cost of using the camera, which is simply the supreme gospel of the photographer. However, this statement quickly raised doubts. The single counter lens is to take better pictures, and the bionic camera does not use the lens. How can it meet the needs of high-end photography? If you can only take pictures every day, and you cannot satisfy professional photographers, the camera's application is very narrow. This question is also very easy to handle. so it is answered in practice. Joe Yang invited 2 professional photographers to come on stage to operate the bionic camera, take various specific pictures, and then compare the photos taken by the 2 cameras to see which photo is better and faster. Among them, the number 1 photographer used the Bionics camera, while the number 2 photographer used the top Haja camera. Now the comparison begins, first of all shooting still life, then 8K video, etc. This is PK in person. Then 2 cameras photographed the same scene. At the time of shooting, the netizens had exploded the pot. Did Joe Yang float? This bionic camera actually compares with the top Haja camera. If it wins, other camera manufacturers can close the door. This is not necessarily true. Even if it wins, it depends on the price of this bionic camera. If it is too expensive, there is still no promotion value. Brother upstairs, are you new here? You can question that these things are not good enough, but you can't question the price of these products. This bionic camera will never exceed 5,000 yuan. This is what I said. Jesus is not easy to use when he comes. Haha, right, but I guess the price of this camera does not exceed 3,000. 3,000 is too exaggerated. Are you going to kill other camera manufacturers? If it is really under 3,000 yuan, what is Haju, Nikon, and Canonwani will all sell the building overnight. The netizens talked in a bite, and at this time, the 2 photographers also completed the shooting, and then the photos of the 2 cameras were introduced into the computer for comparison. Just in the item of transmitting pictures, the bionic camera surprised everyone again. Haja's cameras need to be connected to the data line, or use a card reader for card plugging, or through their special procedures, to successfully read the pictures stored on the memory card. The bionic camera is different. It not only supports the above 3 modes of operation, but even directly uses Wi-Fi for wireless transmission, which is too convenient. Before, there was a photographer who went out and forgot to bring data lines and card readers, which made it impossible to transmit photos, which was too delayed. This situation is not a problem here with the Bionics camera. It supports Wi-Fi 1-key wireless transmission. The speed is not slow, too convenient, and too humane. Just transfer this piece, the bionic camera wins. After the image is transmitted, I will see several photos they took at the same time. Compare the size of these photos first. Among them, bionic cameras can be set up in different picture formats. There are general JPGs, etc., and there is also a dedicated picture format LSP. Pictures in this format, with self-compression, can use a small file volume to show more photo details, save space, and camera processing efficiency, and are a very useful function. Then it's time to compare the quality of the picture. It can be seen that the photos taken by the 2 cameras here have a slight difference in color, and the bionic camera looks more comfortable. Because this camera imitates the human eye structure, the photos taken are similar to those seen by human eyes, so you will feel that the photos taken by the bionic camera are more pleasing to the eye, and the colors are also restored. In addition to the nuances of the colors, it seems that the 2 photos are not very different, but when the photos are continuously enlarged, the photos taken by the Haja camera begin to blur, and small squares appear, that is, pixels. And the bionic camera shot was clear after zooming it several times. This is very powerful, which proves that the bionic camera is clearer than the photos taken by the Haja camera, and this Haja camera is worth 80,000, not the top, but it is also the first echelon of performance in the reverse. Ordinary people use enough. If the bionic camera can overcome this camera, then it can go horizontally in the camera world. In the pixel piece, the bionic camera 1 and 120 million pixels were well deserved. Except for a few monster products in the camera industry, there is basically nothing that can beat this camera product. Then test video shooting. The gap is seen in the format here. The Haja camera shoots 8K 25 frames, while the bionic camera shoots 8K 60 frames. It can be seen that the performance of the Bionics camera is strong. It was this video that was filmed. For many old computers, it must be carton to play. It can be seen how much this video is configured. Then it is the fluency of watching the shooting video. 60 frames is more smooth than 25 frames, so the video shooting this piece is still a bionic camera. Then more than other details, the bionic camera and Haja camera were between both zone. As the comparison progressed, everyone finally discovered the weakness of the bionic camera. That is, the shooting of hypervelocity dynamic objects is relatively poor. This is because the human eye's capture of high-speed objects usually sees the dynamics of ambiguity. The reason why human eyes are not so blurred in reality is that the brain makes up the brain and fixes these frames. However, this camera developed based on bionics, because it only imitates the optic nerve and does not imitate the brain, is indeed a weak item for the shooting of high-speed moving objects. Joe Yang is an honest person, and he will not hide the shortcomings of the goods. He will show all the advantages and disadvantages. Everyone will buy them if they feel fit. If they don't like it, they will save future returns and waste each other's time. Seeing that bionic cameras also have shortcomings, but most people feel that it does not matter, and not everyone specializes in shooting high-speed objects, they care about the price. As long as the price is right, all shortcomings can be forgiven. After this series of tests was completed, netizens also saw that the performance of the two cameras was half a catty. In some respects, bionic cameras dominate, and in some respects, Hasha cameras are even better, which can be said to have their own advantages and disadvantages. So what everyone cares about now is the price. After all, this Hasha camera has a market price of more than 80,000 yuan. As long as Beatty's camera is cheap enough, you can directly give Hasha the camera to KO. Everyone must wait. How much is such a good bionic camera? In fact, the answer is already there, that is 999 yuan. What stuff? One less digit? The netizens were shocked after hearing the price. What a fairy price this is. Before, netizens speculated in the projectile that the bionic camera was sold for less than 3,000 yuan. After the result was announced, it was not even 1,000 yuan. Is this price too invincible? At the price of the card machine, it has a performance similar to that of a top household camera, or it is a novel bionic structure. This camera does subvert the industry, as Zhou Yang said. The reporters under the stage are also excited. This bionic camera is too good, and the price is cheap enough. At the price of an ordinary mobile phone, you can buy a camera that hangs the sky, even better than the camera they use to shoot news. Good, they must buy, even at their own expense. Anyway, the price of this camera is cheap enough, and it doesn't hurt to buy it. The projectile is crazy, everyone just wants to get this camera now, they are eager to experience the products of this subversive industry. Then the reporters all raised their hands, and they had many questions to ask. Zhou Yang immediately ordered a person to answer. The male reporter asked, "May I ask why your bionic camera is so cheaper than other cameras?" This is information about product secrets, but Zhou Yang is not afraid of being robbed of his business. He has this confidence. Others are imitating and cannot reach such a cheap price. Zhou Yang then explained to reporters that the bionic phase mechanism is simple in cost, and the equipment used is also domestically produced and can be easily produced. That is, the production of the lens part encountered difficulties. At present, it is not too skilled, and the defective rate is a bit high, so the price cannot be beaten. If the future is proficient, the cost of this camera can be further reduced. In addition to the lens, the camera shell is not much money, and the interior is also a circuit board. For BYD appliances, don't make it too easy to produce, and scale production further reduces costs. The most important thing is to save R&D costs. If you rely on traditional methods for research and development, it is estimated that it will take several years, and the amount of funds in C. In fact, under normal circumstances, this bionic camera will not be born at all. Zhou Yang exchanged an obsolete laboratory product in the system, and then used the upgrade card to finally bring the bionic camera to the market level. Otherwise, there is no manufacturer willing to spend huge energy and money to develop this contrary to tradition, and the future is unknown. It can be said that if a bionic camera is developed in a normal way, its research and development costs are terrifying, and eventually the research and development costs are shared into the selling price. I am afraid it is much more expensive than traditional cameras, which is completely cost-effective. Fortunately, Zhou Yang used the system and got the drawings of this camera to allow people to experience this chic camera product. This camera sells 999, and Beatty still has to make a profit. He has to say that the bionic camera is too bug, and he has stepped the digital camera under his feet with heavy prices. The performance and price of such a hanging, once the bionic camera was released, immediately triggered an industry earthquake. The bionic camera of 999 yuan, whose performance is straightforward to tens of thousands of yuan, does not need to buy a lens. Are you kidding me? Today is not April Fool's Day. What is a bionic camera? Never heard of it. It must be expensive. What, 999 yuan, then it's good to buy and play. When the news of the conference spread, people in the photography circle were talking about it. So much so that the new Bluetooth headphones, which are jointly named by BYD and Huntu Electronics, are overshadowed. Indeed, Bluetooth headphones have been popularized on the market for a long time, and there is nothing unusual. However, bionic cameras are different. This is an epoch-making product, developed in a different way, and completely subverts the camera industry that has been developed for more than 100 years. Maybe it will affect the pattern of the entire photographic equipment industry in the future, and there may be bionic shots on mobile phones in the future. According to the current selling price of Beatty, the bionic camera will be very cheap in the future, and everyone can buy the favorite product at a cheap price. Relying on the fame of Beatty and bionic cameras, the heat has risen immediately since the press conference. For many years, there were no subversive electronic products on the market, but Beatty did it. This is another unexpected product. After the press conference, the pre-sale began, and the reservations for the two new products were very fierce. Among them, the sales of Bluetooth headphones are better. After all, headphones are generally needed and more practical, and cameras are generally not available, so sales are relatively small. However, the topic of this small public product is directly full, and even reproduced in foreign media. Soon, the world knew that China's Bankrupt Company produced a bionic camera that broke through the existing patent barriers and performed no less than the traditional digital camera, but the price was only 1/10 or even lower. If it is true, it will cause a devastating blow to the digital camera field. Those internationally renowned camera manufacturers met to discuss overnight after receiving the news. They have two main topics. One is the authenticity of the news. The other is whether this bionic opportunity will impact their products. Based on their experience of contact with Chinese manufacturers, they do not rule out that this is a gimmick. It was blown aside at the press conference or PPT. As a result, it was bought under the line, but the goods were not on the version. So they asked domestic agents to buy a bionic camera they want to study. In order to express its importance, the company immediately sent relevant camera experts to China to conduct dismantling studies as soon as possible after receiving the samples to determine the authenticity of the matter. So the companies of Canon, Nikon, Vini, and Leica were all dispatched to start collecting information about the Bankrupt camera. Zhou Yang and Lu Xiao witnessed the pre-sale bonus together after the press conference. Two new products, at the same time, obtained a C order. Among them, Bluetooth headphones placed more than 10,000 orders in an hour, while Bionics cameras placed more than 1,000 orders in 1 hour, which was a very good result. This is only 1 hour of data. As their propaganda unfolds, sales will definitely be more in the future. Let's go to the celebration feast. As soon as Zhou Yang greeted him, he took Lu Xiao and other heroic ministers to Kai Ben Hotel and ate a good meal. Everyone had a good time eating and drinking at noon, but at the banquet, Uncle Songda proposed that Bluetooth headphones should occupy the market without suspense, even if domestic manufacturers are not talking, let alone verbose headphones. It's expensive, and the performance is not too strong, it's completely a slap. This is a bit blindly optimistic. Zhou Yang laughed and said that they want to quit arrogance or restlessness, depending on the reaction of their opponents. Then Tang Lan reminded that the field of cameras is relatively special, mainly based on large foreign companies. They can easily form a group to boycott the Bankrupt cameras and need to respond in advance. Zhou Yang put down the wineglass and said, "Yes, I guess they found that the product is not competitive with our Bionics camera, and they will engage in mods, but we have not been targeted once or twice abroad. The last drone incident, even magnesium state officials have been sanctioned. But it's enough for us to make our own products. The retrograde practices of friendly businesses and foreign officials will be eaten up sooner or later. I see how long they can persist. Indeed, it is very difficult if it is just a product with close performance and prices, and large foreign companies resist it. But when Baidu's products and prices far outperform opponents, all resistance is in vain, and the market will teach him to be a man." Zhou Yang didn't believe that bionic cameras with 999 yuan and no need to match the camera to easily take beautiful photos were not used, but to buy thousands of tens of thousands of digital cameras with tens of thousands of high-end lenses. Is it pure injustice? If there is such a big injustice abroad, then there is money at will, and Baidu will not come to force them to buy cameras. Anyway, domestic user Zhou Yang does not have to worry about it, everyone knows how to choose. With the popularity of the White Emperor today, no company will hinder it, but the international market needs to pay attention and may encounter resistance. Tang Lan then said, "Is also easy to deal with boycotts. We just don't restrict purchases. I believe some foreign dealers will come to you by themselves." Zhou Yang smiled and nodded. The previous products have always been doing this. According to the convention, the price increase is 6 times. It is good to sell to foreign users. As for how they sold to the corresponding country under boycott, it depends on the foreign second trader. Means. Come, without talking about these disappointments today, we will eat and drink well. Zhou Yang stood up and suggested that everyone have a toast, so everyone at this table cheered and had a drink. After everyone reseated, Tang Lan found that she was watching her with sharp eyes, looking down at the source, and lamenting in her heart, she suffered another arrogant disaster. It turned out that Ruth Yao stared at her intentionally or unintentionally. The two are both beautiful women. Tang Lan is old, like ripe fruit, and the charm of mature women is everywhere, and Lu Xiao is at the age of youth, walking around to exude high air condition. After all, his identity is very noble, and he brings a noble air field. Many men are ashamed and discouraged. Both beauties have ultra-high expressions, walk on the street, and turn around will be very high. It stands to reason that the two women will not call each other, but Lu Xiao is observing Tang Lan intentionally or unintentionally, that is, the enemy and the non-friend. Tang Lan certainly knows why. It is nothing more than that she has more contact with Zhou Yang every day, and her outside reputation is not good. It is inevitable that Lu Xiao will guess what is the problem between her and her boss. Tang Lan secretly called injustice in her heart. Although she admired boss Zhou Yang very much, it was only a career admiration, not mixed with the private feelings of men and women. Tang Lan is a divorced single mother. She has no worries about food and clothing. She has long given up her intention to remarry for her children, and whether she is too different in age and social status, unless she wants a local lover, there is no possibility of developing with Zhou Yang. Tang Lan also has her own pride, and she will definitely not be a man's underground lover, and she has passed the age of love and brain, and will not have an ambiguous relationship with her own boss because of her impulse. As an elite in the workplace, Tang Lan is fully aware of this consequence. If she wants to play with feelings, she will lose her reputation and even lose her current position. So whether it is reason or reality, Tang Lan will not have an improper relationship with Zhou Yang. She was obviously misunderstood by Lu Saiyao. Although the two have met several sides, there is no exchange. Ruth Yao is a unilateral hostility. Tang Lan knew that she had to deal with it, otherwise she would be the first to be expelled when Ruth Yao really became the boss lady of Beatty. Tang Lan has been crawling on the workplace for so many years and is very smart in the workplace. She soon thought of a way to repair the relationship. Tang Lan found the right time and raised his goblet to toast Ruth Yao. "Roadmaster, I have a drink for you." Tang Lan smiled. She toasted in front of so many people, and Ruth Yao would definitely not refuse even considering Su Yang's face. Sure enough, Ruth Yao lifted the wineglass without expression, with a slight indication. With Ruth Yao's arrogant character, it is not easy to look at Tang Lan as a rival. Tang Lan smiles still, and she continues to say, "Joe always talks about your business achievements, let me learn from you, especially your taste in dress and aesthetics, which is uniquely good." Tang Lan used a trick out of nothing here. Zhou Yang was still wondering. He didn't seem to have said such things to Tang Lan, but he didn't be more real. Lu Saiyao's attitude eased a lot when he heard the consequences. After looking at Zhou Yang, he found that he did not refute. It should be true. His expression was finally less serious. This is also one of the talking skills, first of all to say good things to the other party to ease the relationship. Of course, Tang Lan also knows that Ruth Yao is not a simple girl who can be coaxed in 1 or 2 sentences. She, in the name of the boss, just let Ruth Yao not be so hostile to her. This time it can be relieved, and it is the right way to find opportunities to close the relationship in the future. After this toast, Ruth Yao will not stare at her all the time, and Tang Yan's plan will start to work. After eating this meal, everyone went out together. Song De and others all took the cars of others and returned to the company. Zhou Yang, Lu Saiyao, and others walked behind. When they get to the parking lot, they all drink, and Assistant Pan Tao will drive Ruth Yao away. Tang Lan and Zhou Yang both drank a little wine here and couldn't drive anymore, so they wanted to find a driving agent. "Boss, or you can just take the car on the road." When Tang Lan spoke, he deliberately told Lu Saiyao to listen. In this way, Zhou Yang was allowed to take her car, and Lu Saiyao must be happy. Tang Lan is using this method to prove that she has no attempt on her own boss, otherwise she will not give up such a good opportunity to return to the company with the boss. "What about you?" Zhou Yang didn't think so much, so he asked Tang Lan. Tang Lan smiled and said, "Someone came to pick me up." Zhou Yang thought it was a friend of her who picked it up and nodded. He took Lu Saiyao's SUV away and took a look at Huntu Electronics by the way. When the boss left by car, Tang Lan returned to the company by hitting a taxi himself. Before, it was said that someone came to pick her up. Tang Lan wanted to keep the two bosses together. When to pierce the window paper, Ruth Yao would not be so prepared for her. If you don't say that the general manager is not good, you must not only manage the company well, but also consider life and interpersonal relationships. High-paying executives like Tang Lan are indeed not competent for everyone. The kind of person who works with boredom, at most as a deputy or engineer, cannot be the helm of a large enterprise. All the Osho and general manager of a large enterprise are all people with 2 brushes. In the following days, Lu Saiyao came to Baidi twice, and Tang Lan always found opportunities to contact Lu Saiyao, and humbly asked her about dressing and makeup. Tang Lan pretended to be ignorant and asked for advice, which would also make Ruth Yao feel that she was better than Tang Lan, and she would not be so worried about her in the future. "President of the road, I'm going to meet a man of my age at night. What do you say I should wear better?" When Tang Lan advanced the man, his face was still shy, like falling in love. Lu Saiyao guessed that Tang Lan was dating a man who had a great relationship with her. It is estimated that there is a story. Tang Lan can't avoid her knowing that she has a blue face, which means she doesn't mind the spread of this matter, and it means that she has no attempt to Zhou Yang, otherwise she won't tell her about dating. In this way, Lu Saiyao seemed to have eaten a fixed heart pill, and her hostility towards Tang Lan was almost zero. It can be said that Tang Lan also took pains and used various means to obtain the understanding of Ruth Yao. Of course, this so-called date was also fabricated by her. In order to work steadily in the Beatty in the future, she is also willing to sacrifice some reputation. However, the results are good. After several communications, Lu Saiyao can smile and say the last 2 sentences when he sees Tang Lan again, which finally eases the relationship. This is the effect that Tang Lan pursues. She does not seek to be a friend with the future lady boss, but as long as she does not wear small shoes behind her. Because Tang Lan is also a woman, she knows that the wind on the pillow is strong, and she is also afraid that the boss will be affected by Ruth Yao in the future, which will be detrimental to her. After that, Ruth Yao will also give Tang Lan some small gifts she bought. The relationship between the two has changed from hostility to harmony. This all depends on Tang Ian's ability to handle interpersonal relationships. 3 days later, Bluetooth headphones and bionic cameras were officially sold out. After a period of production, both companies currently have a batch of inventory, which will be issued one after another, lest they always be blamed by netizens for selling or selling out of monkeys. As soon as it is shipped here, 2 products will flow into thousands of households. When everyone got the Bluetooth headset, the user was surprised by the sound quality. In the past, it was just the users who used more than a dozen or 20 cable headphones. This sound quality was compared. It was an underground sky. After listening, I threw away the cheap headphones that my concubine bought more. They also made a classic quote, "garbage headphones, no need for white ones." This is what once the sea was difficult to get water. I didn't use good headphones before, so I didn't feel how bad the sound quality was. After using BYD's joint headphones, I knew what hi-fi class sound quality was used. Cheap headphones would never be used again. Feeling hurt ears. For high-end users, BYD's joint headphones also surprised them. Take the famous Digital Circle by Fumibo Lord Axie. For all kinds of high-end headphones in her family, there are more than one verbose, Beats, and Iron Triangle. These headphones have their own advantages and disadvantages. In the end, Axe is more commonly used, that is, the Pink Thunder Snake headphones. It is not how good its sound quality is, but beautiful, suitable for live broadcasting and video use. This is also an important indicator for girls to choose digital products, and the face value sometimes trumps the actual performance. This time Axie received a sample of headphones sent to her by Beatty and asked her to try it out. Avyu's recent schedule is relatively tight, and she has no time to make video comparisons. It just briefly tried it out. The sound quality of this headset made her shine. After the shell designed by Ruth Yao, it is very suitable for the style of a girl, especially poking the avatar's aesthetics. As the so-called beauty sees the same, the woman's aesthetics is surprisingly consistent, so on the day of the trial, Axie abandoned many large brand headphones and chose to use the Beatty joint headphones as her main headset. This headset is cheap and beautiful, and the performance of sound quality, noise reduction, and other performance does not lose the big-name headphones, and there is no reason not to accept it. Aksu's favorite is the headphones. The earphones feel okay, and the high-end headphones he bought for 1 or 2,000 yuan are almost the same. In fact, this evaluation is already a compliment to Beatty headphones. Avya used the most expensive headphones on the market. BYD's joint earphones were already victorious compared to them, after all, its price was there. The last thing that surprised Aksu was bone-leading headphones. Because she needs work and games, she wears headphones for a long time. No matter how good the headphones are, it is always uncomfortable to wear them for a long time. Even some headphones can cause acne, and the ear-bearing ears will be contaminated with sweat for a long time. There will be a taste, so it is not satisfactory to use. The bone-leading headphones perfectly eliminate the above disadvantages, because without contact with the ear, there will be no such thing as ear pain, which is particularly suitable for long-dressed people. However, after wearing the bone-conductive headphones, the sound quality is different from the other 2 headphones. It is not good or bad, that is, the difference in the transmission method is different. A raccoon has also worn other bone-leading headphones before, comparing similar products. BYD's joint headphones have advantages, whether they are sound quality or price, Beatty headphones dominate. But she is not used to it, so this bone guides the headphones, just for a while. The 3 headphones of Beatty are good. Friends who lack headphones can choose it without disappointment. After the trial was completed, Aoi made a dynamic that explained the experience she used, which was worthy of the sample benefits sent to her by BYD. With the trial report of Axie, although there is no brainless compliment, it has a very good recommendation effect for visiting customers. After watching Aksu's evaluation, they knew they were suitable for Beatty headphones. Anyway, there is no problem with the sound quality of Beatty's headphones. Depending on its low price, as long as it is not iron powder of certain brands, there will be no brain to buy Beatty. The evaluation of BYD's headphones can be seen from the feedback from Axe. It is basically a good comment, and the good rating rate has reached 98.6. And another new product launched at the same time, the bionic camera, is another scene. As soon as the bionic camera comes out, all the praise on the market. Some photos I buy, who didn't understand as many parameters as single anti-cameras, so they could only be forced to take pictures with their mobile phones. Because of performance limitations, mobile phone cameras are only going back on the road of Mayan and filtering. It is beautiful to shoot people, even if they are not recognized by their own mothers. If you want to get really restored good photos, non-professional and non-professional digital cameras must be difficult to do. However, after the introduction of the BYD Bionics camera, users found that they can easily operate this camera, and just like their own site, they can get what they see, and it becomes easy to take a good photo. Nagin has this camera, and she no longer has to be vomited to take pictures of his girlfriend. The portrait is automatically optimized, and the photos taken are very realistic. Of course, this camera also has a beauty model. It only needs to be selected in the setting, and you can also take pictures that satisfy the girls. Ordinary users can easily control bionic cameras, and another type of focus on cameras is professional photographers. For example, journalists, such as wedding staff, all need to use cameras to take high-quality photos and videos. Whether or not this group of professional users can be conquered is the key to the occupation of the market by Bionics cameras. Depending on the current popularity of bionic cameras have been ordered by many professionals as soon as they are sold. In the future, many of them are journalists and photographers. After they arrive, they will be tested as soon as possible. When they shoot with a digital camera and lens worth tens of thousands of yuan, and a Bionics camera, they can clearly feel the quality of photography. And the bionic camera operation is more concise, without setting many parameters. It is used to pick it up, saving too much preparation time. This bionic camera is like a human eye. There is no need to adjust the parameters before taking pictures. It only needs to look comfortable with the eyes. The effect is good. If it is counterlight, darkness, etc., the effect is not good. This feature is very different from the traditional digital camera. Big. When you see things with your eyes, there is a reaction. This camera is the same. As long as you gently turn your motivation when taking pictures, the scale above can change the shooting mode, and you can easily take high-definition photos. What these professionals are most concerned about is whether the 120 million pixels promoted are real. After they filmed, they conducted the inspection as soon as possible and confirmed that it was true. I'm going to Beatty's bionic camera, bunker, buy one quickly, and I won't have to sell a house to buy a lens in the future. Soon, it was spread in the photography circle. Bionics cameras took static pictures and the performance of ordinary videos was extremely excellent. It can be said that all cameras under 50,000 are crushed. As for digital cameras with more than 50,000, with good shots, the photos or videos taken will be better than bionic cameras, but the price is 18,000 miles away. The bionic camera is only 999 yuan. At this price, the card machine will cry. For professionals, they generally already have high-end digital cameras, so they bought cheap bionic cameras and made good supplements. For those who want to enter the pit, they can also buy bionics cameras to practice their hands. For high-end people, bionics cameras also have an effect. When more and more people tried it, they unanimously approved the bionic camera. When asked about the photography group, most people ordered it. Anyway, there will be this camera in the future, and it won't hurt if it falls or is lost. It is also cheap and easy to use, lending to friends or family members, and will not worry about it, worrying that it will be broken. This also facilitates some entrepreneurs. It turned out that if you want to invest in a photography studio, the required equipment input has also been greatly reduced. You only need to buy a few Beatty cameras to open it. You don't have to spend hundreds of thousands to buy photography equipment. At least half of the people in the country's photography industry started buying Beatty cameras. This led to bionic cameras again being sold out like other Beatty new products, and then pre-sold and waiting for the next wave to be rolled out. And some users who can't take photography can also control this camera, which is really suitable for both young and old. Just when domestic users took pictures with Beatty cameras, the staff of several camera factories were frightened. The line of sight came to the Vinny domestic branch, and their camera technical consultant is testing with the Beatty Bionics camera. After he took a few photos, his eyes widened and he couldn't believe everything he saw. I saw a cylindrical camera. I didn't use the lens yet, and I just took out the effect of taking pictures of the camera they sold for tens of thousands of yuan. This is not scientific. The price ratio of both parties is gone. This is a 999 yuan product. When challenging their tens of thousands of yuan products, even if they win, they don't show their faces. Many key products can't win, it's even more embarrassing. Incredible. Vinny's technical consultant can only use this word to describe him sitting in a chair decadently, feeling that his outlook on life has collapsed. They talked about their craftsmanship and excellence in their products. This consultant has been doing cameras for more than 30 years. He believes that there is not much new thing in the camera line. However, the appearance of the Bionics camera gave him a lesson. This unreasonable small cylinder actually has the ability to surpass traditional cameras. He feels that his outlook on life has collapsed. As if this is a nightmare, he desperately wants to wake up. Consultant. The employee next to him was calling him to wake up the consultant from the trance. Sorry, I'm sick. After the consultant apologized, he ran to the bathroom and washed his face with cold water before forcing himself to calm down. He cheered himself up and felt that he had not lost. Go back and disassemble the bionic camera, maybe he could crack its mystery. So he immediately returned to the research room and took the tools in person to disassemble the Bionics camera. This camera is still relatively easy to disassemble. After disassembly, it was found that the structure is also very simple. The lens made of a high molecular material has not high accuracy. Behind is an imaging structure, a bit like a retina. The most important thing is the optical signal. After passing through the imaging room, it is gathered on the photovoltaic circuit board. The circuit board will form an electrical signal. After a complex photovoltaic conversion, these telecommunications numbers will be recorded on the storage chip. You can read the finished photo through the internal code on the storage chip. The process seems simple, but this circuit board for photovoltaic conversion makes him unpredictable. In fact, some companies can clear the fire of this conversion study and restore the eye structure to be so powerful. Has the true meaning of camera science been incorporated? This bionic camera is blunt, that is, the circuit structure of photoelectric conversion is valuable. This is like a unique set of bionic passwords. If it can be deciphered, other companies can also make a camera at will. The consultant then studied the camera, but unfortunately, he knew what it was for these circuits to separate, but when combined, he didn't know how to run it. It can be said that the technical content of this bionic camera has made the consultant incomprehensible. No wonder this expert is not well studied. This camera would not exist in the world. It was Joe Yang who suddenly wanted to use the upgrade card to upgrade it. There was only one copy in the world. Perhaps only the headquarters of the conference, everyone studied together. The consultant immediately packed up the Bionics camera, and also brought 2 identical samples of Bionics cameras to return home by plane overnight. He can't do it alone. He needs to find all the technical backbones of the company. Let's study together to see if he can crack the mysteries of Bionics cameras. After returning to the headquarters, the consultant immediately reported to the president. President Vinny was quite shocked. Is there such a thing? He obeyed the consultant's suggestion and immediately summoned experts in all camera-related fields to crack the mysteries of bionic cameras together. They then launched a 3-day cracking, but on the 3rd day, the research room was lifeless, and every engineer was sad. Many people in the technical department of the entire vinyl camera are like funeral exams. They have studied cameras for most of their lives, but they cannot see such a simple bionic structure. This subverts their cognition. These engineers were helpless and could only report this unfortunate news to the president overnight. Sorry, President, we tried our best, but the content of this bionic camera is very deep. We know his principles, but we don't know the rules on which he operates. At present, this bionic camera is not cracked. It is impossible to learn from the experience for us. The old Vinny consultant bowed his head, bowed 90 times, and apologized to the president. Nanny! The president was shocked. In the past, when technology surpassed their products, it was only necessary to dismantle and reverse the construction, to find the weakness of the opponent's product, so as to develop the corresponding product and surpass the opponent in the subsequent competition. However, this time it was different. They ran into a monster-level player. This bionic camera is too weird. They have never seen this type of electrical product and they cannot crack it. The consultant explained, photovoltaic conversion of bionic cameras is a miracle. We can't do bionic cameras from time to moment because he has a unique set of photoelectric conversion companies inside him, or conversion passwords. We can't crack it. I don't know how Baidu discovered this rule. Anyway, they produced an unbreakable camera product this time. Turtle Tianjun, what is your confidence? The president was very unhappy to see the consultant bragging about competitors' products. The old consultant shook his head and said, I have no confidence. In the past 3 years, no, in the past 5 years, we don't want to surpass this camera product. Even if the performance can be exceeded, the price is an insurmountable gap. 999 RMB, our camera will not have any chance of winning in market competition. 8 quarters. The president's breath patted the table. They had lost somehow in the camera industry for decades, and the technical department had surrendered its guns, and had no will to fight. If they were placed during World War II, all of them would have to cut their belly, and there was no samurai spirit at all. You go back to study for me. Within half a month, I want a response plan, otherwise I will submit my resignation. The president got angry and fell in the cup. The old consultant could only bow and apologize while leaving. The scene of technicians eating deflated is also staged in other camera factories. Their technicians dismantled the bionic camera and found that it could not be cracked at all, even if it was imitation, and Baidu had already applied for a patent, blocking the possibility of their cottage. There was no technical way to defeat the opponent. Perhaps they can develop digital cameras that exceed the parameters of bionic cameras, but the price difference is more than 10 times, and there is no market. According to authoritative technical engineers, if you want to study the law of photoelectric conversion, it will take at least 5 years, and it will take at least $1 billion in funds to conduct the experiment. This time and cost are conditions that a large company's board of directors cannot agree to, and even if it is developed, the selling price can't compete with the Beatty camera. They just lose without suspense. In fact, this is not to blame the technicians. This bionic camera was not the product of this era. The power of several foreign companies still cannot compete with a powerful super factory system. Since bionic cameras cannot be cracked, these large camera factories are faced with a problem. Is it to use huge sums of money to develop new products, or to abandon the camera industry, or to talk to Beatty about cooperation? They didn't want to choose these paths. Naturally, they thought of hugging for heating and using the most rogue of capital to defeat competitors. So Vinny joined several other major camera manufacturers to jointly deal with Beatty's bionic cameras. The head of their camera department came to a hotel to meet in secret to discuss countermeasures. I think you should all know that our camera industry has encountered an unprecedented crisis. When we gather you here, we open the skylight to speak brightly. We have to unite so that we have hope of survival. The person in charge of the wordy camera industry made a heavy opening statement, and the heads of other companies certainly knew it was true. A 999 yuan camera product is enough to subvert the camera empire they operate. As long as Baidu exists one day, they will not be able to harvest users comfortably. After all, the camera has been born for more than 100 years, and everyone has eaten through the principle. The reason why it is so expensive is actually for it, so as to maintain a high-end image and not give future competitors room for survival. These camera manufacturers have been operating comfortably for decades and have not met decent competitors. They do not believe that having a new company can avoid their patent barriers and threaten them. However, now they have encountered. Baidu bionic cameras have taken another path, completely circumventing the traditional imaging scheme and bypassing their patent barriers, like sneak attacks. They were careless and did not flash, resulting in the product not being sold. They then began to discuss, using their advantages over many years of operation, and began to resist the Baidu Bionics camera, on the one hand to create rumors in public opinion, on the other hand, the United Nations carried out an import ban to prevent Baidu's cameras from entering their country. Now, it is necessary to quickly blindfold the Bai Emperor, otherwise it will be the turn of these companies to close. Jun, we must work hard, and our future depends on this battle. The person in charge of Vinny's camera bowed to his colleagues at 90 degrees. These peers had a deep vision and decided to get out and act separately immediately. Soon, the Beatty in the deep town received unfavorable news one after another. Baidu is premeditating 50 billion packages for sale, in secret contact with a consortium abroad. The Baidu Bionics camera turned out to be the patented technology of a foreign brother who copied it. There are pictures and truths. The camera is still a traditional good, a historical heritage of more than 100 years, and the bionic camera is a retrogression in technology. Later, with this camera, the beauty of photography was lost and the soul of photography was lost. There is a huge safety hazard with bionic cameras, and the use of too much is likely to cause blindness. Many large companies such as Vinny set up a photography industry alliance to sell all company products in the alliance preferentially and join members to enjoy more discounts. Baidu is involved in monopoly dumping and was investigated by the multinational economic sector. This series of news is so fierce that Zhou Yang keeps receiving calls in Beatty's office, and friends come to ask if a certain news is true. Fake, that's all rumors, not true. Zhou Yang just hung up a phone call, and there is another one here, and his throat is dry. Do you believe this? If you believe that I want to sell Baidu, you might as well believe that I am Qin Shui, first V me 50 to see strength. Zhou Yang's rumors are speechless, and he simply turned off the phone to clean it up. Really, won't this group of people think? It's really listening to the wind is rain. Those dealers and cooperative enterprises in Zhou Yang vomiting are really out of town, and I have to believe everything. Zhou Yang leaned on the back of his chair, and his expression was solemn. Of course he knew who was fooling around, the newly formed Photography Alliance. These people were used to cutting leaks, and a bionic camera appeared. They couldn't cut it anymore, and they came out to make moths. Boss, President Liu is here. At this time Tang Lan knocked on the door and reported, "Oh, got it." Zhou Yang packed his mood and did not want the other party to see him angry. As soon as the office door opened, a beautiful figure came in. Ruth Yao Yao, wearing fashion, is like a top supermodel. After coming in, he looked at Zhou Yang. The expression on his face was strange and seemed to be smiling. "What's wrong?" Zhou Yang asked curiously. Lu Xiao Puff smiled, and then said, "I'm here to see you. They all say you are playing cards with a table tennis star in Oman, owing 100 billion foreign debts, with a little aunt ran to Southeast Asia. Are the rumors so outrageous?" Zhou Yang is speechless. He is not married. Where is the little ant? This group of artificial rumors is really not a draft. More than that, you look at this news. Lu Xiao brought the phone over and showed it to Zhou Yang. When I saw the news title of this third-rate media, Zhou Yang almost had a crooked nose. This is too ridiculous. Zhou Yang, the owner of Baidu Appliances, a well-known manufacturing leading company, was arrested for two 60-year-old male models exposed to plagiarism. The case is now under trial. After Zhou Yang saw this news title, he almost got 3 liters of blood. This group of unscrupulous media really did not go offline and could pull out anything. The key rumor is that he has an affair with the tender model. Even if he has pulled on a male model, he is still a too old man. Zhou Yang can't bear it. He doesn't show his power. What about him as a kitty? It was really a bad thing to let legal Zhan Ling come over and let her sue these unscrupulous media. For some traffic, my face was gone. Zhan Ling took the evidence and went on without disturbing the two bosses to chat. Zhou Yang saw Ruth Yao smiling all the time, so he was helpless. Are you here to show me these news? No, of course I am here to help you. After seeing the excitement, Lu Xiao put away her smile. She has guessed that the companies that make cameras are fooling around, and actually framed Zhou Yang like this, which is more angry than offending herself. I have also found a lawyer friend to send all those who make rumors a lawyer's letter. This time we have to pay the price. We don't want to pay, let them go in and step on the sewing machine, Ruth Yao said angrily. Zhou Yang laughed comfortably, and there was such a friend who believed in him. Zhou Yang felt that this was not enough. He immediately said, I decided. In addition, I want to bring down their dog photography alliance as soon as possible. Okay, I support you, what do you say? Lu Xiao is unconditionally supported no matter what Zhou Yang does. Help me produce bionic cameras. Zhou Yang said his plan. I get it, you want to lay the goods in full so that they don't break themselves. This is indeed a big deal. Lu Xiao was smart, and at once understood Zhou Yang's intentions. The other camera giants joined together to do the trick because they were afraid. Now they are not only provoking overseas countries and tripping the White Emperor, but also making rumors in the country. The other party did not cover up at all, it was torn in the face. So the way to defeat the enemy is to let them collapse quickly, and Zhou Yang will use a massive bionic camera to pave the goods and impact the existing market. In that case, the expensive digital camera will have no sales, and the failure will be fast. Enterprises as large as them, even if they have no business for a month, they will be bankrupt at all costs. And even if they borrow or finance from a bank, they can't see the bottomless hole of hope. Because as long as Beatty is still producing bionic cameras, they have no way out. In addition, there is another benefit of fast shopping, that is, to be caught off guard by the other party. Many countries are said to formulate an import ban on Beatty cameras. If they produce fast, they will transport the camera for sale before the ban is implemented. Wait until the ban takes effect. Those small country cameras are already saturated, and the ban can't help but has little to do. This plan is quite targeted. Of course, any strategy requires cost. Zhou Yang needs to pay profits. Originally, he planned to sell cameras overseas, which is 6 times the domestic price, but if sold abroad, the price of the camera will rise a lot. Under the addition of the second trader layer, the price advantage of the bionic camera is not great. But this time, the sun is on fire, and he intends to give up 6 times the profit and implement a unified global selling price. At that time, it will be equivalent to more than $100 of bionic cameras, compared to selling thousands of dollars of digital cameras, to see those manufacturers what to compete with Beatty. In their alliance, non-price reduction is a chronic death, and price reduction is an immediate hiccup. By then, they will be in a dilemma. This is Hu Yang's conspiracy. Zhou Yang immediately called Tang Lan and Songda for a short meeting, and Lu Xiao also participated. Zhou Yang proposed his plan at the meeting. His idea was to spend 1 to 2 months spreading goods in unlimited quantities around the world. Bionics cameras are sold all over the world. Zhou Yang does not believe it. Their expensive digital cameras can still be sold. To do this, you need to cooperate with several of you. Mr. Xiao's production should keep up, and all the firepower should be opened. All processes should give way to the camera, develop the maximum capacity of Beatty, call on all staff to work overtime, and pay more than 3 times the overtime pay to stimulate employee motivation. Secondly, Tang Lan is responsible for central coordination, liaising with overseas customers, and informing them to supply at a uniform global selling price, without unauthorized price increase. Ruth Yao, her company, also helped produce cameras together. Seeing that the boss has decided that no one will persuade them to execute the boss's order anyway. So from this afternoon, Beidou Company has fully produced bionic cameras, and strives to let all users in the world who need cameras have one hand, so that no one will buy digital cameras anymore. The market is saturated, and naturally there will be no room for survival of other products. And to do so, it is also conducive to Zhou Yang to complete the boycott task, and can quickly bring down the Vini camera business. In the afternoon of the same day, Beatty and Huntu Electronics began pre-war mobilization. The camera workshop had to fight a tough battle, and they had to complete production tasks with quality and quantity. On the next day, Beidou issued an announcement. In order to better enable people around the world to achieve camera freedom, Beidou Bionics cameras will be supplied in unlimited quantities worldwide from now on, and the prices will be uniform. Hearing this news, domestic users don't care, but foreign users are boiling. Because foreign friends who are concerned about numbers have heard of this bionic camera, they have tried every means to buy it. Some people even come to China by plane to buy it. And now Beidou announced that the global selling price is unified, then their cost of buying a camera is greatly reduced, and they can have a useful camera for more than $100, which feels great. Now that some countries have banned the sale of Beatty's products, it is a bit more troublesome. Merchants will transit through various channels and sell them normally with more cost. If it is not possible, it will be transferred to the black market for sale. In short, there will be enough profits and demand, and the bionic camera will not be sold. I heard that after the global unified selling price, many foreign dealers and second-hand dealers all sent orders to Beatty. So there are so many orders this time, and Beattyma has been producing all his hooves to ensure supply. Zhou Yang also used proxy processing plants, which are responsible for Tanglan, uniformly allocating resources and arranging progress. Even for large processing plants, the products of one plant can be supplied to a country, which is such a lot of approval. For some proxy factories, they can be responsible for the assembly of various components, but only the most critical circuit board is made by Beatty himself, which ensures that the key technology will not leak. After supplying in C quantities, the containers arranged for shipping every day should be overwhelmed, and some customers have their own channels to transport the camera back to China through the Central European banner or by air. In this case, global users will soon be able to buy bionic cameras at relatively cheap prices. Mitter is a teenager in a small Latin American country. His dream is to be a photographer and take pictures of world beauty and beauty. But when he was 15, he didn't even touch the camera, because their family was poorer and could not afford thousands of dollars in cameras and lenses. Whenever Mitter passes the supermarket, he always stares at the camera counter, hoping that there will be a camera with a 10% discount, so he may still be able to afford it. In his country, poverty is the mainstream, and most people are still worried about food and clothing, and beggars are everywhere on the street. There is no serious industry in the country. After many children dropped out of school, they were fooling around on the street at the age of a teenager and joined the gang d'Anguizé. But Mitter will not be in a mixed life. Although he has not been to school since he was 14 years old, he sends newspapers to others, wipes cars, and in short he does all the work that makes money. Although the salary is meager, there is still a part left after subsidizing the family. Gradually, his deposits began to increase, but he saved more than a year of money and was not enough to buy a camera part. Knowing his ideals, his family advised him to buy a used mobile phone, which can also be photographed with his mobile phone, which is much cheaper. Whenever this time, he will correct his family, "No, Mom, you don't understand. The phone is not a real camera, it can't shoot what I want." Mitter is still developed every weekend, and he will take a look at the supermarket camera counter, looking forward to a discount on a camera one day. But every time I came back in disappointment. When he was unable to own the camera, he simulated the camera shooting based on the tutorial seen on the internet. Whenever he saw a scene or a beauty, he imagined what number of shots to choose and what parameters to use to shoot the best. Finally, with the fingers of both hands, the shape of a camera is formed, and the mouth is dubbed to the beauty, and the sound of click is completed. Whenever this time, Mitter wanted to own a camera so that it would not waste such beautiful scenery. Although it does not yet have a camera, Mitter's photography technology should be the best of all people who have not been in contact with the camera. On an ordinary weekend, Mitter suddenly discovered that the camera he wanted was reduced in price and shot at 20% off. He was very excited and ran home to count the piggy bank, but was quickly disappointed. The money he saved was still much worse, and he could only look at the opportunity. After a few days, he was surprised to find that the digital camera has been 20% off, and almost all brand cameras are 70% off. This is a phenomenon that has never happened. Mitter saw hope, and he felt a step further from the day he owned the camera. After another week, he suddenly discovered that the camera had been sold out at 60%, and finally sold a lot, and the shelf was half empty. This price is already very favorable for photographers, at least under normal circumstances. This situation will not occur. Mitter speculates that this must be a problem, otherwise all brands will not be reduced together. Unfortunately, his channels of information are limited and he does not know what happened. After waiting for a few more days, Mitter found that the digital camera disappeared in the counter and was replaced by a strange cylindrical camera with the label called a bionic camera or a mysterious ancient Eastern country. Mitter is very strange. He has never heard of such a camera. The most important thing is that the price above is only $200. This price is too exaggerated, making Mitter doubt that this must be fake. Use a strange thing to cheat everyone's money. After all, there was no chance that it was so cheap. But Mitter still couldn't help the temptation to come to the counter and ask the teller what this camera is. This is a bionic camera, a premium product made in China. The cabinet member's formula replied. Where did the original cameras go? Mitter asked curiously. I don't know, maybe it's sold out. The clerk shrugged and said. Mitter knows that it is definitely not sold out. The previous continuous price cuts are very illustrative, and it is more like those camera manufacturers closed. How to use this bionic camera, can I touch it? Middle temptation. The original camera was quite expensive, with thousands of dollars each. Children like his poor family are not allowed to touch it all, and they can only look at it from a distance. But this time the clerk unexpectedly gave Mitter a sample so that he could try to take a picture, and there was also a manual translated into the motherland script. If Mitter got the treasure, he was so lucky today that he could get the real camera, although he would not use it. He first took a picture of a beautiful woman who was walking in the mall in the distance according to the look of the digital camera. I thought it would be bad, but I didn't expect this automatic optimization of the portrait to be very good, beyond Mitter's expectations. He was more curious about this strange camera, and then he read the manual, which opened his eyes. Mitter knew that there was such a bionic camera in addition to digital cameras in the world. It is cheap, easy to use, convenient to adjust parameters, high-definition pixels, basically all of which are advantages. Even if there are shortcomings, it can be ignored in front of its price. Mitter played with the camera and felt particularly like it. The effect of this camera shooting is not inferior to the professional digital camera with lenses. Mitter knew that the camera he was after finally came to himself. This is the product he wanted, and he happened to be able to afford it. So Mitter hurried home, picked up his piggy bank and slammed it on the ground. Snapped, a lot of change is scattered on the ground. Mitter counted it, and it was enough. With more than $200, he counted $200, and then ran to the mall and bought a Bionics camera. Mitter, who got the camera, was particularly happy. When the business surpassed, he kept shooting the surrounding scenery and characters, and gradually became familiar with the camera. When he gets home, Mitter has mastered it. This bionic camera is very convenient to operate. He will learn it as soon as he learns. Mitter loves this camera so much, and his hard work has finally yielded good results. Dad, Mom, Brother. Mitter greeted his family, and he yelled excitedly to express his happiness. In order to show his photography skills, he greeted the whole family and took a family portrait. Click, the family portrait was finished, the effect was checked, and it was found to be beautiful. This family praised Mitter for his good shooting, so he could be a professional photographer. Mom and Dad, rest assured that I will definitely become an excellent photographer because I have an excellent camera, Mitter said with confidence. You will become an excellent photographer, my child. Parents caressed Mitter's forehead and encouraged him to realize his dream. Cameras that were extremely expensive before can become cheap, so Mitter's dream will eventually come true. That night, Mitter fell asleep with a bionic camera. In his dream, he dreamed that he had arrived in China and saw the camera producer. Mitter is thanking each other for producing a good camera for him. Mitter's dream, because Beatty's bionic camera was successful. In China, there are many people who enjoy the benefits of Bionics cameras. Gu Kaiken is an ordinary young man in a county-level city in the middle. He is getting married, and his fiancée is his high school classmate. The summer when the two graduated from high school, they confessed to each other successfully, which is a sweet couple. Neither of them has a high degree of education, and they will work in society when they are on the list. The fiancé wanted to repeat for a year, but the family did not support it. It's okay, wife, you go to repeat, I'm all inclusive of tuition and living expenses. Although Gu Kaiken's salary is not high, and the master is learning to decorate the craft, and the apprenticeship fee of $2,000 or $3,000 a month, he dares to say I raise you. Perhaps it is this kind of sentiment that makes their feelings sublimate, and love is incomparable. Perhaps it was a life that was unsatisfactory. 10-9, her girlfriend's 1 year of hard work was not exchanged for gains. She fell on the list again and scored only one unnamed specialist. Gushin asked his girlfriend to go to college, and anyway, college students are considered college students. But her girlfriend's family is not good. The burden she brought to her home by going to school is too great, and she has inquired, let alone specialists, even undergraduates are not well employed. So my girlfriend did not choose to continue to school, but found a job as a restaurant waiter and started to make money on her own. The two young people talked about ordinary love in this way. Although they have no money, their lives are very fulfilling. After get off work at night, Gu Kaiken bought delicious food and sent it to his girlfriend's residence. The two watched the movie once a week. In order to save money, the two never took a taxi. They would rather walk a kilometer to take the bus. The two never bought popcorn in the cinema, and their girlfriends blew popcorn themselves in the restaurant, quietly packed it into their bags and brought it into the cinema. Because the family conditions of both of them are not good, and part of the salary is to supplement the family for their parents, so they have always lived a frugal life. And this kind of love, they have been talking for 6 years, and they have also experienced capable youth from green teenagers. In the 7th year, Gu Kaiken has become a craft, and he can work independently on his own, and his income has risen. Good months and even 1 month can have tens of thousands of income. He finally had the money to rent a small house, and he moved together and started living together. Although they are not husband and wife, they live sweeter than many couples. In today's impetuous society, it is common for couples to break up, but the two of them have not been wed for so many years, which is a very rare love for loyalty. They are no longer young. The reason why they have never been married is because the woman's family wants a $288,000 gift, which is reserved for the woman's brother to buy a house. Later, it was still a friendly woman who said that she had dropped the gift to $188,000. However, they still lacked the down payment for buying a house, and the house and dowry are indispensable, otherwise the female parents do not agree to the daughter marrying Gukun. In this way, their wedding was postponed again. When the girl was 27 years old, they decided not to wait for the price reduction of the outgoing house to get married first. Husband, let's get married naked, don't get rid of it, don't get married in banquet, the house will have children in a few years, and then buy a school district. We will save money together so that we can own our own house by about 30 years old. The girlfriend is very considerate and open-minded, willing to accompany him to suffer, not even a luxurious wedding, willing to save money and buy a house with him. Gu Kaiken was very moved inside, and at the same time he secretly vowed to be friendly to women. In this way, they planned to go to the certificate on December 12th. After so many years, the woman's parents also wanted to open. The daughter was determined to marry. They also agreed. As long as the gift is given, the house may not be bought first. Now the parents of both sides finally agreed, and the little couple can be justified together. Although his girlfriend said that she would not have a wedding, Gu Kaiken felt that such a sloppy testimony was so sorry for his wife. He was thinking, what method would he find to save money and give his wife a sense of marriage? At this moment, Gu Kaiken saw the news of Bionics cameras online. With only 999 yuan, you can have a camera comparable to a single counter camera. Yes, I can buy a camera and take a beautiful wedding photo of my girlfriend. Gu Kai suddenly thought of a good idea, Baidi's bionic camera, which made him germinate this idea. It's mainly because Baidi's things are cheap. The most important thing is that the news says that this bionic camera is simple to operate, and novices can learn to use it soon. In this way, ancient and open, without a photography base, can also operate successfully. So Gu Kaiken bought a bionics camera with his girlfriend. After arriving, he began to take photos against the instructions. As soon as the results were used, there were surprises everywhere, and Gu Kaiken found that he could also take good-looking photos, especially portraits, which were automatic. The shooting was similar to those of the wedding photographers in the film building, and even brought a key. The plot function can directly derive the photos after Mei Yan and retain their youthful memories. So Gukun found a local rental clothing store. They chose 6 sets of clothes and rented them for a day. They picked a sunny day, called a friend, and 3 people took wedding photos. My girlfriend was also very surprised after she learned that Gu Kai actually prepared a wedding photo for her. Although she said to save, which girl would not expect a decent wedding? They have no money to prepare a luxury wedding, but they can still do it by taking a good-looking wedding photo. So the 3 of them happily went to a park in the city and started shooting when they changed their clothes. Ancient and honest friend acted as a photographer. He is also now study and relies on the advantages of bionic cameras. Sometimes Gukun also came to take a personal photo of his girlfriend in person. He was very attentive and wanted to record his most beautiful bride. They spent a day and took hundreds of photos. Although they were tired, they were satisfied to look at those photos on the way back. These photos are almost the same as the wedding photos taken by the studio, and they saved thousands of dollars. This camera of Beatty is really easy to use. It feels much better than taking pictures of my mobile phone. In the future, I will use this camera to take selfies. After the girlfriend came home, looking at their beautiful wedding photos, they leaned on their arms. Of course, no problem, in the future it will be your exclusive goddess photographing tool. Ancient and spoiled. Then the couple picked out some of the best looking photos and went to the internet to rinse them, made a large wedding photo, hung it in the rental room, and posted the wedding words, so that they were newly married. Both of them are extremely happy. It is true that they are plain and plain. Perhaps they are the most open and honest people who understand the true meaning. Thanks to the Beatty camera, Gu Kaiken also put some of their wedding photos, and uploaded them to the buyer show. Seeing that bionic cameras can actually take such beautiful wedding photos, this has inspired many people. They have also bought cameras, photographed themselves, or remade wedding photos. Although the action swing is not as good as the professional film tower, it is more natural and free to shoot itself, and it is easy to shoot as you want, and anyway, the bionic camera operation is also simple and easy to get started. The most important thing is to save money. You can shoot it if you have nothing, which is much cheaper than going to the studio to take pictures. According to the buyer's show area of Beatty's bionic camera, many people have learned to buy their own cameras to take pictures. After an inch of photos, work photos can be taken by themselves, and they don't have to go to the studio anymore. With the popularization of bionic cameras, there are more users who take pictures on their own, which severely squeezes the shadow building business. Originally, the film tower belonged to the dusk industry, and the business was not as good as before. This time, with the introduction of the bionic cameras that followed the footage, their business scale was once again reduced, and soon the shadow buildings in some towns closed, even disappeared directly. Originally, Zhou Yang made a bionic camera to kill Vinny, but he did not expect to accidentally hurt the domestic film industry, which is also an inadvertent loss. In fact, this is the epitome of an industry being eliminated by the times. For example, the appearance of a car eliminated the yellow chartered car, the appearance of the phone eliminated the telegram, the appearance of the mobile phone eliminated the landline and the phone booth. It's no pity that an industry is eliminated, indicating that better and cheaper products have appeared, and people's lives will be taken to a higher level. And Baidu's bionic camera served as a witness to the end of the film industry this time. The film industry gradually withdrew, so the camera industry was also uncomfortable. Soon after the establishment of the Photography Industry Alliance abroad, it was hit by the global shopping of the Baidu, and the business plummeted. In Tokyo, the capital of the country, representatives of members of the Photography Alliance met here for the second time to discuss countermeasures again. Zhou Yang was still driving his van, parked on the side of the road, and immediately rolled off the window. He didn't get off the car, and the group of people from the country were not worthy of getting him off. If you want to talk to him, come by yourself. Sure enough, the group of negotiating teams had men and women, and a total of 5 people, all wearing formal suits and leather shoes, came to the van and bowed to salute 90 degrees. Mr. Zhou Yang, hello. We are representatives of the Bank of Japan. I want to talk to you. Can we find a suitable place? There was a bit of noise on the road. The Chinese words of this country are very standard and respectful. This is how their own people are. They are very polite and lose their righteousness. For example, they bow when they meet. It seems very polite, but when they pour nuclear wastewater into the sea, they do not care about the life and death of their neighbors. The country is such a nation, and it is polite on the surface, but in fact it has a bad stomach, so Zhou Yang treats them very differently. It's not that all the people in the country are not good, but the businessmen that Zhou Yang is in contact with. But there are really few good-hearted people who are bullying and afraid of hardness. If I want to talk about it, I'm still busy. Zhou Yang said to look at the watch and then said, you have at most 5 minutes. At this time, some people in the delegation of this country have changed slightly, and they seem to be very dissatisfied with Zhou Yang's attitude, but was pulled by his companion. After all, they are now coming with the task. If they can't help it because of a little thing, it's a big deal, and going back is afraid that it's not to be slapped by the president. Among them is a man in his 30s. He came up with a document saying, our rising bank is very optimistic about the prospects of Bankrupt Company. If we want to invest, we draw up 30 billion yuan to buy out 90 share of equity. Ha, you guys really dare to make an offer. Do you know how much I make a year? Zhou Yang looked down on these books and wanted to acquire Baidu. He was not angry, but they had eyes, but took 30 billion out, which was a bit insulting. Baidu made billions of profits last year, not to mention that the aviation industry group has recently invested 1 billion. At present, it also has many hot-selling products, as well as high-tech parks that cost billions of people under construction. With these assets alone, 30 billion people want to buy. It's really crazy to think about money, and it's almost the same to add a zero. The leading man said, don't be angry first, the price is not suitable to talk about. You can give a quotation and I will go back and discuss it with the president. Rest, you guys, Baidu is not selling, and even if I want to sell, do you think you can buy it? Zhou Yang smiled deeply, then raised the car window, drove away, and stayed in the country with a look. What does he mean? A female clerk asked. There may be other reasons for obstructing the acquisition, we go back and report. The man who led his men to the car immediately reported what happened here and the president. The president's frowning said that the road on Zhou Yang's side could not be walked, then he decided to knock on the mountain tiger and immediately released the news of buying Baidu to see how Zhou Yang responded. They released the news in the name of the rising bank, saying that they used the 40 billion offer to buy Baidu and entered the actual negotiation stage. The purpose of this rumor is to increase negative public opinion for the Baidu and solve the danger of their products. If Zhou Yang can be pushed to the negotiating table, if the leak can be picked up successfully, it will be more perfect. Now Baidu is the hot spot for news. After this acquisition news appeared, it spread widely. After 2 days, the media in various countries are looking for Japanese banks to confirm the news. The Chinese media even want to interview Zhou Yang himself. They are eager to know the authenticity of the news. Zhou Yang also saw this news, and now there are countless fans in the official website every day to ask him the authenticity of this matter. Now the White Emperor is the white moonlight of the manufacturing industry in the hearts of the people. They don't want Zhou Yang to sell the White Emperor, especially to their own country. In this regard, Zhou Yang only answered one sentence, rest assured, Baidu will always be the heart of China. It's great, don't forget your heart, you have to always. Awesome, my son. Netizens cheered. After the netizens were relieved, they did not expect the Shenzhen Science and Technology Commission to issue an announcement to inform the ascending banks of their home country that Baidu is a non-sale product in the domestic manufacturing industry. There are a lot of official words, which are actually translated into low-loving businessmen, that is, where do you stay cool, Baidu will not sell to anyone. This is exactly the same as Zhou Yang's statement to the outside world. Because the current Baidu is not only a large manufacturing company, but also cooperates deeply with the National Air Industry Group. Even the other party has established an aircraft laboratory in the high-tech park and has gunmen on guard. This is equivalent to half a state-owned enterprise confidential unit. Such an important secret company will certainly not be sold to a foreign company, so those foreigners who intend to infect Baidu can die. Originally, this business news was fried in society, and the previous rumors about Zhou Yang, many people think that Zhou Yang is going to roll up and run. Now the officials are out to support Baidu, which shows that Baidu is very stable and does not need to worry. That is, the Baidu is not listed, otherwise netizens must rest assured that they must buy Baidu stock to ensure that it rises to heaven. The failure of this country's acquisition means that the Photography Alliance's last resort has been defeated, and they have no room to turn over. The Photography Alliance finally opened a video conference, and all of them said they would fight to the end. They have to study cameras with stronger performance, and the price must be adjusted to less than half of the original. This allows people who are used to digital cameras to still choose their products. However, after the video conference, each house swept its own snow. Companies such as Vini and Nikon all stopped producing digital cameras indefinitely, leaving only the development and production of mobile phone cameras and video recorders. Other small camera factories directly declared bankruptcy, and the transformation was not transformed. This time they were subdued by Baidu. So far, most of these camera companies with a history of hundreds or decades have withdrawn from the stage of history. Just like the original digital camera eliminated the film camera, they were also eliminated by the Bionics camera, which is also a historical trend. And all that is done is the Baidu Bionics camera, a landmark camera that is too cheap to be unreasonable to use without friends. This camera can't do any improvement at present, because this is a monster-level product upgraded by Zhou Yang with an upgrade card. Unless the upgrade card is used again, there will be no products that exceed it within a few years. Soon, the digital camera gradually withdrew from the market, but there was no extinction, and some photographers would buy collections. Or in pursuit of higher quality photos, it still requires advanced single cameras. For example, the high-end camera brand of Leica is still in operation. They have a group of loyal fans, so they will not be completely discontinued. Bionics cameras eventually occupy the vast majority of market share and become winners of market competition. Now that the wordy camera is directly hip-hop, Zhou Yang's boycott task is also completed. The Super Factory system immediately issued rewards. The boycott task day was initially completed, rewarding gold drawings *1.80. The system gave Zhou Yang a reward, and this time actually rewarded a gold drawing, which must be very good. Zhou Yang had saved a gold drawing before, and there are two now, so he considered finding an opportunity to open it. However, Zhou Yang wanted to wait until there was a task, and these days, he was soaked every day in the high-tech park, because the battery process was about to be adjusted. The battery is the top priority. Zhou Yang has spent a lot of thoughts on it, and has spent hundreds of millions of dollars on it to invest all the profits made by other products. Now it is time to harvest. A week later, Zhou Yang wore work clothes and came to the production workshop of the sodium-ion battery. Today is the day of the test drive. The production equipment and plant that cost a lot of money to install are at the moment of acceptance today. Under the order of Zhou Yang, the test car officially began. When many devices are activated together, the raw materials go through various processes and begin to convert to finished batteries. The process is similar to that of lithium batteries, and it also passes through negative polar math, orthodontics, cloth, crushing, splitting, baking, curling, fluid injection, etc. Although the process is similar, the details of each step of production are different from lithium batteries, which are introduced in the process drawings given by the system. Workers produce strictly in accordance with production operation procedures. To say that the difference between a sodium-ion battery with Prussian as a raw material and the current mainstream lithium battery is production time. The entire production cycle of lithium batteries is about 15 days, while sodium-ion batteries, because the drawings of the system optimize the process, it only takes about 5 days to form. This time has been reduced by 1/3, and production efficiency has increased. This is remarkable, and the increased production efficiency means that the sodium-ion battery produced within a unit time has increased. To put it bluntly, the cost of time has been greatly reduced, and the output has also increased significantly. It turns out that lithium battery plants can only harvest a batch in 15 days, so the labor, materials, utilities, etc. in these 15 days must be included in the cost of this batch of lithium batteries. Sodium-ion batteries can be produced in about 5 days, and the cost consumption during this period will be much less. So this battery is destined to be cheap. The real worry-free era is about to start. Zhou Yang spent a day on the production line, and he immediately coordinated to solve the problem. It was not until late at night that he felt tired and was ready to rest. However, when he saw the time so late, it was estimated that it was early in the morning to return to his home in the city. This surprised many workers who worked night shifts. They have seen too many bosses, and they can't see the shadow of the money earners. They go around with Xiaomi and the company hands it to some professional managers to manage. However, Zhou Yang has been working hard in the workshop these days. He worked on the front line first, and also hit the ground at night. He slept in the company, which is really admirable. The workers knew this. Zhou Yang's success was not accidental, but he spelled it out. By the next day, battery production will continue, but it will take a few days to produce. When Zhou Yang wandered in the workshop, he suddenly received a reward from the system. The dental planting material has been popularized throughout the province to complete the task, the loving value 20, and a full set of technical drawings to reward the automotive auxiliary system. The task reward given by the system this time is far beyond Zhou Yang's expectations. A medical task actually rewards the technology related to the car, which is somewhat unreasonable. It was later discovered that it was indeed unreasonable, because of systematic care. He was actually filled with the last puzzle of the new energy tram. He built a sodium-ion battery production line to solve the battery problem of the tram. The production process of automobile motors was obtained a while ago, so the three pieces of automobiles lacked the final automobile auxiliary system. Now that the automotive auxiliary system is in hand, it means that the manufacture of the tram can already begin. Zhou Yang then notified Lu Xiao of the good news, and then asked her to go to the new car together. He would bring the two craft drawings together. After waiting for the new car, Ruth Yao came to greet him personally, and she was obviously very happy to see her face with a smile. Ruth Yao is of course happy. Her wish for the past year was to build a blasting car to let his family take a good look. The baby girl they looked down on could also make a shame for them. Zhou Yang was generally received by the stars in the company's conference room. Zhou Yang knew that everyone was looking forward to it, so he didn't sell it anymore, and took out both drawings directly. Everyone rushed to see it, and the engineers looked even more amazing after watching it. Such a mature design should come from the world's top car designers, because there are many channels in which experts know. Zhou Yang did not explain the origin of the drawings, so that they could prepare for production. In a few days, his sodium-ion battery is also ready, and he will be able to make a ultra-high renewed new energy vehicle by then, which will be amazing. Lu Xiao added, our leatherware factory will be responsible for the production of car interior, so that most of the new energy vehicle accessories can be self-sufficient. Good. Other subordinates began to applaud, which was to morale. They had the drawings given by the boss and could already make a new car. At present, the designer of the company is mainly designing the appearance. Now that the appearance has been designed, with 3 major production processes, the new car will be alive. The workshop supervisors immediately laid out, and they vacated a part of the production line and could start production immediately. They want Mr. to produce a sample car to see the effect, and at the same time also wait for the sodium-ion battery to see if it can meet the needs of the new cute car. The employees of the new car have great confidence in Zhou Yang. The main technology available is all brought by this young and handsome boss, saying that he is the father of the new car. When everyone is busy, Zhou Yang will say goodbye. Lu Xiao was surprised. Why did Zhou Yang leave when he first came? Is there anything you have to go back? Lu Xiao asked him. Asking so, I just don't want him to leave so quickly. Zhou Yang apologized and said, there is no way. Baidi has too many things on that side. I want to go back and see. Okay, I'm here to watch for you, you have to come back early. Ruth Yao deliberately pulled the long tone and was playing cute. Okay, when the battery is ready, I will definitely deliver it in person. When Zhou Yang smiled, she handed her a handbag, saying it was a gift, and then he waved goodbye to Lu Xiao and drove away. Ruth Yao was greatly surprised. She returned to the office with the expectation, and then closed her eyes to make a wish, hoping that there would be a symbolic ornament such as a ring or necklace, which means that Zhou Yang had her in her heart. As a result, when I opened it, it was actually a pack of 6 cucumbers. This was given to Zhou Yang by Lin Shui. He tasted it and found it good, so he gave another package to his best partner. After all, the education that everyone has received since childhood is that good things should be shared with good friends. Although it wasn't what she expected, Ruth Yao didn't dislike it. Soaked a cup of tea, the fragrance was rich, and the aftertaste was endless. It was indeed good tea. Lu Xiao, a person who likes coffee, suddenly fell in love with tea. Maybe this is the principle of love for the house in the black. After Zhou Yang returned to Beatty, the sodium-ion battery was still in production. Zhou Yang was waiting for it, and he couldn't hold it anymore. With 2 gold drawings, it seems that one can be opened. On the night before the battery was produced, Zhou Yang could no longer hold back and decided to open a gold drawing. I want to turn on the gold drawings, Zhou Yang said to the system. Super factory system, gold drawings are on, please come later. After waiting for a few seconds, the system gave him an amazing feedback. Gold drawings were successfully identified, and processed drawings were produced for digital hard drives. The super factory system sent feedback to Zhou Yang and opened a strange drawing. It is strange because Zhou Yang has never heard of digital hard drives. The hard drive he knows to use on the computer, there are traditional mechanical hard drives, and solid hard drives. As for the U-disk, it is a type of flash memory and is also classified as a solid hard drive. The hard disk is divided between the hard disk of the hard disk and the SSD solid hard drive. The mechanical hard disk is mainly composed of several parts such as disks, magnetic head, disk shaft and control motor, magnetic head controller, data converter, interface, cache, and so on. It can be understood as an old-fashioned record player. The disk is encapsulated in the hard disk shell, and the magnetic head is suspended on the high-speed rotating disk for data reading and writing. The solid-state hard drive is a hard drive made of a solid electronic storage chip array. Solid-state hard drives are relatively advanced hard disk types with the advantage of fast reading and writing. In the past, the computer was turned on for more than half a minute, which was caused by the slow reading of data on mechanical hard drives. Now high-end computers are generally equipped with solid hard drives, and the reading and writing speed has doubled or even more than 100 times. Now the computer is turned on, generally within a dozen seconds. It is indeed a qualitative leap. Of course, solid hard drives also have shortcomings. One is that the price is more expensive than the mechanical hard drive. In addition, the solid hard drive stores the data in the flash memory chip. Once the flash memory is damaged, the data can no longer be found. The storage medium of the mechanical hard drive is a disk. The data has been recorded. Even if it is damaged, as long as it is not broken too thoroughly, there is always a way to read out some of the data. Therefore, generally important data is backed up in the mechanical disk to avoid disaster caused by hard disk damage. Joe Yang knows about hard drives, but he has never heard of digital hard drives. He picked up the craft drawings to see, but he didn't understand it. Because the art industry specializes, he is a college student who is not fake, but the university has never learned about storage semiconductor-related knowledge. This estimate requires hard disk professionals to understand. Before looking for professionals, Joe Yang wanted to ask the system first. Great superfactory system, I would like to ask you, what exactly is this digital hard drive, and how is it different from mechanical disks and solid disks? Perhaps it was infused by Joe Yang's ecstasy soup. The system was not stingy this time, so it explained digital hard disk, digital state disk, or DSD for short, that is, to store data through digital compression technology. It is an upgraded version of the mechanical hard drive and solid hard drive. The storage capacity is more than 5 times that of ordinary solid hard drives and the speed is 2 to 3 times, but it also retains the recoverable advantages of the data of the mechanical disk. Is so strong? Joe Yang was greatly surprised, and it was very hanging when he listened. Unexpectedly, the gold drawings are so powerful that they can develop this technology beyond the times. Obviously, this digital hard drive, Joe Yang searched the internet, and no relevant information was searched, indicating that there is no research or is still in the budding stage. So Joe Yang won the next generation hard disk storage plan at least a few years in advance because of gold drawings, which is a powerful product that can change the industry. Joe Yang was so excited that he had just harvested the high-end battery process, and now he has the next generation of hard disk storage plan. This is luck, and it is unstoppable. BYD is about to become the industry's cutting edge again. However, because the technology is too advanced, there are no technicians and mature workers at all, so this digital hard drive technology cannot be put into production immediately. Joe Yang was thinking about using the plant of the next high-tech part to produce hard drives. At that time, a group of technicians will be recruited first, or even freshmen. Anyway, everyone is facing new technologies. Young people are still more aggressive. So in this hard disk industry, Joe Yang is estimated to be ready in the next 3 to 5 months. In short, he will get the sodium-ion battery first. With expectations for the future, Joe Yang fell asleep. Get up the next morning, he brushed his teeth and washed his face, and then came to the workshop. When I got to the workshop, I heard the employees cheering for a while. What happened to? Has the sodium-ion battery been made? Joe Yang quickly ran over and asked. The technician said happily, yes, the product has come out, we are in an emergency test, and according to the current data, it should have been successful. Joe Yang quickly ran to the testing process and saw several battery products that were already being tested. Joe Yang couldn't wait, so he picked it up and asked the system to evaluate it. System feedback: Prussian sodium-ion battery, qualified for testing, high power, and excellent quality. Yeah! Joe Yang then celebrated with the movement of a curved arm. Others also thought he was happy for the battery, but I don't know that Joe Yang has got the result. His suspended heart was put down, and it is time to see how the battery performed. After the charge and discharge test, in the afternoon, a more detailed report came out. Sodium-ion batteries, compared with the current mainstream lithium batteries, have the advantages of large energy storage, fast charging, safe explosion, and low cost. It can be said that they exceed lithium batteries in all respects. Lithium batteries have no advantages in the face of Zhu Yang's sodium-ion batteries. It can be seen that sodium-ion batteries are the standard for the next generation of batteries and will eventually eliminate lithium batteries. In the afternoon, Tang Lan also rushed to the high-tech park, and she also came to celebrate the new product. After the celebration, it is a more realistic problem: the output of sodium-ion batteries, and the priority of manufacturing. At present, because this is still a new technology, technicians and workers are still in the groping stage, so they are not quick. In recent months, it has been dominated by smelting workers and increasing experience, so it is destined to have insufficient capacity, so only to give priority to your products. First of all, the new energy battery of the new car must be the first priority. At present, more than half of the battery capacity is required to produce the battery for the car. The other small part is to replace the existing Beatty products, such as handheld vacuum cleaners, D21 electric vehicles, etc., which are products that rely on batteries. The previous lithium batteries are expensive and have low capacity. A considerable part of the cost is the cost of battery purchase. And now there is no need to worry about it. Sodium-ion batteries produced by oneself are not priced in increments, and the speed of renewal and charging is increased, and it is safer. What Zhou Yang is more concerned about now, how much new energy car can be renewed by a new energy car made of sodium-ion battery. Tang Lan has no opinion on Zhu Yang's arrangement. She gave instructions on the production of battery processes and arranged the work schedule reasonably. After the production plan was issued, it was waiting for the continuous output of the battery for the vehicle. Zhou Yang is preparing to disclose this news, and it is also counted as advertising for his new battery. If Zhou Yang wants the media to report the sodium-ion battery, he will find the most familiar Zhang Shuqi and let her do an interview. Now she has become a senior reporter in the newspaper. Because she often interviews Beatty's exclusive news, she is quite famous in the industry. Sodium-ion battery. What is the difference from traditional batteries? Zhang Shuqi deserves to be a senior journalist in science and technology. The question asked is what Zhou Yang wants to convey. Then Zhou Yang talked about the advantages of sodium-ion batteries. When I heard the performance of the lithium milling battery, Zhang Shuqi was particularly interested and asked some details in detail. Zhou Yang knew everything and said everything, and the two cooperated very well. After finishing all the interviews, Zhang Shuqi congratulated Boss Zhou, "You have to lead the industry frontier again." Zhou Yang laughed, "Is okay, and I am also fed up with the bird gas of the lithium battery drawback. If you say it, the electricity is still low, and you can pull it in motion. This time with a sodium-ion battery, it is time to say goodbye to the age of lithium batteries. Well, I will go back and write a manuscript. I wish you a big sale of sodium-ion batteries." Zhang Shuqi, congratulations. No, at least half a year, sodium-ion batteries are not sold out. Zhou Yang said. Not right, internal digestion. Oh, I understand. Zhang Shuqi was moving in her heart. Combined with the news she received before, Meng Xian's car said that a new car would be released during the Spring Festival, then the sodium-ion battery must be used. This is remarkable news. She will write it in the manuscript when she looks back, which will definitely cause shock. In fact, it is not difficult to guess that Zhou Yang also intends to use Zhang Shuqi to make a free advertisement for his own sodium-ion battery and new energy car. These two people each need it. After Zhang Shuqi left, Zhou Yang also published a publicity map of the sodium-ion battery on his personal account number and the White Emperor's website. On the publicity chart, it is to say goodbye to the old and welcome the old lithium battery and welcome the newly upgraded sodium battery. Wait, am I right? Baidu has just swept the camera market, which has come to rule the battery market again? Xiaobai doesn't understand. What kind of battery is this? Is it number 5 or number 7? Can my air conditioner remote control be used? This is not a dry battery, okay. This is a battery, the kind of big battery used in your mobile phone and battery car, which looks very beepy. The battery capacity is more than 3 times that of the same volume lithium battery. Is this a bit exaggerated? If it is used on a tram, wouldn't it be a continuation energy of 1,500 kilometers? Isn't there any anxiety about renewal? The netizens immediately started a heated discussion, and they were all concerned about how powerful this sodium-ion battery is. Because this is just a preview, Zhou Yang did not disclose too much content, even the price is not marked, and netizens can only guess. How much is it? Since it is a Beatty product, it must be very cheap. My phone is about to change the battery. It is estimated that 10 wallets are mailed? I guess Beatty will not make mobile phone batteries, right? The profit of automobile batteries is still high. After the discussion, they began to care about the price. Many netizens are wondering, before the new products were developed, why didn't the battery open? They are crazy on the White Emperor network at Zhou Yang, let him answer. Zhou Yang has already brought the first batch of samples of car sodium-ion batteries to the cute new car. Here, the first test vehicle will be assembled to see how their design results are. The speed of car construction is not so fast, especially the new car that has just been developed in trial production, so it will take some time to see the real car. However, these days, because of a manuscript by Zhang Shuqi, the sodium-ion battery was pushed to the hot search. Sodium-ion batteries will completely replace lithium batteries in the next few years. Beatty studied the epoch-making sodium-ion battery, and the crisis of the Ningde era came. Baidu did not intend to push the sodium-ion battery to the market. They wanted to sell for a price and wanted to sell a good price. Sodium-ion battery is a gimmick and cannot be done accurately. For a time, the news layers of various headings on the internet were endless, and the heat of the sodium-ion battery had risen. The last global thermal sales of bionic cameras, and the residual temperature, everyone believes that this sodium-ion battery will also sell the world like a camera. By then, Baidu will have another title, which is the world's largest battery enterprise. Subsequently, there were countless companies calling Baidu to ask about the price of sodium-ion batteries. Their products also want to use Baidu batteries, because they all know that Baidu's product prices are absolutely fair. Once Baidu's sodium battery is adopted, the equipment with the battery will not only improve performance, but also the selling price will be reduced. For those electronics companies, it is definitely good news. However, Baidu's reply to them was that there was no willingness to sell sodium-ion batteries. What? Does Baidu not sell goods, and intends to hold back a high price? Everyone thinks that Baidu has begun to transform, does not want to sell cheap batteries, and wants to sell for price. So much of the fans were instigated, so they came to Baidu Anwang to ask, is it true that others said it? Baidu wanted to sell high prices from the beginning of the battery and surrendered to the capital. When Zhou Yang saw it, he couldn't cry, and he explained that if Baidu wanted to sell a high price, it would have started long ago, and he didn't have to wait until now. The reason why it is not sold is because the current capacity of the Baidu battery is limited and will not directly introduce retail products. In other words, their sodium-ion batteries are currently only to B products, not to C. But this does not mean that Baidu will abandon the to C business, and it is expected that when the time is right, the real to C products will be launched. Some fans listened in, but some people still wanted Baidu to sell the battery quickly, and they wanted to use it. Some electronic equipment such as drones, due to battery technology, the voyage is too short. If there is a continuation capacity of the sodium-ion battery, it will be possible to charge once at that time and fly in the air for more than an hour. Or the phone will be charged a few days, and it will be cool to think about it and say goodbye to the charger. Baidu does not have a battery at the retail end, which gives some little blacks a chance to start rumoring that Baidu's sodium-ion battery is a scam and is used for fraudulent subsidies. In fact, it is a lithium battery with a shell. This guess is quite public fears, although the White Emperor's website also carried out rumors. These rumors could not stop the many people who made the rumors, and the version was constantly updated. There has even been a new energy threat theory, saying that sodium-ion batteries are very polluting and harmful to humans, and are easy to use for carcinogenicity. The second rumor version is that dozens of workers in the Baidu factory suffered from malignant tumors, and now the news is suppressed, but the paper cannot cover the fire, and the rumors call on everyone not to buy Baidu's sodium-ion battery. And how far is it? There is radiation. After Zhou Yang saw this kind of rumor, he felt speechless. Who is always making rumors? But there was a small number of netizens who were given a rhythm by this marketing number, thinking that Baidu was cheating on money. It seems that it is necessary to come up with some finished products to break the rumors. Zhou Yang made a decision and began planning a live broadcast of rumors. The best way to break the rumors of the Baidu battery is to speak with facts. Rumors say that sodium-ion batteries are not good, so let them see the power of sodium-ion batteries. Zhou Yang told the workshop to make an application-level battery. It is not easy to make a big battery, because it is also necessary to make molds, consider stability and other issues, and the cost is second. The key is to take time to develop and test. The battery process drawings given by the system only indicate how to make sodium-ion batteries, but there is no specific description of how to make cell phone batteries or flashlight batteries. Therefore, to make a battery for a specific product, it is also necessary for Baidu's R&D staff to design it themselves. Since it is not easy to make a large battery, it is easier to make a small size battery. The most widely used product in batteries is undoubtedly mobile phone batteries. Now that everyone has a mobile phone, basically everyone uses a mobile phone battery and the battery capacity. It also determines the direct experience when a person uses the mobile phone. So Zhou Yang decided to make a batch of sodium-ion batteries for his own Baidu One Pro phone. This battery mold is not used, and the technician made 2 pieces by hand. After the next experiment, I found that the effect was great. The first to change dramatically is the battery capacity. The previous cell capacity was basically below 5000 mAh, and users with high-intensity mobile phones were basically charged twice or even 3 times a day. This has caused many people to have anxiety about the volume of mobile phones. Going out without charging treasures is as uncomfortable as going out without clothes. It is not that mobile phone manufacturers do not want to make larger batteries, but are limited by the current battery technology. The mobile phone is so thin, and only a small space is reserved for the battery, that it can only be so large. This is the limitation of battery technology. Now, the battery technology has finally ushered in a reform, and the sodium-ion battery was born. After the Baidu One Pro phone was replaced with a sodium-ion battery of the same size, the capacity actually reached 16,000 mAh, which is equivalent to some small-scale charging treasures, so that as long as it is not too much time a day, even 2 days, it is no longer a dream. Zhou Yang personally conducted the experiment. The mobile phone has been on the phone, and the power volume is more than 3 times higher than before. There is no virtual power in this volume. Then it was charged. Because it involves a fast-filling protocol, there is no time to make a new charger, so only the old agreement followed, that is, the old 66W charger. But even so, the charging speed is not too much. The sodium-ion battery is compatible with the mobile phone charger currently used by the White Emperor. It can be quickly charged, and the fever is not obvious. This is superior to the existing mobile phone battery. Such a mobile phone battery is definitely the gospel of a heavy mobile phone user. Zhou Yang loves the new battery very much. It turns out that his mobile phone is often charged at least twice a day, and after his mobile phone has been replaced with a sodium-ion battery, he will have about 30 of electricity left at night. He will charge before bed and wake up and take away. There is no need to charge halfway. There is basically no need to bring charging treasures and chargers when going out, which is too convenient. So he asked the technical department to make 10 identical mobile phone batteries, ready to give iron powder as a gift. After preparing for the previous period, Zhou Yang published a live broadcast notice. He will broadcast live in 2 days. The content of the live broadcast is the new sodium-ion cell phone battery. Let everyone see how this battery is. Outside rumors are already flying. Zhou Yang is finally facing the rumors, and netizens are looking forward to setting the alarm clock early in the morning, and come to see it at the point. After 2 days, Zhou Yang was in the conference room of Bankrupt Company for a live broadcast. This live broadcast need not be too serious, mainly to play games. This is also the main purpose for many people to buy mobile phones. Not only does the game need to be on the screen, the chip also has a higher amount of calculations, and it consumes power very quickly. Ordinary people's mobile phones, if used to play large games, are generally full of electricity and can persist for about 4 to 5 hours. The sodium-ion battery was switched to 3 times the capacity of the original battery, and played steadily for 10 hours. Of course, the live broadcast cannot play the 10-hour game. Zhou Yang only broadcasts the 2-hour game, and then tests the power surplus to estimate how much time the game can be played with full power. Of course, there may be sprays in this way, saying that the electricity display is fake. Then Zhou Yang has another test item, which is to charge other mobile phones with reverse charging function. The live broadcast began. Zhou Yang said hello to everyone first, and then explained the process of testing the battery today, and he began to play the game officially. Zhou Yang often plays games when he goes to school, but since he took over by DIV, he has been busy with his career and rarely played games. This time it was also an aftertaste. He is playing the original God that is now more popular. He showed the full power of the mobile phone at 100 before the start, and then began to play games on time. Next to his game, there is also a Baty 1 Pro mobile phone, which began to reverse charge other incapacitated mobile phones. Then the two sides are broadcasting together. Then limited to 2 hours, Zhou Yang only used 17 of electricity, which is quite powerful. On the other side, it also filled 4,000 million mobile phones with electricity. This is equivalent to a mobile charging treasure. Although wireless charging is worn, it can be filled with 2 other mobile phones, which is quite difficult. What do you think of this sodium-ion battery? After Zhou Yang closed the game, he was asking the audience, "Cow beep. Quickly link, I want to buy." Seeing such an enthusiastic speech, Zhou Yang laughed, is currently unable to link and has limited capacity. These batteries are also made manually by engineers. In the current network, there is no shortage of sprays, and there are sprays that say live broadcast fraud. This live broadcast must have done something. The real sodium-ion battery is definitely not so powerful. It is 3 times the capacity of the same volume lithium battery. How is this possible? The audience with this statement is not 1 or 2, but a small group. They just like to sing the opposite tone with others to make themselves different, maverick, and the real fact that these sprays don't care, they only have themselves in their eyes, and spraying others is their fun. After seeing the comments of these people, Zhou Yang said calmly, "All said that seeing is true, you are not on the scene, and it is normal to have questions, so I arranged some netizens as our notaries. 10 places can apply for registration independently, and I will pick 10 people to give 10 sodium-ion cell phones only suitable for the Baty 1 Pro mobile phone, which requires a certain manual ability to replace the battery. If it is not changed by itself, the mobile phone can also be sent back to the factory by mail, and we will replace it for you after sale." When I heard that I could enjoy the unique sodium-ion battery in the market, which is a quack beep, tens of thousands of people signed up in an instant. They all want this super large battery. Even if it is not used by itself, if you go back and sell it on salted fish, it is estimated that you can earn hundreds or thousands of dollars. Seeing that everyone is so active in registering, Zhou Yang knew that his name activity of the sodium-ion battery was successful, and he would just ask the staff to draw the prize. At the end of the live broadcast, Joe Yang also talked to you for a while, saying that sodium-ion batteries will only be used in Beatty's own products recently, and it depends on when the battery is sold. Netizens said they could wait, just let Beta Duo develop new products. Okay, I will work hard to develop new products. Joe Yang smiled and assured the netizens, and then said that he would release a new computer accessory device that can subvert the industry a few months later, so that everyone can pay attention. In this way, the interests of netizens are hooked up again. Joe Yang, you are too bad. Suddenly a netizen spoke. Just when everyone wondered why he said that, the netizen went on to say, deliberately left a hook and hung our appetite for a few months. Joe Yang laughed at this, because that's his purpose, so that the audience can wait to scratch their ears before they can remember it. So as soon as he smiled, he closed the live broadcast and asked netizens to wait a few months. This live broadcast was a complete success. Joe Yang dared to send out 10 finished sodium-ion batteries, so he was not afraid of others dismantling and researching, breaking many rumors of sodium-ion batteries. Although the live broadcast is over, the shock to the battery industry has just begun. The stocks of several large battery manufacturers began to plummet, because these lithium battery companies were in a short time, and they were already sunset industries. This is by forcing peer companies to work hard to upgrade their products, otherwise someone will surpass them sooner or later. After the live broadcast, Joe Yang came to Guanyuan City, and the new product press conference of Meng Xian's car was finally held. Joe Yang, as the boss and R&D leader, must of course be present. This new product conference will be conducted on a live broadcast basis. This time, some more famous car reviewers were invited, and more were media reporters, letting everyone witness the first car of the new car since its establishment. The press conference began. There were two presenters, one was Joe Yang and the other was the female boss Lu Xiao. There are two of them who have good image and temperament, even the model and the spokesperson have saved them. They both speak for themselves and save the publicity costs. They give back to the customers and lower the price of the car. Friends from all walks of life, guests, good morning everyone. Ruth Yao Yao, who hit the long skirt on the ground, was tall and put this cool long skirt out of the supermodel. Click, click. The reporters pressed the shutter as soon as they smoked. The two car owners on this station were so beautiful that they could take pictures directly as the cover, and the audience still loved to watch it. Then Joe Yang began to introduce the protagonist of this time, the first new energy model of the new car, Nirvana 01. The code name of this car is Nirvana, which means that the previous macro car was Reborn and Nirvana was reborn. This car is the shape of a B-level SUV. The body lines are smooth and dynamic, with a sense of modernity and technology. Its front face is uniquely shaped, with sharp headlights and exquisite intake grills. It looks very powerful. The lines on the body are smooth and the body ratio is coordinated, which is in line with today's mainstream aesthetics and makes people feel at first sight. The car critic is already taking pictures, and the first impression of this car is very good. Then Joe Yang began to introduce the specific configuration. Nirvana 01 includes a 16.8-inch medium control screen with a mysterious women's motor system that can achieve fluent voice control. This mysterious female system is not the same as the mysterious female system used on Beatty's mobile phone. The vehicle machine is an upgraded version of the mystery. With the addition of the powerful chip of the vehicle machine, the performance is fully released, more intelligent, and experienced throughout the process. It feels like chatting with a real person. In addition to the smart cockpit, the vehicle is also equipped with a full-scale active safety early warning system, automatic parking, leather steering wheel, leather seats, electric rear doors, remote startup, active noise reduction, 19-speaker sound and other configurations. Nirvana 01 has a long and wide height of 4770/1930/1625 mm, axial distance of 2880 mm, and spacious space. In addition, the chassis is a fully aluminum alloy material. The chassis of this material is expensive and is usually only used in million-grade luxury cars. With these configurations, all new energy models under 500,000 are absolutely suspended. In terms of power, Nirvana 01 has a pure electric version and a mixed version, equipped with 4 and 2 drives. The battery part is one of the selling points of this car. This was introduced by Ruth Yao. Ruth Yao smiled sweetly, and Loro came to the front desk and began to explain to everyone. The battery adopted by Nirvana 01 is the sodium-ion battery produced by Beatty. The mixed version has a battery version of 200 km and 300 km, and the pure electric renewal is awesome. The comprehensive mileage of this car has reached an amazing 1,800 km. What? So high! The car reviewers under this stage could not sit still. An important factor that now plagues the sales of trams is the renewal. Now the tram is not suitable for long-distance running, because it is not easy to find a charging station, waiting for charging there, and even waiting in line for the charging gun. It is not like oil to go, which seriously affects the convenience of travel. Nirvana 01 continued to reach 1,800 kilometers, and may not be charged for a month in the urban area. If you run a long distance, as long as you are not across China, most of the distance can reach your destination without charging. This will play a vital role in the sales volume of trams and change the pattern of trams in one fell swoop, because this solves the pain of tram users' anxiety about renewal. With this 1,800 km renewal configuration, the car will be worry-free in the future. Lu Xiao continued to say that this car is also the fastest in the industry. If it is equipped with DC fast filling pile, in theory, it can be filled with a pure battery for 20 minutes and can be charged for about 50 in 10 minutes. It is really the time to go to the toilet. Can run another 1,000 kilometers. These are the powerful properties brought by the brand new sodium-ion battery. For this reason, the new car also shouted, charging for 10 minutes and renewing the slogan 2,000 miles. After the car critics heard this voyage, they all excited howling. They believed that the new car would not deceive people. The automotive industry really changed. The tram will replace the fuel truck and unify the rivers and lakes. To be precise, it is Nirvana 01 Unified Rivers and Lakes, because it is the only long-distance renewal tram on the market, users with renewal requirements, and only this car is optional. Then the sales volume of Nirvana 01 should be it is foreseeable to be high. The car critics have already estimated that this car has a price of at least 400,000, which is also worth the price, and 400,000 is also quite cost-effective. They all intend to buy it, just because this is the only tram on the market that can run long distances. Now it depends on the actual selling price, but if about 400,000, it will limit its sales. After all, the Chinese are now blocked at home all day, many people's factories have closed down, wages and incomes have fallen sharply, and people who can afford 400,000 cars are rare. But everyone also has expectations for Nirvana 01, because he has one of the strangest bosses in the country, Zhou Yang, and the things under his banner are not expensive. They also hope that Zhou Yang can beat the car price. Let everyone have the first new energy in life. The configuration is basically over, and now it is the turn to announce the price. Zhou Yang and Lu Xiao on stage humble each other and let each other announce the price. In the end, Lu Xiao took the initiative to step back a few steps and gave him the position. After all, Ru Thiao also knew that this press conference attracted so much heat because of Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang's influence on the internet is no worse than that of stars, it is a big net red. Since the partners are so humble, Zhou Yang will not be hypocritical, he directly announced all the configuration and price. Nirvana 01 mixed version, with a selling price of 99,9999. The price of the pure electricity version is 109,000 yuan, this is the price of the two-wheel version. If it is a four-wheel high match, each paragraph should be added with about 10,000 yuan. I drop a mother, how cheap is it? The people present in the audience watching the live broadcast were shocked together, and their mouths were so big that they could be stuffed into goose eggs. The configuration of a top B-class car sells not much for 500,000. How can it be sold directly to 100,000 ultra-low prices? Such an advanced configuration, as well as sodium-ion batteries, a 1,800 km renewal, only sold for more than 100,000, sounds like a fairy tale. If this price is really sold, other new energy companies can go bankrupt collectively because of the same configuration. Other cars sell hundreds of thousands of won, and Nirvana 01 only needs 99,999 yuan. This configuration is enough to be the first car for young people. Ceremony new car beep. Wrong, Zhou Yang new beep, his things are not expensive. The netizens kept praising in the curtain, and the car reviewers and reporters below actively raised their hands. They had too many questions to ask. So, Zhou Yang opened the question and answer session, just taking this opportunity to answer questions. Hello Zhou Yang, I am a reporter for Traffic News. I would like to ask you how Nirvana 01 is so luxurious, but the selling price is from 99,999 yuan. How do you make the cost so low? The first reporter asked everyone's concerns. To be honest, according to this configuration of Nirvana 01 cars, similar models on the market have been sold for more than 3.4 million, or even 5.6 million, and Nirvana has only 100,000 cases, with about 300,000 difference. This is 300,000. Many people don't eat or drink 2 or 3 years' annual salary, which is saved. Originally, the user's money was only enough to buy an entry-level car. As a result, Nirvana 01 came out. They could instantly buy the configuration of the million luxury car. How can this not be exciting? However, everyone is curious about the excitement. At such a low price, I don't know how Zhou Yang makes money. Will he still answer the familiar stock on the internet? Is he doing charity again? Zhou Yang laughed. This question is very easy to answer, he said it directly. First of all, R&D costs are not calculated in cost. We have special automotive technology suppliers and little investment in scientific research. In addition, we have no marketing, no spokespersons, no advertising, the money is saved, and the price of the car will naturally fall. Furthermore, the new car is not from a zero-built plant, but inherits the site and equipment of the macro car, which saves another sum of money. In the end, we started a new car, abandoned the traditional sales model of 4 stores, and saved the money for the construction of 4 stores and other web stores. This part can save hundreds of millions of dollars in capital every year. Most of the profits, and many key parts can achieve self-sufficiency. This has reached the current selling price. When Zhou Yang finished speaking, everyone understood that this is similar to the reason for the low price of buy-dip products. In short, it is different from traditional car companies. It saves all the money that should not be spent to give back to customers in order to be so cheap. Zhou Yang said a sentence to offend all car dealers here. Actually, the cost of making a car is very cheap, selling 100,000 yuan a table. We all make a profit, and now the price of the car is high because a lot of money is used for marketing in terms of advertising. This part must have been wool out of the sheep, and the customer paid the bill. Wow! The reporters under the stage were talking, and the sound of buzzing was issued at the scene. The reporters felt that there was a topic here. Zhou Yang, as the owner of the car company, actually said that the cost of the car is cheap. Then those cars that sell hundreds of thousands of co-profile cars are pure leaks. They are all spent on advertising. In order to create the illusion that this car is very good, everyone is about to buy it. In fact, when it really counts, the advertising fee must have been paid by the customer who bought the car, and I have to say that it is very unfriendly to the customer. The more service-oriented car companies, the higher the marginal costs, such as birthday blessings, car shopping ceremonies, old customer care, free maintenance, etc. These are all costs, and the owner of the car company is not a philanthropist. He is to make money, then they spend a penny and must earn a few times more. Therefore, when many car owners buy a car, they pay for high-quality services. They feel that it is better to spend more money to serve, but they do not know that these services are paid by themselves. The cost of the real car may only account for the purchase price. 70–80%. This truth is known to all car company bosses before, but no one will say that after all, you cannot smash the signboard yourself. Zhou Yang didn't care because he didn't think of himself as a simple car owner. The purpose of his car was to make the people able to drive. This goal is great, and the people absolutely welcome it, but the media reporters and car critics here feel that Zhou Yang will not be a man. This time, all the peers are offended, which is equivalent to smashing the rice bowls of others. It is estimated that Zhou Yang will be squeezed out by peers. Zhou Yang didn't worry about this at all. If he was afraid of being black and offended, his white emperor would have closed. Facts have proved that whether a company can develop is not squeezed by peers or not, but by tens of millions of users. As long as the customer is treated in good faith and the highest quality and cheapest goods are sold to the customer, then this enterprise will not be able to grow, but will grow. The human heart is long, and when you meet a good company, everyone will use real gold and silver to support it. Zhou Yang's sole proprietorship of BYD Electric Company is a living example. So Zhou Yang was not afraid to offend his peers at all, and said a little joke. As long as he served the customer masters, he would enjoy endless glory and wealth. Next week, another reporter was ordered to ask questions. The female reporter asked after she got up, "What is the sales model of Nirvana 01? You don't have your own Ford store. Where do customers buy a car?" This question is well asked, then the road responsible for sales will always answer your question. Zhou Yang gave way and let Lu Xiao explain. Ruth bowed slightly to everyone, and then said with a smile, "Of course we have our own unique sales system. I don't know if you have known what products we produced before the new car?" Everyone knows the answer to this question, and the answer is helped in the projectile. The overwhelming ones are agricultural machinery. That's right, the agricultural machinery of the new car sells all over the country. Whether it is a harvester or an all-terrain tractor, it is a best-selling product in the country, because there are no Ford stores in the agricultural machinery, so the new car is going to sell mode. Give some benefits to dealers, they will naturally sell their products. In this way, a large amount of dividends paid to Ford stores can be saved, which is quite costly. However, there is a prerequisite for this, that is, the sales volume of this vehicle must be hot enough to bring considerable profits with a meager dividend. Once this car cannot be sold, and the commission of each car is very small, then naturally no one wants to sell it. The advantages and disadvantages of Nirvana 01 are very obvious. The advantage is that it is a low price and a high match. It is almost the only super-calculated new energy car on the market. But its shortcomings are equally huge, that is, in order to reduce costs extremely, without its own Ford store, buying a car and selling it has become a problem. Lu Xiao suddenly had a whimsy, using mature agricultural vehicle sales channels to sell their Nirvana 01. This idea sounds a bit unbelievable. Think about it. In a group of tractors, harvesters, and seeders, a new energy tram full of technology suddenly appeared. This feeling is no less than selling Hermes in a 2 yuan store package. But think about it, it feels very uncoordinated. No one has done this kind of sales model before, but it does not mean that it cannot succeed. Ruth Yao personally went to talk to those agricultural car dealership companies and sold a Nirvana 01, which is much higher than agricultural machinery. After all, the profit of the car is much higher. For agricultural machinery, sales are naturally not as good as household cars, so the profits of cars are definitely higher than those of them selling agricultural machinery. Therefore, those agricultural machinery companies that sell for sale easily agree to cooperate. Therefore, in the future, the agricultural machinery booth will definitely have an additional Nirvana 01 car. In this way, Nirvana 01 sales problem is solved. It's just that when users need to pick up the car, most of them have to go to the nearest agricultural vehicle market. Anyway, everyone only cares about price and configuration. It doesn't matter where the car is lifted, as long as it is cheap enough. Indeed, these car critics think so too. In this configuration of Nirvana 01, not to mention the car in the agricultural tools market, it is worth the car to drive away in person. After all, a car saved about 300,000 compared to other families, and the money was enough for users to abandon all the rituals of Huzhou. After answering these two questions, it was the third car critic who got up to ask questions. What I want to ask is, do you plan to develop other models? When can I mention the current car? These two questions were still answered by Ruth Yao. She cleared her throat and began to reply. Of course we have other model development plans, but we have to wait until Nirvana 01 is sold normally. As for the time when the car is picked up, I think it was on January 1st, on New Year's Day, the whole country sells it uniformly, so that everyone can buy a new car and go home for the new year. When Lu Xiao finished speaking, everyone cheered for a while. These car critics also like cars, but few cars can get into their eyes. In general, there are disputes between oil and electricity in the car circle, as well as disputes between joint ventures and domestic products. But basically Nirvana 01, these sounds can disappear. This is the most cost-effective car with a model of less than 500,000 yuan. Even the car reviewers below want to buy a Nirvana 01. All users with a car purchase budget of between 100,000 and 400,000 yuan can choose Nirvana 01 without a brain. This configuration is a lore in the country and even the world. At that time, there were netizens in the comment area who ridiculed, saying that at this price, it must have been brought to the Price Bureau's investigation. Dynamo was cheaper and cheaper to no friends. There are netizens who are joking about the big injustice that has just been mentioned in the car. If you buy it for a few days, you can wait until Nirvana 01 is released. This is the preferred model of more than 100,000. In the early part, you can buy hundreds of thousands of yuan in other models, and you feel that you have made 100 million. Of course, Nirvana 01 is still just a sample car, everything is unknown, and it is necessary to verify the actual car. Perhaps this is the only uncertainty of this car, but relying on Zhou Yang and Lu Xiao's good reputation on the commercial field, as long as the car is released for pre-sale, there will still be a large number of people to book. Now in the market, high prices are low, and everything is killed. Then everyone continued to ask questions. Zhou Yang and Lu Xiao answered one by one, and they also got a lot of first-hand information. As for the pre-sale of the vehicle, you can download the new car and place an order in advance, and pay a deposit of 5,000 yuan, and the deposit can be refunded, and it will not be withheld like a small yellow car. Confidence from the new forces. Zhou Yang and Lu Xiao both believe that their Nirvana 01 car does not worry about selling at all, but only does not make it fast enough, so they are not afraid to refund the deposit at all. Of course, since experiencing Nirvana 01, Zhou Yang and Ruth Yao both decided to change cars. In the future, the two of them will be Nirvana produced by themselves. It's just that Zhou Yang open gray, and Ruth Yao is customized big red, and it is also her favorite color. The second-hand van that Yang drove next week was finally laid off, and he also had a new car that he could get. After the press conference, Zhou Yang and Lu Xiao came to the background, and they wanted to check the Nirvana 01 reservation. 11:11 start booking on time, and there is still some time. Boss, the number of visitors to our server has surged, and at least 300,000 people are currently online at the same time. Soon, the technician will report. A car company that had no previous concerns can now be online at the same time 300,000, which can be seen as the traffic brought by Nirvana 01. This is what Zhou Yang and Ruth Yao wanted to see, and then it depends on how many people have placed orders. The time came to 11:11, and as the second needle reached the position of 0, the reservation also officially began. 100, 500, 700, 1200. The number of reservations quickly climbed, and it was only a 1-minute drive that reached the size of 1,000 vehicles. This is a result that other car companies cannot achieve. The employees of the new cars around cheered. Come, to stabilize, our car must explode, and everything depends on the actual transaction volume. Zhou Yang is reminding everyone not to be too excited. They can't do the thing of opening champagne in advance. After all, they are only the number of orders, and they can be withdrawn at any time. There must be someone who is messing up or playing. There is a lot of moisture, so they can't be too happy. By 12 o'clock, the scale of 10,000 vehicles had been ordered. It was less than an hour before it was sold. There were so many people to support them, indicating that Nirvana 01 succeeded. After all, most car companies now cannot sell this number for a month. This is just their 1 hour booking volume. This car has already burned in the circle before it has started to sell. It turns out that this is indeed the case. On the afternoon of the same day, Zhou Yang launched the ultra-high cost-effective Nirvana 01 SUV household car, which opened a new era of new energy vehicles. In the past, those high-priced and low-allocated trams also sold 2.3 million pieces of garbage configuration. Others rushed to book the age and never returned. At this time, it was the turn of the automobile industry to experience the pain of the home appliance company being competing by the baity to the brink of bankruptcy. The price is $99,999, and the new car has set off a new chapter in the new energy car. The epic of domestic vehicles, Nirvana 01 is destined to rewrite the history of the automotive industry. Class B vehicles from 100,000 yuan, just ask other companies. Have you met the challenge? Such news headings are full of various media layouts and sweep the internet. Many people who understand or do not understand the car have heard the news more or less. On a traveling subway, two male colleagues talked about it after get off work. Hey, have you heard? A new tram has been issued in China, which is only 100,000 yuan. The various configurations in it are comparable to millions of luxury cars. Is it? I haven't heard of it. After buying the car, it's not for sale. It's estimated that I don't want to give it away for 3 days. You are out of this. This is produced by Cute New Cars. What? You don't even know the new car, the Hunter car knows. People changed their names, and now the new boss knows who it is? Who? Zhou Yang is the owner of the Beatty appliances. The Beatty 1 Pro mobile phone you used was produced by them. I am fucking, true and false. Really, what are you doing? This news is written, you see it yourself. The male colleague who didn't believe took the phone to check it out. Sure enough, it was the car company run by the boss of Beatty. The Nirvana 01 new energy car was produced. It turned out to be Zhou Yang. Then I really have to think about it, save money to pay a down payment, and I don't have to squeeze the subway in the future. The male colleague believed in the car in an instant, because he was a fan of Baidu. He bought more than a dozen Baidu products, and it has long been a black powder. Then he also chose to trust this new car, which is now unknown, because he is also a product of Zhou Yang. Perhaps it is a bit less appropriate to say that this male colleague is a fan of Baidu. It should be said that he is a fan of Zhou Yang. As long as Zhou Yang's name is raised, things are definitely cheaper than their peers, and the quality is too hard and trustworthy. Sometimes it can be bought without brain. For example, this male colleague had no idea of buying a car, but when he saw it as Zhou Yang's product, he wanted to buy it at once. He gritted his teeth and paid a down payment in advance to open this supervalue SUV. It must be very handsome by then, at least no need to squeeze the subway. This male colleague is a loyal fan of Baidu. Now because the boss is also Zhou Yang, he chose to believe in the new car in a second and was ready to order Nirvana 01. This situation is still staged. Among them, Xiao Kaij in Yongchun City is one of them. Xiao Kaij is an ordinary office worker, with ordinary looks, ordinary heights, and a more ordinary family. He is a young man with everything. He has also graduated from undergraduate studies for several years. In general, he found an ordinary job in the fourth-tier city of his hometown, with a monthly salary of 5,600 yuan. Now he is 28 years old and has become a key target for parents to urge marriage, ordering him to find the target this year. Seeing that his son was not active in finding objects, Xiao Kaij's parents began to give him a blind date. However, the current blind date market is somewhat deformed, and both men and women have hard conditions. The hard condition for a woman is age, over 30 years of age, and everyone shakes her head. Men also have hard conditions, that is, to have a car, house and a dowry, to be 1 m 8, to be upright, to have a pension for parents, and to help bring a baby after marriage. Both men and women have hard indicators. If the other party fails to meet the conditions, there will basically be no chance of meeting next time. Anyway, there are many blind date market people, so if you can't, you can change one. However, men who really have cars, houses and deposits, and young and beautiful girls who belong to the high-quality stocks in the marriage market will basically not flow to the blind date market, and have long been booked by relatives and friends. This also means that the success rate of blind date is not high, and most people are gone when they meet. Xiao Kaij is also in the same situation. His parents emptied his wallet and bought him a small-scale 2-bedroom 1-room marriage room for a non-bustling lot loan in the city. There is no money to buy a car. In this way, when the blind date, the woman asked him if he had a garage, and Xiao Kaij answered honestly that there was a loan room and no car. When I listen to the house or the loan, I don't have a car, and my height and appearance are very common. Women generally say it's inappropriate, and then there is no more. Xiao Kaij kissed more than a dozen girls in one breath, and all the conditions for hearing him were gone. Every meal costs hundreds, good people can't get it, and Xiao Kaij can't eat it, so like many blind date men, from the beginning of the appointment to the later drink of milk tea, at least it won't be too burdened. Heavy. This also made the blind date girl dislike him, saying that he was not willing to give up a meal, and the chance of bragging was even greater. This becomes a paradox. If you don't invite guests to dinner, you can't get a big meal. If you see one, you can eat a big meal. If you have a few girls in a month, you're afraid you don't have enough wages. Can't you get married? This series of blind date failure experiences made Xiao Kaiji realize that if there is no car, basically blind date is hopeless, so he intends to buy a car, otherwise he will not even follow up. However, you also need to look at the brand to buy a car. Xiao Kaiji is a bit worried. With so many cars, I don't know what to choose. And he has limited funds and cannot afford expensive cars, he can only choose less than 100,000 yuan. Just as he hesitated, he suddenly saw the news about Nirvana 01 online, and he became interested. Because of the renovation of his new house, he booked a full set of Beatty appliances, which was too affordable and saved him a lot of money. He now has a great impression of Baidi's electrical appliances, which is the gospel of ordinary wage earners. It is too cost-effective to use Baidi. Then the boss of Beatty actually started to build a car. Xiao Kaiji looked at the news as soon as possible and found such a luxurious configuration, which actually sold only 100,000 yuan. This configuration is placed on other luxury brands. It is at least a car that is hundreds of thousands larger. Even if it is a brand of new domestic forces, it will be about 4.5 million. This wave is so cheap that it is inhuman. That must be booked. Xiao Kaiji was booked at the time, and his hit car appeared. Boss's things were cheap and high quality. He didn't worry about the actual car pulling his crotch at all. This is what the Baidi appliances in his house gave him confidence. He only asked to come quickly on January 1st, so that he could get on the bus to get married. He then went to the car friend forum where he often went to intercept the post, showing off his interception order for the deposit. Unexpectedly, this is not new anymore. In the entire forum, there are at least a few hundred orders and screens. This is just a forum, and there are many people who don't like to look at it. It is conceivable how many real orders will be. According to insiders, the booking volume of Nirvana 01 has been 50,000 in a few days. If you can deliver the car truthfully, you will definitely be able to top the domestic car sales ranking. However, since it is the internet, it is indispensable to the spray. At that time, a small group of people were spraying these people who placed the Nirvana 01 order. How much did you drink and dare to buy domestic vehicles? A proper kind of injustice. There are 100,000 yuan to buy a Mitsubishi, which is better than Nirvana 01. When I saw this, the person who placed the order was not happy at the time. What does say? Where can you buy such a cheap car except Nirvana 01? Jet 1 rebutted at the time, laughing dead, dare to buy a PPT-like car configuration. When the new car comes to reduce the allocation without giving you back, you will cry. Jet 2 also followed up, means that I have not seen the car company and are willing to sell the car at a price reduction of 2.3 million. It must be a liar. Xiao Kaiji couldn't stand it anymore. He left a message, yes, the producer of Nirvana 01 is a new brand, but there are also some signs in other countries. It used to be a grand car, and it was once beautiful. And its boss is Zhou Yang, Baidi's brotherly unit, trustworthy. I dare to assert we will never regret booking the car. Xiao Kaiji's statement immediately attracted hundreds of praises, all of which were his kindness. A new car that is not yet on the market dares to make a blind order. It is definitely a user who understands Zhou Yang and the new car. They are similar to Zhu Yang's 3 views in cognition, so it is easy to resonate. Jet 3 immediately came out to refute, laughed to death. What's the use of the boss? Those who went bankrupt and broke the road, such as Jiaming, didn't they have a good reputation before running? Besides, a car company didn't even have its own Ford store, and it was mixed in the agricultural machinery market to sell cars. I felt ashamed when I drove out such cars. Jet 4 keeps up with the rage jet, that's right, Nirvana 01 is just like driving 3 bounces. Ha ha. Immediately attracted the approval of a bunch of sprayers and frantically published the expression packages of Black Zhou Yang and Beatty appliances in the message area. The iron powder of other Zhou Yangs could not be seen anymore. When the end in these grills got up, they said their own thing. Xiao Kaiji is more sensible. He discovered a phenomenon that was originally debating around the Nirvana 01 car, but these sprays began to turn into Black Zhou Yang and Baidi. He is estimating that these may be done by Zhou Yang himself and black powder. As long as they are all related to Zhou Yang, they are all black. Xiao Kaiji ordered the information of these people and saw that they were all trumpets. The content published was almost all black materials of Beatty and Zhou Yang himself, especially the previous rumors about the sodium-ion battery. Happy. Xiao Kaiji said with colleagues that these people are Zhou Yang's black powder. No matter what product Zhou Yang does, they must be black, so ignore them. Buy your own car and enjoy it, let these black men envy it. A Zhou Yang fan joked, hi, these people can have a deep hatred with Zhou Yang. I guess they are all paid sailors. I scold Beatty and Zhou Yang at work. I estimate that the car is faster than anyone else. Ha ha. When you smile at each other, you will ignore these sprays. Anyway, they just wait for the January 1st car to be released. The current status of this car forum can reflect the impact of Nirvana 01 on the car circle. The ultra-low price and ultra-high configuration of Nirvana 01 this time let many people who do not care about the car also know the name of Nirvana 01. This is terrifying, equivalent to a national advertisement without spending money. This is very helpful for the branding power of the new car. This also caused Nirvana 01's order volume to continue to climb, and a week later, it reached the terrifying 200,000. Someone must have ordered to play here, but according to professional estimates, at least 30% of the order volume will eventually be converted into real order. This is just a multi-week order volume. If you wait until January 1st, you can even order hundreds of thousands of cars. This number is more than most car companies that sell more cars a year. This is the beginning of the Nirvana 01 subversive market. Although the prospects for the new car are very broad, the new car also faces a super big hidden danger. So much so that Liu Xiao, Zhou Yang, and others have been meeting for several days to discuss the solution. The huge hidden danger faced by the new car is insufficient capacity. The production of cars is not accomplished overnight. It needs to be carefully crafted and polished. The size of each part must not have a small error. Although the new car workshop is already working overtime to produce Nirvana 01, the estimated monthly output is only about 80,000. This output is also among the top 10 in the national car companies, but in the face of the pressure of January 1st, it is far from enough. Now Nirvana 01's social attention is too high, and the car has been warmly discussed by people inside and outside the circle. This is a good thing, but this situation under the spotlight is also a double-edged sword. Their product quality and experience will not be problematic, but once the production capacity cannot keep up, it will inevitably bring huge doubts and may seriously affect the product image. Because of their low-cost car sales this time, and Zhou Yang's words at the press conference, they have offended the car company. Recently, there are many people who are talking to Zhou Yang and Liu Xiao, so that they don't sell cars like this, and at least raise the price to the level where everyone is almost. In this way, new cars can earn more, otherwise this is smashing. The behavior of the bull is to offend people. What's more, a warning was issued, which would prevent Zhou Yang and Ruthiao from gaining a foothold in the domestic car circle and becoming public enemies in the industry. In the country, the business community should pay attention to the contacts and offend all its peers. After that, it will make enemies everywhere and constraints everywhere. The people who spoke were some businessmen seniors, or expressly or implicitly warned Zhou Yang and Liu Xiao to stay aligned and meet in the future. And these seniors also promised for their peers that as long as the new car raises the price of Nirvana 01 to more than 280,000, everyone will be a good friend in the future, and the peers will open some patents to the new car, or support him some technical personnel and other benefits. This is the realistic version of playing a stick for a sweet date. On the one hand, it is a threat, on the one hand, it is a benefit. As long as it is a normal person, it knows how to choose. Ordinary people do choose to compromise. With the current, the profit is doubled or tripled. But Zhou Yang and Liu Xiao are not ordinary people. Liu Xiao is a rich family with a lot of money. She has her own arrogance field. Although she is now excluded by her brother and has no family protection, she is still a road family. From small to large, she has seen countless big scenes and cultivated the calm personality that has not changed, cannot be easily frightened by these car circles. Not to mention Zhou Yang, and domestic businessmen can't urinate into a pot. His backing is a super factory system, and he doesn't care about peer feelings at all. For companies that use their energy to cut leaks and find financing to make money on the market, he is the one who comes to purify the business circle. Sitting on the system, Zhou Yang is not afraid of any opponent. So those peers can threaten the wrong person, and both of them ignore the threat of their peers. They are only thinking about how to increase production, lest they have insufficient capacity when they hand over the car, they will be maliciously injured by their peers, and they will definitely fall into passiveness. Falling into the rocks is the favorite thing colleagues do. In order to avoid this happening, they must actively find ways. At present, the company has already produced at full capacity, and has also reduced the production of agricultural machinery and equipment. Most of the production capacity has been given to Nirvana 01. Of course, this is not enough. After analyzing the analysts of the new car, they feel that the number of cars they have to hand in on January 1st is at least 300,000 to 400,000. Now it is less than 2 months. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible to produce. So at the Promotion of Production conference, Ruthiao first proposed that he go outside to find a generation factory. There is no guarantee for the work of the substitute factory, but the new car will not be fully assembled by the substitute factory. It is only necessary to complete some more cumbersome parts on behalf of the factory, such as some sturdy, easy-to-produce metal parts. When the time comes, the parts will be shipped back and the new company will be assembled, which will greatly increase the output. As long as there are more than 200,000 vehicles at the time of car delivery, it is estimated that the traffic crisis can be temporarily dealt with. By then, the output will be strengthened, and the production of workers will be skilled. This is a method, but I foresee that even if we increase to 150,000 vehicles per month, we still cannot meet the demand. Zhou Yang was right, because when they built the factory, the production scale was fixed, and the factory area was so large that they could no longer add people or add production lines unless they opened a new factory. Nor can they blame them for having no front and rear eyes, mainly because when the grandma car was prosperous, these capacities were enough, and they did not expect things like expansion. At that time, the new car had just been reorganized, and it was good to survive, and I did not expect that there would be a car like Nirvana 01, which is concerned by the people of the whole country. Nirvana 01 will definitely sell out. At least in the next year, the market demand may be more than 100,000 vehicles per month, and there will be other models in the future. As far as they have to consider the issue of expansion, surrogate work is only an expedient measure and cannot always rely on substitute work. Then we will go to the next factory. Lu Xiao is now rich, and she made a lot of money with Zhou Yang. To build another automobile production base, the investment is all about 1 billion, a considerable investment, and the risks are also great. However, when doing business with Zhou Yang, Lu Xiao didn't worry at all. She believed in Zhu Yang's vision. As long as Zhu Yang's optimistic business, it would definitely earn. Zhou Yang has experienced the pain of building a new factory. His high-tech park is really staring, which is 100 times more troublesome than the renovation of his new house. Anyway, if Zhou Yang was chosen again, he would definitely not build a new industrial park from scratch, too tired. It's physically and mentally tired, only those who have experienced it know. Like Ruth Yao, there is no experience in this area. Her company is a business received from the family, so it is relatively simple to build a factory. So Zhou Yang did not agree with the proposal to rebuild the factory, at least now it is far from being able to relieve near thirst. Compared to rebuilding a factory and acquiring a production base from other car companies, it is the most economical and fastest way to achieve results. Zhou Yang suddenly thought that after his Nirvana 01 sale, there must be a group of car companies that would be hit, so he could not persevere and had to retreat to the factory. At that time he happened to be able to buy it. So at present, you don't have to worry too much about the new factory, first use the substitute to transition. Ruth Yao agreed with Zhou Yang's idea, so this issue was considered to be discussed, and the two bosses reached an agreement. Then the problem has returned to the original point, that is, how to solve the problem of the output of New Year's delivery, and the current surrogate work is not easy to solve. Because Ruth Yao contacted a circle, he didn't find a good generation factory. This is because the peers have begun to boycott the new cars, and many car companies do not accept their orders at all. Even if there are some small car companies that are half dead, the output solved by the agents is very limited. On the one hand, peer resistance cannot find enough substitute factories. On the other hand, it takes time to build new factories, which cannot be completed within 2 months. The capacity problem encountered by the new car seems to be an unsolved problem. Just when the meeting room was silent, the system suddenly jingle gave Zhou Yang hope. Do you need to realize the accelerated production function of the car? A reminder came from the super factory system, which made Zhou Yang happy. Can the system also increase production efficiency? This system now has a set of automobile efficient production experience methods. After learning, only a small number of operators can be added without adding production lines, which can increase the production efficiency of Mensin Automobile Company by 10 about. Is there such a magical method? Zhou Yang is really a long-term insight. He has seen employees produce in the car production workshop, and has also participated in the workshop production process, and has not found any way to improve efficiency. If someone says it can improve production efficiency, Zhou Yang will have doubts, but the system never speaks big words. As long as it is spoken, it will definitely be possible. Without equipment, it can improve the production efficiency of Mensin's new cars by 10, which is equivalent to the time when 100 cars were originally produced, and 10 more cars can be produced, which can help a lot. How can I get this advanced method? Zhou Yang asked. This method is regarded as a reward for the advance of the next task. For the future of the domestic new energy vehicle, come on and dry. The system also has the potential to encourage teachers. It allows Zhou Yang to work well and sends Zhou Yang its expectations. This expectation is not a task that must be completed, but to allow Zhou Yang to complete as much as possible, that is, to lead the Chinese automobile industry to the world, let Chinese cars walk on global land. This expectation is great, because Zhou Yang sees the hidden element in this sentence, that is, the entire automobile industry needs to develop together, and the new car family will definitely not work, and the entire domestic car circle needs to work together. However, it is not suitable for this at present, because the peers are using the new car as a sting in their eyes, which is incompatible. If you want to unite together, just like fighting, you have to let others know your strength and beat your peers down. Only when they know the pain will they respect us and take the initiative to show goodness. It is suitable to talk about cooperation. Therefore, this expectation can only be put on hold for the time being. After the Nirvana 01 model is released, the market has changed, and there is a prerequisite for achieving the expectation. Subsequently, Zhou Yang received the optimization method sent by the system. This production method is a book with supporting discs with explanatory videos. This method provides clear guidance and regulations for each process and even every employee. This allows the car company to cooperate closely in each process, thereby increasing the output of the car. To put it bluntly, this method is a set of effective management methods for car companies, as well as a summary of production experience. Domestic car companies generally think about their own management methods, or copy them directly. A bit of soil and water, and management is also a bit confusing. Moreover, the deepest automobile production technology is the secret of major foreign factories, which cannot be learned in China. Now this method gives a full version of the teaching. After the employees of the new car follow the school, they can also become the engineer-level craftsmanship in foreign companies, which is very beneficial for improving efficiency. Zhou Yang sighed after seeing the contents of the data. Unexpectedly, there are so many scientific questions about the management of car companies. Fortunately, the system gave this method, otherwise their workshop thought that the output had reached the limit and wasted a lot of time. This is a good way to compare the cheats of martial arts. Zhou Yang immediately showed it to Ruth Yao. She was surprised when she looked at it, and even asked Zhou Yang, "Where did this method come from? Don't tell me that it was given by your buddy from a foreign research institute." Ruth Yao chased by the trough. Zhou Yang Foreign Research Institute buddy has become a stalk. This is not another buddy. Zhou Yang decided not to let a buddy be too mythical, so he was ready to make up a character again. "I suspect that your buddy is the senior leader of a large foreign company. With so much experience and advanced management methods, it is impossible to sum up without years of intimate research," Ruth Yao said, so he held the stack of printed documents in his hand and said, "Just say that. Now take this method out, other car companies are willing to spend at least a few million to buy. Indeed, it can improve the production efficiency of 10 and produce more vehicles, which means more profits. The car companies are definitely willing to pay a large price to buy. The value of this production method is no less than a patented technology." Lu Xiao realized the value of this method. She suggested that the documents could not be taken directly to the workshop for training to prevent the workshop staff from changing jobs after learning, and to pass on this precious experience to competitors. So they must find ways to keep it secret so as not to train several strong competitors. Ruth Yao immediately summoned the backbone to meet to implement this matter. With these methods, the next step is to train each employee to eat through the part of the job he needs to be responsible for. After the training and reforms are completed, they can enjoy the dividends brought by the increase in production. Seeing Lu Xiao's operation so windy, Zhou Yang is very comfortable here, and he can be the shopkeeper again. This method is indeed good, solving some of the production capacity problems in the factory. Then, there was a change in the new car workshop, and employees began to become familiar with the new production process, obviously feeling that the work was smoother, so that some more vehicles could be built. After a few days of training, the working state in the workshop will be completely new. The method information given by the system is good, and the effect is immediate. In this way, the output in the workshop has increased, and some generation factories have been found, which can barely achieve the expected output target. The workers in the workshop, including the supervisors, etc., cast the ground on the 5 bodies that Zhou Yang admired, and the boss actually had such powerful management experience. Zhou Yang laughed and waved his hands to signal endless learning. He also felt that this method can be more optimized. This requires them to find problems in practice production together and solve them in time to improve together. "Okay, always rest assured, we will work hard. Other managers guarantee the way." In this way, after the reform of advanced production experience, the new car has a new look, and the system gives something. After Mensin's initial production crisis, Zhou Yang was slightly relaxed. He asked about the system. This powerful car production log gate is an advanced task. What is his next task? The mission conditions have not yet been triggered, please wait patiently. The super factory system has not yet issued a task, and the sun will be ignored that week. After he and Ruth Yao say goodbye, he will first return to the Beatty company in Shenzhen to supervise battery production. Because the sodium-ion battery is also an important part of the new car, the supply must be guaranteed. When Zhou Yang returned, he was urging production to fight for not dragging the new car behind. After all, whether the new car can gain a foothold in the circle depends on Nirvana 01 and whether it can be recognized by the market. As a major selling point for this new car, sodium-ion batteries must have a bright-eye performance, so the quality of the battery must be maintained. For this reason, Zhou Yang soaked in the battery workshop all day and night, and worked tirelessly, which also put battery production on track. Zhou Yang focused on the first line of production, which has a huge role in promoting the production of sodium-ion batteries. The reason is obvious. When the big boss is around every day, the employees will burst out with enthusiasm for work and will not be lazy or fooled. If the boss is not there, if the manager does not grasp the strictness, then there will be a foreign worker, or a thought of passing by. So a boss is in the workshop every day, and the employee's work must be positive. After all, he wants to perform well in front of the boss. It would be great if he could increase his salary or do it. Isn't it just for income to work outside? So Joe Yang came to the workshop to supervise when he was fine, which is also an important reason why Baidu has always been able to maintain good product power. When he was worried about sodium-ion batteries, the construction of high-tech parts was already decent. Many factories and buildings have been built with the main structure and built one after another. Joe Yang is very happy, because it won't take long for him to completely own the entire new factory area. Because of its particularity, this plant area produces high-tech products in the future, and profits will slowly increase. In addition, during the period of urging battery production, Joe Yang was also quietly recruiting technicians related to the storage. This storage project is for the production of digital hard drives. Joe Yang intends to start production next spring. At that time, this will set off another storage revolution. After a few days of busy work in the high-tech park, Joe Yang went to inspect many industries under his own banner, whether it is to build well-off pharmaceuticals or the production of aircraft parts. This made Joe Yang very happy, and his commercial territory became more and more extensive. On this day, Joe Yang was busy with the company for a day and returned home. He has lived in the company for many days, and he has saved a lot of dirty clothes, and he also has a strange smell. So when he got home, he stuffed all his dirty clothes into the washing machine and went to the bath. After taking a shower, he lay in bed and brushed short videos to pass the time before going to bed. Now the short video atmosphere is not very good. Joe Yang watched it for a while, which is the same expression of the old subway. JPG. First of all, there are many women on the internet, wearing exposed clothing, opening the beauty to the top, twisting in the video, and attracting gentlemen to watch. Joe Yang didn't want to watch these videos that made people unable to sleep at night, so he hurried away. Furthermore, some bloggers do nothing for redness, and even eat like the old 8th strange person. There are also many vulgar imitations, a segment or a video fire, and then the next day, the world is full of the same segment, and it is more nauseating to see. This is the typical pick-up. Joe Yang is not interested in short videos, he just wants to see the news about people's livelihood. For example, the situation where the store closes in a month is the most real, not the kind of poisonous chicken soup broadcast on TV, which says college students start a business stall and earn 9,000 yuan a day. Joe Yang continued to turn the video, a video of tearful lungs crying, which caught his attention. "My son is only 1 year old, why does the disease fall on him?" A young mother was crying. In the video, her son was obviously sick and could not stand up. The netizens are also very kind, some have indicated that they want to donate, and some have indicated that they want to donate. There are also curious questions about what kind of disease the child has, or look at the Chinese medicine, maybe there is a way. The mother of the child shook her head and cried, "My son had spinal cord muscle atrophy, and the doctor said he might not live for 2 years. Why not cure it? Is it a medical fee?" Some netizens asked. The mother of the child said that there is no special medicine in China, and the only manufacturer in the world that produces special medicine is so expensive that it is $2.125 million US. They can't afford it. What medicine is so outrageous? More than $2 million US, one more. Grab money. Netizens are very upset. How can life-saving medicine be so expensive? As soon as the netizens with good things searched the internet, there was indeed such a medicine, only the English name Zolgensma, which was not sold domestically. If you want to use it, you need to go abroad. This medicine is a tube for a lifetime and is said to be very easy to use, but we are ordinary families, even if we sell a house, we can't get the price of others. What should we do? My life is bitter. The young mother couldn't cry in the video. The child's father was also downcast, blaming his poor ability and unable to treat the child. The child's disease is a genetic disease. Without treatment, it is difficult for the child to live to 2 years old. That is to say, the child is not saved because he cannot afford the treatment medicine and cannot be rescued. Many netizens don't understand it. It's just a medicine. Is it made of gold? More than $2 million, more than 1 million yuan, this price is too ridiculous. But beyond that, there is no good treatment. Because the amount of the difference is too large, even if the children's family posters for help, the results are very small, and the money raised by netizens is not zero. Family members can only watch the child's life gradually wither, and this feeling cannot be said to be heartbreaking. At this time, some people suddenly mention Joe Yang. Joe Yang's pharmaceutical industry is famous for its special production of cheap medical supplies. This is true for both tooth growing and dialysis machines, including the last pint slice of hydrogen acetate. Since the medicine is expensive to afford, someone thought of Joe Yang and asked him for help with the forward link. Joe Yang saw the video like this. He saw that the child had shrunk and was not humanoid. The heart of mourning moved and wanted to help the family. Ding! Caring for the mission, to rescue this sick baby, the mission reward has been issued. At this time, the system sent mission tips. After Joe Yang saw it, he realized that it was time for him to return the systemic favor. The reward for this task was the management method for the increase in production of the car he had received before. Now that he has received the system reward, he must complete this task. Then he told his parents through private letters not to give up hope and wait for the special medicine of Jiankong Pharmaceuticals. Before it was developed, Zhou Yang was already determined to find a prescription. He with the system is so confident. Then he opened the system's medical area and searched the name of Zolgensma directly on it, but did not find it. Why is there no such medicine? Zhou Yang was very wondering. He immediately thought that this was the name taken by a foreign pharmaceutical company. It was a new medicine. Others had patented technology. The imitation was to infringe. It is estimated that the system does not have a formula for this medicine. So Zhou Yang receded and searched for spinal cordial muscle atrophy, and really found 3 formulas. Zhou Yang was very happy, and then checked the situation of these 3 prescriptions. Among them, the love value varies from tens of thousands to more than 100, and the efficacy of these drugs is similar. The least demand for love is to make trouble. This is completely acceptable, mainly because it is cheap to exchange. So Zhou Yang spent 50 love values and exchanged the production process drawings of this magic medicine. Relying on the hot sales of medical supplies such as dental materials recently planted, Zhou Yang won the love value of massive amounts, which is now over 100. It is still very easy to exchange such a prescription. System, successful exchange, obtained special medicine Yingchun reagent. This time the system gave a nice name for this medicine, called Yingchun, which was originally intended for spring. Now I hope that those sick children will also die. After Zhou Yang got the craft drawings, he decided not to change his name. It was called Yingchun reagent. He wanted those unfortunate children to greet spring together. Although I got the recipe drawings for the spring reagent, it was not possible to produce them immediately. Zhou Yang learned that this reagent belongs to biological medicine, and they build a well-off medicine industry, all of which use chemical methods to make drugs, and there are no related equipment and skilled workers. Biopharmaceuticals and chemical pharmaceuticals are 2 types. Common Western drugs, such as those with long names and chemical composition names, are basically synthesized by chemicals, such as nitroglycerin, which can be prepared by chemical plants. Biopharmaceuticals is another model. The equipment they use is not a variety of chemical reactions, but bioreactors, cooling circulating water machines, biochemical culture boxes, etc., which treat microorganisms or other animals and plants as training objects to produce the final product. Common biopharmaceutical products include various vaccines, growth hormones, etc. The special medicine for the treatment of spinal myeloid muscle atrophy is also made of microorganisms, which Zhou Yang did not expect. He looked at the foreign special effects medicine and felt that their formula was a chemical synthesis, and the drugs on both sides were very different. However, the drug effects are the same, and they all treat this genetic disease. The incidence of this disease is not high, but it is highly lethal. Before the advent of the special medicine appears, the death rate of the child is 100. In the past few years, there was a special medicine, 700,000 stitches, but to take medicine for life, non-rich families simply cannot afford it. Since 2019, a company in magnesium has developed Zolgensma, which can be treated with just 1 shot and is valid for life, but the price has reached an amazing $2.125 million. This has become a special medicine for the rich, because ordinary people can't afford such a medicine in their lifetime. Zolgensma has also become one of the most expensive drugs in the world. Zhou Yang accounted for it. Although the cost of the biological reagent formula he exchanged was not low, there was absolutely no such exaggeration, but 1,000 was true. After all, because the love value requirement is low, this process is relatively complicated and the production cycle is longer, so the unit price is more expensive. So now to make this medicine, Zhou Yang immediately took the recipe to find system